Unexpectedly arriving in the continent of Douqi, Zhou Yu becomes a member of the Xiao family, grappling with despair due to his innate inability to cultivate. Later, he discovers that his golden finger is, in fact, himself. An unparalleled talent for cultivation emerges, revealing the divine treasures hidden within his body. The collision of source fire and exotic flames unleashes divine thunder, embarking upon an extraordinary path of alchemy. Within the frigid realm, he creates an absolute zero. In the realm of truth and illusion, he transforms with infinite variations, reflecting his true self. Under the scorching sun, he enslaves the netherworld, crafting countless puppets. The violet extreme dark embers ignite, and the fierce winds surge as thunder and fire intertwine. Years later, he attains enlightenment, earning the title of Dawn Alchemy Emperor. Chapter 70, Seed of Fire, Thunder, Divine Entity with Intelligence. Curiously sensing the essence of the 10 flames and thunder, Medusa increasingly marvels at the talent and depth of the individual before her. What exceptional fortune must one possess to wield such formidable divine artifacts? Upon perceiving the myriad flames, the return of true thunder, and the violet extreme gale thunder, Medusa's pupils suddenly constrict. Her bloodline stirs within her, her heart trembles, and the soul fused with her accompanying serpent spirit emits an overwhelming desire, causing intense shivers. That impulse feels as though her soul and blood yearn to break free from her body, merging with those 3 divine artifacts. An immense pressure of the battle emperor emanates uncontrollably, filling every corner of the temple, surpassing even the commotion caused by Xiao Yu previously. Xiao Yu is momentarily taken aback by the sudden surge of pressure. Fortunately, his own strength is formidable enough to withstand it, or he would have embarrassed himself. Medusa's enchanting voice suddenly lets out a cold snort, instantly suppressing that surge of agitation and desire, causing the aura and pressure to dissipate swiftly, retreating within her. After all was said and done, even though Queen Medusa exuded an air of aloofness, her gaze inadvertently lingered with fervor on those 3 flames of thunder. Observing her reaction, Xiao Yu comprehended that what she sought were indeed the source fire divine thunders. Retrieving the other 7 source fire divine thunders into his body and adjusting the myriad flames, return a true thunder and violet extreme gale thunder before him. Xiao Yu inquired, "Are these the 3 that the queen desires?" Medusa's beautiful eyes shimmered with an unusual hue as she gazed deeply at Xiao Yu, nodding lightly. Indeed, these 3 extraordinary flames and thunders. A smile graced Xiao Yu's handsome face as he asked, "Now that we have found the means to assist the queen's evolution, what shall we do next?" Medusa pondered for a moment, then replied, "Might I inquire if you can separate a portion of these 3 divine artifacts from your body? I require them to be integrated within me to ignite the process of evolution." Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment crossed Xiao Yu's face. He had never attempted to ascertain whether he could detach the source fire divine thunders from his body. These artifacts were not only his means of combat, but also the foundation of his strength. Who would think to remove such vital entities from their body? He then furrowed his brow, attempting to separate a portion of the source fire divine thunders. The source fire divine thunders, which had been stable under his control, suddenly became agitated. It was not that they resisted separation. On the contrary, Xiao Yu found that he could indeed detach a small portion of their essence. However, as he attempted to separate them, he sensed the source fire divine thunder's clear reluctance, displaying a playful demeanor, pleading with him not to part with their essence. Do these artifacts possess consciousness? This was the first time Xiao Yu felt that the source fire divine thunders could experience emotions. It was somewhat astonishing. Since the inception of the source fire divine thunders, Xiao Yu had never encountered such a peculiar experience. Will separating the essence inflict significant harm upon you? If separating the essence would damage the foundation of the source fire divine thunders, Xiao Yu would not proceed. After all, they were his capital in traversing the continent of Douqi. Engaging in such a detrimental endeavor would be folly. As for how to assist Medusa in her evolution thereafter, that would require another approach. It seemed as though the source fire divine thunders had heard Xiao Yu's inquiry, trembling slightly, transmitting a message into his mind. This sensation felt familiar, reminiscent of the moments when he broke through realms and the names and characteristics of the source fire divine thunders suddenly appeared in his mind. I finally comprehend why, upon your birth, information regarding your names and attributes would inexplicably manifest in my mind. Xiao Yu realized with clarity that those messages had not appeared without reason. Rather, they were autonomously conveyed by the source fire divine thunders after their emergence. Xiao Yu stood in surprise, softly murmuring, "So, you all possess the most rudimentary form of intelligence. Alas, why did you not reveal this sooner?" making me toil alone and studying you for so long. Xiao Yu felt quite speechless. However, now that he understood that each source fire divine thunder possessed a fundamental level of intelligence, there would be ample time for further research. What he needed to focus on now was whether he could separate a tiny portion of their essence. Reviewing the information that had just been transmitted to his mind, Xiao Yu grasped the situation. The essence could indeed be separated. Each source fire divine thunder could detach a corresponding seed of fire thunder. The characteristics of the seed fire thunder mirrored their own, yielding similar effects, though with diminished power. Moreover, after separating the seed fire thunder, the source fire divine thunder would not suffer harm to its essence. It would merely weaken temporarily, requiring Xiao Yu to nurture it with battle qi for recovery. This meant that Xiao Yu could still utilize the source fire divine thunders to aid Queen Medusa's evolution. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Yu's heart settled. If he could not assist Queen Medusa in her evolution, confronting the Guardian of Yinshan would become quite problematic. Furthermore, if he instilled hope in Medusa only to be unable to help her in the end, she might well turn against him in an instant. Observing the silence enveloping Xiao Yu, whose brow occasionally furrowed in contemplation, then shifted to expressions of astonishment and, ultimately, relaxation, Medusa could not suppress her curiosity and inquired, "What troubles you? Is it truly impossible?" Upon uttering this, her own delicate brows slightly knitted in concern. Xiao Yu, roused by Medusa's words, shook his head. Noticing his negative gesture, Medusa's expression soured. If separation were indeed unfeasible, would her evolution be rendered hopeless? "It is possible," Xiao Yu finally spoke. At his words, the troubled look on Medusa's face dissipated, replaced by a glimmer of joy. "In that case, I must trouble you." Medusa's voice, in addition to its usual allure and nobility, now carried a note of gratitude. Xiao Yu smiled gently, directing his gaze towards the 3 strands of divine fire and thunder, drawing them back into his being to facilitate their separation. In but a brief moment, a singular spark of fire and 2 strands of divine thunder materialized in his hands. However, the instant the spark of fire and the strands of divine thunder manifested, a pallid hue of illness washed over Xiao Yu's countenance. He then cast the spark and thunder towards Medusa, who sat upon her high throne. As she caught the objects, Medusa felt the 3 divine artifacts hovering in her grasp, her satisfaction evident as she meticulously counted them. They were sufficient for her evolution. Yet, upon witnessing the pallor of Xiao Yu's face, an inscrutable complexity flickered within the depths of Medusa's beautiful eyes. "This fellow appears significantly drained. This separation has likely undermined his foundation." Indeed, Xiao Yu's demeanor was rather alarming, resembling a terminally ill individual teetering on the brink of death. For a mere collection that holds little significance for him, even with an additional personal promise, such a paragon would hardly be inclined to bear such a price willingly. Contemplating this, Medusa's voluptuous and graceful figure descended from the throne, her purple serpent tail swaying gracefully as she approached the ground below. With an undertone of concern that she herself scarcely recognized, Medusa inquired, "How do you fare?" Xiao Yu shook his head, replying, "I am well, merely a slight depletion of my essence." Yet, was it not a depletion of essence? However, it was not his own. The reason for his apparent distress stemmed from his apprehension that, should he separate the divine fire and thunder for an extended period without replenishing its source, unforeseen complications might arise. Thus, he recklessly expended the majority of his fighting spirit to restore the essence of the divine fire and thunder, barely managing to recuperate their depletion. His appearance was entirely a result of exhaustion. Indeed, he was fatigued. Nevertheless, being in another's domain, he retained sufficient fighting spirit to address any unforeseen circumstances. "Your demeanor hardly suggests that all is well," Medusa remarked coldly, her gaze shifting slightly. She then summoned a maidservant, instructing, "Take our guest to rest. I shall join shortly." Xiao Yu obediently allowed himself to be assisted by the serpent maid as he departed the grand hall. He longed to protest, asserting that he was not so weak, yet the imperious look in Medusa's eyes quelled any words of dissent. Indeed, she is a woman of regal stature. Her gaze is overwhelmingly authoritative. Xiao Yu could not help but mutter as he exited. After his departure, Medusa too left the grand hall, making her way to the treasure trove of the serpent folk. Queen Medusa was not one to owe favors. Her invitation for Xiao Yu to assist in her evolution had been reciprocated with due recompense. However, she had not anticipated that this endeavor would so severely deplete the human's vitality. Moreover, if this incident were to cause such a prodigious talent to suffer a fundamental setback, it would bode ill for the serpent folk. Having resolved to forge a strong alliance, it was paramount to prevent any rifts in their burgeoning camaraderie. A falling out could yield dire consequences in the future. Chapter 71. The key to evolution. Xiao Yu was escorted into a room to rest. Upon arrival, he promptly dismissed the serpent maid, observing the furnishings within. It was evident that this space was designed to host esteemed guests, impeccably clean as if recently tidied. Sitting upon the bed, Xiao Yu retrieved a 4th-grade recuperative spirit pill he had previously refined and consumed it, initiating the restoration of the combat energy he had expended in the process of harnessing the source fire divine thunder. One must harbor no malevolent intentions towards others, yet remain vigilant against potential threats. This principle had been imparted to him by both his earthly parents and his uncle Xiao Zhan from the Douqi Continent, a doctrine that Xiao Yu had adhered to throughout his life. Unlike the relative safety of Wutan City, his current weakened state rendered him vulnerable. Thus, even in the absence of any overt hostility from Medusa, Xiao Yu deemed it prudent to restore himself to peak condition. As the spirit pill dissolved within him, Xiao Yu felt his combat energy rapidly replenishing. After consuming 3 recuperative pills, he successfully restored his depleted energy within a quarter of an hour. Knock, knock. A sound resonated from outside. Sensing Medusa's presence, he called out, "Enter." With a soft click, the door swung open, revealing Medusa, her serpentine tail swaying gracefully as she entered. It was unexpected for such a formidable woman to knock. As she approached, Xiao Yu reflected on her enchanting beauty. Reaching the foot of the bed, Medusa conjured a remarkable silver herb infused with lightning energy and a vividly colored flower imbued with fire energy, both levitating at her fingertips. After casually tossing them to Xiao Yu, she remarked, "These are rare medicinal materials from my clan's collection, the Thunderclap Spirit Herb and the Earthfire Primordial Flower. They contain vast reserves of lightning and fire energy, which I believe will aid in your recovery." Xiao Yu caught the herb and flower, sensing their potent energy that rivaled even the finest 5th-grade spirit pills. This woman is quite generous, he thought as he accepted them, bowing slightly. "Thank you. I shall graciously accept your gift. This is of no consequence. Once I undergo my evolution and achieve a breakthrough, I shall fulfill my promise to you," Medusa replied, her tone nonchalant, indicating she regarded these items as trivial. Xiao Yu smiled. "I have no doubts about the queen's integrity. May I inquire when you plan to commence your evolution?" Medusa turned away, stating, "In a few days. After I study your divine artifacts, I shall begin my breakthrough." With that, she departed. Watching her exquisite figure retreat, Xiao Yu shook his head, noting her persistent aloofness and arrogance. He then resumed a meditative posture, taking out the Thunderclap Spirit Herb and the Earthfire Primordial Flower to commence his cultivation. It seemed he had come to regard cultivation as the most vital aspect of his daily existence. With no sources of entertainment available, his sole focus was on becoming stronger. Thus, whenever free, Xiao Yu dedicated himself to his training, having entirely forsaken his previous earthly habits. Had someone told him before his transmigration that he would abandon the habits of gaming and surfing the internet, never to touch a phone or computer again, he would have scoffed at the notion. Yet, upon arriving at the Douqi Continent, he found himself compelled to relinquish such distractions. And now he had indeed adapted to the lifestyle of this realm. It must be said, the environment can profoundly alter one's behavioral patterns. 2 days later, fueled by the immense energy of the Thunderclap Spirit Herb and Earthfire Primordial Flower, Xiao Yu swiftly reached the pinnacle of the 4-star Do Wang, on the verge of ascending to the 5-star Do Wang tier within a day or two. Since the emergence of the 5-Chi Ascending Thunder, he harbored no concerns regarding his rapid power enhancement, leading to a shaky foundation. The abundant energy entering his Dantian would be purified once more by the 5-Chi Ascending Thunder before merging with his Do Crystal. Furthermore, the 5-Chi Ascending Thunder continually refined the source of Xiao Yu's power, ensuring no imperfections arose. Currently, his modus operandi involved consuming spirit pills whenever available, and in their absence, resorting to medicinal herbs, and should those be lacking, seeking out any substances infused with lightning and fire energy. Essentially, he aimed for expediency at every turn. Once he concluded his session, Xiao Yu reveled in the burgeoning strength within, chuckling to himself. This journey had proven worthwhile. Had he remained in the Beast Mountain range, he likely would not have attained such progress so swiftly. He felt grateful for his prior decision. "My lord, Her Majesty summons you." The voice of the serpent maid echoed from outside. Xiao Yu immediately surmised that Medusa sought him regarding her evolution and replied, "Understood." He then rose from the bed, exited the room, and followed the maid to Medusa's location. After walking for some time, the structures receded behind him, revealing a lush forest ahead. It was his first time witnessing an oasis amidst the desert. He was astonished to discover such a breathtaking landscape deep within the Serpent People's territory. As he surveyed the area, his gaze settled on a specific location, although it exhibited the same verdant vibrancy as the surrounding environment. Xiao Yu sensed something distinct about this place. Within that space lay a peculiar fluctuation. Those lacking sufficient strength or spiritual awareness would be unable to perceive it. At that moment, the serpent maid halted, bowing her head and saying, "My lord, I can take you no further. From here, you need only proceed straight ahead to meet her highness." Very well, Xiao Yu nodded and advanced, soon encountering the peculiar fluctuation. Instantly, the scene before him transformed. The forest vanished, revealing a valley illuminated only by the faint glow of nearby luminous ores. At the center lay a vast clearing, its floor etched with a unique design upon which several diamond-shaped, pale green mysterious ores stood tall. Before these ores stood an exquisite maiden. Was this perhaps a formation akin to an illusion array? Xiao Yu deduced that the special fluctuation emanating from that space was likely produced by an illusion array. Approaching the center, he reached Medusa's side and inquired, "What matter brings you to summon me, my queen?" Medusa, having sensed his arrival, did not turn but instead furrowed her brows, saying, "I have encountered problem. The flames and thunderous divine artifacts indeed stir my blood and make my soul tremble. Yet they fail to facilitate my evolution. Why is this? Did you not previously assert that they would?" Xiao Yu found himself perplexed. Was she toying with him? He had often played tricks on his younger brother, yet not quite in this manner. Was she jesting with him? Medusa turned to face him, stating, "My sensing abilities are infallible. The current situation indicates that something essential is lacking. I implore you to investigate, as this divine artifact is yours, and you're likely to understand it better than I." With that, she pushed the Wanhua Yanzi fire and Gue Zhen lay seed toward Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu stroked his chin, surveying the Zihua seed thunder from various angles, yet he failed to discern anything peculiar. He couldn't help but inquire, "How did you, my queen, ascertain that these two types of flame thunders could assist you in your evolution? Is the remaining thunder not a concern?" Medusa pushed the Ziji Gang thunder seed before her, stating, "If relying solely on this thunder, it would suffice for my evolution. However, the stirring of my bloodline informs me that these other two divine entities hold unimaginable benefits for my transformation. Yet when I attempted to integrate them into my being, I found no alterations in my bloodline, leaving me perplexed about the underlying issue." Xiao Yu pondered this. Logically, it shouldn't be the case. Medusa had confirmed their utility for her, so why were these two Zihua seeds ineffective? What could be lacking? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked, "Might I inquire when you first sensed that my possessions could aid your evolution?" Upon hearing this, Medusa did not conceal the truth, responding, "After our battle in the desert. I perceived it within the residual thunder-fire energy. Consequently, I dispatched someone to search for you in the sands." This revelation clarified matters. During their prior confrontation, Xiao Yu had not employed a singular source fire or divine thunder, but rather a fusion of both. Since it was the Wanhua flame and the Guasian thunder that had stirred Medusa's bloodline, it stood to reason that the entity capable of facilitating her bloodline evolution would be the Huanshe thunder flame. Xiao Yu grasped the Wanhua flame seed and Guasian thunder seed in his hands, channeling both his fighting spirit and soul power to compress them forcefully together. In mere moments, the Huanshe thunder flame, born from the fusion of the two seeds, materialized in his grasp. He extended the Huanshe thunder flame towards Medusa, stating, "I believe this is what you require." Chapter 72, The Seven-Colored Sky-Swallowing Python. As the Wanhua flame merged with the Guasian thunder, the stirring of Medusa's bloodline recommenced. More intense than ever before, a subtle aura of creation emanated from the Huanshe thunder flame, continuously enticing the enchanting beauty. The Huanshe thunder flame possesses the power to conjure an extraordinarily authentic independent world, its mysteries so profound that even Xiao Yu, its master, could not fully comprehend them. The Huanshe thunder flame, infused with the characteristics of both the Wanhua flame and Guasian thunder, had manifested an entirely new property of creation. Creation encompasses the essence of Genesis. Nature, nurturing, and fortune. All things in heaven and earth are born from creation and nurtured by it. Among the myriad tales of Chinese mythology, there exists a supreme being who has mastered the art of creation. What Medusa requires for her ancestral evolution is precisely this essence of creation. Perhaps, encountering Xiao Yu itself is her fated creation. Fixated on the Huanshe thunder flame, a rare glimmer of excitement flickered within Medusa's pale violet eyes. Observing her reaction, Xiao Yu confirmed that the Huanshe thunder flame was indeed what she sought, remarking, "I surmise this is what you need, my queen." Medusa nodded, "Indeed. This extraordinary thunder flame has ignited a fervor within my bloodline. With the conditions now met," she declared, "I shall commence. If you find yourself unoccupied, feel free to observe from the sidelines." To this, Xiao Yu replied with a hint of amusement, "It seems the queen has quite the trust in me." A subtle curve graced Medusa's lips as she responded, "If I did not trust you, I would not have invited you to assist. Moreover, this evolution is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to my utter obliteration." Contemplating the dangers of evolution, even Medusa's formidable aura could not suppress a flicker of concern. She then earnestly requested, "As the possessor of this divine artifact, should any unforeseen circumstances arise during my evolution, I hope you will lend your aid. If I were to tragically perish in this endeavor, you may depart immediately. Otherwise, given the temperament of the powerful within my clan, they would likely pursue you with relentless fury." Xiao Yu nodded, "You needn't worry, my queen. Should you fall, I will swiftly exit the desert, for I certainly do not wish to attract unnecessary troubles. However, if there is anything within my capabilities during your evolution, I will not hesitate to assist." Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, a faint smile graced Medusa's stunningly proud visage. Recognizing that the moment had arrived, Xiao Yu retreated to a distance, leaving only Medusa standing at the center. Seeing this, Medusa turned to the heart of the formation she had meticulously crafted, designed to shield her from harm during the evolution. Elevating the Huanshe thunder flame and a Ziji seed thunder into the air, Medusa gazed upon the formidable, ominous thunder flame with unwavering resolve. She slowly raised her left hand. "Millennia have passed. My kin have endured an interminable existence in this desert. Regardless of the outcome, today will witness the determination with which I lead the serpent people out of the sands, as well as my unwavering loyalty to them. Even if the evolution fails, and I must sacrifice myself, I shall remain worthy as the queen of the serpent people." Medusa's gaze sharpened as her right index finger sliced across her left wrist, the sharp claw leaving a crimson wound from which a brilliant red light surged forth. Enveloping her arm in golden energy, she lowered her left hand, allowing droplets of blood, glimmering with golden light, to fall to the ground. Where her blood fell, golden fissures spread, and wondrous runes emerged, forming a grand formation. "O serpent spirit, bless me, and you I implore." Medusa cast one last glance back at Xiao Yu. Then, as the crimson glow from her wand intensified, a powerful aura surged forth, stirring the dust upon the ground. "Ah!" Medusa's piercing cry rang out, her entire being radiating a brilliant red light that illuminated the valley. Xiao Yu felt as though he were gazing directly at the sun, momentarily blinded. At that moment, the 5 energies within his dantian surged forth, dividing autonomously into yin and yang thunders, infusing into his eyes. With the silver yang thunder flickering in his left eye and the inky black yin thunder flowing in his right, Xiao Yu's vision restored, enabling him to discern the scene within the valley. What he beheld was no longer the strikingly beautiful and proud figure of Medusa. Instead, a massive purple serpent emerged, exuding the formidable aura of a peak 6-tier magical beast, its essence entirely consistent with that of Medusa. This was the true form of Medusa's accompanying serpent spirit, the Zhou Flame Serpent. The Zhou Flame Serpent gazed at the Huanshe thunder flame and Ziji seed thunder suspended in the air, lunging forward without hesitation, its colossal maw agape, intent on swallowing them whole. Yet, such a remarkable entity, even more extraordinary than the bizarre flames, could not be consumed so easily. Were it so, this evolution could hardly be deemed fraught with peril, a mere dance with death. In an instant, the Ziji seed thunder unleashed its fury, a myriad of purple lightning bolts flooding the valley's center, annihilating all in their path with a cataclysmic force. Strikes of purple lightning rained down upon the flame serpent, scorching, numbing, and inflicting pain, sending tremors through its very soul, instantly submerging it in chaos. Xiao Yu observed with a heavy heart as the scales of the purple ghost flame serpent began to shed in patches, blood seeping from its wounds. A sight both tragic and foreboding, as if its life were to extinguish in the next moment. This was a necessary ordeal of evolution. How could he assist you in this plight? Faced with the current circumstances, Xiao Yu felt utterly powerless. To intervene at this juncture would surely undo the arduous efforts Medusa had previously invested. All he could do was silently pray that Medusa would survive this trial. The purple lightning intensified, and the aura of the purple ghost flame serpent grew increasingly feeble. In but a moment, the lightning engulfed the entire valley, reminiscent of the earlier crimson glow. However, Endowed with the dual gaze and powered by the five-chi thunder, Xiao Yu remained unaffected, perceiving everything within the valley with clarity. As the purple thunder reached its zenith, the serpent's form began to disintegrate under the onslaught of this life-destroying force, fragmenting into specks of purple dust, ultimately reduced to ash. Xiao Yu's heart tightened. Had failure befallen them? Whether for his need of Medusa's strength, or out of respect for the queen who valiantly sacrificed for her kin. This was the outcome he dreaded most. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, reverberating throughout the valley as dark clouds amassed ominously in the sky, casting a foreboding shadow. A massive bolt of lightning, 5 meters in diameter, struck down where the purple ghost-flame serpent had vanished. Upon impact, a cascade of dazzling, multicolored light erupted, illuminating the gorge in a riot of colors. With a resounding cry, a colossal serpent-shaped apparition emerged, its roar echoing towards the heavens, as if it sought to swallow the very sky. The terrifying sound waves dispersed the dark clouds, restoring the sky to its former state. As the serpent's shadow faded, a small, resplendent white snake appeared at the center, its large eyes shimmering with a hint of purple, adorned with delicate, miniature white wings on either side of its petite head. Its scales glimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, exuding an enchanting fragrance, and within that diminutive form lay an explosive, formidable power. Its body was resplendent, its eyes a touch violet, its essence fragrant, and its strength boundless. The seven-colored sky swallowing python. Delight illuminated Xiao Yu's starry eyes. Upon seeing this little creature, he realized that Medusa had triumphed. In an instant, the little serpent, radiating with a purple glow, vanished and reappeared before Xiao Yu. It blinked its large eyes, curiously regarding him, its adorably naive demeanor utterly charming. Xiao Yu could not resist the urge to express his fondness, extending his finger to gently scratch the little creature's head. Little one, congratulations on your successful evolution. As if it understood his words, the small snake reveled in his affectionate gesture, then lightly hissed at him, akin to a playful tease. Do you desire the purple thunder? Xiao Yu was astonished to find a peculiar intimacy with the little serpent, as if he could comprehend its thoughts. Upon hearing his inquiry, the small serpent obediently nodded its charming little head. Indeed, very well, it is yours. Amused by its endearing appearance, Xiao Yu smiled and extended his hand, summoning a bolt of purple extreme thunder. The little serpent seemed to perceive a delectable treat, fluttering its tiny wings and circling around Xiao Yu's arm before consuming the lightning. Once it had devoured the thunder, the little creature appeared satiated, letting out a contented belch, and a faint purple lightning flickered from its tiny mouth. However, in the next moment, it froze as a crimson light glimmered in its large eyes, and a dense, scarlet mist enveloped it. Within the fog, a voluptuous and enchanting figure emerged, her voice laced with a mixture of allure, coldness, and a hint of indignation. How was the sensation of that touch? Did you enjoy it? Chapter 73. Halfway to Success, a Second Evolution. Upon hearing the voice, Xiao Yu froze in place. Wasn't it expected that after Queen Medusa's evolution was complete, she would be governed by the newly emerged seven-colored serpent spirit? How could she revert to her original form in the next moment? This defied logic. As the crimson mist dissipated, Medusa's original form became visible once more. Her purple serpent tail still lingered, indicating that although she had achieved evolution, she had yet to transcend to the Dozone realm. However, the barrier of the Dozone realm had been shattered. The shackles that had bound her for years had vanished. With a little time, she would surely ascend to the Dozone realm. Medusa, now revealed, glared fiercely at Xiao Yu, her lavender eyes tinged with annoyance. Ahem, allow me to explain. Xiao Yu stammered, blinking his eyes, which crackled with the dual energies of yin and yang, preparing to defend himself. Oof. This king has no desire to hear your excuses. Let this be the last time. Medusa coldly retorted, her voice frigid. Hearing this, Xiao Yu reluctantly nodded. Yes, it won't happen again. Medusa cast a sidelong glance at him, aware that she could sense the actions of the seven-colored sky swallowing python. Perhaps it was due to her evolution utilizing this creature's thunder that a subtle connection had formed between her serpent spirit and him. The sensation imparted by the serpent spirit was one of natural affinity toward Xiao Yu. Previously, had she harbored thoughts of annihilating him, no moral dilemma would have hindered her. Yet now, it was different. If she truly intended to strike against him, the serpent spirit would undoubtedly oppose it, potentially vying for control over her body. However, now is not the time for such considerations. Medusa turned her gaze back to the floating, illusory world thunder flame in the center of the valley. This action left Xiao Yu perplexed. Had she not succeeded in her evolution? As he focused on the lingering, illusory world Thunderflame, he was taken aback. Had she not claimed that evolution required the illusory world Thunderflame? Why was it that the mere presence of the purple extreme thunder had sufficed to evolve into the seven-colored sky, swallowing Python? Unable to contain his curiosity, Xiao Yu voiced his thoughts. Are you telling me you have not yet completed your evolution? Medusa paused briefly before responding. The serpent spirit has successfully evolved. The Dozone realm is within reach. Then what are you up to? During the evolution, it seemed you did not utilize the illusory world Thunderflame. The ancestral evolution of the serpent spirit requires only that purple divine thunder. The illusory world Thunderflame you speak of is not necessary, Medusa clarified, her tone matter of fact. Xiao Yu remained perplexed. But isn't the evolution of the serpent spirit synonymous with your own evolution? Seemingly anticipating his confusion, Medusa elucidated. The evolution method recorded within my clan originally required divine flames such as these. Now, it can be substituted with this extraordinary thunder. My current state can be considered a successful evolution, but that pertains solely to the serpent spirit's evolution, not my own. After the first encounter with this illusionary thunderbolt, the snake-human bloodline in my body began to throb, and after being exposed to the complete illusionary thunderbolt, it became even more intense. So for me, your illusionary thunder flame is an opportunity for my own bloodline to return to ancestral evolution, not for the snake spirit. However, my original body was not able to withstand the impact of my own bloodline evolution, so I chose to evolve the snake spirit first. This way, I can use the snake spirit to condense a stronger body and cope with the more dangerous evolution ahead. Upon hearing Medusa's explanation, Xiao Yu finally understood that everything that had happened before was just the evolution of the purple flame snake. And Medusa's own snake race bloodline can undergo another evolution with the help of the phantom flame. Is the advancement of snake spirits aimed at making their bodies stronger and increasing their survival rate through evolution? But there is no description in the original work about the evolution of the snake race's own bloodline. Xiao Yu recalled the information about the snake people in the original work, but in his memory, there was no such record. Are you sure that phantom flame can evolve your own bloodline? Medusa nodded and said, I may feel wrong, but it's definitely not wrong because of the deep throbbing of the snake's bloodline. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu fell silent for a moment and asked, how confident are you? Now it was Medusa's turn to remain silent, and finally her red lips slightly parted, only highlighting 4 words, less than 10%. Xiao Yu raised his sword eyebrows and shouted loudly, what did you say? Less than 10? Why do you still choose evolution? In Xiao Yu's view, a success rate of less than 10 is like 10 deaths without life. Since the snake spirit has successfully evolved into the ancient exotic beast Rainbow, swallowing Python, why take the risk and undergo this kind of evolution that is no different from dying? Although the realm of Dozone was already at his feet, he didn't understand. Don't you want to lead the snake tribe out of the desert? Choosing to evolve again now is like dying. Why bother? Xiao Yu's voice gradually quieted down. Staring blankly at Medusa, he didn't know why he was feeling a little emotional. Was it because of that sense of closeness? Medusa stopped moving forward, standing still and stunned. This was the first time someone had shouted at her loudly, having crisscrossed the desert for so many years. Even the elder of the clan dared not treat her like this. She's the queen of the snake race, the pinnacle of the imperial struggle, decisive in her methods, and intimidating in her ferocity, Medusa. Moreover, he is a strong individual who has successfully evolved and has the potential to compete with other sections. Now he's being scolded by a human fighting king, and surprisingly, he has no intention of killing him at all. Instead, a warm current flows through his cold heart. With his back to Xiao Yu's gorgeous face, a little smile suddenly appeared, and a little ripple appeared in his beautiful eyes. Perhaps you don't understand now. In this world where the law of the jungle prevails, there is no such thing as fairness and morality. Gamadi is too small, and the entire Northwest is also too small. Becoming a Dozone does not necessarily bring a better life for our tribe. Perhaps after stepping out of the desert, our tribe will be targeted by other more powerful people and become slaves to others. My responsibility is not only to lead my tribe out of the desert, but also to protect them from anyone's bullying and ensure their safe and happy reproduction. All of this is something I cannot escape from and must face. This is not just a responsibility, but also my lifelong ideal. Before that, I must obtain the qualification to protect the power of the tribe. Now the opportunity is right in front of me. No matter how slim it is, I must try, even if it turns into dust at all costs. Because I am the queen of the snake tribe. After finishing speaking calmly, Medusa once again stepped into the center of the valley to touch the transparent, illusionary thunderbolt. Looking at the resolute Medusa, Xiao Yu couldn't come to his senses for a long time after hearing these words. Is this the reason for survival in Douqi Continent? Looking back on the various life and death crises I had before, wasn't it also to protect my second uncle Xiao Zhan that I chose to leave Wutan City? He couldn't let go of his parents, brothers, or everything on Earth, so in the past 2 years, he has been practicing all the time, just to have the strength to complete what he wants as soon as possible. Perhaps when he first arrived here, he was lazy, passive, easygoing, and neglectful in his cultivation. But now he has changed. Yeah, as she said, for one's own ideals, for important people, even if the hope is slim, one should bravely move forward, even if it means breaking into pieces. Xiao Yu murmured to himself. Looking at Medusa, who had already touched the phantom flame, Xiao Yu did not make a sound again. After Medusa held the phantom flame in her hand, waves of scorching destructive power hit her, and the flame spread throughout her body, crazily burrowing into her body. The excruciating feeling instantly engulfed Medusa, a sensation that was even more terrifying than 10,000 ants devouring her body and cutting her bones and marrow. Soul torn apart, headache splitting. Even the snake spirit Rainbow, swallowing python, roared repeatedly in its soul, with a huge shadow blocking the sky directly imprinted on the sky, like a meteorite hitting the ground. The terrifying sound completely flattened the valley, and Xiao Yu was also shaken hundreds of meters away. Even with the subconscious use of the Golden Dao, Yin to protect his body, Xiao Yu's head buzzed with shock. He never expected that the commotion would be so loud. Even the aftermath of evolution would be so terrifying. Chapter 74. The 8 Great Leaders. Tragic situation. Under the devastation of Lei Yin, Medusa's body was gradually collapsing, with wounds spread all over and blood flowing profusely. Watching Medusa's miserable situation, Xiao Yu could only be anxious and unable to help at all. You must persevere. Xiao Yu stared fixedly at the place where colorless lightning was raging, praying. When the Medusa snake spirit successfully evolved, the hissing of the rainbow, swallowing python had already spread throughout the 8 major tribes of the serpent race. It has caught the attention of many snake man powerhouses. Outside the holy city, all 8 leaders of the Snake Clan have gathered together, so it can be imagined how much commotion just now was. What's going on? What was that earth-shattering roar? One of the 8 great leaders, Yin Si's rough voice asked. The underworld in red clothes and red hats saw the shadow of the serpent that covered the sky, pondered for a moment, and suddenly exclaimed in horror. That direction is our tribe's secret land. Only Her Majesty the Queen can enter there, right? The other 7 leaders were all shocked upon hearing this. Could it be that Her Majesty the Queen caused such a terrifying scene just now? Do you remember that some time ago, Gu He and others came to demand the strange fire? The enchanting and charming snake woman, also one of the 8 great leaders, said with a solemn expression on her face. Wearing armor, the middle-aged male, snake man Mobuz, snorted coldly and said, "How could I not remember? If it weren't for the fast running of the ancient river, I would have chopped off his head and kicked him like a ball." As the intellectual leader of the 8 great leaders, the underworld instantly understood Yu Mei's meaning and was shocked, saying, "Are you saying that Her Majesty the Queen is currently in a secret place, relying on exotic fire evolution? Impossible, wasn't the strange fire stolen?" After hearing this, the fat and bald flower snake king directly rejected this possibility. The underworld looked helplessly at the fat man and said, after the strange fire was stolen, the queen left the desert, obviously to retrieve it. As you all know, the news of the queen's return a few days ago. Do you think that with the queen's nature, if she can't find a strange fire, she will come back so soon? There's so many idiots. It would be appropriate not to have this strategist in the underworld. Otherwise, if these guys were to command, the snake race would have been in trouble sooner or later. Do you mean that the queen has retrieved the strange fire and is evolving? No, I have to go take a look. If the queen has any good intentions, then my snake tribe will be finished. Upon hearing these words, Yin Si, who had a hot temper, couldn't sit still in an instant and opened his wings of fighting energy, flying towards the secret. This idiot. The queen has her own decisions when it comes to things. If you disturb her now, I will tear her apart. Mobuz, seeing Yin Si so impulsive, didn't even think about it and followed him directly. The other 6 leaders couldn't make up their minds when they saw the situation. At this moment, the underworld spoke up and said, "Go and take a look. If there is any situation, perhaps we can help. Moreover, this guy Yin Si is brainless in his actions. Don't let him ruin the queen's business." As the intelligent beings in the underworld spoke up, others naturally had no objections and went to the secret place one after another. Xiao Yu is still waiting. At this moment, Medusa in the center had lost her human form, with her snake tail partially broken, her smooth and delicate skin blackened. Her crown shattered and fell to the ground, and the clothes wrapped around her delicate body were also burned to the ground. On the arms, abdomen, and back, large areas of white bones were exposed, and blood seemed to have dried up. Only the wounds were visible, without any blood color. The breath was also extremely weak, like a faint candle flame that would extinguish with the next gust of wind. And the thunderous flames filling the space continued to attack Medusa. The Phantom World Thunder Flame is mysterious and unparalleled, but its power cannot be underestimated. With its physical body alone, and without the use of fighting chi to resist. With the current power of Phantom World Thunder Flame, Dozone would drink his hatred on the spot when he arrived. Feeling the miserable situation of Medusa at this moment, Xiao Yu felt pain even as he watched, and couldn't help but take action to save Medusa. Whether it's my need for Medusa's assistance, or my gratitude for the selfless spirit of this queen who sacrificed herself for the sake of her people. If we don't take action again, Douqi Continent will truly no longer have Queen Medusa. Don't come over, it's almost there. The method sensed Xiao Yu's movement, and Medusa spoke intermittently, her voice no longer as enchanting, noble, domineering, and aloof as before, appearing extremely weak. Xiao Yu paused in his footsteps inside. Say stop, or else you will really die. No way. Medusa's lifeless eyes once again gleamed with a resolute voice. Seeing this, Xiao Yu nodded helplessly. Okay, I respect your choice. But you must succeed. What you promised me, you haven't fulfilled yet. I have already helped you evolve the snake spirit, so you can get half the reward. If you fall today, I will also receive half of the reward. Whoever dares to stop the snake race, I will kill them. The next second, Xiao Yu's tone revealed a cold and fierce killing intent. At this moment, Medusa was speechless, but Xiao Yu could clearly feel her eyes staring at him after she finished speaking. I hope you can maintain your last will because of your ethnicity, Xiao Yu murmured. At this moment, Medusa's body gradually disappeared in the colorless raging thunder, with red energy overflowing and charred smoke filling the air, leaving only one head in the center. Queen. A figure appeared in the valley, dressed in armor, with strong muscles, dark skin, a fierce and ugly face, and long hair tied into a soaring braid above his head. The person who came is Yen Ci. Upon arriving in the valley, Yen Ci saw Medusa with only one head left, trembling all over and unable to imagine the scene before her. Why did Her Majesty the Queen, who was fierce, domineering, and seductive, become like this? The next second, he was about to rush over and rescue his queen, but obviously did not notice Xiao Yu not far away. This behavior is also worthy of the description of having a simple mind and well-developed limbs. How could Xiao Yu let him disturb Medusa at such a critical moment? With a flash, he instantly stood in front of Yen Ci. You can't go over there. Stay there obediently. The golden light of Tao Yin covered his whole body, and the 5 sparks of tongue flickered in his eyes. Xiao Yu coldly drank and stopped Yen Ci. Yen Ci was also startled by the sudden appearance of Xiao Yu, his eyes filled with urgency and anger. Then he shouted, Human, no matter how you came in here, please make way for me now. If the queen has anything to do, I will tear you apart. Xiao Yu raised his sword eyebrows and said coldly, Stupid, go over now, and your queen will be finished. This is the Snake Clan, what are you? Get lost. Yen Ci doesn't care so much. Now he only wants to save his queen, and he hates humans very much. Only by listening to Xiao Yu can he have a ghost. He sprinted and quickly approached Xiao Yu, with sharp claws on his arms protruding directly from Xiao Yu's abdomen. Xiao Yu's eyes tightened. He had already been troubled by the imminent downfall of Medusa. But now there was another fool who spoke disrespectfully and attacked, and he couldn't bear it anymore. One dodged and arrived at the top of the thorn. But before he could react, a whip leg struck his head. Bang! Xiao Yu's legs, attached to Jin Yan, were like cast gold, shining brightly and as hard as metal. Coupled with his terrifying strength, an instant sonic boom was produced. After a muffled sound, the prickly head had already plunged into the ground. Xiao Yu, who is close to the 5-star Do Wang, is no longer comparable to other Do Wang. In addition, he also uses source fire, which can crush even the entry-level Do Wang, let alone a flame spike who is not even at the peak of Do Wang. Such terrifying power made the brain tingle with excitement, and the stone stuck in the ground couldn't even get up for a moment. If it weren't for Medusa's and his own aversion to killing, this powerful blow could have directly led to the death of Yen Ci. But Xiao Yu wouldn't wait for him to get up and continue attacking him. After landing, he lifted his leg backwards and kicked him in the abdomen with the sound of breaking the wind, sending the thorns flying hundreds of meters away. Bang, 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 bang. The fiery spikes flew out like shells and collided with countless protruding stone mines on the ground before stopping. Everything happened too quickly, until the flames stopped and fell to the ground, emitting a scream of agony. Now he is in excruciating pain all over his body, feeling like countless bones are broken. Coupled with a dizzy head from the heavy blow, the pain is unbearable. At this moment, the other 7 leaders finally arrived and happened to witness the scene of Yin Sibei's violent beating. "Human, who are you? Dare to stab Yin?" Moba shouted loudly. If we were to say which of the 8 leaders of the snake people hates humans the most, it would be undoubtedly Mebas and Yancy. Xiao Yu gave him a cold glance and ignored him. A faint light flashed in his hand, and a giant sword appeared. With the sword plunged into the ground. Xiao Yu coldly declared, "This sword marks the boundary. Those who cross it shall bear the consequences." The bloodthirsty and brutal Morkbaz could hardly tolerate a human's audacity before him. With a swift motion of his hands, 2 long swords materialized. Grasping the twin blades, Morkbaz prepared to charge at Xiao Yu, only to be halted by Inshur. "Wait, do not act yet," Inshur urged, his expression grave as he regarded Xiao Yu. Chapter 75. Confrontation with the 8 great leaders. The art of combat emerges. "Yanqi, how are you faring?" After restraining Morkbaz, Inshur turned his gaze to Yin Ci, inquiring. Yin Ci, having just recovered from the recent pain, replied urgently, "Forget about me. The queen is in peril. We must devise a plan swiftly." His rugged tone revealed his deep reverence for Queen Medusa. It took a moment for the other 7 to realize the purpose of their presence here. They had been momentarily captivated by Xiao Yu's prowess, which had drawn their attention. Now, with Yin Ci's reminder, they swiftly turned their eyes to the central area. There, Medusa's figure had vanished, leaving only a pile of ashes in the vacant space. The queen, although they could not see Medusa, Yin Ci's words conveyed that she had been present and apart from the young human. All that remained was the central heap of ashes. At that moment, they were utterly bewildered, unable to fathom the events that had transpired. The thought struck them simultaneously. The queen's evolution had failed, and she had been reduced to dust. This notion filled the minds of the 8 serpent folk leaders with shock, disbelief, and despair. Their pillar of strength was gone. Could it be that the heavens sought the annihilation of the serpent folk? Even the typically composed Inshur found it hard to accept such a reality. While facing the 8 leaders, Xiao Yu was also attuned to Queen Medusa. After her transformation into ashes and the cessation of her aura, he sensed the disappearance of the illusory world Thunderfire. Yet, through his soul's heightened perception, he detected an enigmatic and profound power lingering in the center. This power resembled the very essence he had been comprehending within his illusory world Thunderfire creation. The myriad transformations of the ever-changing flame could forge substances nearly akin to reality, while the true spirit lightning could imbue these transformations with genuine life. This was the most terrifying aspect of the illusory world Thunderfire, and it was what Xiao Yu had been exploring since merging the two. Previously, when the purple ghost flame serpent underwent its evolution, it too had emitted no aura, and now, the essence of creation present in the arena gave Xiao Yu a peculiar sensation. Medusa had not truly perished. She had merely reached a critical juncture in her evolution. Thus, he refrained from intervening, not only out of respect for Medusa's choice, but also because she had not entirely vanished. However, the 8 leaders lacked Xiao Yu's formidable soul strength. A single human had appeared in the serpent folk's sacred ground at such a pivotal moment in the queen's evolution. The queen's failure and demise could not be divorced from this human's presence. In this land of combat, people believed only in what they could see, dismissing the need for evidence. Consequently, the 8 leaders glared at Xiao Yu with fierce, hate-filled eyes. Xiao Yu, acutely aware of their hostile gazes, had no intention of retreating. This was the final moment of Medusa's evolution, and he could not allow them to disrupt it. Otherwise, all that he had previously accomplished would be rendered futile. Inshur's eyes glimmered like those of a venomous serpent, shedding any semblance of the amicable mediator he once was among the serpent folk. His previous calm wisdom was cast aside in favor of vengeance, even though the human before him possessed an extraordinary and terrifying strength. He resolved to make him pay for the queen's demise. With fury and ice in his voice, he commanded, "Yin Ci, come here, form a seal." At his words, the other 7 sprang into action, each assuming a position as they began to form seals with their hands. Their movements were swift, clearly intent on avoiding further discourse with Xiao Yu. There was no need for idle chatter, as they had already firmly concluded their beliefs regarding the situation. Strange green runes materialized beneath their feet, converging at the center to form a circular array. 8 serpents gathering spirit. Venomo serpent cel. With Inshur's bellow, a green light column shot into the sky from the array, and at its apex, a terrifying green void emerged, emanating an aura potent enough to rival that of an 8-star Dou Emperor. Xiao Yu now understood why these 8 Dou kings could ascend to their status as the serpent folk's 8 leaders. It was not merely due to the scarcity of Dou emperors among the serpent folk, but also because these 8 could unite their strength through formation, unleashing power far beyond their individual capabilities. Gazing at the void, Xiao Yu's expression shifted, growing increasingly serious. With his approaching 5-star Dou King strength and the terrifying foundation bestowed by the 5-Chi Thunder, he could contend with a typical Dou emperor. Yet, against a 7-star or higher Dou emperor, he could not rely solely on himself. Only with the augmentation of Source Fire Divine Thunder and the fusion of thunder and flame could he hope to emerge victorious. To prevent them from disturbing Medusa, Xiao Yu unleashed both lightning and fire. Azure silver flames and thunder transformed into wings of combat energy, erupting from his back. Golden flames enveloped him, his eyes reflecting black and white, as yin-yang thunder continuously flowed from his gaze. The gray and purple hues of the dual lightning flames stained his arms. With the emergence of 6 divine entities, Xiao Yu appeared as a deity wielding dominion over all existence, ancient, majestic, formidable, and unfathomable. Subsequently, the transparent, ever-changing flame and true spirit lightning coalesced in his hands, merging with a thunderous roar to become the illusory world Thunderfire. He directed the illusory world Thunderfire behind him, forming a protective barrier in the center of the arena. This marked the second occasion he had invoked all 8 types of Source Fire Divine Thunder, the first being in his battle against the Amethyst-Winged Lion King. Yet, that instance paled in comparison to the sheer terror he now unleashed all at once. The consumption of both his combat power and soul strength was immensely daunting. Before the godlike Xiao Yu, the 8 serpent folk leaders truly grasped the terror of the individual before them. Had he unleashed his full might earlier, NCI would likely have perished. Nevertheless, they were undeterred in their resolve to eliminate Xiao Yu, for with the queen fallen, the future of the serpent folk hung by a thread. If they failed to eradicate this human today, the repercussions would be dire. Kill! They roared in unison. As a colossal green python, stretching over 100 meters, surged forth from the void. The terrifying pressure it exerted stirred the winds around them. Upon witnessing the green python, Xiao Yu's expression grew solemn. The massive sword, previously embedded in the ground, soared into the air, gripped firmly in his hand, cloaked in gray, ashen devil flame. Resembling a sword from the depths of hell, dull, corrosive, and suffused with malevolence. In an instant, the giant python lunged down, akin to a blade unsheathed, charging toward Xiao Yu. Green energy swirling and toxic miasma billowing, its murderous intent palpable. Xiao Yu did not flinch. He activated his thunder and fire wings, soaring to meet the onslaught. As they collided, the python opened its massive maw, aiming to bite down on Xiao Yu. Clang! The clash of metal rang out, as a protective golden light flared, neutralizing the attack. Suspended before the serpent's jaws, Xiao Yu swung his sword, the blade slicing through the air. As the ashen devil flame corroded the atmosphere with a sizzling sound, the colossal sword effortlessly cleaved the serpent's head in two, its body composed of green toxic energy, rapidly corroding. Within mere seconds, the immense python vanished, leaving behind only traces of green luminescence. However, the situation was far from straightforward. Xiao Yu's gaze flickered, his eyes glowing with the brilliance of yin and yang, as he swung the giant sword behind him. Unbeknownst to him, the previously vanished giant serpent had reappeared, its enormous tail hurtling towards him with a whistling wind. Bang! The clash of the sword's tip generated a terrifying shockwave, causing the air in that vicinity to implode. Seizing the initiative, Xiao Yu relinquished his grip on the giant sword, his body crackling with flickering lightning, and instantaneously reappeared before the serpent's head, just behind its tail. Thunderbolt Flash, a low-tier profound martial skill from the esteemed collection of Medicine Sect, manifested with a speed so fierce it rendered him nearly invisible. This was one of the martial techniques he had diligently studied in the Beast Mountain range. Clenching his fist, purple lightning coiled around his arm, delivering a resounding strike to the giant serpent's head. Boom! In the 76th chapter, the mysterious old matriarchs observed. The 8 leaders of the serpent people, who sustained the grand formation, could not help but tremble at the ferocity of the giant python's assault, each spitting blood. The green giant python was a manifestation of their grand formation, directly linked to them. Any injury inflicted upon the python reverberated back to them. Previously, Xiao Yu's Dark Ember's giant sword had already inflicted varying degrees of harm upon them, and now, after receiving such a heavy blow, they found themselves unable to withstand the onslaught. Furthermore, the damage inflicted upon Xiao Yu by the python was largely absorbed by the golden aura shielding him, rendering it ineffective. The disparity in strength became glaringly apparent. Xiao Yu, having faced numerous life-and-death situations and battles, had significantly honed his battlefield acumen, combat techniques, and timing. A far cry from his initial days after departing from Wutan City. After the python was struck by the punch, it crashed to the ground. Seizing the moment, Xiao Yu summoned the purple lightning, coalescing it into the form of a spear. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds gathered overhead. Bolts of lightning descended, converging upon the purple lightning spear in Xiao Yu's hand. This extraordinary move was capable of altering the very fabric of the heavens. The explosive thunder spear. The ferocious heavenly thunder, imbued with overwhelming power, fully materialized the spear, which Xiao Yu hurled downwards with great force. The purple lightning spear, infused with boundless chaotic energy, shot forth, leaving behind a lengthy, trailing shadow, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky, directly targeting the giant python. Boom! The air crackled with electricity, and the space below hissed ominously as the horrifying force, carrying the might of the heavens, shattered the python's body, causing it to vanish entirely. Even the residual energy being instantaneously disintegrated by the rampant lightning. The grand formation maintained by the 8 serpent leaders collapsed into disarray, fragmented and shattered. The 8 leaders, overwhelmed by such immense shockwaves, spewed blood and were sent flying, collapsing to the ground. Hoo. Though the entire battle transpired in less than half a minute, Xiao Yu had expended tremendous energy to swiftly incapacitate the 8 leaders. While he was not entirely exhausted, he found himself gasping for breath. After a brief moment of rest, Xiao Yu surveyed his surroundings, his eyes flickering as if he were aware of something. Did this brat detect us? In the shadows, 4 figures observed the unfolding situation. Each of them, possessing a human form with serpentine tails, appeared aged. Their hair a striking white, exuding an aura of formidable strength, subtly hinting at their status as pinnacle fighters of the Dou Emperor realm. One of the elder matriarchs spoke, her gaze fixed on Xiao Yu's sweeping eyes, a hint of surprise evident in her demeanor. The leading matriarch declared, given his ability to overpower the 8 serpent venom seal, it is hardly surprising that he has sensed our presence. The second matriarch nodded in agreement. Indeed, this youth possesses terrifying strength. Any one of us would likely struggle to contend with him. Had the queen not informed us of this evolution, we might have already engaged him in battle. Though the queen's presence was absent, a peculiar aura lingered, one that only a few seasoned warriors like themselves could discern. Observing Xiao Yu, it was evident he had also sensed this enigmatic energy, leading him to conclude that the queen was not dead, but rather undergoing evolution, otherwise, as she had previously stated. He would have likely fled by now. They resolved to observe further, for the evolution was of utmost importance, critical to the future of their clan. Should the queen truly fall, the bloodline of Medusa would be irrevocably severed. Moreover, this youth's extraordinary talent was not to be trifled with. Should they act against him and fail to eliminate him, it would spell disaster for the serpent people. The elder matriarchs engaged in hushed conversations, clearly having kept a watchful eye on Xiao Yu since his entrance into the valley. After surveying the area, Xiao Yu withdrew the source-fired divine thunder back into his body, resuming his previous ethereal appearance. However, he left the lightning fire illusion realm 100 meters behind him, intact to prevent any disturbances. It also served to paralyze and protect him. In truth, upon entering the valley's secret location, Xiao Yu, utilizing his formidable soul as a 6th-tier alchemist, had sensed the presence of someone watching him, and the watcher's auras were not weak. Nevertheless, he felt no hostility emanating from their gazes, recognizing that this was their territory, and having a few observers was entirely reasonable. Xiao Yu was inherently bold, believing that as long as he did not provoke a Dou zone-level expert, he could traverse the serpent people's domain with ease. His flying speed had always been exceptionally swift, and after mastering martial techniques, his control over Dou Qi had significantly improved, employing the divine thunder wings. He could confidently assert that anyone below the Dou zone realm would only be left trailing in his wake. Xiao Yu planted the giant sword back into the ground, positioning himself beside it as if to guard it, ensuring no one could approach. Time slipped away gradually, and the aura of fortune in the area began to wane. Xiao Yu furrowed his brow, his heart filled with unease. The 8 leaders, having regained their ability to move, retrieved unknown pills from their storage rings and began to recuperate. Once they had healed somewhat, Inshur, trembling, rose to his feet, yet he refrained from attacking Xiao Yu again. After all, the combined forces of the 8 leaders had been unable to harm him. What chance did they have against anyone else? Human, who exactly are you? And what have you done to Her Majesty the Queen? Inshur inquired slowly, his previous bravado now diminished, clearly subdued and unwilling to provoke Xiao Yu further. Observing his recovery, Xiao Yu refrained from striking, merely stating, "Your queen is currently in a critical phase of evolution. Should you dare to intervene again, I will not hesitate to incapacitate you." Inshur fell silent, perplexed. Though the queen's aura had dissipated, why did this human appear so convinced? Unable to retaliate and uncertain of the queen's fate, he found himself in a precarious position. Moreover, he wondered why the clan elders had not intervened. If they had, they could have captured this individual and discerned the queen's condition. The journey had been utterly unimpeded. What could possibly be the reason? Where had the clan elders gone? After regaining his composure, Inshur returned to his former wisdom, perceiving the complexities of the situation. "Cease your actions and await in silence." Suddenly, a faint sound akin to stones scraping against glass reached Inshur's ears. His body trembled as he recognized it, the voice of the Grand Elder. It became evident that she and her companions had been present all along, merely refraining from intervening. Astute as he was, Inshur quickly deduced the circumstances. Their unimpeded arrival in the secret realm was likely sanctioned by the clan elders, and the intention was probably to test the human before them. A wry smile escaped him as he settled down to recuperate from his injuries. With the higher-ups having spoken, he deemed it unnecessary to involve himself any further. If issues arose, the elders would ascertain and address them. Chapter 77. Successful Evolution, Primordial Transformation. Once undisturbed, Xiao Yu quietly attuned himself to the fluctuations of the transformative energy surrounding him. As night fell, at a certain moment, that energy surged violently. From the heart of the previously tranquil valley, an unprecedented pressure assailed Xiao Yu. Caught off guard by its suddenness, he momentarily faltered, stabilizing himself only after channeling his golden flame. The 8 leaders in a state of meditation were instantly overwhelmed, collapsing to the ground, rendered immobile. The 4 old women in the shadows also felt the impact, struggling against the oppressive force. Xiao Yu readied himself, retracting the illusory thunder flame as the pressure intensified. Fortunately, the shielding effect of the thunder flame spared him from the immediate effects of such overwhelming force. "What is this?" As the terrifying pressure mounted, both the 8 leaders and the 4 old women gazed in astonishment at the center of the clearing. In the spot where Medusa had vanished, a brilliant white light suddenly emerged, radiating outward with blinding intensity. The illumination pierced the heavens, casting the surrounding area in a daylight-like glow, revealing the extraordinary strength of the source at the valley's core. Were it not for the remoteness of this desert, countless powerful beings would have surely been drawn to investigate. Xiao Yu, regaining his vision, beheld the magnificent spectacle, while the others were less fortunate, squinting against the blinding glare. After 3 breaths, the light rapidly receded, revealing a humanoid figure composed of light, materializing in the very spot where Medusa had disappeared. Alongside the formidable pressure, Xiao Yu sensed a familiar, yet strange aura. Medusa, the queen. As the radiance dimmed, the others' vision gradually returned to clarity. They beheld the luminous figure descending slowly, the light dissipating to unveil its true form. Her countenance was striking, with captivating phoenix eyes, elegantly arched brows, a refined nose, and a tempting crimson mouth, accentuated by red eyeshadow, exuding an allure that was both enchanting and regal. She wore a unique red qipao adorned with golden embellishments, a black corset beneath, a golden headdress, and her long, dark hair cascaded down her back like a silken waterfall, exposing her slender waist and a beautifully pronounced navel. Below her long, shapely legs were revealed through the slits of her dress, mysterious and irresistibly enticing, inviting exploration. The essence of her being was one of seductive arrogance and noble grace, evoking both desire and reverence, truly a sight to behold from afar, yet not to be trifled with. Gulp. Xiao Yu discreetly swallowed, his gaze drawn to her legs. Let there be no misunderstanding. His fascination was not merely with her limbs, but stemmed from astonishment at the transformation from serpentine tail to human legs. The figure before them was indeed Medusa, whose evolution through her serpentine heritage had hastened her ascension to the Dozone realm, a feat that would have otherwise required considerable time. Now, as a Dozone, Medusa had taken on a human form. The other onlookers were equally astounded. Was this truly their queen? The serpentine tail had vanished, replaced by human legs. She was now a standard of Dozone prowess. The serpent people had once again produced a Dozone powerhouse. The prospect of emerging from the desert was now within reach. The 8 leaders bore expressions of uncontainable excitement, their bodies trembling with anticipation. The four old women also shuddered, tears glistening in their eyes as they fixed their gaze on the revealed Medusa. No one understood the plight of the serpent people better than they. Having lived their lives in this desert, they yearned to lead their kin to freedom. Now, they finally glimpsed hope, the culmination of a lifetime of pursuit, and the prospect of liberation shone brightly before them. How could they not be exhilarated? Medusa approached slowly, her voice frosty as she addressed the 8 leaders. For trespassing into forbidden territory, you are each sentenced to a month of solitary confinement. During this time, without my permission, you are forbidden from leaving your respective tribes. Yet, the 8 leaders paid little heed to Medusa's cold reprimand and punishment. A month of confinement was but a fleeting moment for them. On the contrary, hearing her maintain her proud and noble demeanor filled them with excitement. Yes, my queen. Though Medusa's tone was icy, her intent was not punitive. The confinement was merely for show, aimed at Xiao Yu. Even amidst her pivotal moment of evolution, she remained acutely aware of the events unfolding outside, as if her soul had transcended her corporeal form. This punishment was simply a consequence of their offense toward Xiao Yu. Having successfully evolved, Medusa now possessed a renewed understanding of Xiao Yu's mysterious nature. Are you satisfied now? She inquired, her beautiful gaze fixed upon him. Xiao Yu, taken aback, recognized her intentions. However, having been granted the privilege of her authority over her kin, he felt a sense of pride, shrugging nonchalantly. It matters not. Do as you wish. I have no objections. Medusa nodded slightly, addressing the 8 leaders. You may leave. The 8 leaders bowed respectfully, replying, yes, my queen. They then unfurled their wings of fighting spirit and soared away from the valley. Once they had departed, Xiao Yu could not restrain his curiosity. Has your serpent bloodline successfully evolved? Medusa, looking at him with an unusual smile, nodded affirmatively. Yes, it has. Through this evolution, I have transcended the Dohuang realm and ascended to the Dozone level. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu stowed away his great sword into his spatial ring. That is splendid. It was quite perilous earlier. I thought you might not make it. It was indeed perilous. There was a moment when I believed I was doomed, Medusa replied, her gaze shifting towards the center of the valley, a flicker of trepidation evident in her eyes. Were she to relive that experience? She doubted she would muster the courage to undergo the evolution once more. The agony and danger she had faced were known only to her. To describe it as a near-death experience would not be an exaggeration. I presume you have many matters to attend to next, so I shall not intrude further, Xiao Yu remarked, his tone lightening as the ordeal reached its conclusion. Medusa gazed upon the handsome visage of Xiao Yu, her cherry-red lips parting slightly. It seems you may need to linger here for a few more days. Once I have resolved my affairs, I shall bestow upon you your reward. Xiao Yu waved his hand dismissively. The reward matters not. Just remember to accompany me to the capital of the Gamma Empire afterwards, to settle a few troublesome matters. Oh, I recall someone once declaring that should I perish, half of the reward must still be received, and anyone who dared to obstruct that would meet their demise. Why is it that such a matter seems trivial now? Medusa arched a delicate brow, a teasing smile gracing her lips as she spoke. Just moments ago, someone was exceedingly domineering. Ahem. Xiao Yu coughed lightly, rubbed his nose, and disregarded Medusa's words, saying, I shall take my leave. With that, a surge of lightning erupted beneath his feet, flickering several times before vanishing from Medusa's sight. The enchanting smile on Medusa's stunningly beautiful face lingered until Xiao Yu disappeared, slowly fading as she fell into contemplation. The illusory world Thunderfire. The Genesis. The primordial transformation bloodline. Is this truly the origin of my serpent clan? Who exactly are you? Suddenly, Medusa turned her gaze to a specific direction and spoke. Elders, please reveal yourselves. Swish, swish, swish. Four figures flickered into existence before Medusa, displaying an unprecedented reverence as they addressed her. Your Majesty. Chapter 78. The Burning Flames of Annihilation, preparing the trump card. 1 month later, in a vast desert, golden sands swirled in the air, searing heat enveloping the landscape, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Only the howling winds, laden with dust, danced chaotically in this boundless yellow realm, performing a disordered ballet, playing a cacophonous symphony that shattered the silence of the surroundings. Amidst this desolation stood a striking figure. The owner of this silhouette was a handsome young man, who at that moment was gazing into the distance, a ball of ice-blue flame flickering in his right hand, resembling a twisted, swaying block of ice. Earth-level low-grade fighting technique. Flames of annihilation. The youth's eyes glimmered as he clenched his palm, gripping the ice-blue flame tightly. which seemed to seep into his arm. His arm turned an icy blue, encased in a layer of ice, with flames leaping from its surface. He then struck his arm forcefully into the golden sands, and the terrifying chill emanating from the flames surged outward across the sandy ground. The earth cracked, horrific fissures extending for miles from beneath the youth's feet, from which gouts of flame identical to those on his arm erupted. In an instant, the chilling air exploded forth, transforming the surroundings into a frigid domain, where even the warmth of a breath would crystallize into frost. Strangely, within those fissures lay a searing heat capable of melting even dark iron. A careless misstep could lead to incineration. It was likely that an ordinary Do Huang would be reduced to ash if they found themselves in such a perilous environment. Finally, I have mastered it. This earth-level fighting technique is truly remarkable. After just half a month's practice, I have achieved considerable offensive power. If I were to combine this move with the world created by the illusory world Thunderfire and draw my enemies into it, a realm of ice and fire, how marvelous. The youth chuckled to himself at the thought. This individual was none other than Xiao Yu. Throughout this month, he had not departed the desert, but instead immersed himself in the study of fighting techniques. After spending a month in the Monster Mountain range learning numerous profound techniques, he encountered Queen Medusa and followed her to the desert. Once Queen Medusa had successfully evolved, Xiao Yu returned to the desolate southern region of the desert with the reward she had previously promised. He began his training there, leveraging the foundation he had built from studying profound techniques, and in just over half a month's time, he mastered the low-grade, earth-level fighting technique collected by the esteemed predecessor, Fei Huang. The results were gratifying, with immense power, making it a substantial area of effect skill. Moreover, during this period, he broke through to the 5-star Do Huang, and utilizing various medicinal herbs and treasures selected from the Serpent Clan's treasury, he forcefully advanced to a 6-star Do Huang. At the time of selection, the elder serpent guarding him was visibly pained, his eyes wide as if he wished to devour Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu did not hold back, choosing only the most precious items, and it was no surprise that the elder serpent felt distressed watching their clan's treasures being taken away. However, Medusa had already stated that Xiao Yu could choose freely. Satisfied with his accomplishments, Xiao Yu retracted the ice fire, the flames within the fissures beginning to extinguish, though the terrifying chill surrounding him would take some time to dissipate. Brushing the sand from his hands, Xiao Yu recalled another fighting technique he had been training over the past month. This technique was extraordinarily fearsome, a creation born from his fusion of the essence of obliteration and an improved advanced profound technique. Its power eclipsed any fusion of thunder and fire. He had only executed it once before, and the cataclysmic scene had shattered the illusory world Thunderfire, wreaking havoc across a 100-mile radius. Xiao Yu intended to keep this technique as a trump card, using it only when absolutely necessary. After all, if not unleashed in the desert, the destruction it could cause was unimaginable. His illusory world Thunderfire could not withstand such a terrifying assault. Quite formidable. Had I faced this in my previous state, I might have suffered greatly. A melodious and enchanting voice reached Xiao Yu from behind, as if he had anticipated her arrival. He nodded upon hearing the voice. The earth-level low-grade fighting technique indeed possesses remarkable power, yet my strength has yet to fully harness its potential. Otherwise, even you would likely sustain injuries. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the space behind Xiao Yu, and a stunning red figure gradually materialized from the waves. The ability to manipulate spatial forces belonged only to those above the Do Zone realm, and the sudden appearance of this individual indicated a presence of such caliber. Queen Medusa approached Xiao Yu, casting a sidelong glance at him, and remarked, "With your Do Huang level, your combat strength could rival that of Do Huang, and yet you remain unsatisfied? Such an astonishing fact, if disclosed to the old-timers in the Gamma Empire capital, would surely leave them agape." Xiao Yu shook his head with a wry smile. "It is not a matter of dissatisfaction, but rather that the enemies I must face are too formidable. With my current power, I fear I cannot cope." Upon hearing this, Medusa inquired, "Is this the reason you seek my assistance?" Xiao Yu nodded. Medusa raised an eyebrow. "With your strength, you could dominate in the Gamma Empire capital. Who, pray tell, could pose a threat to you?" "The Yunlan sect." Xiao Yu replied softly, yet the weight upon his heart was not merely the Yunlan sect, but rather those who supported them from the shadows. Upon learning that the source of Xiao Yu's distress was the Yunlan sect, Medusa appeared puzzled, to my knowledge. Aside from the sect leader Yun Yun and the reclusive former leader Yun Shan, there are no other Do Huang experts. With your strength, you ought to be more than a match. Moreover, considering your life-saving grace towards Yun Yun, I find it difficult to comprehend how you could have made an enemy of Yunlan sect. Xiao Yu cast a surprised glance at Medusa and inquired, How do you know that I saved Yunyan? Medusa replied, you wouldn't believe that I was unfamiliar with the Do Huang from the Warcraft Mountains, would you? Indeed. Although Yun Yun concealed her identity while accompanying Gu He and the others to the desert, Medusa, having inflicted such severe wounds upon her, must have seen her true form. Gazing at the clear, azure sky, Xiao Yu slowly spoke, I bear no animosity towards the Yunlan sect, but that may change in a month's time. Due to certain circumstances, I might find myself at odds with the Yunlan sect. If they truly possess only Do Huang, then I would not have sought your assistance. Medusa, somewhat taken aback, asked, does the Yunlan sect have Do Zone experts? Xiao Yu nodded, yes, Yinshan should have advanced the Do Zone by now. And there is more than one Do Zone atop Yunlan Mountain. The former leader of the Yunlan sect, whom Medusa had encountered, had also unexpectedly ascended to Do Zone. Moreover, it was astonishing that the Yunlan sect had another Do Zone expert. It was unclear how this individual had acquired such information, yet there was no reason for him to deceive himself. Frowning slightly, Medusa spoke solemnly. To provoke two Do Zone experts at once is hardly a wise course of action. Xiao Yu was well aware of this, especially since one of them belonged to a peak power on the Douqi Continent. However, there was no alternative. Had Xiao Yu been ungrateful and treacherous, he would not find himself in such a predicament. Unfortunately, he was not. Thus, he could only helplessly state, I am fully aware. Yet I have my reasons for proceeding as such. Then, looking at Medusa with earnestness, he added, therefore, you must contemplate carefully, should you accompany me. The risk of perishing is considerable. Medusa was taken aback. She had not anticipated Xiao Yu would voice such sentiments at this juncture. Chapter 79. Return to the Imperial Capital. Gathering. If she were to refuse him, would he not face the two Do Zone experts alone? She wondered what courage he possessed, or if he had some formidable trump card yet to be revealed. Since I have agreed to accompany you, I shall not retract my words. Furthermore, I do not foresee any danger to my life. If I truly encountered peril, those two Do Zone would not be able to detain me. Medusa concluded with a hint of indifference before turning and walking away through the air. Watching her breathtaking figure vanish, Xiao Yu smiled. Medusa, the familiar queen, remained as unyielding as ever. Subsequently, Xiao Yu unfurled his wings of Douqi and soared into the sky, departing from the location in a series of flashes. The sky was left with only traces of residual Douqi. After agreeing on a time with Medusa, Xiao Yu departed from the Tagore Desert, flying towards the imperial capital. All preparations were made. The rest was left to fate. He could only hope that the mysterious guardian would not make an appearance. Upon reaching the imperial capital, Xiao Yu reverted to his previous middle-aged appearance and donned the badge of a 6th-grade alchemist upon his white robe. Entering the city, he indeed faced no obstacles. The soldiers, upon seeing the alchemist badge on his chest, treated him with the utmost respect, and he was exempt from paying any entrance tax. Though he held no particular preferences, this treatment afforded him a small measure of enjoyment. Returning to the previous inn, he rented a room once more, the same as before. After all, this was the room where Xiao Yu had spent the most time in the imperial capital. He was rather sentimental. The following days passed without incident, and Xiao Yu resumed his routine life, dedicating his time to either training or perusing medicinal texts, which proved fulfilling. However, someone sought him out, for upon his return, he had not concealed his presence. Over the past few days, news of the newly promoted 6th-grade alchemist had undoubtedly spread among various factions. Knock, knock. Hearing a knock at the door, Xiao Yu set aside the book he was reading and called out, come in. Creak. The door opened with a crisp sound, and a middle-aged man clad in luxurious black and white attire entered. With long hair and an anchor-like beard, he projected an air of maturity and authority. He embodied the typical image of a handsome middle-aged gentleman, albeit falling short compared to Xiao Yu's transformed appearance. Elder Zhou, long time no see. The man greeted with a smile and a cupped fist salute upon entering. Recognizing the visitor, Xiao Yu identified him as the head of the Nalan family, Nalan Su, whom he had encountered during the 6th-grade alchemist assessment. Ah, it is the clan leader of the Nalan family. It has indeed been a while. Please take a seat. Xiao Yu said cordially with a smile. Nalan Suriplaiv, no need. I have come to invite Elder Zhou to a gathering. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu inquired, a gathering? Might there be some joyous occasion at your residence? At this mention, Nalan Su's face brightened, and he joyfully replied, indeed. My father had previously fallen victim to a severe poison, one that even Elder Gu he could not cure. Initially, we intended to request your assistance, but your sudden departure left us unaware of your whereabouts. Recently, however, we found a young alchemist possessing extraordinary fire, and it was through his efforts that my father was liberated from years of torment by the poison. Thus, Our family wishes to host a gathering this evening to celebrate, and we hope Elder Zhou will grace us with your presence." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu quickly deduced the identity of the young alchemist. He couldn't help but marvel. Truly, it was that individual. Earlier, he had remarked that this world lacked any corrective power. Perhaps it was not so for others, but for Xiao Yin, the destined protagonist, it seemed exceptionally favorable. Unintentionally, he had thrown the plot into disarray, yet the young man had smoothly acquired the extraordinary fire, as if a guiding hand controlled the entire narrative. "I apologize. I have some matters to attend to and may not be able to attend in person." Xiao Yu gently shook his head, declining Nalan Su's invitation. Nalan Su paused momentarily, then smiled. "No worries. Since Elder Zhou has matters to attend to, those take precedence." Indeed, as the head of a prominent family, he remained unflappable, displaying neither joy nor anger. With such a gracious refusal, he maintained a welcoming demeanor. Xiao Yu nodded and said, "I do have affairs to tend to, but my disciple has been quite free lately. Perhaps he could attend in my stead to offer congratulations, if that would be permissible?" At this suggestion, Nalan Su's eyes lit up, and he immediately responded, "Of course. Elder Zhou's esteemed disciple must be a talented young man. If he can visit our Nalan family, we shall surely extend a warm welcome. In that case, I shall inform him shortly." It must be said that a sixth-grade alchemist in the Jiama Empire was indeed a sought-after commodity, holding a prestigious status. Even Nalan Su, the clan leader, felt the need to flatter him. Although Xiao Yu's purpose had not been fulfilled, the outcome left Nalan Su quite satisfied as he nodded and cupped his fists. "Then I shall not disturb Elder Zhou further. I must extend invitations to others as well." "Do not mention it, clan leader Nalan. Allow me to see you off," Xiao Yu said with a smile. "No need for such trouble. Farewell," Nalan Su replied, without waiting for Xiao Yu to rise. Leaving the room and closing the door behind him, Xiao Yu rubbed his fingers together and resumed his reading. Why did he wish to attend the celebratory banquet hosted by the Nalan family? It was merely to see how that lad Xiao Yin was faring. Having unintentionally altered so many predetermined events, he was uncertain of Xiao Yan's current prowess compared to his original strength in the story. After all, he was his cousin, and if he were to lose at the 3-year agreement, it would be an immense embarrassment. As evening descended, Xiao Yu set aside his book, removed the myriad transformations of the flame, and donned his previous alchemist robes before stepping out to the Nalan residence. Walking boldly out of the tavern, Xiao Yu was unperturbed by the possibility of being recognized. With his formidable spiritual perception, no one in the capital of Gama could place spies beneath his very nose, and they would not dare to offend a 6th-tier alchemist lightly. After traversing numerous streets, Xiao Yu halted before a grand estate, its plaque boldly inscribed with the Nalan family name. The sky was dimming, yet the Nalan residence blazed with light, indicating that the banquet was well underway. Xiao Yu approached, and a welcoming maid gracefully walked to him, respectfully inquiring, "May I ask which young master you are?" Xiao Yu smiled and replied, "My teacher's surname is Zhou." The maid blushed slightly, taken by the young man's handsome visage and gentle smile. Unlike the haughty, noble scions she was accustomed to, he had bestowed upon her such an amiable demeanor. "Please, this way, young master." It was evident that Nalan Su had briefed the maids about the esteemed guest's arrival, and the maid ushered Xiao Yu inside. Following her through several winding paths, they finally arrived at the spacious hall of the Nalan family. "You may enter, young master. I must return to attend to other guests," the maid bowed. Xiao Yu nodded with a smile. "Thank you." The maid, seemingly charmed by his warm demeanor, smiled back. Her cheeks flushed and said, "There's no need for such formalities. I take my leave." She bowed again, then retreated swiftly. Xiao Yu shook his head, lamenting, the wickedness of the nobility. He then turned his gaze towards the brightly lit hall, where the sounds of music and laughter mingled harmoniously. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yu stepped inside. The hall was bustling with activity, with musicians performing, which explained the delightful melodies that had reached his ears. The spacious room was filled with many young people engaged in animated conversations, forming their own circles. As Xiao Yu surveyed the scene, he recognized several familiar faces from his previous celebration. The little princess, Lu Ling, Nalan Yanran, and various scions from powerful families, including Yafei. Observing the enchanting woman who navigated the crowd with effortless charm, her face adorned with a captivating smile, Xiao Yu chuckled softly. This woman had truly honed her social skills. He then began to search for his target, and after a thorough scan, he finally spotted him seated in a corner. The young man wore a mask and a black alchemist robe, with a 2nd-tier badge displayed prominently on his chest. Beside him sat a squinting elder clad in the attire of the Miter family, occasionally engaging him in conversation. The familiar silhouette lacked the youthful innocence of yore. now matured significantly, likely due to the experiences he had encountered since leaving Wutan City. As a young man of exceptional poise and striking features, Xiao Yu attracted many admiring glances upon his entrance. The perceptive women in attendance quickly noted this attention. Following their gaze, one alluring woman spotted a figure standing at the entrance, a man clad in white, exuding an aura of elegance. He was as radiant as the sun and moon, as graceful as a jade tree swaying in the breeze, as serene as the gentle waves among the pines, and as brilliant as lightning beneath the rocks. No wonder he captured the attention of others immediately. He was indeed a striking gentleman. Upon recognizing him, the enchanting woman's fox-like eyes sparkled with delight, and a look of surprise graced her exquisite features. After whispering something to those nearby, she gracefully approached. "You brother, what brings you here?" Hearing her melodious voice, Xiao Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, "Naturally, I was invited." The alluring woman stepped closer, linking her arm with his, her smile captivating as she teased. "You rascal, you vanished for so long. Have you forgotten about your elder sister?" Xiao Yu felt a tad flustered by her boldness. Yet having interacted with numerous remarkable women recently, he quickly regained his composure. He chuckled, "Sister Yafei, I had pressing matters to attend to. Moreover, judging by your demeanor, you hardly seem heartbroken. Do you wish for me to act as though you were cast aside?" Yafei covered her mouth with a laugh, her eyes sparkling as they roamed over the long-absent young man, playfully teasing him. Familiar with her banter, Xiao Yu retorted, "And yet you claim I forgot you? Making me appear as a heartless rogue. Is that not slander?" Yafei shot him a mock reproachful glance before tugging him further inside. "Come now, let us venture in. I shall introduce you to the aristocrats of the Gama Empire and expand your network." Xiao Yu shook his head. "I do not relish such boisterous gatherings. I would prefer to find a quiet spot." Yafei felt a touch of exasperation towards her brother, while he had his merits. He was notably averse to mingling with strangers. Fortunate for her, she had grown close to him back in Wutan City. Otherwise, she too might have faced a similar treatment. "Very well, I shall not press you, but you must at least meet the family's elder. He is quite eager to see what kind of young talent Zhou Laosher's disciple is." Xiao Yu shook his head once more, stating, "I have come merely to sit and fulfill my teacher's request." Upon hearing this, Yafei grasped his arm, gently shaking it as she pleaded sweetly, "Please, for Sister S' sake, just meet him." Her alluring demeanor, coupled with this petite display of vulnerability, was an overwhelming visual assault, leaving Xiao Yu momentarily at a loss. "Fine, I shall meet him," he conceded. With Xiao Yu's agreement, the playful facade of Yafei vanished, replaced with an expression of pure joy as she eagerly led him onward. The young attendees regarded Xiao Yu with great curiosity, pondering his identity and what status allowed him such intimate treatment from the now renowned Yafei in the holy city of Gama. Many eyes were drawn to the pair, for during this time, thanks to presiding over the auction of 6-tier elixirs, Yafei had established a formidable reputation and had become the supervising elder of the Mitre auction house, wielding considerable power. With her beauty and influence, it was no surprise that she garnered significant attention, as many sought to form connections with her, recognizing the numerous advantages such an association would bring. However, they were well aware that although Yafei appeared warm and exceptionally charming on the surface, she was not one to be trifled with. While it was easy to maintain a casual friendship, advancing further was exceedingly challenging. It was as though she possessed an inherent resistance towards men. Over the years, she had turned down countless suitors, and this time was no exception, as wave after wave of admirers faced her unrelenting rejection. Now, she was intimately linked arm in arm with an unknown man, a sight never before witnessed. Navigating through the crowd, Yafei pointed out an elderly gentleman seated nearby, declaring, "That man is the spokesperson of our Mitre family, Mitre Tingshan." Xiao Yu nodded, having spotted the squint-eyed elder upon entering. He had indeed seen him before. As they approached, Mitre Tingshan also noticed Yafei and Xiao Yu. Observing their close demeanor, he quickly deduced Xiao Yu's identity and, with a beaming smile, rose to his feet, exclaiming, "This must be Elder Zhou's esteemed disciple, Xiao Yu, whom Yafei often speaks of, truly a remarkable young talent." With the compliment laid before him, Xiao Yu naturally reciprocated with courtesy, clasping his hands together and humbly replying, "I am but an unknown lad, undeserving of such praise from the esteemed elder." Just as the two were engaged in conversation, the masked young man seated nearby subtly trembled, his eyes sparkling with surprise as he gazed at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, too, noticed his reaction and, after exchanging pleasantries with Mitre Tingshan, took a seat beside the young man. "It has been a long time," Xiao Yu smiled warmly, slowly articulating his words. The young man instantly understood his meaning and, breaking into a rare smile, replied, "Indeed, it has been a while." Yufei watched the two engage in their cryptic banter, finding it quite amusing. Mitre Tingshan, taken aback, inquired, "Do Xiao Yu and Yin Xiao know each other?" "Well, one could say we are quite good friends. Wouldn't you agree, Yin Xiao?" Xiao Yu answered with a smile. The two were indeed cousins. And given that he was currently concealing his identity while assisting Yin Xiao with the poison, Xiao Yu had no intention of revealing it. Yin Xiao nodded in agreement, smiling as well. Mitre Tingshan was astonished. He had never witnessed such camaraderie from Yin Xiao in his presence before. Earlier, he had even speculated that Yin Xiao might also be a disciple of Elder Zhou, but given the current circumstances, that seemed unlikely. As they were enjoying their conversation, not far away, Nayland Su stood behind a white-haired elder. The elder's countenance was formidable, with a scar across his right eye that accentuated his menacing aura. This man was none other than Nayland's patriarch, Nayland Jie, who happened to be Nayland Yinran's grandfather. "Yinran, do you know who that person is?" Nayland inquired, casting a glance at the jovial Xiao Yu as he posed a question to Nayland Yinran. He held Yin Xiao, the young man's lifesaver, in high regard, believing that his future was boundless, and had long sought to cultivate a friendship with him. Unfortunately, Yin Xiao seemed rather aloof. Initially, Nayland thought it was due to their age difference, resulting in a lack of common ground. Thus, he had instructed his granddaughter to forge a closer bond with him, but the effects were minimal. Had it not been for his insistence, Yin Xiao might have departed long ago and would not have remained here, engaging in brief exchanges with Yufei from time to time. This greatly vexed him, for the individual he endeavored to befriend had been intercepted by the Mitre family. He also lamented his granddaughter's lack of ambition. After becoming the young master of the Yinlan sect, she had grown rather arrogant, even going behind his back to withdraw her engagement with the Xiao family. This not only tarnished the Xiao family's reputation, but also brought disgrace upon him as their grandfather. Yet, what could he do when he had only one granddaughter? And considering Yin Zhao's attitude towards that young lady, even Yufei had never received such favorable treatment. Curiosity piqued. Nayland Jie wondered who could elicit such warmth from the typically indifferent Yin Xiao. Nayland Yinran, intrigued as well, cast a glance at the scene. She had also noticed Yufei's demeanor towards the young man. Furthermore, news of Yufei's sudden rise to prominence in managing the Mitre auction house had spread among various factions. While only a select few understood the reasons for Yufei's ascent, such as those who attended the celebration banquet for the sixth-grade alchemist, they could roughly deduce the young man's identity. Due to his affliction, Nayland Jie had been unable to attend that banquet, so it was natural he remained unaware of the truth. Contemplating, Nayland Yinran remarked, he should be the recently emerged sixth-grade alchemist, Elder Zhou's disciple. It is said that he is acquainted with Yufei, which is why he has garnered Elder Zhou's support to auction sixth-grade elixirs and has assumed the position of supervisor elder at the Mitre auction house. Nalan su interjectif. It must be him. Today, I personally extended an invitation to Elder Zhou, but he declined, insisting his disciple attend in his stead. Nayland Jie stroked his beard, nodding. I see, a disciple of a sixth-grade alchemist must indeed be an extraordinary talent. Then, with a hint of irritation, he muttered, why does that old fool Tingshan get all the good fortune? How shameless to use beauty as a scheme to entice two exceptional talents. It is truly disgraceful. Alas, if both of them were to be snatched away by the Mitre family, it would be a great loss indeed. Finally, Nayland Jie sighed with a headache. Nalan su, obediading. Jested, if they can employ beauty as a tactic, so can we. Our Nayland family has a great beauty as well, don't we? Father, what nonsense are you spouting? Nayland Yinran shot a fierce glare at her father, her tone filled with indignation. Nayland Jie merely scoffed. Humph, that girl? I think it would be best to forget it. Has Yin Xiao ever shown her even a hint of favor? We wouldn't want to chase him away even faster. Father, grandfather, what absurdities are you both uttering? Speak any more recklessly, and I shall not be polite. Nayland Yinran, feeling humiliated by their old-fashioned banter, furrowed her brows and raised her delicate hand, as if intending to pluck Nayland Jie's lengthy beard. Cough, cough, cough. Elsewhere, a cluster of young individuals gathered closely, resembling planets orbiting a star, surrounding a man and a woman at the center. The young man was Lu Ling, a disciple of Gu He, while the girl was the little princess of the Jamadi Empire, Yao Yu. Lu Ling, who was that person? How could Miss Yufei treat him so? A sycophantic young man, filled with jealousy, asked, casting a sour glance toward Xiao Yu. Fanning himself, Lu Ling smiled and replied, that person is likely the newly appointed sixth-grade alchemist, an honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild, and Elder Zhou's disciple. Only he could earn such treatment from Yufei, the disciple of a sixth-grade alchemist? The sycophantic young man was astounded, realizing that the handsome young man was not only charming, but also possessed an intimidating background. Isn't that similar to Lu Ling? Upon hearing this, Lu Ling smiled gently while shaking her head, her disdain barely concealed. Her mentor had long since ascended to the realm of six-star alchemists and was the chief elder of the Yunlan sect. How can newly minted six-star alchemist possibly compare? Moreover, her alchemical skills were only rivaled by Yin Xiao among the younger generation of the Jiama Empire, a fact she was loath to acknowledge. As for Xiao Yu, an inconspicuous individual, how could he stand on the same pedestal? Beside her, the little princess took a delicate sip of red wine, swirling it in the glass, her thumb grazing the rim, and she cast a lazy, mysterious glance at Xiao Yu, lightly chuckling, perhaps something intriguing will transpire tonight. What do you mean? Lu Ling inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. The little princess, however, chose not to elaborate, downing her wine with a smile. Just watch. I assure you it will be spectacular. As time passed, a chestnut-red steed galloped down the street in front of the Nalan residence, coming to a halt. A young man clad in azure, exuding a fierce aura with sharp eyes, leaped off the horse and strode directly into the Nalan estate. Seeing that the time was ripe, Xiao Yu decided to take his leave. He had accomplished his purpose for the day, having met Xiao Yan, who, it must be said, truly embodied the protagonist of destiny. Even with the butterfly effect he had wrought, disrupting the storyline, Xiao Yan had still managed to attain the strength depicted in the original text, and even surpassed it. Just moments ago, under Xiao Yu's scrutiny, Xiao Yan's power had astonishingly exceeded the expected level for this point in time, reaching 8-star Douqi. This was beyond his expectations. Evidently, regardless of how circumstances shifted, this fellow would not be deprived of his fortuitous encounters. If he were to lack them, his formidable fate would ensure he stumbled upon other opportunities. This revelation brought a sense of relief to Xiao Yu. After all, he harbored no desire for Xiao Yan's strength to diminish due to his own interference. Should that occur, years down the line, when the Soul Emperor ascended to Douqi, the absence of the Flame Emperor to counter him would spell chaos. He still hoped to leverage Xiao Yan to open a dimensional passage, releasing source energy to elevate himself to Douqi, and then ascend to higher realms in pursuit of the truth of his transmigration. Although his rate of advancement was remarkable, he could not guarantee that he would attain Douqi status within a decade or so. Since Xiao Yan began practicing the burning technique, he had laid the groundwork for inheriting the legacy of the Tua, Shi ancient emperor. Being his cousin, would it be right for Xiao Yu to usurp his techniques? Not only would Xiao Yu never entertain such thoughts, but even if he did, he would have to contend with Yao Lao, who would not naively allow him to gain any advantage over Xiao Yan, who was backed by a spirit capable of rivaling Dozone. Thus, considering both sentiment and reason, the most prudent course of action was to allow Xiao Yan to become an emperor first. Then, leveraging the Xiao family's bloodline, he could secure some benefits and absorb the source energy to elevate to Douqi, ultimately soaring into the vast world beyond. Chapter 82. Mujan severely injured. The leaders of the Middle Vine Mountain and other factions had retreated indoors to converse. This gathering was hardly suitable for these old-timers and was better left to the youth. Apologies, Yin Xiao, Ye Fei, but I must take my leave. There are still matters requiring my attention, Xiao Yu announced as he stood up, preparing to depart. Xiao Yin clearly shared his disdain for such gatherings, were it not for Nalanjia's excessive hospitality and the fact that his belongings were yet to be retrieved. He would not have entered, had it not been for his interactions with Ye Fei in Wutan City and his connection with Elder Hai and the Middle family. He might have chosen to hide in a corner until the soiree concluded. To his surprise, he encountered his cousin here. Since his cousin was leaving, there was no need for him to linger any longer. I'll accompany you. This place is rather dull, and it's been ages since we last met. We can catch up on the way, Xiao Yin said with a smile, rising to his feet. Xiao Yu had no objections and nodded in agreement. Seeing both of them preparing to leave, Ye Fei feigned a pout. What about me? Are you two planning to abandon me here? Xiao Yan, his eyes gleaming with a rare light behind his mask, chuckled. Miss Ye Fei, I suspect it is not me you wish to keep here. Perhaps, brother, you should stay behind to keep you company, and we can reconvene another day. This was a rare opportunity to tease his cousin, and he was not about to let it slip away, recalling how often his cousin had jested about his relationship with Sun Er. Upon hearing this, Ye Fei maintained her composure, but gazed at Xiao Yu with a bright smile. Xiao Yu could only express a resigned look. What was owed must be repaid. He had never anticipated that he would become the subject of such playful banter after previously teasing Xiao Yin and Sun Er. Since Miss Ye Fei finds it dull, you may join us in leaving. When Elder Vine Mountain inquires, just say, I escorted you out. I doubt he will object, Xiao Yu suggested. Ye Fei had been waiting for this invitation, and with a gleeful smile, She stood up, linking her arms with Xiao Yu, her alluring figure pressing against him. "You said it." Xiao Yu could only nod helplessly, then turned to Xiao Yin. "Let's find a quiet place to gather and discuss recent events." As they made their way towards the exit, Xiao Yu suddenly sensed a surge of murderous intent and expanded his formidable spiritual perception. The source of this hostility was a figure at the entrance. Before anyone could react, that person unleashed their Douqi and charged toward Xiao Yu, throwing a punch aimed at his face. However, such an attack was painfully slow in the presence of Xiao Yu, now a 6-star Douwang. To prevent any collateral damage to Ye Fei, he instinctively embraced her, shielding her behind him. With a swift motion of his arm, he deflected the punch, imbued with green Douqi. The position of his arm remained, a mere phantom left in the wake of his speed. Boom! The violent clash of Douqi erupted, sending powerful shockwaves that shattered nearby chairs to smithereens. The commotion stirred everyone in the vicinity. Lu Ling and the others were momentarily stunned, then gazed in astonishment at the assailant, their expressions shifting to disbelief. How could it be him? Then, recalling something, they glanced at the little princess, chuckling softly. "No wonder you hinted at something interesting happening tonight. Indeed, it is quite fascinating." The little princess merely swirled her wine, smiling silently as she observed the unfolding spectacle. Such a ferocious attack would have felled any ordinary dosher, potentially even resulting in death on the spot. Xiao Yu's gaze turned icy. While he preferred to avoid conflict and had no desire to take a life, the assailant's palpable intent to kill and their unreasonable ambush ignited a fire within him. Ye Fei, initially taken aback by Xiao Yu's sudden embrace, felt her cheeks flush. After all, it was her first experience being held in such a manner. However, upon recognizing the identity of the assailant and recalling the recent danger, she realized that had it not been for Xiao Yu's extraordinary strength, she could have met a tragic fate. A sudden wave of fear washed over him, swiftly followed by a surge of anger that flushed his cheeks a deep crimson. His full, alluring chest heaved violently as he shouted in a furious tone, "Muzhan! That lunatic!" Behind him, Xiao Yin clenched his fist, startled by the sudden assault. Observing the robust youth before him, Xiao Yu gleaned from Ye Fei's words the identity of the intruder, the prodigy of the Mu family, Muzhan. Yet, witnessing his own swift and ruthless attack being effortlessly countered, Muzhan's years of military experience hinted at the extraordinary capabilities of his opponent, causing his pupils to constrict slightly. Upon hearing Ye Fei's exclamation, Muzhan seemed to disregard Xiao Yu entirely. A sinister smile crept across his fierce visage as he spoke. "Ye Fei, it has been a long time." Bang! Another deafening crash echoed through the air, and before Muzhan could finish his sentence, he was sent flying, crashing against the solid wall of the Nalan family's grand hall. Xiao Yu possessed no patience for idle chatter with someone who dared to ambush him with such lethal intent. With a surge of strength, he hurled Muzhan away with terrifying force. As the dust settled, Muzhan lay in a disheveled heap, his garments tattered, blood pouring from his mouth, and his arm grotesquely twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. Xiao Yin, the first to react, gazed at his cousin with astonishment. Although the man had been shameless, his strength was commendable. Had he faced Muzhan, victory would not have come so easily. However, with a mere flick of his cousin's wrist, Muzhan had been grievously injured. It seemed that the teacher's perception had not been mistaken during the rite of passage. Xiao Yu had already attained a rank of fighter master. Given the nearly 2 years since then, his strength had likely escalated far beyond Xiao Yan's own. If he were to confront his cousin, he might not fall as swiftly, yet the outcome would hardly be more favorable than Muzhan's. The onlookers were left in a state of shock. This was a member of the Mu family, the son of the family head, Mu Chun, and a contender for the future leadership of the esteemed Mu clan. Muzhan's notoriety in the imperial capital stemmed not only from his ruthless methods, but also from his formidable prowess among his peers. Now, this young man had been reduced to such a pitiful state. Did he not fear the Mu family's retribution? Lu Ling and the little princess exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their understanding of Muzhan's capabilities. It was astonishing that a youth of comparable age could so easily render him in such a wretched condition. Such strength, combined with the skills of an alchemist? Lu Ling felt a twinge of discomfort. While he prided himself on being unmatched among the younger generation of the Gamma Empire regarding alchemy, he acknowledged that in terms of combat prowess, he fell short of Muzhan. As a disciple of a 6th-tier alchemist, while his alchemical skills might rival Xiao Yu's, his combat capabilities paled in comparison, especially given Xiao Yu's overwhelming strength. The little princess gazed curiously at the seemingly indifferent young man, her lips unconsciously murmuring, "What a terrifying individual." "Xiao Yu, Yafei's sensuous red lips parted as she stared at Xiao Yu, momentarily at a loss for words. Xiao Yu, surveying the pitiful state of Mu Zhan, shook his head and replied coolly, "If he seeks vengeance, let him find my teacher." With that, he took Yafei by the hand and exited the hall. Xiao Yin glanced back at the unconscious Mu Zhan, shaking his head slightly. Of all the people to provoke, why choose his cousin? He followed suit, harboring no sympathy for such a character. After the trio departed, the older generation emerged from within. The events had transpired so swiftly that the younger attendees were still in shock. What had transpired? As the host, Nayland Jie was determined to ascertain the situation. Given the commotion that had just unfolded, scanning the room, he soon spotted the severely injured and unconscious Mu Zhan, his expression a mix of bewilderment and disbelief. How had such a person suddenly appeared in his hall? Now Mu Zhan's face was grimy, his clothing in tatters, and his right hand grotesquely twisted and broken. In such a state, Nayland Jie hardly recognized him. However, his seasoned experience allowed him to discern that this individual had been severely beaten by someone else. Furious at the audacity of an attack during his celebratory banquet, Nayland Jie bellowed, "Who did this? And who is this person?" The elders following Nayland Jie were equally astonished. Who dared to cause trouble within the Nayland family? Yet, none spoke up, for it was not their place to intervene. At that moment, Nayland Yinran stepped forward from the shadows, casting a complex glance at Mu Zhan before addressing her grandfather. "Grandfather, this person is Mu Zhan. The one who has injured him is a disciple of Elder Zhou." Having witnessed the altercation, she had intended to intervene. But Elder Zhou's disciple had struck Mu Zhan with a single blow, leaving her no time to react. The ease with which Mu Zhan had been incapacitated suggested that Elder Zhou's disciple was undoubtedly a great fighter, and not a low-ranking one at that. Had she faced him, she would likely have suffered a similar fate. This individual was truly formidable. Upon hearing the name Mu Zhan, Nayland Jie was taken aback. He swiftly moved to the wall, brushing aside the blood-soaked hair from Mu Zhan's face. Upon closer inspection, he indeed recognized the young scion of the Mu family. He promptly retrieved a medicinal pill from his storage ring and administered it to stabilize Mu Zhan's condition. "Xiao Yu did this?" Miter Tingshan exclaimed, taken aback, then glanced at the spot where the confrontation had occurred, now devoid of any presence. Yafei was nowhere to be seen. A glimmer of understanding flickered in his narrowed eyes. He had pieced together the sequence of events. It was likely that Mu Zhan had attacked Xiao Yu out of jealousy upon seeing him in close proximity to Yafei, only to encounter an insurmountable obstacle, resulting in his grievous injuries. Through Nayland Yinran's recounting, the elders soon grasped the situation, their astonishment directed at the strength of Elder Zhou's disciple. While privately relishing the misfortune that had befallen the Mu family, Mu Zhan had initiated the attack only to be injured in return. The assailant was backed by a 6th-tier alchemist, a loss that the Mu family would have to swallow. Seeking revenge was futile. A 6th-tier alchemist posed no threat to the Mu family, and as for reasoning, the Mu family had none to stand on. Chapter 83. Casual Conversations. The moonlight reflects on the river, unveiling hearts. After the three emerged, they casually found a pavilion to rest. Yafei gazed at Xiao Yu with concern. Today, he had inflicted such harm upon Mu Zhan. Although he had the backing of a 6th-tier alchemist, and the Mu family could not retaliate, he had nonetheless provoked their ire. As a merchant, her instinct was to avoid conflict whenever possible, especially with a powerful family like the Mu clan. Xiao Yu's actions had led to Mu Zhan's current state, and Yafei couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt. Now, she pondered how to quell the matter. In contrast, Xiao Yu had never regarded the Mu family with any concern. His current challenges were far beyond the trivialities of the Mu clan. After all, one could hardly fear the itch of a multitude of lice. "Xiaoyan, how has life been since we left Wutan City? You seem to have endured quite a bit," Xiao Yu remarked, leaning against a pillar while regarding Xiao Yin with a sidelong glance. Xiao Yin gazed at his cousin with a smile. "Enduring hardship is indeed inevitable. Compared to me, brother, you has undoubtedly faced even greater trials." "Who said that? I live quite comfortably," came the light-hearted reply. "Hey, I too am doing well." The two conversed animatedly, entirely unperturbed by Yafei's presence, sharing tales of their experiences while deliberately highlighting their fortunes, completely neglecting the tribulations they had endured. Observing the carefree demeanor of the two brothers, Yafei realized that her worries were unfounded. If the main subjects were not troubled, why should she be? However, she recognized that these two brothers were exceptionally formidable, each more remarkable than the other. Perhaps to them, the Mu family was merely an inconsequential presence. It had been a long time since the two cousins had seen each other, and they undoubtedly had much more to discuss, leaving her feeling somewhat out of place. Contemplating this, Yue smiled gently at the engrossed pair and quietly departed from the pavilion. The two were aware of her departure, but paid it no mind, nor did they attempt to retain her. During their conversation, Xiao Yu had roughly inferred the events of Xiao Yan's past year and a half. Xiao Yan had initially spent over half a year honing his skills in the magical beast mountains, then journeyed eastward to the border desert, where he ultimately discovered traces of the extraordinary flames. Excited by the news of the flames, his exhilaration was soon dampened when Yao Lao informed him that the flames had already been taken, and by none other than Queen Medusa. He had felt disheartened for quite some time, yet with a powerful ally like Yao Lao by his side, Xiao Yan's courage swelled. Resolutely, he ventured deep into the desert with Yao Lao. After meandering through the sands, he eventually located the Serpent People tribe, where he remained for quite some time until Gu He and the others appeared, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos. He harnessed Yao Lao's strength to acquire the extraordinary flames and successfully escaped. Following that, he consumed the flames, elevated his burning decisions, and experienced a significant surge in strength. The battle against the Mo family unfolded just as it did in the original narrative, leading to Yao Lao's slumber. In order to awaken Yao Lao, Xiao Yan came to the Nailin family to expel the poison from Nailin Jia and obtain the 7 illusions blue spirit saliva. How Xiao Yan surpassed the original story without the accompanying amethyst source and purple fire remains a mystery. Perhaps he encountered other extraordinary fortunes. After all, he could not share every detail with Xiao Yu, and much of what he relayed was conjectured by Xiao Yu based on his memory of the original tale. Like Xiao Yan, Xiao Yu only briefly recounted his own experiences, omitting details such as meeting Yun Yun or aiding Medusa in her evolution. The two continued their conversation until the early hours, when Xiao Yu placed a hand on Xiao Yan's shoulder. Little Yin, it's getting late. We should head back. Xiao Yan nodded. Indeed, it is late. See you tomorrow, brother Yu. Xiao Yu shook his head with a smile. You might not see me for a while. My teacher has assigned me a task, and I must venture out again. Xiao Yan was taken aback and retorted, why go out again right after returning? Your teacher is quite unreasonable, treating you like a laborer. He had received news of Xiao Yu from Yue and was aware that he had arrived in the imperial capital some time ago, only to have gone out with his teacher recently. In response to Xiao Yan's complaint, Xiao Yu chuckled, You, my friend, a disciple assists their master in times of difficulty. It is quite customary. Besides, without these challenges, I might still be a waste. Previously, Xiao Yan had suspected that Xiao Yu had a mysterious powerhouse behind him. Otherwise, how could his cousin, who was once unable to cultivate, suddenly become so formidable? The master who could bestow cultivation talent upon someone like Xiao Yu, who was previously incapable, must surpass the rumored 6th-grade alchemist. Perhaps he was a high-ranking alchemist and powerhouse, comparable to Yao Lao himself. Moreover, if someone were to cure him and enable him to grow stronger at such a rapid pace, it would be understandable for Xiao Yan to do anything for them, even more than that. Thus, Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. Xiao Yu patted his arm. Focus on your cultivation. Strive for the Alchemist Conference. I will definitely be there to witness how our Xiao family prodigy redeems past humiliations. At this, Xiao Yan felt a bit bashful. Scratching his head, if anyone could be deemed the true prodigy of the Xiao family, it would surely be his cousin. Nevertheless, he nodded earnestly, rest assured. I will not let the Xiao family down in the 3-year agreement. Xiao Yu smiled in satisfaction and then slowly exited the pavilion. I shall return first. You should rest as well. We have tough battles ahead. His figure gradually faded into the distance until he was out of sight. Only then did Xiao Yan turn his gaze to the sky, reflecting, it seems I still have quite a distance to cover to catch up with brother Yu. If I do not exert myself, I fear I will be left far behind. Ever since he learned of his cousin's strength as a dosher, Xiao Yan had dedicated himself to training relentlessly, with the goal of winning the 3-year agreement and matching his cousin's prowess. Just as Yao Lao had advised, if he did not strive harder, he might find himself overshadowed by others while he remained in the small place of the Jiama Empire, playing in the mud. After today, Xiao Yan gained a deeper understanding of Yao Lao's words. Perhaps, as Yao Lao had said, brother Yu would indeed dominate, and he might not even escape the confines of the Jiama Empire. As Xiao Yu walked down a street after leaving, he spotted Yue sitting beneath a willow tree by the river. What is this woman doing here so late? He wondered, somewhat surprised, but approached nonetheless, sitting beside her. What are you thinking about, Sister Yue? Coming back to reality, Yue looked at the handsome face beside her, a smile gracing her lips. Oh, nothing much. Just some trivial matters. Why haven't you returned yet? Xiao Yu, gazing at the moon's reflection in the river, replied, I was about to head back. But seeing you sitting here lost in thought, I came over to check. She responded softly, remaining silent thereafter. Xiao Yu found it odd. She usually had much to say to him, yet now she seemed so quiet. Then he noticed her delicate form trembling slightly in the night breeze. He almost forgot that Yafei was merely a doge at present, in such a cold night, dressed so lightly with her thighs exposed. How could she not feel cold? Understanding her discomfort, he promptly removed his alchemist's outer robe and draped it over her shoulders, enveloping her in warmth. Yafei's body, which had been shivering, suddenly stiffened before relaxing, the sorrow in her eyes gradually dissipating. It's quite cold. Wearing so little might lead to illness. Please put it on. Don't worry about returning it. I'll take my leave now. After ensuring she was covered, Xiao Yu stood, flashed her a smile, and departed. Yafei turned to watch him leave, saying nothing until he was out of sight, at which point she withdrew her gaze, her eyes reflecting the tranquil flow of the river. Inhaling the pleasant fragrance lingering on the robe, she felt an unusual sense of peace, and her mind drifted back to the moment Xiao Yu had shielded her with his presence, leaving her momentarily entranced. The river mirrored the bright moon, the moonlight casting a gentle glow upon her enchanting visage. Her usual allure was now enhanced by a touch of innocence, rendering Yafei even more captivating. If it weren't for you, my little companion, I might still be serving as the acting elder supervisor, murmured Yafei as she tightened the warm embrace of her white cloak around herself. She could envision that had Xiao Yu not entered her life, upon her return from Wutan City, she would likely have been sacrificed by her family in a few years, becoming a mere pawn in an alliance with the Mu family. Subsequently, she would have spent her life in an unhappy existence with someone she despised. After returning to the imperial capital, she had striven earnestly to ascend to a prominent position within the Miter family, seeking to wield true power and escape the destiny that had been imposed upon her. However, she was not as fortunate as Nalan Yinran. Lacking any aptitude for cultivation, she remained a mere fighter after all these years, and without a powerful background. She was but an ordinary member of the Miter family. Her only notable attributes were her exceptional business acumen and social skills, which were merely learned tools to extricate herself from her ludicrous fate. Had she truly been as indifferent as she often appeared, she would not have been so averse to being used as a sacrificial pawn. Deep down, she vehemently rejected the notion of being married off by her family. She loathed such a fate. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she merely attained the position of acting elder supervisor, a role that could be revoked at any moment. Ever since she established a connection with Xiao Yu, her auction of a 6th grade elixir had dramatically altered her family's attitude toward her. They no longer sought to marry her off to Mu Zhan, but instead encouraged her to cultivate a good relationship with Xiao Yu, hoping to secure him as a vital ally and bind the esteemed 6th grade alchemist, old Zhou, firmly to the Miter family. This is the tragic destiny of a powerless woman within the families of the Douqi Continent. However, when she thought of that gentle and humble little fellow, who was also exceptionally gifted and occasionally quite domineering, a softness graced Yafei's countenance. During her time in Wutan City, her interactions with Xiao Yu had been purely transactional, combined with a slight admiration for his handsome features and envy of his formidable talents. When Xiao Yu departed from Wutan City, she had lamented that such a prodigious individual would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future, and she could only hope to establish a connection while he was still weak. Casually calling him little brother, she feared that the next time they met, she would have to look up to him and could no longer address him so casually. At that time, her feelings were primarily envy tinged with a hint of jealousy. Yet, upon reuniting in the imperial capital, she still called him little brother as before. And Xiao Yu showed no sign of disdain or indifference, still addressing her as Sister Yafei, which brought her a measure of joy. When she encountered Liu's harassment, Xiao Yu had intervened and injured him, leading to the cessation of his bothersome pursuits. Although it was partly due to Liu's inability to keep his mouth shut, Yafei remained grateful to Xiao Yu. Later, when old Zhou had her auction a 6th grade elixir, Yafei was convinced that Xiao Yu had a hand in it, and it was then that her heart began to waver. Moreover, today, when Xiao Yu instinctively shielded her with his body, the sturdy walls of her heart quietly cracked open, allowing a small space for this little man. If it were you, dear brother, I might not be so averse to the idea. Chapter 84, The Ultimate Elevation. 6th grade Do Ling Pill. Upon returning to the tavern, Xiao Yu resumed his studies, aware that there was much knowledge yet to acquire. Ignorance would render his future path of cultivation arduous. Suddenly, he sensed 2 formidable presences outside, a peaked Do Huang and one of merely 2-star Do Huang, engaged in a skirmish. However, he paid little attention, continuing to peruse his herbal compendium. It was evident that it was Jialing Tian and Haiba Dong. The following day, as the first rays of morning sunlight broke free from the shackles of night and illuminated the grand and magnificent Jayamar imperial capital, The streets buzzed with life. Today marked a rare grand occasion for the Jaimar Empire, the commencement of the Alchemist Conference. In the bustling thoroughfares, one could witness alchemists adorned with badges passing by en route to the event, while many alchemists from foreign lands journeyed to the imperial capital, eager to display their talents and seize fame and fortune amidst the festivities. Yet, Xiao Yu remained indifferent, having immersed himself in the wealth of alchemical knowledge since the previous night. Growing increasingly engrossed, although he had received invitations from members of the Alchemist Guild to attend the conference, he had declined, citing other commitments. Rather than spectate, he preferred to utilize this time to seek methods to further enhance his strength. Time was of the essence. After the Alchemist Conference, he would have to await Yunlan's own, and he had little inclination to witness a mere contest among children. For a sixth-grade alchemist like him, the conference was but childish play. Top, top, top. With his right hand holding a book and his left gently tapping the table, Xiao Yu focused intently on the herbal compendium he had purchased from the Alchemist Guild. After days of study, he had nearly memorized the contents. Perhaps due to his elevated cultivation and enhanced spiritual prowess, he found himself reading more swiftly and retaining information with greater clarity than before. Upon comprehending the final page of herbs, Xiao Yu stored the book in his spatial ring, allowing his thoughts to wander as he contemplated various matters. The Xian Yuan pill, which he had taken during his Douling phase, could only be consumed once in a lifetime, yet he had ingested 3, resulting in resistance. Why then? Did the Douling pill only require a single consumption to develop resistance? Where lay the discrepancy? Ever since he had consumed the Douling pill and gained a star of power, Xiao Yu frequently pondered this question. Both pills were limited to 1 lifetime consumption. Yet he could take the Xian Yuan pill multiple times while the Douling pill was not so forgiving. Reflecting upon it now, he had no inkling as to the cause of this difference. Could it possibly stem from the purity and grade of the elixirs? He recalled the distinctions between the 2 pills, and gradually, a glimmer of understanding began to form. The Lei Hua alchemy method could significantly enhance the purity of elixirs, even elevating their efficacy beyond their inherent grade. Back in Wutan City, he had successfully refined a 3rd-grade Ning Yuan pill into a 4th-grade one. Although he had not managed to break through to 5th grade for the subsequent Xian Yuan pill, it had still been a considerable improvement. However, the Douling pill was a different matter entirely. This 5th-grade pinnacle elixir was nearly impossible for an ordinary alchemist to elevate to the 6th grade. The 2 Douling pills he had previously refined were indeed superior to those crafted by other alchemists, yet they still fell far short of the 6th grade threshold. He had attempted to refine them into 6th grade pills, but to no avail. The root of the issue lay in the fact that when refining the Douling pill, he had used ordinary lightning attribute Douqi rather than the divine thunder, which hindered the optimal extraction of the herbs. As for why he hadn't utilized divine thunder, since the inception of the thunder fire alchemy technique, he had consistently employed the flames of Douqi and the thunder of Douqi for his concoctions. The last time he utilized source fire was during the assessment for the rank of a 6th-tier alchemist, solely to expedite the process. After all, it had only been a little over 3 years since he had devised the thunder fire alchemy technique. Each alchemical endeavor served as an accumulation of invaluable experience. Should he resort to the divine thunder, the speed of purification and fusion might deprive him of numerous opportunities to observe the transformations of the medicinal materials. Contemplating this, Xiao Yu ultimately resolved to experiment with source fire and divine thunder, hoping to refine the Douling Dan to the 6th tier. Gently caressing the spatial ring, a faint glimmer illuminated as a cauldron materialized upon the table. Rising from his seat, Xiao Yu waved his hand across the surface, causing a multitude of medicinal herbs to appear, their abundance nearly overwhelming the tabletop. Observing the various herbs exuding a phosphorescent glow, each displaying unique hues, Xiao Yu smiled. These herbs were procured from the auction held for the 6th tier 9 Lotus Dan, arranged through Mi Te Air's auction house, and he still possessed a portion within the spatial ring. Approaching the door, Xiao Yu gently closed his hand, aligning his index and middle fingers together. Summoning a chilling flame of Douqi, he affixed this Douqi to the door, creating an impenetrable barrier against any potential intrusions before returning to the table. Subsequently, the transformative flame and the returning true thunder manifested in his hands, the 2 ethereal entities pulsating and flickering, their mystical aura swiftly enveloping the room as the temperature surged dramatically. As he utilized Douqi to cast a medicinal herb into the cauldron, Xiao Yu positioned his left hand near the cauldron, allowing the transformative flame to flow like a river into the sea, surging forth and filling the cauldron to capacity. The medicinal herbs, as if confronted by a formidable nemesis, began to sizzle and crackle, their forms gradually melting away, with juices flowing from their stems. Time gradually passed, and the entire herb transformed into a viscous liquid, quietly suspended within the cauldron. Observing this, Xiao Yu cast another herb into the mixture and infused the cauldron with returning true thunder, initiating the refinement of the already processed herbal juices. The two divine entities partitioned the interior of the cauldron into two distinct realms, one for refining the herbs and the other for purifying the liquid. Xiao Yu divided his spiritual energy into three streams, multitasking as he simultaneously refined and observed the changes within the cauldron, meticulously attending to every detail of the process. Time fled swiftly, and after 2 hours, Xiao Yu finally completed the extraction of all medicinal essences. The outcome now rested on the precipice of uncertainty. Xiao Yu's gaze sharpened as he unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy into the cauldron, where the thunder and flames intertwined, causing all the purified liquid to converge into a singular point. As the shimmering liquid made contact, the returning true thunder erupted in a surge of energy, invoking the principle of returning all things to their origin. Under the impact of the returning true thunder, the liquid began to radiate a resplendent glow, its myriad colors illuminating the cauldron's interior, spilling over the edges. A profusion of fragrant aromas wafted through the air, although the pill had yet to completely form. The exquisitely pure liquid exuded a symphony of delightful scents. The transformative flame maintained its original intensity, ensuring that the cauldron's temperature remained optimal for pill formation. At a certain moment, the returning true thunder obliterated the barriers between the various liquids, prompting them to begin their fusion. Suddenly, the cauldron trembled violently, jolting Xiao Yu back to alertness as he sensed the shift. The most critical step in the alchemical process had been completed. Why then did such a disturbance occur? Utilizing his spiritual perception, he discerned that the cauldron was straining under the dual forces of the divine entities, revealing numerous fine cracks within its structure. Should this continue, it was likely that the cauldron would shatter before the pill could take shape. These 5 cauldrons, it seemed, were still lacking in fortitude. Xiao Yu shook his head, acknowledging that the combined power of source fire and divine thunder was beyond what an ordinary cauldron could withstand. With a swift motion, he gently struck the cauldron, and under the stress of external force, the already cracked vessel disintegrated instantaneously, its fragments scattering like bullets in all directions. Protected by Douqi, the shards were deflected by an invisible barrier a mere 20 centimeters from Xiao Yu, yet the surrounding furniture suffered grievously, riddled with holes from the flying debris. It appeared this room was no longer habitable, the furnishings left in ruins. Upon the cauldron's destruction, the semi-fused circle of medicinal liquid was revealed, yet it remained enveloped by the transformative flame and returning true thunder, untouched by the air. Xiao Yu raised his hand, summoning the tightly encased liquid circle into his grasp, allowing the fusion to continue. The reason for preemptively shattering the cauldron was not an act of recklessness. Had he not done so, the explosive energy released upon the cauldron's rupture would have scattered the liquid's essence, potentially obliterating the entire room and causing the nascent fusion to detonate. Thus, Xiao Yu safeguarded the liquid, shattering the cauldron to minimize the force of the explosion. Previously, with limited cultivation and weaker spiritual energy, he had relied on cauldrons for alchemy, using vessels even inferior to this 5-chamber cauldron, incapable of withstanding even the force of source fire. This was one reason he seldom employed source fire and divine thunder in his alchemical practices. In truth, after advancing to the Douang rank, he could manage alchemy without the aid of a cauldron. However, accustomed to their assistance, he had not entirely relinquished their use. Yet now, with the cauldron in ruins, the only means to preserve the medicinal liquid was to utilize his palm as a furnace for the concoction. Since source fire and divine thunder originated from his own being, crafting the pill with his hand would not prove to be cumbersome. Observing the liquid enveloped by source fire and divine thunder, nearing completion, Xiao Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. Had the cauldron exploded, this batch of precious herbs would have been rendered useless. Although his wealth was considerable, he could not afford such wastefulness. With renewed focus, Xiao Yu commenced the final step, pill formation. The circle of medicinal liquid diminished in size until it coalesced into a singular mass, prompting Xiao Yu to initiate the final refinement. In an instant, the transformative flame and returning true thunder erupted forth, revealing wisps of invisible black smoke emanating from the liquid mass. These were the last impurities lurking within. Had he employed ordinary flames and thunder, such negligible impurities would have remained untouched. After expelling the impurities, Xiao Yu gradually diminished the flames and thunder, allowing the liquid mass to solidify in tandem. The surface irregularities gradually faded, transforming into a smooth sphere. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Yu completely withdrew the source fire and divine thunder. In that moment, the aroma of the pill permeated the air, the energy of the room surged, nearly coalescing into a liquid state, before rushing into the suspended, rounded pill, its luminescence reaching a crescendo. A pill, adorned with intricate patterns and accompanied by a translucent ripple, materialized in Xiao Yu's hand. The six-tiered Douqi Dan had been successfully created, an extraordinary manifestation. Chapter 85. Two investors. Gazing at the Douqi Dan before him, even Xiao Yu could not suppress the glimmer of joy in his eyes. After breaking through the 5th grade limit of the Douqi pill, Xiao Yu could sense the surging energy sealed within the pill, remarkably pure and gentle, standing in stark contrast to the quality of the Douqi pills he had consumed previously. However, in terms of energy contained, there wasn't a significant increase, if graded. This particular Douqi pill could only be classified at the mid-level of the 6th grade. Xiao Yu was indifferent to this classification. As long as it could enhance his strength once more, whether it was a 6th grade or a 5th grade mattered little. Clutching the pill, he approached the window, opening the wooden frame to gaze outside, where darkness had already descended. The setting sun cast a delicate golden-red hue over the entire city. The second round of the Alchemist Conference must be nearing its end, Xiao Yu murmured softly. With no threat from Medusa, Xiao Yan still participated in the Alchemist Conference. Whether for the slight benefit the 6th grade Rongling pill offered in awakening Yao Lao, or the significant role the 3-pattern Xingling pill played in Xiao Yan's 3-year pact, the corrective force of this world was palpably evident in the protagonist. Closing the window, Xiao Yu settled onto his bed, crossing his legs in preparation to consume the 6th grade Douqi pill and elevate his cultivation. The Alchemist Conference would conclude tomorrow, and just a day later would mark the day of the 3-year pact. Time was of the essence, and enhancing his strength once again was paramount to increasing the success rate of his forthcoming plans. Were it not for this, Xiao Yu would not have missed the opportunity to witness Xiao Yan's display of prowess, a scene that was iconic in Battle Through the Heavens. Back then, the Alchemist Conference had filled him with excitement. The myriad transformations of flames enveloped him, shrouding the entire room in silence, preventing any sound from escaping. Having completed this, Xiao Yu pinched the Douqi pill between his fingers, opened his mouth, and swallowed it whole. As he did, the pill melted instantaneously, a refreshing torrent cascading through him like a dam bursting, flooding his limbs and bones. Having consumed numerous pills before, Xiao Yu was well acquainted with this sensation. As the pill transformed into a rushing stream, he formed hand seals, resting his hands on his knees, channeling the flow through his body's inherent cultivation route, guiding it along. After being refined by the source fire and divine lightning within him, it ultimately transformed into 2 types of Douqi, lightning and fire, flowing into his dantian. Within the dantian, the 5-chi rising thunder began its duties, diligently stabilizing Xiao Yu's strength, ensuring that this sudden influx of energy did not disturb his foundation in the slightest. Xiao Yu's strength was rapidly ascending, progressing from the pinnacle of 6-star Do Wang toward 7-star. Night fell, and the city of Jiamar was far from tranquil. On the rooftop of a tall building, several figures with restrained auras were covertly observing the situation within the room below. Among them was one whom Xiao Yu recognized all too well, Xiao Yan. The others included Jia Xingtian, F.A. Ma, and a middle-aged man clad in blue, with hair, eyebrows, and beard as white as snow, a stern visage, deep-set eyes, and an aura of ancient coldness. Were Xiao Yu to see him, he would undoubtedly recognize this man as the Ice Emperor, Haibuodong. This individual was known throughout the Douqi Continent, a celestial investor who was never seen without a cigarette for the esteemed Dong Ge. The four were intently watching the vice president of the Alchemist Association of the Outcloud Empire, a 4th-grade alchemist named Zhenli, who was the greatest obstacle to Xiao Yan's victory in the original story, with a special pill altering his appearance. Zhenli was unafraid of being assassinated by the strong of the Jiamar Empire, especially after stealing the spotlight at the Alchemist Conference, making him a prime candidate for the championship. If he were to perish before the event concluded, it would significantly undermine the credibility of the Jiamar Empire's Alchemist Association. He was confident that those within the Jiamar city would not dare act against him, which emboldened his bravado. Should Zhenli win the championship, the outcome would be irrevocable. The Jiamar Empire's Alchemist Conference would fall to the Outcloud Empire, severely damaging the reputation and prestige of the Alchemist Association. This was also the opportunity through which Xiao Yan obtained the formula and materials for the 3-pattern Qingling pill from Fa Ma, as he was the only one capable of contending with Zhenli. In the depths of the Tagar Desert, within the Serpent People tribe, a stunningly beautiful and aloof woman stood atop the city walls, accompanied by an elderly woman with a serpent's tail who stood respectfully beside her. "Your Majesty, do you truly intend to travel to the capital of Jayamar to assist that young man against the Yunlan sect?" The elder's voice grated like stones scraping glass, sharp and piercing, yet tinged with concern. The coldly elegant woman, gazing into the distance, was none other than the Medusa Queen, who had recently advanced to the Dozong realm, while the elder was the hidden patriarch of the Serpent People tribe. Medusa did not turn to face the elder, but spoke calmly. "Elder, how many individuals like him exist in the entire Northwest?" Upon hearing Medusa's question, the elder fell silent. Before eventually responding, "No one in the Northwest can compare to such a prodigious talent. And do you believe it is worth offending the Yunlan sect to befriend such an extraordinary genius?" Medusa slightly turned her head, gazing at the elder. The elder weighed the pros and cons, replying helplessly, "Indeed, it is very much worth it, but our Serpent People tribe is surrounded by several major empires. If we were to incur enmity with the Yunlan sect at this juncture..." Medusa waved her hand, interrupting the elder's words. "There is no need to elaborate. I am well aware of these matters. However, I have successfully evolved and broken through to the Dozong realm. For the time being, no one dares to act against my tribe, for they fear me. Should they attempt to attack us, I will ensure they pay a heavy price. That young man is the most mysterious and terrifying individual I have ever encountered. Not to mention the immense favor he has bestowed upon me. Even without it, it is truly worth it to make an enemy of the Yunlan sect and have him owe me a favor." The elder, understanding Medusa's sentiments, nodded in agreement. A mere 20 years of age, yet he has already attained the Do Wang realm, his combat prowess strong enough to rival peak Do Huang experts. Even I lack the confidence to retain him. If he were given another 10 years, what heights might he reach? At that point, his realm may be beyond my reach. Such a potentially limitless future powerhouse is worth the risk for me, and it is also a gamble for the Serpent People tribe. Moreover, the new bloodline I have evolved requires his assistance to reach completion. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Understanding what Medusa meant, the elder recognized that aiding such a prodigious talent in their infancy would yield unimaginable returns in the future. Furthermore, the young man's current strength could not be considered weak. Among the surrounding major empires, he was certainly a top-tier force. Such a low-risk, high-reward situation was indeed worth wagering on. However, the elder, having spent a lifetime hiding in the desert, had long lost the courage for such gambles and had become exceedingly conservative, prioritizing the stable development of the Serpent People tribe. Medusa observed the hesitant demeanor of the elder woman, feeling quite vexed. These elders had devoted their entire lives to the Serpent Clan, and even she held them in high regard. However, their excessive indecisiveness and conservative mindset were a hindrance. While they could maintain the status quo, they were utterly incapable of fostering growth and expansion. Chapter 86, 8-Star Do Wang. There is no need for further discussion, esteemed elder. I am fully aware of how to proceed. Medusa's cold voice, imbued with authority, rendered the elder woman mute. The current queen had ascended to the ranks of Dozong, becoming the most formidable of the Serpent Clan. In the past, she may have considered the opinions of the 4 old-timers, but that was no longer the case. It was time to delegate power. The queen possessed the strength to guide the Serpent Clan toward a brighter future, and all they needed to do was support her from the shadows. With this thought, the elder woman clasped her hands before Medusa and said, "Since the queen has made her decision, I shall refrain from further prattling." With that, she swayed her serpent tail and departed from the city wall, leaving Medusa alone. As the scorching winds and sands swept by, Medusa gazed down upon the structures encircling the holy city, lost in contemplation. The Hunyuan transformation bloodline was a result of her ancestral awakening, facilitated by Xiao Yu's illusory world Thunderfire. However, this bloodline was incomplete, possessing only a trace. The majority of her bloodline remained that of the Serpent Clan. Yet, this fragment brought her immense benefits, elevating her talents to an extraordinary level and significantly enhancing her potential. Even the ancient beast, the 7-color devouring python, could not compare to this fragment of the Hunyuan transformation bloodline. What made her so certain? When the Hunyuan transformation bloodline was born, she had received the legacy accompanying that trace. The incomplete legacy had shattered her understanding of the world. Reflecting on the images from that legacy now, Medusa remained profoundly astonished. What kind of formidable power could possibly mend the unfathomable rifts in the heavens? Her beautiful eyes shimmered, and she murmured to herself. Her desire to befriend Xiao Yu stemmed not only from her promise, but also from the realization that only Xiao Yu's illusory world Thunderfire could gradually perfect her Hunyuan transformation bloodline. After witnessing such earth-shattering visions, Medusa longed to attain that realm. Moreover, she could assert with confidence that such power would overshadow even the legendary Dou Emperor. To truly understand the essence of her nascent bloodline, she must rely on Xiao Yu. There was no circumventing this connection. Unlike her feelings toward other humans, Medusa harbored no aversion toward Xiao Yu. Perhaps it was due to the evolution facilitated by Xiao Yu's divine artifact. But both she and the devouring python felt a slight affinity for him. Although Medusa was reluctant to admit it, this bond was undeniably real. Gently shaking her head to clear her thoughts, Medusa stepped lightly into the air, causing ripples to undulate beneath her feet. She then hovered above the holy city, her figure flickering before vanishing within the serpent tribe. In the city of Jamma, within Xiao Yu's chamber, he sat cross-legged, enveloped in a swirling aura of Dou Qi, with lightning crackling and flame scorching. The bed beneath him had been reduced to mere powder, ashes strewn across the floor. He remained suspended in midair, energy surging within him like a wild stallion galloping through his meridians, ultimately coalescing into torrents of thunderfire Dou Qi that flowed into his dantian. Bang! A muffled sound resonated from within, and the extraordinary phenomena surrounding him began to coalesce. The immense energy under Xiao Yu's refinement successfully transformed into Dou Qi, stored within his dantian, becoming his strength. Xiao Yu's tightly shut eyes gradually opened, and two streams of lightning, black and white, erupted from his gaze, striking the opposite wall like arrows, piercing through it. Instantly, two charred holes marred the wall. Such power could easily obliterate a Dou Ling with a single strike. Can my gaze now be lethal? Xiao Yu mused, observing the two holes in the wall. Feeling the terrifying power within him, akin to a volcanic eruption, a smile involuntarily crept across Xiao Yu's face. 8-star Dou Wang. Originally, he had ascended to the pinnacle of 6-star Dou Wang through the Serpent Clan's resources, but with the aid of a 6th-grade Dou Ling pill. He directly broke through two minor thresholds, advancing to 8-star Dou Wang. Now, without relying on the Source Fire Divine Thunder, he could contend with mid-tier Dou Huang. With any Source Fire Divine Thunder at his disposal, he could rival high-tier Dou Huang. Should he unleash his full power, even a Dou Huang at the peak would fall before him. The only regret was his uncertainty about contending with a Dou Zone. Previously, when he was a 6-star Dou Wang, he had sparred with Medusa and understood the terrifying nature of a Dou Zone. Under Medusa's hand, Xiao Yu could only withstand for an hour before his Dou Qi was depleted. Before his Dou Qi ran out, with the enhancement of numerous extraordinary thunderfires, Medusa could not best him. However, similarly, against a Dou Zong who could wield spatial powers, Xiao Yu found it difficult to contend with Medusa. Yet, if he were to escape with all his might, Medusa at the Dou Zone level would be unable to retain him. In truth, for someone of his 6-star Dou Wang's strength to endure for an hour under a Dou Zone like Medusa was already astonishing. He was quite satisfied with himself, and he even unleashed his ultimate move. If he had, he might have perished, but Medusa would certainly not emerge unscathed either. Now, I can at least last for 2 hours. Xiao Yu thought confidently, as he considered himself a high-tier Dou Wang now. Upon reaching Dou Wang, even a minor difference in realm is perceived as a vast chasm by ordinary Dou Wang. Now, as an 8-star Dou Wang, he felt capable of overwhelming two 6-star Dou Wang. The ceaseless flow of Dou Qi could barely sustain him for two ultimate attacks. Previously, releasing one had completely drained his Dou Qi. Thus, with respect to the upcoming 3-year agreement, he felt considerably more assured. Ultimately, the Dou Zone realm was excessively powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't be striving so desperately to elevate himself. The distinction between those below Dou Zone and Dou Zone lies not only in the quality and quantity of Dou Qi, but also in the ability to manipulate the energies of heaven and earth, as well as the mysterious and terrifying powers that Dou Zone can wield in space. The hallmark of a Dou Zone is the ability to interact with and utilize spatial forces, a factor that has barred countless Dou Huang from entering the realm of Dou Zone. Many Dou Huang spend their lives without ever touching the enigmatic powers of space. Even Yun Shan, without the help of the protective law, would likely age and perish at the peak of Dou Huang. Sighing softly, Xiao Yu cast aside his chaotic worries and surveyed the dilapidated chamber. Due to his ceiling, no sounds from outside penetrated the silence, allowing him to remain undisturbed. Fortunately, the adjacent room was unoccupied, Otherwise, it might have resulted in a calamity, considering the formidable power of the 5 elemental thunderbolts that had just erupted from his eyes. Xiao Yu's feet touched the ground as he stood up, retracting the myriad transformations of flames, reverting to the guise of a middle-aged man before striding toward the door. "Young man, come here and check out the room." With a gentle yet penetrating resonance, Xiao Yu opened the door and infused his voice with fighting spirit, allowing it to ripple outward. After addressing the matter with the innkeeper, Xiao Yu tossed a bag of gold coins and departed. Having broken through to the 8th-star Do Wang, he had spent an entire night in meditation, and with dawn now upon him, he was eager to witness the alchemist conference and see if he could catch Xiao Yin in a display of bravado. Chapter 87. The Finals of the Alchemist Conference. Upon exiting the inn, Xiao Yu unfurled his wings of fighting spirit and soared towards the southern part of the city. The streets were devoid of the bustling crowds that had filled them the previous morning. Most had likely flocked to the alchemist conference. Only a scattering of ordinary folk remained, their eyes wide and mouths agape as they gazed at the figure of Xiao Yu ascending towards the heavens. The individual who had previously extended an invitation to Xiao Yu had informed him that the conference was being held at a royal plaza situated to the south of the holy city. In less than half a minute, he beheld the outline of the plaza. At its center stood a colossal, bowl-shaped structure, widening from its base upward. Surrounding this architectural marvel was a formidable force of soldiers, ensuring that not a single soul could breach the area, likely the royal army tasked with maintaining order. Xiao Yu couldn't help but marvel at such a grand edifice. It was a testament to the exceptional wealth of the Jiama royal family. The venue for the alchemist conference was surely capable of accommodating tens of thousands. As he drew nearer, Xiao Yu reduced his speed and began to descend. The commanding officer of the orderly soldiers noticed a figure approaching from the sky and immediately became alert. A person with wings of fighting spirit could only be a formidable warrior of Do Wang rank or above, and the possibility of malevolence was a cause for concern. Upon landing, Xiao Yu approached the venue on foot. The soldiers, seeing that he did not attempt to force his way past them, exhaled in relief. His non-aggressive approach indicated no ill intent. Had he possessed malevolence, the soldiers would have faced dire consequences. They had no doubt that a Do Wang-level expert could decimate them effortlessly. Recognizing the goodwill expressed by the newcomer, the commanding officer adopted a more respectful demeanor. He jogged towards Xiao Yu and, upon seeing him up close, was overtaken by a sense of awe. The visitor was a handsome, middle-aged man clad in a white robe, exuding an air of cultured elegance, with a 6th-grade alchemist badge prominently displayed on his chest. Such a figure was evidently not present to disrupt the conference, but rather to witness it. "Are you here to enter the venue and observe the conference, sir?" The officer inquired respectfully, bowing his hands in greeting. Xiao Yu smiled and nodded. "Indeed, I have some matters to attend to, which is why I arrived late. I would appreciate it if you could grant me passage, General." The officer was somewhat taken aback by Xiao Yu's demeanor. Here was a powerful figure of Do Wang rank, as well as a 6th-grade alchemist, yet he displayed such graciousness. This reminded him of the recently ascendant 6th-grade alchemist from the Jiama Empire, whose amiable nature had become the talk of the realm. Thus, the officer's respect deepened even further upon meeting Xiao Yu. "Are you perhaps Elder Zhou, the honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild?" he asked with surprise, realizing the extent of Xiao Yu's reputation. Despite not having made many public appearances in the Jiama Empire, Xiao Yu nodded in acknowledgement of his identity. Confirming that the visitor was indeed Elder Zhou, the officer continued with utmost respect. "This way, Elder Zhou. President Fama has instructed that if you arrive, you should be escorted to the VIP seating." So Fama had made special arrangements for him? It seemed the old man truly valued him. Xiao Yu smiled and replied, "Thank you for your trouble. It is an honor for me." The officer once again bowed before gesturing elegantly to indicate the way, leading Xiao Yu into the venue. After ascending a set of steps, they reached the passage to the VIP area, which led directly to the elevated seating at the front of the arena. As they walked, Xiao Yu glanced towards the center of the venue, where an enormous cylindrical structure protruded from the ground, towering at least 20 or 30 meters high. About 10 individuals stood atop it, deftly manipulating their cauldrons on the stone platforms before them, evidently engaged in alchemical concoction. Flames of every hue erupted like a blossoming spring garden, each competing fiercely for dominance. With azure and violet flames standing out as if two equally matched generals clashed ferociously on the battlefield. Looking around, the audience resembled a dense swarm of ants, their numbers swelling to nearly 20 or 30,000. The atmosphere was hushed, everyone intently focused on the contestants, showcasing their skills atop the pillar. "My lord, we have arrived," the officer announced, drawing Xiao Yu's attention back to the entrance ahead. The officer bowed once more and said, "My lord, after entering here, Take a right to reach the VIP seating. I shall take my leave to return to maintain order. Xiao Yu nodded appreciatively. Thank you. He then stepped through the portal into a spacious hall, where a bright door on the right bathed the area in sunlight. He turned right and emerged into the elevated platform he had seen earlier. Here, a row of VIP chairs awaited, reserved for the leaders of the Jiama Empire, and many familiar figures were seated within. Fama, Jia Xingtian, and a white-haired man in blue attire, presumably Hai Buodong, were present. Noticing someone approaching, the three turned in unison to see Xiao Yu behind them. Ah, it's Brother Zhou. What brings you here at this hour? It's a pity you missed an exciting match yesterday, Fama remarked, his voice imbued with vitality despite his age, smiling warmly at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu returned the smile. I did not find it regrettable. I believe today's event will be even more splendid. Ha! Brother Zhou speaks true. Today will indeed be spectacular, Jia Xingtian chimed in. Laughing heartily, Xiao Yu cupped his hands in greeting. Elder Jia is here as well. Seeing Xiao Yu's courteous demeanor, Jia Xingtian felt quite pleased and replied, Such formality is unnecessary, Brother Zhou. If you do not mind, feel free to call me older brother. Xiao Yu smiled in agreement. In that case, I shall gladly oblige. Elder Brother Jia, come, let us sit and converse, Fama interjected, pointing to the seat beside him. This was a treasure of their guild, and could not be allowed to slip away like Gu He. Xiao Yu nodded and took a seat next to Fama, while Jia Xingtian, noticing Fama's possessiveness, couldn't help but smirk in dissatisfaction. This old fellow was truly cunning. Not even a moment of courtesy was spared. With a cheerful greeting, Fa Ma invited Xiao Yu to take a seat, gesturing towards the middle-aged man in blue to Xiao Yu's right. This gentleman is none other than the Ice Emperor, Hai Buodong, who was once among the 10 strongest in the Jiamar Empire. I trust Brother Zhou has heard of him. Xiao Yu turned to Hai Buodong, offering a slight nod and cupping his hands in respect. The name of Ice Emperor Hai Buodong is indeed renowned throughout the Jiamar Empire. I have certainly heard of it. Noticing Xiao Yu's courteous demeanor, Hai Buodong returned the nod, though his icy disposition rendered him reticent around unfamiliar faces. Xiao Yu acknowledged the gesture, marking the formalities as complete. Now, let us observe the competition. I wonder if that little rascal Yen Xiao will emerge victorious. After confirming their acquaintance, Fa Ma's gaze shifted to the cylindrical stage, where a masked youth adeptly manipulated azure flames for alchemy, his eyes betraying a hint of concern. Xiao Yu followed Fa Ma's gaze to the arena, noting Xiao Yan's serious focus on the alchemical furnace. The difficulty of the elixir he was concocting was evidently substantial. Otherwise, this young man would not be so solemn in his approach. Chapter 88. Xiao Yan claims victory. Yen Li's true colors revealed. The four of them silently observed the competitors showcasing their skills on the stage, refraining from conversation. Suddenly, Xiao Yu sensed someone watching him and glanced to his right. There, another elevated VIP section was visible, albeit lower than the area occupied by Xiao Yu and his companions. Seated there were two men, one older and one younger, both with short hair and scarred faces, exuding a militaristic aura, Mu Jia's Mu Chun and Mu Zhan. Mu Chun had encountered Xiao Yu during the last assessment for 6th grade alchemists and smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. Xiao Yu was taken aback by Mu Zhan's seemingly unscathed arm, realizing that the Mu family had evidently expended considerable effort to heal him. Such injuries would not have easily mended for a fighter of his caliber. After acknowledging Mu Chun with a neutral nod, Xiao Yu returned his focus to the competition. Father, Mu Zhan's gaze was fixed on his father. His fists clenched as he whispered. Mu Chun shot him a stern glance, replying with a serious huff. From now on, keep a low profile. If you wish to pursue Yafei, do so through proper channels. Fortunately, it was someone else who injured you this time. Had it been Zhou Lao's disciple, the Mu family would have faced significant repercussions to smooth things over. Moreover, that disciple of Zhou Lao must not be provoked again. I shall not intervene in disputes among the younger generation. Should you find yourself in a predicament akin to before, I will no longer come to your aid. Observing his father's stern countenance and grave words, Mu Zhan opened his mouth, but ultimately conceded, Yes, father. The competition had now reached a fever pitch, with most alchemists succumbing to Yen Li's influence and causing their furnaces to explode. Only Yen Li, Xiao Yin, Lu Ling, and Yao Yu remained focused on their alchemical endeavors. In the VIP section, Fa Ma's gnarled hands tightened around the armrests of his chair, worry etched across his aged face. Old Fa, had you eliminated him last night, we wouldn't be entangled in such troubles. Your stubbornness will bring disgrace upon the Jiamar Empire. Watching the arrogant Yen Li in the arena, Jia Xingtian couldn't suppress a cold snort, clearly at the end of his patience. Fa Ma shook his head. Had we eliminated him last night, The reputation of the Jiamar Empire and the guild would have been irrevocably tarnished. That would truly be the ultimate disgrace. Xiao Yu, well aware of their discussion, feigned ignorance and inquired, "What matter do you speak of, my esteemed brothers?" Fa Ma held Xiao Yu, an honorary elder of the guild, in high regard and did not hesitate to clarify. The alchemist from the Chuyan Empire competing in the arena is a fourth-grade alchemist, Zhenli, the vice president of the Chuyan Empire's Alchemist Guild. He has consumed a potion that alters his appearance, concealing his true age to compete in this alchemist convention, intending to bring disrepute to our guild and make us the laughingstock of neighboring nations. Fa Ma continued, shaking his head. It was my oversight that allowed this scoundrel to exploit the situation. Should Yin Xiao fail to win the competition, the guild's prestige will suffer an unprecedented blow. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu gazed at the brazen Zhenli in the arena and asked, "Is there no means to restore his true appearance? If we could unveil his true identity, this matter would be easily resolved." Jiaxing Tian shook his head. That scoundrel has long since destroyed the potion capable of restoring his appearance. Otherwise, how could he still be alive? It's over. Yin Xiao is about to blow up the furnace. Fa Ma suddenly stood, staring at Xiao Yan's alchemical furnace. It appears that after infusing the bone spirit cold fire, the original furnace could not withstand the scorching of 3 flames and has developed numerous cracks. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the furnace shattered, engulfing Xiao Yan in a cascade of icy white flames. The spectators displayed expressions of disappointment, clearly anticipating that the Chuyan Empire's contender would seize victory in this alchemist convention. Xiao Yu, knowing the outcome, remained composed as he gently pulled Fa Ma back into his seat, smiling. "Brother Fa, do not be anxious. I believe that young brother Yin Xiao is no ordinary individual and will not succumb so easily. A miracle may yet unfold." Upon hearing this, the normally icy Hai Bodong nodded in agreement. Unlike Fa Ma and Jiaxing Tian, he possessed a deeper understanding of Xiao Yan. An alchemist capable of concocting 6th-grade elixirs would not easily falter in such a competition among juniors, even if his spiritual strength was compromised. Reluctantly seated again, Fa Ma could only sigh. "Let's hope so." Xiao Yu cast a glance at Yin Li behind the azure stone platform, smiling as he reassured Fa Ma. "There is no need for concern. Should Yin Xiao lose, I have my methods to expose Yin Li's disguise. At that point, the championship will still belong to the guild." At this proclamation, the other 3 regarded Xiao Yu with astonishment. Fa Ma could not help but inquire, "Is what you say true, Brother Zhou?" Leaning back in his chair, Xiao Yu wore a confident smile. "If I were not certain, I would not dare to utter such words. Just watch. Everything will unfold after the convention concludes." Fa Ma's initial apprehensions gradually dissipated with Xiao Yu's words. Should they truly reveal Yin Li's true identity, even if he won the competition, they could nullify his achievements under the guise of cheating. In that case, we shall eagerly await Brother Zhou's performance. Jiaxing Tian remarked with a smile. Feeling at ease now that there was a potential resolution to restore the Jiamar Empire's reputation, he continued to watch the competition with a relaxed demeanor. The subsequent matches saw little change. After Xiao Yan's furnace exploded, he relied on the bone spirit cold fire to preserve the elixir in midair, ultimately forming a white flame alchemical furnace to continue crafting the 3-patterned Qingling pill. This display left everyone, except Xiao Yu, utterly astounded. Fa Ma and the others could not help but marvel at Xiao Yan's extraordinary talent and formidable alchemical prowess. Following a tense and exhilarating contest, Xiao Yu watched the masked youth triumphantly raise the elixir, proclaiming it to be the 3-patterned Qingling pill, and couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, he is the chosen one. Even when hope seemed slim, he managed to reverse the situation after facing numerous setbacks. Xiao Yu couldn't help but sigh inwardly, pondering that had their roles been reversed, he might not have fared any better than Xiao Yan. As the esteemed president of the Alchemist Guild, I, the Elder, hereby declare that the champion of this assembly is none other than Yin Xiao. Amidst the electrifying announcement by Fama, the entire venue erupted into fervent cheers. Chanting the name of Yin Xiao, Jiaxing Tian felt a wave of elation wash over him. The situation had not descended into the worst possible outcome. He then turned to Xiao Yu with a grin, saying, "Brother Zhou, the next move is yours." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded in acquiescence. He flicked his fingers, and the true thunder, concealed by the myriad flames, shot forth like a bullet from his fingertip, hurtling directly towards Yin Li, who sought to make a stealthy escape. Yin Li, who had intended to flee at that moment, was suddenly seized by an excruciating pain, collapsing to the ground in agony, clutching his head and convulsing. While thick clouds of black smoke billowed from him, gradually revealing his original, middle-aged, grotesque visage. The crowd gasped in shock, turning towards the source of the commotion, and beheld the once arrogant alchemist from the Outcloud Empire, now howling in torment, transformed into a fearsome-looking middle-aged man. "Ha ha, Brother Zhou, what a remarkable tactic. Let us see how this fellow can survive under my watch." Jia Xingtian laughed heartily. He had not witnessed the precise means by which Xiao Yu had executed his strategy, but seeing Zhenli in such a state made it clear that Xiao Yu's methods had proven effective. Haiba Dong gazed at Xiao Yu in astonishment. It was noteworthy that they had only seen Xiao Yu flick his fingers, yet had perceived no fluctuations of battle aura, nor even a hint of energy. And yet Zhenli had revealed his true form under that single gesture. Nevertheless, they had no interest in probing the techniques of a sixth-tier alchemist. Such inquiries were grave taboo. They had endured Yen Li's antics for far too long, and now they unfurled their battle aura wings and soared towards him. "Hey, Li won alive. I wish to have my turn as well," Fama called out, having harbored a grudge against Yen Li for quite some time. He found it hard to contain his desire to teach Yen Li a lesson. However, constrained by the duties that awaited him following the conclusion of the assembly, he reluctantly urged the others not to kill Yen Li. Chapter 89. The Arrival of Medusa. Shaking his head in amusement at the childlike demeanor of Fama, Xiao Yu stood up, preparing to take his leave. Fama, noticing Xiao Yu's intention to depart, quickly grasped his arm and asked, "Brother Zhou, are you leaving already?" Xiao Yu nodded. "Indeed, now that the excitement has concluded, it would be rather dull to remain. I might as well return to concoct some elixirs." Fama, however, insisted. "What a pity it would be to leave now. Stay and join me in meeting our champion. Such a prodigy surely possesses immense potential worth befriending." "That one TB necessary," Xiao Yu replied with a smile. "Brother Fama, you may be unaware, but I am already acquainted with that young brother Yen Xiao, and we share a pleasant rapport." Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Fama chuckled. "To have a good relationship with Yen Xiao suggests that your disciple must also be a genius of equal caliber. Do bring him to meet me someday." "Very well. I shall not impose upon you any longer. In the future, I hope to engage in fruitful discussions regarding alchemical practices. As I've been stagnating at the 5th tier for many years now, perhaps I might glean some insights and break through to the 6th tier, Xiao Yu assented. Nodding in agreement, Xiao Yu bid farewell with a respectful gesture and departed from the assembly venue. Soaring through the skies, Xiao Yu suddenly sensed a faint aura. Had it not been for his potent soul perception, he might have overlooked it. Altering his course, he flew towards the outskirts of the holy city. There, at a certain spot just outside the city, he discerned the origin of the aura and slowed his pace to approach. "I didn't expect you to arrive so early. We had agreed to meet a day from now," Xiao Yu remarked with a smile, gazing at the strikingly beautiful woman clad in red before him. The woman twirled her thumb against her index finger and replied coolly, "I merely feared that unforeseen circumstances might arise, hence I arrived a day early. Is that a problem?" Observing her frigid demeanor, Xiao Yu felt a twinge of exasperation. He had hoped that, after their previous encounter, she might exhibit a warmer disposition. Yet she remained as icy as ever. "Of course not. The illustrious Queen Medusa is free to come and go as she pleases. Who am I to impose restrictions upon you?" Fama's sardonic tone elicited no reaction from Medusa, who continued to regard him with an impassive gaze. Xiao Yu, unwilling to engage in further dialogue with her chilling demeanor, suggested, "Let us proceed into the city and rest for a day. By the way, it would be prudent to fully conceal your aura. Otherwise, the holy city of Jaima will surely descend into chaos due to your presence. Additionally, cover your face. Your beauty may attract unnecessary trouble." Taking the lead, Xiao Yu reminded Medusa. Although she maintained her aloofness, she complied, suppressing her aura entirely and veiling her exquisite features with a red scarf, then following closely behind Xiao Yu. Upon entering the holy city, Xiao Yu made his way towards the previously visited tavern. Despite Medusa having concealed her visage, her voluptuous and alluring figure still drew the attention of numerous men on the streets. Had Xiao Yu not been there to temper her reactions, the notorious woman would have likely wreaked havoc along the way. Throughout the journey, Xiao Yu felt a pang of anxiety for the hapless men, realizing that if he had not intervened that day, chaos would have surely ensued. He silently chastised the men for their lack of decorum. Had they never encountered a woman before? Although she was indeed breathtakingly beautiful and possessed an impeccable figure, this was a continent governed by the principle of strength. Was it not common knowledge that ogling others could lead to dire consequences? Indeed, the nature of men remains unchanged across worlds. They cannot behave unless restrained. He sighed inwardly, recognizing that not every man possessed his level of restraint and composure in the face of potential chaos. I say, Your Majesty, let them gaze. It is only natural for men to admire beautiful women. Their admiration speaks to your allure, not a reason to resort to violence. Upon returning to the tavern and securing a room, Xiao Yu gazed at Medusa with a hint of exasperation. Medusa cast him a sidelong glance and stated, Today, I shall grant you a reprieve. Should this occur again, I shall ensure they do not see the light of another day. The menace in her tone was unmistakable, revealing her willingness to act upon her threats. Xiao Yu found himself at a loss for words. Truly, this was Medusa. Yet it was not surprising. Every year, countless women from her serpentine race fell victim to capture and trade. Witnessing the greedy gazes of those human men, it was no wonder she harbored murderous thoughts. In response, Xiao Yu nodded. Very well. I assure you that such an incident will not transpire again. He resolved in his heart that the next time he ventured out with Medusa, he would envelop her entire form in the myriad transformations flame, ensuring that no one would drool over a mere mosaic. You should rest here today. We shall await the arrival of Yunlan's sect for another day. If you find yourself bored, feel free to practice your skills to pass the time. With that, Xiao Yu stepped outside to summon a servant for another room. After Xiao Yu departed, Medusa reclined on the bed, feigning sleep as she indulged in her cultivation, not feeling the urgency to rush, for she still had a day left. This evening, she intended to grant herself some respite, considering the considerable distance from the desert to the capital of the Jiama Empire. As night fell, the sky was adorned with countless twinkling stars, and the bright moon hung high, casting a serene and chilly light upon the earth, rendering the city remarkably quiet. On ordinary nights devoid of significant festivities, the populace seldom ventured outdoors, for the security here was not akin to that of modern Xiao Yu's homeland. The idea of a vibrant nightlife surpassing that of the day was utterly inconceivable. Indeed, in this realm governed by Douqi, the primary source of nocturnal amusement for the common folk was the clandestine acts of procreation shared between couples within their chambers. This phenomenon also constituted one of the principal reasons for the vast population of the Douqi Continent. Within his room, Xiao Yu sat in tranquil meditation, continuously refining the combat techniques recorded in his mind, drawing inspiration from techniques of all ranks. Since embarking on the study of Douqi, he had come to realize the folly of his previous self, who had shunned the pursuit of combat skills, daunted by the formidable source fire divine thunder. Had it not been for the battles he later encountered, he might never have discerned his own shortcomings, stumbling blindly towards Yunlan's sect to deliver supplies. The Douqi techniques of the thunder fire attribute, when wielded with the source fire divine thunder, exhibited a potency far greater than when used in isolation. This was precisely why he had fervently devoted himself to the study of combat techniques in recent times. Otherwise, mastering a low-tier earth rank technique and numerous profound rank techniques within a span of 1 or 2 months would have been an impossibility. Not only did his formidable soul strength play a role, but his attitude towards cultivating combat techniques was also of paramount importance. During that period, he scarcely engaged in any other form of cultivation, dedicating all 12 hours of the day either to mastering combat techniques or replenishing his Douqi, thus achieving remarkable results in such a brief time frame. After deriving a terrifying ultimate technique based on a set of high-level profound rank techniques, Xiao Yu became even more engrossed in this endeavor. He discovered that even techniques not belonging to the thunder fire attribute could be cultivated, provided their principles aligned closely with the characteristics of the source fire, divine thunder. For instance, the extreme ice flame and blue silver cold lightning could be utilized to execute ice attribute techniques. The movie devised for his guardian was born from this realization. To call it creation would be an embellishment, as it merely involved modifying a few operational pathways to facilitate the seamless integration of the source fire divine thunder into the technique, more akin to an adaptation. A harmonious blending of two elements. Chapter 90. The Awakening of Elder Yao. Arrival at Yunlan's sect. Beneath the luminous stars and moonlight, the city lay in profound stillness. Suddenly, an invisible wave of spiritual energy emanated from an unknown source, rippling outward like the disturbance of water, alerting many perceptive individuals to its formidable and terrifying presence. Within the confines of his room, Xiao Yu opened his eyes, momentarily taken aback before directing his gaze toward the window. There appeared to be a figure observing him, its soul wave resonating with a sense of familiarity. Xiao Yu couldn't help but smile, then bowed slightly in acknowledgement. Good lad, a voice, ancient yet magnetic, resonated in Xiao Yu's ear before the spiritual wave dissipated. Xiao Yu mused, truly, Elder Yao is remarkable, able to sense my presence in the city. Though he had not deliberately concealed his aura, The fact that Elder Yao, upon awakening, could detect his essence amidst the vastness of Jia, Ma Holy City, was indeed formidable, living up to his esteemed title. Subsequently, Xiao Yu dismissed the matter from his mind and resumed his own pursuits. As for why Elder Yao had suddenly come to him, it was likely due to having sensed his aura upon awakening, combined with Xiao Yu's current Do Wang level strength, which had piqued the elder's interest, prompting a visit. Who could have anticipated that, after 2 years of absence, the boy who once only possessed the strength of a Do Shi or a Do Shi would now exhibit such terrifying growth? His cousin, Xiao Yan, must be exceedingly fortunate to have such an extraordinary kin, though this young lad would likely face considerable setbacks from his superior cousin in the future. What a stroke of bad luck. Had he encountered this cousin instead of that insufferable brat back in the day, I would have truly struck gold, he chuckled to himself. Alas, fate has bestowed upon me this little rascal. No matter how insufferable, he remains my disciple. After a few moments of the spiritual wave drifting within the city, it returned to its original location. In the shadows, a concealed figure stood, garbed in black, resembling a specter hidden in darkness, undetectable by ordinary eyes. However, the eagle-nosed mask upon his face was strikingly conspicuous. This man was currently wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, cursing under his breath. That old coot, knowing full well I meant no harm. Yet he struck with such ferocity. The damned old rascal, he grumbled, before vanishing into the depths of darkness. Creak! Suddenly, the door to Xiao Yu's room was thrust open, revealing Medusa, clad in a striking red qipao, her expression grave as she entered. Xiao Yu, observing Medusa, sighed, "Your Majesty, might you at least knock before entering?" Ignoring Xiao Yu's complaints, Medusa focused intently on the outside. Then, with her brows arched, inquired, "Do you know the source of that terrifying spiritual energy?" She had no faith that Xiao Yu could have overlooked the presence of such a powerful force, rivaling that of a Do Zone. To this, Xiao Yu could only clarify an ally. Upon hearing this, Medusa was taken aback. This fellow had actually sought the aid of a being capable of contending with a Do Zone. With such an ally, their expedition to Yunlan sect would undoubtedly be far more manageable. 2 against 2, coupled with this extraordinary individual, would be sufficient to sweep through Yunlan. With a slight nod, Medusa refrained from pressing further about the identity of this ally, gracefully exiting Xiao Yu's room. Xiao Yu shook his head and resumed his meditation. Time swiftly passed. A day had gone by. On the 3rd morning, Xiao Yu rose early and made his way to Medusa's quarters. Upon his entrance, Medusa, with a cool demeanor, queried, "What are your plans for today? Will you storm into Yunlan sect directly?" Xiao Yu, gazing at this woman who seemed perpetually fixated on violence, felt a shiver run down his spine. Would she truly confront him with such fervor as well? Shaking his head, he replied, "No, today I shall first visit Yunlan sect. You will remain here. Should a battle of Do Zone caliber erupt later, you may join me then. Moreover, I do not necessarily intend to be adversarial with Yunlan sect. Should all go as planned, you may not even need to intervene, and matters could resolve smoothly." Medusa expressed no dissent. Her purpose was merely to repay a favor, and if she could accomplish this without engaging in combat, all the better. After concluding his discussion with Medusa, Xiao Yu departed the inn and made his way towards the foot of Yunlan Mountain. Clutching the white invitation embossed with the image of a sword and cloud, his expression grew complex. This was handed to him by a disciple of Yunlan sect yesterday, for the upcoming 3-year agreement. Yunlan sect had invited the leaders of the Jia Ma Empire's premier factions and numerous powerful individuals to bolster the image of their young sect master, Nalan Yunran. From this, Xiao Yu discerned that Yun Yun was not within the Yunlan sect, though the reason for her absence eluded him. Despite having severed ties with Xiao Yan, she had yet to preside over the 3-year agreement within the sect. Otherwise, given her temperament, she would never permit Yunling to act with such impunity. The day had arrived, and he hoped no unforeseen circumstances would arise. Otherwise, sighing, he lifted his gaze towards the imposing Yunlan mountain that towered beyond the borders of the Jiamar sacred city, unfurling his Douqi wings and soaring towards that direction. The Yunlan sect stood a considerable distance from the Jiamar sacred city, a formidable mountain and city, both colossal entities locked in a silent standoff. The Yunlan sect, a transcendent existence that had endured through the ages, was viewed with trepidation by each generation of the Jiamar royal family. Within the Jiamar Empire, the Yunlan sect held a unique position. It represented the pinnacle of power, yet remained outside the royal jurisdiction. This unrestricted nature of the Yunlan sect posed a significant threat to the rule of the royal family, yet they lacked the strength to extinguish it. Furthermore, if the Yunlan sect were to vanish, The Jiamar Empire as own might would likely prove insufficient to deter the neighboring nations, inevitably leading to war, with the empire possibly facing division among rival powers. Thus, the Jiamar Empire had maintained a stance of equilibrium towards the Yunlan sect rather than outright opposition. To this end, the royal family stationed a formidable army at the foot of Yunlan Mountain to guard against potential threats. The upper echelons of the Yunlan sect, however, paid little heed to this, considering the military presence to be inconsequential. They had no intention of annihilating the royal family or seizing control of the Jiamar Empire. Initially, some disciples of the Yunlan sect have been incensed, venturing into the military camp to cause disturbances, but over time, they ceased to concern themselves with it. As Xiao Yu glided through the skies, a fiery, crimson trail marked his rapid descent. Moments later, he arrived at the foot of Yunlan Mountain. Before him lay an expansive military camp, where soldiers could be seen engaged in morning drills. Raising his gaze, he beheld the summit of Yunlan Mountain, a massive inverted triangular formation floating majestically, its peaks precariously balanced, defying the laws of nature to ascend into the clouds. Surrounding this inverted mountain were numerous diamond-shaped formations, upon which various palatial structures were interconnected by suspended bridges, a true marvel of craftsmanship, breathtaking in its grandeur. Indeed, it was no wonder that the Yunlan sect commanded such reverence throughout the Jiamar Empire. Even the foundations of its mountain gates were beyond the comparison of ordinary factions. Behind the foot of Yunlan Mountain, a stone staircase ascended straight into the skies. Without the aid of his Douqi wings, one could scarcely fathom the time it would take to traverse such a path. With a surge of speed, Xiao Yu arced upward, heading towards the plaza of the Yunlan sect. As he traversed through the mist, his gaze swept over the rows of structures perched upon the floating mountain, exuding an aura of grandeur, adorned with the emblem of the long sword and stone monuments, their sword chi resonating powerfully amidst the drifting clouds, creating an ethereal ambience akin to a celestial realm. At long last, he had truly glimpsed the essence of the Yunlan sect. Chapter 91. Yafei Suspicion. Seated around the mountainous tiers encircling the plaza were young men and women clad in white robes woven with cloud silk, numbering over 2,000. Each individual sat upright, their demeanor solemn. Occasionally, a gust of wind would sweep through the plaza, causing their flowing robes to rustle and dance like clouds descending from the heavens. An awe-inspiring sight to behold. These were the disciples of this generation of the Yunlan sect. With his heightened senses, Xiao Yu discerned that the breathing rhythms of these 2,000 disciples were remarkably synchronized, entwined in a unique essence, resembling a singular entity. This was the protective formation of the Yunlan sect, the cloud smoke covering the sun formation. Truly profound. It was Xiao Yu's first encounter with a genuine formation on the Douqi Continent. Previously, he had only witnessed an illusionary formation among the snake people, which paled in comparison to this cloud smoke formation. Should Xiao Yu launch an assault against any disciple of the Yunlan sect, it would undoubtedly trigger the formation. With over 2,000 Douqi practitioners, even an average Do Wang would be capable of decimating them before their energy was exhausted. Yet Xiao Yu sensed that the power of this cloud smoke formation rivaled that of a Do Huan. Merely relying on a formation, they could consolidate the strength of more than 2,000 individuals into a singular point, achieving a level comparable to that of a Do Huan. To call it profound would not be an exaggeration. It seemed prudent to explore the study of formations in the future. If he could infuse his source fire divine thunder into a formation, the results would likely be terrifying. This thought flickered through Xiao Yu's mind upon witnessing the cloud smoke formation, yet time was of the essence. At the forefront of the stone staircase, beyond the plaza, a high platform extended from the mountain, adorned with numerous stone seats. Seated upon the platform were 5 or 6 elderly men in white cloud robes, while several middle-aged men stood below them. These individuals were presumably the high-ranking elders of the Yunlan sect. Among them was one of the main figures of the 3-year agreement, Nalan Yinran, perched upon a slightly elevated stone platform. Presumably, you are the recently promoted 6th-rank alchemist, honorary elder of the Alchemist Association, Elder Zhou. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. A resonant voice emanated from the high platform, traveling nearly 1,000 meters to reach Xiao Yu's ears. He raised his gaze towards the source of the voice, where an elderly man in a white robe sat at the main seat of the platform. Xiao Yu's eyes flickered as he scrutinized the elder. Although the man bore signs of age, his spirit was invigorated, exuding an aura of vitality. His white hair was gathered atop his head, and 5 peculiar diamond-shaped stones floated behind him, radiating authority with each movement, suggesting he held a prominent position within the Yunlan sect. The elder rose, his expression calm and serious, and clasped his hands in greeting. I am Yunling, the Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect. We welcome Elder Zhou's presence at the 3-year agreement. Please take a seat in the designated area to await the commencement of the event. With a gesture, the elder indicated a floating platform to his right, where numerous stone seats were available. Xiao Yu noticed several familiar faces, including Jia Xingtian, Hai Buodong, Fa Ma, Nalan Jia, Nalan Su, Material Tingshan, and Mu Chun, along with a few younger individuals. To his surprise, he also spotted Yufei. He recalled that she had not intended to attend the 3-year agreement. Regardless, the narrative of the Douqi world had already deviated significantly, and her presence here was not entirely unexpected. Xiao Yu cast a peculiar glance at Yunling, then clasped his hands in acknowledgement and soared towards the platform. Upon reaching the platform, Xiao Yu retracted his wings and walked calmly towards a stone seat. Upon seeing his arrival, Jia Xingtian and the others promptly rose and saluted, while the younger generation also bowed in respect. Ah, Brother Zhou has arrived. Please take a seat, Jia Xingtian said, gesturing towards an adjacent empty spot with a cheerful demeanor. Greetings to all. Xiao Yu replied with a smile and took his place on the vacant stone seat. After Xiao Yu settled in, Nalan Jia and the others also resumed their seats. What brings Brother Zhou to witness this 3-year agreement? I recall you are not one to relish the limelight, Nalan Jia inquired. Fa Ma, still bearing his grand medicinal cauldron, adjusted his brow, which obscured his eyes, and inquired of Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu rested his hands upon the armrests of the stone chair and replied, It is not that I am averse to mingling and merriment. It merely depends on what festivities are at hand. I have heard whispers of the 3-year agreement, which is why I have come to observe. After exchanging a few more words, Xiao Yu fell silent, patiently awaiting Xiao Yan's arrival. After a while, a familiar fragrance wafted into Xiao Yu's senses, prompting him to turn and find Yufei standing beside him. My dear, it has been quite some time. You seem to have grown even more radiant, Xiao Yu remarked with a smile. Yufei, with a playful grin, responded, You jest, sir. I've always been this way. Turning back, Xiao Yu, with a teasing glimmer in his eyes, said, Very well, my dear. If you have inquiries, do not hesitate to ask. At these words, a faint blush crept across Yufei's enchanting visage. Was her curiosity so apparent? Yet, being the poised Yufei, she would not behave bashfully like a schoolgirl. Instead, she boldly inquired, I wish to ask the esteemed sir why Xiao Yu has not yet arrived, especially since today marks Xiao Yan's day of promise. He ought to be here. Ah, that lad has unfinished business. Whether he arrives depends on whether he can complete it before the conclusion, Xiao Yu replied, fabricating the excuse without an ounce of hesitation. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Yufei's eyes. She had accompanied Mite heir Tong Shan today, primarily to see Xiao Yu, only to discover he was absent. After all, today was her cousin's day to fulfill the 3-year agreement. Given Xiao Yu's temperament, even if he preferred solitude, he should have made an appearance. Furrowing her brows, Yufei's thoughts grew restless. By chance, her gaze fell upon the spatial ring adorning Mr. Zhou's finger. This ring was not unfamiliar to her. She had seen it before. Not on Mr. Zhou, but in Xiao Yu's possession. Its peculiar patterns were ancient and stately, making it quite distinctive, and she remembered it vividly. That ring on Mr. Zhou's hand was indeed the one belonging to Xiao Yu. Was it not a gift from Mr. Zhou when Xiao Yu became his disciple? Why was it now on Mr. Zhou's hand? Could it be? Suddenly, a bold notion struck Yufei's mind, one so startling that it sent a tremor through her pupils, and a hint of shock grazed her delicate features. Xiao Yu, sensing her unusual demeanor, turned to her and asked, My dear, what troubles you? You appear quite alarmed. I'm not that frightening, am I? Yufei, jolted back to reality by Xiao Yu's words, hastily suppressed the astonishment in her eyes and replied, You misunderstand, sir. Yufei merely recalled something, hence my momentary lapse. Noticing her complex expression, Xiao Yu chose not to delve deeper, understanding that he now bore the identity of Elder Zhou. An excessive concern for a junior might lead others to speculate on inappropriate intentions. As Xiao Yu resumed his conversation with President Fa Ma, Yufei exhaled a sigh of relief. That thought had been too horrifying, causing even her, a master of expression, to momentarily lose her composure. Chapter 92. Xiao Yan arrives. How could Mr. Zhou and Xiao Yu possibly be the same person? What was peculiar about 2 identical spatial rings? What was I thinking? Even if Xiao Yu had cultivated since birth, he could not possess the strength of a Do Wang or the alchemical skills of a 6-tier alchemist. 2 years ago, he was merely a Do Shi. How could he now be a Do Wang powerhouse? Such talent is not so easily found. Yufei gently shook her head, attempting to dismiss the absurd notion, yet the more she pondered, the more disconcerted she became. However, It seemed that Mr. Zhou and Xiao Yu had never appeared simultaneously. When she saw Mr. Zhou, Xiao Yu was absent, and when she encountered Xiao Yu, Mr. Zhou was nowhere to be found. Moreover, as Xiao Yan fulfilled the 3-year promise, given the relationship between him and Xiao Yu, he should have been present. Yet, it was Mr. Zhou, who preferred solitude, that had come instead. Upon further reflection, the personalities of Mr. Zhou and Xiao Yu indeed bore striking similarities. The gathering was filled with either Do Wang or Do Huang, and naturally, the exchange between Xiao Yu and Yufei did not escape their ears. Elder Zhou's disciple has some connection to Xiao Yan? Otherwise, why would Yufei suggest that Elder Zhou's disciple would attend the agreement? In an instant, everyone present came to a realization. Elder Zhou's disciple, whom Yufei referred to as Xiao Yu, shared the same surname as Xiao Yan. Could it be that Elder Zhou's disciple, Xiao Yu, is also from the Xiao family? With a furrowed brow, Jiaxing Tian curiously asked Xiao Yu, Elder Zhou, what is the connection between your disciple and Xiao Yan of the Xiao family? They are both of the Xiao family. My disciple is Xiao Yan's cousin, Xiao Yu stated without hesitation. For anyone could easily uncover this connection by delving into the records of Wutan City. Upon hearing that they were indeed cousins, Fa Ma's expression transformed to one of understanding. I had wondered why Elder Zhou showed such interest in the 3-year agreement. It turns out there is such a connection. Regardless, should Xiao Yu take action later, if he wished to conceal his identity, he would need a legitimate reason to protect Xiao Yan, thus appearing reasonable and avoiding any suspicion. Nodding, Xiao Yu continued, that lad requested me, as his master, to come and see if Xiao Yan encounters any difficulties, so I could offer assistance. The others nodded in acknowledgement, evidently not questioning Xiao Yu's statement. Only Nalan Jie wore a slightly displeased expression. After all, Xiao Yan from the Xiao family had nearly become his granddaughter's fiancé, and now her cousin was a disciple of a 6th-tier alchemist. At his celebration banquet, he had seen Xiao Yu, a true dragon among men, and considering Na Lanyan's words about how Mu Zhan had been defeated by Xiao Yu in a single move, it was evident that he was a formidable genius. His strength likely surpassed even that of his granddaughter Na Lanyan, who had been meticulously nurtured by the Yunlan sect. Moreover, with the Xiao family establishing ties with a 6th-tier alchemist, they would soon be on par with the first-rate forces in Jiama City. Once Xiao Yu matured, the Xiao family would likely rise to become a top-tier power in the Jiama Empire, leaving Nalan's family to wonder if they could compete. Additionally, he had heard that Xiao Yan's talent had already returned. He had regained his strength as a dosher upon leaving Wutan City. With 2 such prodigies in the Xiao family, both capable of propelling the family to new heights, Nalan Jie could not help but sigh, pondering how different things might have been had he not succumbed to poison and been able to prevent Yin Ran from pursuing her engagement with the Xiao family, thus avoiding the present strained relationship. As time slipped by, the square was occasionally filled with the whistling of the wind, yet silence prevailed. The sun ascended to its zenith, casting warm rays that enveloped the entire summit of Yunlan Mountain. At a certain moment, the faint sound of footsteps emerged from below the azure stone steps. As time passed, the footsteps grew closer and louder, drawing the curious gazes of all the disciples of Yunlan's sect toward the stone staircase. Upon hearing the footsteps, Nalan Yin rose to her feet, propelling herself forward from the stone platform with a thrust of her right foot. With a series of agile maneuvers in the air, leaving behind faint green phantoms of fighting spirit, he arrived in the square. Moments later, a figure appeared at the end of the steps, advancing with a steady gait. The elders of the Cloud Mist sect atop the high platform, along with Xiao Yu and others, directed their gazes toward that slender silhouette. The newcomer was a young man clad in a striking black and red ensemble, with a massive black ruler slung across his back. While he was not conventionally handsome, he possessed a captivating presence, exuding an aura of calmness and distinction. As he stepped onto the final stair, the young man's emotionless gaze swept across the square, ultimately resting on the beautiful woman ahead who was also observing him. 3 years prior, the indignity inflicted upon the Xiao Clan by this woman had not escaped his memory. For this day, he had devoted himself to rigorous training, facing countless perils, all to stand here now. Perhaps his resentment towards her had diminished over time. Yet the honor of the Xiao family and his father's reputation demanded retribution. This battle would serve as a testament to the fruits of his 3 years of toil. Should he falter today, all his efforts would be in vain, rendering his journey toward mastery a mere hindrance. Thus, this battle must end in victory. Xiao Yan of the Xiao family, the young man proclaimed, his voice resonating throughout the square. Opposite him, Nalan Yinran responded with a cold gaze, declaring, Nalan Yinran of the Nalan family. Oh, So this little fellow is Xiao Yan. Judging by his demeanor, it hardly appears to be a facade. He certainly does not resemble a waste incapable of storing fighting spirit, remarked Jia Tian, rising with interest to the front of the stands, stroking his goatee while observing Xiao Yan. At this moment, Fa Ma also stood from his stone seat, joining Jia Tian, his sharp eyes sweeping over Xiao Yan, before furrowing his brow slightly and commenting, "For some reason, this young man feels oddly familiar." You feel it too? Jia Tian replied, his expression deepening as he regarded Xiao Yan, slowly adding, "Perhaps we've encountered him somewhere before." Unfazed by the discussions around him, Xiao Yu solely wished to quietly witness the culmination of this 3-year agreement, ensuring that Xiao Yan could depart from the Cloud Mist sect unimpeded, denying Ling Ying any opportunity to intervene. Afterward, he intended to swiftly return to Wu-Tan City to safeguard the Xiao family. As long as Yunling did not arrive and the Guardian Fa did not show up to abduct his second uncle, this 3-year covenant would conclude satisfactorily. However, should events unfold as in the original narrative, he would inevitably confront the Guardian Fa. Yet, with the Xiao family currently exposed, he doubted whether he, even with the formidable aid of Medusa and Yao Lao, could vanquish the Guardian Fa. Even if he could indeed defeat the Guardian Fa. Xiao Yu did not believe that the Soul Palace lacked similar artifacts to the Soul Token. If the Soul Palace were to learn of the Guardian Fa's demise, they would undoubtedly dispatch individuals to investigate, escalating the situation beyond a mere regional guardian. However, relinquishing Xiao Zhan to be captured by the Soul Palace for over a decade was equally unthinkable to him. One step at a time, he mused, acknowledging that if the situation became dire, he would have to resort to drastic measures. Chapter 93. The 3-year covenant officially commences. I am Yunling, the Grand Elder of the Cloud Mist Sect. Today, in the absence of the Sect Master, I shall preside over the 3-year agreement. This contest is intended for friendly sparring, to be conducted with restraint. Yunling's voice reverberated across the square like ripples on water, calm yet authoritative. However, Xiao Yan appeared unimpressed by these formalities. His gaze fixed on Nalan Yanran as he slowly declared, "Fate will determine life and death." His words cut through the air, interrupting Yunling, who displayed a flicker of anger at the young man's impudence. Yet, with a multitude of onlookers present, he suppressed his ire and replied, "Young man, one should leave room for maneuver. However, since you insist, let it be so. Fate will determine life and death." Xiao Yan had little interest in Yunling's rhetoric. His singular focus lay in defeating Nalan Yanran. Gripping the massive black ruler behind him, he yanked it free with force, the weapon slicing through the air with a whistling sound, the tip grazing the ground as dust was sent swirling in all directions. "Let's fight, Nalan Yanran," he shouted, propelling himself forward like a cannonball, the fighting spirit erupting fiercely. Nalan Yanran, not one to back down, summoned her sword. Spinning it in a flourish before positioning it with both hands at her chest, the tip aimed directly at him. With a graceful movement, she swiftly advanced to meet Xiao Yan. The clash resounded as their weapons met. The azure and pale green fighting spirits filled the arena, shattering the ground beneath their feet with their tremendous force. A fierce glint returned to Yunling's eyes, his anger surging once more at Xiao Yan's blatant disregard. Yet, as the Grand Elder of the Cloud Mist sect, he quickly regained his composure, returning to a facade of neutrality. After exchanging a strike with Nalan Yanran, Xiao Yan wielded his weapon with fervor, their figures dancing amidst the vibrant display of fighting spirit, which dazzled the spectators. Indeed, Xiao Yan's prowess is commendable. From his current performance, he likely possesses the strength of a Do Master. His earlier demeanor clearly was not a mere act, Jia Tian mused, stroking his goatee with approval as he watched. Fa Ma nodded in agreement. It seems this young man has dedicated considerable effort for the sake of this 3-year agreement. Mu Chun, meanwhile, teased Nalan Jia, reveling in the misfortune of the Nalan family for having lost such an exceptional talent. Nalan Jia, however, felt a pang of sorrow, despite Nalan Yanran's ascent to the position of Vice Master of the Cloud Mist sect. The Nalan family remained subordinate to the royal family of the Jiama Empire, and he himself was a general of the empire. This dynamic only served to foster resentment from the royal family toward the Nalan clan, and without any family branch within the Cloud Mist sect, Nalan Yanran could not simultaneously hold the position of clan leader. This left 2 possibilities. Either the Cloud Mist sect would gradually absorb the Nalan family, or the Nalan family would benefit at the expense of the Cloud Mist sect's interests. Both scenarios were undesirable for either party. Currently, the Nalan family found themselves in a precarious position, Caught between two opposing forces and losing a talented figure like Nalan Yanran was a profound loss. Only Xiao Yu and Hai Bo Dong maintained a calm demeanor amidst the tension. One had read the script, while the other had witnessed Xiao Yan's true capabilities. As the duel intensified, the clash of their powers stirred the air into a tempest, making it nearly impossible for those of lesser strength to keep pace with their speed. Noticing Nalan Yanran employ her wind spirit sword technique, Xiao Yu couldn't help but gaze in admiration. He held a particular fondness for such techniques akin to sword mastery. After all, who among the youth hadn't fantasized about soaring through the skies on a sword? In the future, he resolved to gather similar techniques, envisioning how striking they would appear when executed with thunderfire, without overly concerning himself with their actual power. As Nalan Yanran realized her current abilities were insufficient to contend with Xiao Yan, she retreated momentarily, her aura surging dramatically as she broke through the Dome Master threshold. Ascending to the realm of a 2-star Great Dome Master, a soft green aura coalesced around her, forming intricate patterns, and in no time, a suit of chi armor was materialized. For Nalan Yanran, who had reached the Great Dome Master realm, the attendees were not particularly astonished. It was only natural for the young master of the Yunlan sect, nurtured with such dedication, to possess this level of power. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan was not to be outdone. As a suit of azure chi armor gradually took shape around him. 2-star Great Dome Master? Xiao Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. He distinctly recalled that in the original narrative, Xiao Yan was merely a 1-star Great Dome Master upon his arrival at the Yunlan sect. He shook his head. When he had last seen him, he had already attained the rank of 8-star Dome Master, surpassing the original tale by 1 star. It seemed that the 3-pattern blue spirit pill not only aided his breakthrough to the Dome Master level, but also elevated him by an additional minor realm. The ripple effect caused by his intervention did not weaken Xiao Yan. Rather, it had made him stronger, truly deserving of the title Child of Destiny in the Douqi Continent, which was simply outrageous. Nevertheless, Xiao Yu felt a sense of joy. His preliminary assessment suggested that he had not disrupted Xiao Yan's ascent, but rather accelerated his rise in power, thus alleviating the last traces of concern in his heart. The attendees, save for Hai Buodong, were utterly astonished at Xiao Yan's ability to shed the label of waste and match the prowess of Nalan Yanran, the sect's prized disciple. Within just 3 years, they couldn't fathom how this young lad had trained to elevate himself from Douqi to 2-star Great Dome Master in such a short span. Reaching parity with Yanran, Jia Xingtian expressed his astonishment, remarking with a smile that now both were 2-star Great Dome Masters, and the spectacle to follow would be captivating. Fa Ma also nodded, equally surprised. After all, even he had heard whispers of Xiao Yan's former reputation as a waste. Witnessing such a rapid elevation of realms in the Gamma Empire was unprecedented. Nalan Jia, upon realizing that Xiao Yan was also a 2-star Great Dome Master, slumped helplessly onto a stone chair, muttering about how Xiao Lin had a commendable grandson. Others covertly reveled in Nalan Jia's misfortune, casting discreet glances at him. Such an exceptional talent could have been part of the Nalan family, but now that opportunity was lost. Were they in his position, their reactions would likely not differ much from Nalan Jia's. Yet that did not mean they felt any sympathy for him. Master Guhi, it has been a long time. At that moment, another figure emerged in the stands. Hearing the respectful voices of others, Xiao Yu turned slightly to see the alchemist Guhi approaching in resplendent robes. Jia Xingtian and the others rose to their feet. Even the typically cold and indifferent Hai Buodong stood up. It was indeed rather impolite to remain seated while all others stood in greeting. So Xiao Yu also rose and clasped his hands in respect. Brother Guhi, it has been quite some time. After exchanging pleasantries with the crowd, Guhi turned his gaze toward Xiao Yu and smiled. Brother Zhou, long time no see. The group resumed their seats, continuing their discussion about the battle between Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran. Xiao Yu had left abruptly last time, but with Yin Yun's seal now lifted, he felt less concerned for her safety, as the greatest threat, Medusa, had already accompanied him to the Tagore Desert. However, upon learning that Yin Yun had yet to return to the sect, a flicker of worry ignited within Xiao Yu. As Guhi was Yin Yun's most devoted admirer, he should know her whereabouts. Brother Guhi, may I ask, the 3-year agreement is of utmost significance to Nalan Yanran. Why is sect leader Yin Yun not present at the sect? After Guhi took his seat, Xiao Yu feigned curiosity and posed the question. Guhi was momentarily taken aback, pondering why Elder Zhou would inquire about this. However, seeing the curious expression on Xiao Yu's face, he dismissed his doubts and explained. 2 months ago, I invited the sect leader to accompany me to the desert, where we inadvertently provoked a terrifying existence. The sect leader stayed behind to cover our retreat, and has not returned since. I had intended to search for her, but over a month ago, the sect leader sent a message stating that she was safe, but had an extremely important matter to attend to. Thus, she could not return. I believe she should be nearing the sect now. Curiously, Gu He then inquired, does Brother Zhou have business with the sect leader? If so, I can convey your message. Xiao Yu gently shook his head. It is merely idle curiosity. There is no pressing matter. Gu He, satisfied, turned his attention back to the plaza. Xiao Yu sighed with relief. Over a month ago was precisely when he had ventured into the desert. It appeared Yin Yun was unharmed, merely delayed by her obligations concerning the 3-year agreement. Today, she should be returning to the sect. If she arrived before the conclusion of the 3-year agreement, her character would certainly prevent her from allowing Yun Ling to act recklessly, thus sparing him from any troubles. The battle below had reached its climax, with Xiao Yan and Nailin Yinran evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. After a fierce exchange, Nailin Yinran prepared to unveil her trump card. Her chi armor dissipated as she ascended slowly, a vast circular rune suddenly materializing behind her. As the rune spun, an immense wave of pale green energy rapidly converged upon her. The fluctuations of Do Qi swept across the arena, affecting even the disciples of the Yunlan sect seated in the stands. Seeing Nailin Yinran deploy her trump card signaled to Xiao Yan that it was time to determine the victor. With a flash, he stored away the black ruler in his spatial ring, letting his chi armor vanish. Xiao Yu realized that he was about to unleash the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. However, he remained curious as to how Xiao Yan would execute this lethal move without the purple fire. Due to his circumstances, Xiao Yan had not entered the lair of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, and thus had not acquired the accompanying purple crystal source. Nor had he encountered Medusa or obtained the serpent's venom from the 7-colored sky swallowing python, making it impossible for him to concoct the purple fire pill. How then would he perform the small-scale Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus? At the previous alchemist conference, Xiao Yan had managed to refine the 3-patterned blue spirit pill, which had astonished Xiao Yu. After all, without the purple fire, how had Xiao Yan managed to gather the 3 flames necessary for the concoction? Moreover, given Xiao Yan's current soul power, he could hardly fuse 2 different fires into the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus without the assistance of Yao Lao. Even if he could, it was likely he would refrain from using it, as the authentic Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus possessed terrifying power. One misstep could lead to his demise, making it wiser to employ the Flame Division and Wave-Devouring Ruler instead. Soon, however, Xiao Yan provided his answer. With a firm grip of his left hand, a red flame ignited, followed by a surge of azure fire from his right hand. Xiao Yu's eyes widened. The 10,000 transformation flame clung to his soul power, subtly revealing the red flame in Xiao Yan's grasp. The temperature and potency, while inferior to the extraordinary fires, still represented a rare kind of flame, likely a beast fire. Observing the crimson flame, Xiao Yu discerned that this was the opportunity Xiao Yan had encountered in the absence of purple fire. This red flame surpassed the purple in power. This also elucidated why Xiao Yan had surpassed the original narrative by a star. The protagonist's fortune is indeed formidable. Amidst astonished gazes, Xiao Yan forcefully fused the 2 flames together. That rock owl is Xiao Yan. Recognizing the familiar flames, Jia Xingtian and the others widened their eyes in shock, staring incredulously at the 2 flames in Xiao Yan's hands. As Gu Chuan gazed upon the 2 flames, particularly the azure one, he found himself momentarily stunned. This young lad has managed to deceive everyone. Nalankai, witnessing his savior Yin Xiao, who was almost to become his son-in-law, Xiao Yan, was so infuriated that he coughed violently and subsequently slumped down in a stone chair. He Badong shook his head slightly, clearly taken aback by the fact that Nailin Yinran had forced Xiao Yan to resort to such a trump card. As everyone regained their composure, Jia Xingtian, Fa Ma, and others turned their gaze toward Xiao Yu, their eyes brimming with unspoken implications. Xiao Yu, still absorbing the intensity of their stares, was taken aback and inquired, "Why do you look at me?" Fa Ma spoke in a low tone, "Brother Zhou, it must have been quite the effort to keep this from us." Realizing their focus on him, Xiao Yu smiled and replied, "I cannot say. I never pry into the affairs of the younger generation." Jia Xingtian cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yu and slowly remarked, "Brother Zhou's calm demeanor just now hardly suggests ignorance." To this, Xiao Yu could only smile, choosing not to engage further. Let them think as they pleased, for he remained blissfully unaware. Observing his demeanor, the others refrained from saying more. Xiao Yan deliberately concealed his intentions, and Elder Zhou, if aware, would naturally keep it to himself, as his disciple was Xiao Yan's cousin. They resumed their watch of the battlefield, marveling at Xiao Yan's talent and might. Upon witnessing the familiar flames, Nalan Yinran's hands trembled slightly, a sign that she struggled to maintain her grip on the sword, clearly affected by the revelation of Xiao Yan's identity. Xiao Yan, the very man who had once sparked admiration and even stirred her heart, was, in fact, the Xiao family's waste she had looked down upon 3 years prior. Such a stark contrast began to unsettle Nalan Yinran's previously tranquil state of mind. Yet, Xiao Yan remained unfazed by the astonishment and surprise of those around him. He was wholly absorbed in merging the two flames in his hands, a colossal and ferocious power radiating outward like a surging tide. The front-row disciples of the Yunlan sect were shaken by this overwhelming force. Yunling, unable to conceal her astonishment, marveled at how the once ridiculed Xiao family waste could attain such a level. Sensing the terrifying energy in the arena, Yunling's face grew solemn as she urgently called out to her fellow disciples, "Quick, form a shield." The Yunlan sect disciples promptly formed hand seals, conjuring a protective barrier that isolated the plaza. Meanwhile, Nalan Yinran snapped out of her stupor, her gaze resolute as she beheld Xiao Yin wielding two flames. Regardless of whether he was Yin Xiao or Xiao Yin, as the young master of her sect, she could not afford to lose this battle. Otherwise, all her past efforts would be in vain. At that moment, the runes behind her radiated a brilliant light, as the energy on her sword converged to its utmost limit. With a swift motion, she raised her sword, aligning it with her ear, and then fiercely pointed it at Xiao Yan. The sword's tip unleashed a terrifying pale green energy that erupted like a laser rain, hurtling toward Xiao Yan below. In response to such a formidable attack, Xiao Yan's trump card was finally complete. The two flames in his hands merged into a single resplendent fire lotus, imbued with terrifying, chaotic energy. As he faced the impending onslaught with unwavering calm, Xiao Yan's eyes remained clear as he regarded the fire lotus in his grasp. The entangled grievances of the past 3 years were about to find resolution, and within him, an unparalleled tranquility and lightness flourished. He then lifted his right hand, hurling the fire lotus toward the oncoming barrage of laser arrows, murmuring, "Go forth, Buddha's wrath fire lotus." The fire lotus, released from Xiao Yan's hand, surged forth, colliding with the incoming torrent of pale green energy arrows. Boom! A cataclysmic wave of energy, infused with a melange of tricolored fighting aura, swept across the entire plaza, with the shield conjured by the Yunlan sect disciples shattering after a brief resistance. The violent explosion from the clash of the two powerful techniques enveloped the battlefield in a cloud of dust and turbulence, as a colossal, crystal-clear lotus blossomed amidst the chaos. The energy, like lightning, rampaged, battering the surrounding cliffs and boulders, sending debris flying and shaking the very ground. The lotus appeared so exquisitely pure, yet its terrifying nature was undeniable. Chapter 95. Hebadon's appearance. As the immense fire lotus blossomed, it slowly dissipated, leaving behind residual energy that ravaged the surrounding environment like magma erupting from a volcano. Consequently, the Yunlan sect disciples reinforced their shield, ensuring it was thicker than before. The elite figures of the Jayamar Empire also managed to deflect the onslaught of flames. Once the remnants of the fire lotus faded, Xiao Yan's figure emerged from the wreckage of the devastated plaza, while Nalan Yinran remained ensnared within the azure-green energy above. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yan unfurled his purple cloud wings and brandished the Xianzhong Qi, soaring toward Nalan Yinran. At this moment, the advantage of flight became apparent. Xiao Yan moved through the air with ease, agile and fluid, while Nalan Yinran, constrained by her energy, struggled to counter his assault. Within a lingering aura of fighting energy, Xiao Yan darted in and out, overwhelming Nalan Yinran, until he suddenly brought the Xianzhong Qi crashing down. Nalan Yinran, straining to break free, plummeted downward. As she descended, she frantically swung her sword, unleashing dozens of pale green sword qi, but Xiao Yan, swift in his movements, evaded them effortlessly. He quickly closed the distance to the descending Nalan Yinran, his left hand curling into a claw, preparing to deliver the final blow. At that moment, Xiao Yu noticed Yunling subtly moving her lips toward Xiao Yan, as if conveying something. This form of silent communication, typically mastered by those of fighting spirit, was merely a thread of energy carrying sound to another, a common technique. However, Xiao Yan remained expressionless, plummeting like a meteor, a surge of azure fighting energy accompanying him as he struck Nalan Yinran's abdomen with a resounding palm. Bang! The sound echoed as Xiao Yan landed, kicking up a cloud of dust and azure fighting energy. Nailin Yinran's sword slipped from her grasp, cascading downward. While the divorce letter Xiao Yin had penned years ago slowly slipped from her embrace, drifting downward. Xiao Yin caught the letter, employing the absorbing palm and fire-blowing palm to gently lower the descending Nailin Yinran until she returned to the ground. Finally, it is over. Xiao Yin exhaled softly, a sense of liberation evident in his voice. On the viewing platform, Xiao Yu witnessed his cousin's moment of victory, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, accompanied by a gentle smile. As the spectacle drew to a close, the gathered strongmen expressed their admiration for Xiao Yan's talent and character, proclaiming that he was destined for greatness. After preventing Nailin Yanran from ending her own life and engaging in a heartfelt conversation, during which he burned the divorce letter, the 3-year agreement came to an official conclusion. With a newfound lightness, Xiao Yan retrieved the Xian Zhongqi embedded in the ground and strolled toward the stone steps. Not forgetting to offer a parting remark. Everyone, the show has concluded. It's time for each of you to return to your respective homes. In that moment, Xiao Yan seemed to transform back into the cheerful, humorous youth he once was, though the maturity he now exuded was unmistakable. Xiao Yu gazed at the graceful figure of Xiao Yan as he departed, fervently praying that Yunling, the good friend of Mo Chang, would not cause any trouble and allow Xiao Yan to leave unimpeded. However, his hopes were evidently in vain, as Mo Chang's true brother, Yunling had no intention of letting Xiao Yan escape so easily. Xiao Yan, please hold on. There is a matter concerning the Yunlan sect that requires your verification. Yunling's voice reverberated throughout the plaza, drawing the attention of the crowd. Xiao Yan's steps came to an abrupt halt, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Could it be that Yunling, still smarting from his defeat, intended to forcibly detain him? Jia Xingtian cast a low, mocking glance at Yunling. Fa Ma shook his head, stating, Yunling has always valued the reputation of the Yunlan sect. He would not dare to act so foolishly. Upon hearing Yunling's call, Xiao Yu realized that this troublemaker was about to stir the pot, inwardly lamenting that he truly deserved to be recognized as Mo Cheng's blood brother. The situation was becoming increasingly troublesome, and Xiao Yu felt an overwhelming urge to kick Yunling down to the ground. Shaking his head, Xiao Yu remarked, while he does care about the reputation of the Yunlan sect, it is not beyond him to concoct some excuse to detain Xiao Yan. No sooner had Xiao Yu spoken than Yunling disclosed a matter concerning Mo Cheng, and Gu Yi recounted everything he had witnessed, confidently asserting that it was Xiao Yan who had slain Mo Cheng. Consequently, Yunling insisted that Xiao Yan cooperate and remain behind to clarify the situation. Haibo Dong slightly shook his head, being involved in the matter himself. He knew Gu Ye's words to be true. However, he had not anticipated that despite their caution, they had still left a flaw exposed. The onlookers were quite astonished. Logically, Xiao Yan should not possess the strength of a Do Huang, yet according to Gu Yi, he indeed wielded a powerful white flame. It was best to leave for now, lest further complications arise. Seeing Yunling attempting to detain him, Xiao Yan chose to disregard him and strode toward the bluestone steps. Law enforcement team, apprehend him. Yunling's gaze sharpened as he commanded. Among the disciples of the Yunlan sect, several figures sprang into action, rushing down from the plaza in an attempt to intercept Xiao Yan. Sensing the imminent danger, Xiao Yan drew his Xian Zhongqi and swept it outward, unleashing a torrent of azure do qi that sent 7 or 8 approaching law enforcers from the Yunlan sect flying. He then activated his Ziyun wings and soared away. Stop him, Yunling shouted. The 3 Do Wang elders from the Yunlan sect transformed into 3 beams of differently colored light, swiftly blocking Xiao Yan's path. Following this, a chase ensued between Xiao Yan and the 3 elders. Observing Xiao Yan in dire straits, Fa Ma and the others exhibited hesitation, yet none truly stepped forward to assist. When Xiao Yan found himself ensnared by the combined Do skills of the 3 Do Wang elders, Nalan Jie stood up, glaring, but ultimately resigned himself to sitting back down. In such a predicament, Xiao Yan felt a tightening in his chest and launched a fierce assault against the windfire wooden wall. However, with his current strength as a Do Shi, there was no way he could break through the combined Do techniques of the 3 Do Wang elders. The only reason he had managed to entangle them for so long was due to his Ziyun wings. Without them, he would have likely been captured in an instant. At that critical moment, the temperature in the area began to plummet, with numerous sword-shaped stone tablets and iron chains being encased in ice. While snowflakes drifted down from the sky, reminiscent of the depths of winter, an icy figure materialized within the windfire wooden wall. And as the outer layer of ice melted away, a being with white hair and frosty wings revealed itself, embodying the angelic investor. The Ice Emperor, Haibo Dong. The wind-fire wooden wall was instantly frozen upon Hai Bo Dong's appearance, and with a surge of his imposing aura, it exploded. The overwhelming shockwave sent the 3 Yunlan sect elders flying. The powerful figures present were astonished at Hai Bo Dong's interference with the Yunlan sect. Such an act, in their eyes, was exceedingly unwise. After a brief exchange between Yunling and Hai Bo Dong, it became clear that there was no room for negotiation. Immediately, Yunling instructed his disciples to form a Yunlan mist formation, sealing off the entire plaza. Even Hai Bo Dong would find it difficult to break through in a short span of time. The 3 Do Wang elders then flew toward Hai Bo Dong, entangling him, while Yunling activated his Do Qi wings, preparing to personally capture Xiao Yan. Alas, Xiao Yu had hoped to wait a little longer to see if his meddling in the plot would enable Yun to break free from the original storyline and return to the Yunlan sect in time to halt this farce. However, it appeared that such a possibility had vanished. Upon witnessing Yunling personally intervening, Xiao Yu could no longer afford to wait. After all, the current Xiao Yan lacked the protection of the 7-colored sky-swallowing python, and the likelihood of escaping Yunling's pursuit was exceedingly low. In a sudden burst of speed, Xiao Yu appeared between Yunling and Xiao Yan. What incredible speed! The crowd gasped in astonishment as they saw Xiao Yu materialize in the air. Turning to gaze at the stone chair he had previously occupied, now left with only an afterimage, Fa Ma furrowed his brow, observing Xiao Yu, and remarked, "Brother Zhou, by intervening now, you may provoke the Yunlan sect." Jia Xingtian chuckled. His disciple is Xiao Yan's cousin. If he does not intervene, how could he explain himself to Xiao Yu? However, the ensuing events promised to be entertaining. One wonders if he can hold off Yunling. The latter remark clearly indicated ignorance of Xiao Yu's strength, as Yunling was a high-tier Douwang. To them, although Xiao Yu was a 6th-tier alchemist, they had yet to witness him display his prowess, making it difficult to compare their capabilities. After Xiao Yu's intervention, the expressions of the others were riddled with conflict. Should they take action, they would offend the Yunlan sect, yet they could gain the favor of a 6th-tier alchemist. Mu Chun and the others glanced at Gu He before abandoning their intentions to intervene. Gu He paid no heed to the numerous gazes directed at him, instead watching Xiao Yu in the sky with a peculiar expression. The cloud of figures rushing toward Xiao Yan was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of Xiao Yu. Upon recognizing him, Yunling's expression darkened as he inquired, "Elder Zhou, do you intend to involve yourself in this matter as well?" Xiao Yu, with a pair of fiery wings unfurled and a formidable aura radiating around him, showcased his extraordinary strength. In response to Yunling's words, Xiao Yu refrained from denying his involvement, but managed to smile, saying, "Xiao Yan has some ties to me. I kindly ask Elder Yunling to allow him to leave for my sake." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of struggle appeared in Yunling's eyes. With Hai Bo Dong already stepping in to assist Xiao Yan, the situation was further complicated by the presence of Elder Zhou, who also sought to protect Xiao Yan. If he attempted to forcibly detain Xiao Yan now, he would not only offend Hai Bo Dong, a Do Huang powerhouse, but also antagonize a 6th-tier alchemist. Previously, he had disregarded Hai Bo Dong due to the formidable backing he possessed, viewing a Do Huang as inconsequential. However, a 6th-tier alchemist was an entirely different matter. Such a master of alchemy was not someone he wished to provoke, for they were akin to a hornet's nest. Disturbing one could unleash a swarm of powerful adversaries, possibly even those of equal standing to his own support. Seeing Yunling's hesitant demeanor, a spark of hope ignited in Xiao Yu's eyes. There was a chance. If he could help Xiao Yan leave without alarming Yinshan, it would be the most ideal outcome. Xian Bing Long Xiang. Just as Yunling hesitated, Hai Bo Dong unleashed his refreshing Do technique, the Xian Bing Long Xiang. A colossal ice dragon suddenly materialized in the sky, firmly grasping the 3 elders of the Yunlan sect in its powerful claws, rendering them immobile. Originally, Hai Bo Dong intended to incapacitate the 3 before seizing Xiao Yan under Yunling's command. However, upon witnessing Elder Zhou intervening to halt Yunling, he promptly refrained from further aggression, merely maintaining control over the 3. With a shift in circumstances, he deemed it unnecessary to escalate the confrontation, as doing so would only serve to further offend the Yunlan sect. The 3 elders of the Yunlan sect, noticing the hesitation etched upon Yunling's countenance, also chose to cease their actions, refraining from employing their combined combat techniques in a futile attempt to breach the grip of Hai Bo Dong's ice dragon. The atmosphere in the square grew eerily silent, with the next course of action, whether to engage in battle or withdraw, resting solely upon Yunling's decision below. Offending a Do Huang and a 6th-tier alchemist posed a considerable dilemma for the sect. Could they truly allow that young man to escape? No. If they permitted him to leave, wouldn't he that render my prior statements mere folly? What face would I have left? And how could I continue to serve as the Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect? Should word spread that the Yunlan sect allowed a murderer to flee out of fear of a Do Huang and a sixth-tier alchemist, what would become of our reputation and standing? Rumors would undoubtedly circulate throughout the Jiamat Empire regarding the killing of an outer sect steward, while the Yunlan sect could only cower in fear, allowing the perpetrator to escape. Furthermore, that young man had shown me such blatant disrespect. How could I so easily let him go? At this moment, Xiao Yin had also come to a halt, retracting his Ziyun wings. After consuming a recovery pill, he stood upon a suspended stone step, observing the imminent clash of formidable forces. It was not that he lacked caution in landing and stowing away his wings. His previous battle with Nalan Yanran had significantly drained his Do Qi, and being pursued by 3 Do Huangs had further depleted his reserves when utilizing the Ziyun wings. Thus, seizing the opportunity to recuperate seemed prudent, especially with the possibility of needing to engage again. Why exhaust his Do Qi unnecessarily when a glimmer of hope for a peaceful retreat appeared on the horizon? Curiosity piqued as he regarded the middle-aged man standing protectively before Yunling. Who was this individual? Why had he chosen to intervene on his behalf? From what he had overheard, this man's identity was likely significant, particularly as he bore the surname Zhou. Previously, you had mentioned that his teacher was a 6th-tier alchemist, also named Zhou. Could this be the very same individual? This revelation would explain his willingness to offer assistance. Xiao Yin's mind raced with speculation about Xiao Yu's current identity, easing the tension that had gripped him. With 2 powerful allies at his side, the prospect of departing the Yunlan sect seemed increasingly plausible. A smile crept onto Xiao Yan's face as he thought of his cousin, realizing that it was indeed his connection that had helped avert disaster at this critical juncture. Just as the crowd anticipated Yunling's capitulation, he suddenly cast a glance at Elder Gu He in the stands and coldly declared, "I must insist that Elder Zhou refrain from intervening in this matter. Today, Xiao Yin must remain with us. Otherwise, how can the Yunlan sect maintain its authority?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's heart sank. It appeared that this old codger was indeed intent on exacting vengeance for his apprentice. However, driven by the desire for a resolution, Xiao Yu pressed on, "Elder Yunling, is there truly no room for negotiation? Regardless of Xiao Yan's guilt in the death of Mo Cheng, I am willing to craft a 6th-tier pill for your esteemed sect as a means of resolving this issue." Without hesitation, Yunling coldly retorted, "As for the matter of pill crafting, Elder Gu He is more than capable of handling it. There is no need to trouble Elder Zhou. Today, Xiao Yin must remain for investigation." Though Xiao Yu's identity as a 6th-tier alchemist instilled apprehension, the Yunlan sect was not without its own 6th-tier alchemists. In Yunling's view, Gu He was far superior to any newly minted 6th-tier alchemist. Sighing inwardly, Xiao Yu realized that a peaceful resolution was becoming increasingly elusive. Allowing Yunling to detain Xiao Yin was simply out of the question. The presence of the protective guardian within the Yunlan sect meant that keeping Xiao Yin here would be akin to leading a lamb to slaughter. Should the guardian discover anything amiss, the Xiao Clan would face dire consequences. Although the likelihood of such an occurrence was slim, Xiao Yu was unwilling to take any chances. Not to mention, if the guardian were to uncover Xiao Yin's true lineage as a remnant of the Xiao Clan, the repercussions would be catastrophic. The spatial ring on Xiao Yin's finger concealed the presence of Yao Lao. Should the guardian unveil Yao Lao, Xiao Yin would be doomed, and the Xiao family would undoubtedly face repercussions as well. Chapter 97. Yunling severely wounded. In light of this, there was no option but to offend. Xiao Yu's smile vanished as he calmly regarded Yunling, his own Do Qi surging forth, emanating a terrifying Do Wang pressure. Observing Xiao Yu's unwavering resolve to protect Xiao Yin, Yunling's expression darkened, and a weight of seriousness surfaced in his gaze. The aura emanating from Xiao Yu instilled within Yunling an acute sense of danger. One misstep could lead to injury. Nonetheless, having resolved to offend, Yunling hesitated no longer, shouting to the 3 Yunlan sect elders, "Hold Hebadong. Leave him to me." The other stewards and enforcement team seized Xiao Yin immediately. With that, Yunling's body trembled as a mixture of black and pale green stones enveloped him, extending down to his jaw before halting. An eerie stone arm guard materialized upon his right wrist. The 5 diamond-shaped stones levitating behind him shattered into countless fragments, coalescing into a massive stone sword in his grasp. With a powerful flap of his wings, he surged toward Xiao Yu, his Do Qi erupting with formidable intensity. Xiao Yu, upon witnessing this, flipped his palm, summoning ice-blue flames that engulfed him, staining his wings with a chilling hue. The terrifyingly cold, yet intensely hot flames erupted forth, exuding an aura even more frigid than Heibadong's ice Douqi. Clenching his fists, Xiao Yu's wings flared, transforming into a streak of ice-blue light, charging toward the advancing Yunling with overwhelming force. With negotiations having broken down, the elders of the Yunlan sect unconditionally obeyed Yunling's commands, unleashing their wind, fire, and lightning attributes from beneath the claws of the ice dragon, breaking free from their constraints to launch an assault on Heibadong. The stewards and enforcement disciples of the Yunlan sect swiftly leaped into action, converging upon Xiao Yan. Faced with the inevitability of battle, Xiao Yan felt a headache coming on. Nevertheless, he unfurled his Yun wings, deftly evading the oncoming assailants from the Yunlan sect. Although he could not escape due to the Yunlan mist array, the presence of his Ziyun wings allowed him to avoid capture. The battlefield shifted rapidly. What had once held the potential for a resolution spiraled into chaos following Yunling's decision. The powerful figures from the Jiamat Empire watched helplessly, lamenting the turmoil instigated by the Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect. Had it not been for his actions, the situation might not have devolved to this extent. Turning, Xiao Yu collided with Yunling. The latter swung his stone sword, infused with pale green Douqi, the air crackling with the force of the blow as it surged forward. In response, Xiao Yu met the strike head-on with his bare hand, gathering a mass of ice flames to counter the massive stone sword. Boom! The thunderous roar erupted as the icy blue and pale green energies collided, sending ripples of energy radiating outward like waves upon water. The stone steps and mountainsides that came into contact with this force were shattered, reduced to icy fragments. The instant his palm made contact with the stone sword, Xiao Yu felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. The extreme breaking ice flame, fueled by this overwhelming power, began to grow voraciously, rapidly adhering to Yunling's stone sword and swiftly creeping up his arm. Noticing this, Yunling's pupils constricted slightly, and he unleashed a torrent of energy from within, channeling it into the stone sword to halt the advance of the flames. Despite having never encountered such terrifying icy blue fire, he could sense its potency from the chilling aura and searing heat it exuded, making him wary to even graze it. This flame was likely a form of extraordinary fire, one that he must avoid at all costs, lest he find himself in dire trouble. While a great Dou master might wield such fire with indifference, the usage of this flame by a fellow Dou, Wang, was an entirely different matter. This aligns with what the author mentioned, that the advantages of extraordinary fire in combat would only become apparent later on, as those who possessed such flames held significant advantages over their peers. Moreover, this was a source fire, superior even to other extraordinary flames of the same rank. As Yunling struggled against the extreme breaking ice flame, Xiao Yu vanished in a flash, leaving behind an icy blue afterimage, and reappeared at Yunling's left side, delivering a fierce kick toward him. For someone like Xiao Yu, who had endured numerous battles and faced life-and-death crises, such advantageous moments in combat were not to be squandered. Although Yunling sensed the impending danger, his body was unable to react in time. Xiao Yu's speed was beyond even that of a Dou Huang, let alone Yunling, who was merely a Dou Wang. With icy blue flames burning on his foot, he struck decisively at Yunling's waist without a hint of hesitation. The violent energy surged through his foot, crashing into Yunling's midsection with such ferocity that it could flatten even the toughest iron, let alone Yunling's mortal form. With a resounding thud, Yunling's body was propelled like a cannonball towards the mountainside, embedding deeply within it. The spectators on the viewing platform gasped in astonishment, staring in disbelief at Xiao Yu, who had withdrawn his leg. Incredible! Fa Ma exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Compared to him, a potion master focused solely on alchemy. Even with his current Dou Huang strength, he could never hope to so effortlessly defeat Yunling beside him. Jia Tian wore a grave expression. As a peak Dou Huang, his perspective far surpassed that of the others present. He could truly grasp the terrifying nature of Xiao Yu's strike. After taking such a blow, Yunling would likely have no strength left to retaliate. Sympathizing with Yunling, Jia Tian shook his head and remarked with a sigh. Just as he had predicted, from the crumbling mountain, a trembling figure emerged. Yunling's complexion was deathly pale, one side of his body encased in frost, the chilling aura emanating from him. Even the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth had frozen, presenting a most pitiful sight, had it not been for the layer of stone skin enveloping him. And the fact that Xiao Yu had targeted his waist instead of his head, he might have already met his demise. However, Yunling remained oblivious to the fact that this was merely Xiao Yu's restraint. Otherwise, he would have already found himself engulfed in the extreme breaking ice flame, destined to become nothing more than icy remnants within moments. Clutching his left waist, Yunling glared at Xiao Yu in bitter resentment. One attack. Merely one attack. He had been reduced to this state, and with so many influential figures from the Gamma Empire witnessing it, his dignity lay in tatters. Such a great humiliation sparked crimson veins in his eyes, as rage and madness swiftly consumed his thoughts. No matter what, he would make that Xiao pay dearly for this. Xiao Yu, however, paid no heed to Yunling's furious glare. Instead, he spoke calmly. Elder Yunling, I do not wish to escalate matters with the Yunlan sect. If you release Xiao Yin, I am willing to bear all losses incurred by the Yunlan sect, and even compensate you with a 6th-grade pill. What say you? This was Xiao Yu's final offer. In the Douqi Continent, it was nearly impossible to find someone like him who valued reason. Furthermore, this had transcended the realm of rationality. One could hardly call it a compromise, for Yunling had been the one to initiate the aggression against Xiao Yu. Others would not have shown such courtesy or spoken of compensation. Yet, Xiao Yu's forbearance would not coax Yunling into retreat. The flames of anger had twisted Yunling's mind, and now he sought only vengeance against Xiao Yu for his actions. His face contorted in pain from the frost. He venomously replied, Compensation? No, I shall make you pay with your life. Upon hearing Yunling's venomous words, Xiao Yu frowned. Forget it. Let us leave the Yunlan sect. As long as the Protector Wu does not uncover the Xiao family's identity, everything will remain under control. With that thought, Xiao Yu cast a glance at the infuriated Yunling and disregarded him, turning instead toward the barrier formed by the Yunlan mist array. Once he breached the barrier, Xiao Yin would be able to escape unscathed. The matter would conclude here. In the future, if Yunling attempted further actions, Xiao Yu would be ready to confront him. Chapter 98, Breaking the Mist Array. Outside the Gamma Holy City, a massive beastly silhouette approached from the northeast, its wings adorned with purple crystalline patterns flapping gracefully, trailing a shimmering purple light as it headed towards the Yunlan mountain. Within the Yunlan sect, Xiao Yu had arrived before the barrier created by the Yunlan mist array. He reached out to touch it, and the transparent shield rippled in response, revealing its considerable sturdiness. Profound ice dragon ascend. A powerful shout echoed, and Xiao Yu turned to see Hai Bodong unleashing his divine technique once more. The colossal ice dragon reappeared, sending the 3 elders of the Yunlan sect tumbling down into the square. Hai Bodong then flickered through the air, arriving beside Xiao Yu. Observing the barrier, his expression turned serious. I will join forces with you to shatter this shell. Let us send Xiao Yin down first. With assistance at hand, Xiao Yu naturally accepted, nodding in agreement. Very well. Hai Bodong's entire body, encased in ice, transformed into a diamond-shaped ice spear, its sharp tip glinting menacingly under the sun's rays, radiating a fierce cold light. The ice spear began to spin at an incredible speed, carrying with it a terrifying, penetrating force as it collided with the barrier. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of friction echoed sharply, accompanied by sparks flying in all directions. Simultaneously, Xiao Yu also made his move. His right hand was enveloped in the extreme breaking ice flame, clenched into a fist. His body trembled slightly before he punched the barrier with all his might. Boom! Icy blue sparks erupted, and the extreme breaking ice flame spread across the barrier under Xiao Yu's formidable force, causing the entire Yunlan mist array to tremble. The disciples maintaining the array coughed up blood, clearly suffering significant damage from Xiao Yu's strike. With their combined efforts, the transparent, misty barrier developed numerous cracks resembling a spider's web. Just as they were about to breach the barrier, a desperate shout came from the incapacitated Yunling, who was still recovering from his injuries. Elder Gu He, please intervene to stop them. As his voice faded, Elder Gu He on the viewing platform sighed helplessly, and then spread his wings of energy, soaring toward Xiao Yu and Hai Bodong. Before Xiao Yu and his companion could seize the opportunity, Gu He had already appeared behind them. A terrifying orb of flame coalesced in his hand, transforming into a blazing crimson beam that surged skyward, aimed directly at Xiao Yu and Hai Bodong. Sensing the imminent danger approaching from behind, the ice encasing Hai Bodong shattered into fragments as he swiftly maneuvered to stand behind Xiao Yu. 10,000 flower ice realm. Countless shards of frigid ice, infused with chilling energy, materialized in midair, spiraling together in a protective shield formed by Hai Bodong's right hand. Sizzle. The beam collided with the ice shield, producing an ominous sound of corrosion. Focus on breaking the formation. I will hold off Gu He. Hai Ba Zong Deklet. His ice wings fluttering momentarily before he charged forward to confront Gu He. At that moment, the 3 elder fighters from the Yunlan sect, previously knocked down by Hai Bodong, ascended once more, joining forces with Gu He to assault Hai Bodong. Instantly, The arena was enveloped in a maelstrom of terrifying energy as ice, flames, and lightning coalesced into a colossal tornado that reached for the heavens. The ferocious winds swept through, carrying with them the elements of ice, fire, and electricity, leaving the square utterly devastated. Had it not been for the remaining 1,000 or so disciples of the Yunlan sect desperately maintaining the shield, the casualties would have been catastrophic. There was no time to waste. Xiao Yu unleashed a powerful punch, one capable of shattering mountains. Boom! The already precarious barrier, weakened by the extreme ice flame, shattered like glass under the force of his blow, exploding into fragments. The disciples sustaining the Yunlan mist formation staggered, spitting blood, unable to maintain their hand seals. With the mist formation breached, Xiao Yu vanished from sight. After narrowly evading a ferocious combat technique unleashed by a Yunlan sect steward, Xiao Yin accelerated, creating distance between himself and his pursuers. Damn it, my energy is down a half. At this rate, I will inevitably be caught. Xiao Yin wiped the trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling utterly beleaguered. The stewards from the Yunlan sect chasing him were all mighty dome masters, numbering over 10, each surrounding him from various angles while intermittently launching long-range attacks. Even with the advantage of the purple cloud wings and his agile movements, he could not wholly evade their attacks, suffering injuries along the way. The situation was dire, compounded by the relentless pursuit of more than a dozen dome masters from the Yunlan sect, who closed in on him from all sides like a swarm. Xiao Yin darted up and down the stone steps and bridges, desperately evading their onslaught. His energy was depleting rapidly. Had he not regained some energy moments ago, he would have likely been captured by now. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yin, in a dark corner, a middle-aged steward from the Yunlan sect suddenly sprang forth, sword aimed at him, unleashing a formidable gale of wind from the sword's tip. Mid-level, Xian stage Do technique. Thousand Winds Gale. Xiao Yin was not omniscient, unable to discern everything happening within the arena, especially while focusing on the pursuers behind him. The sudden gust caught him off guard, and he could not react in time, sustaining a powerful blow. Cough! The fierce wind struck his body, causing him to involuntarily spit out blood and momentarily halt his momentum. The pursuers from the Yunlan sect, seeing the opportunity, unleashed their Douqi, their swords lunging at Xiao Yin. Having fought many battles, Xiao Yin recognized that halting would expose him to a barrage of attacks. He swiftly pressed his palm forward, releasing a powerful gust of air from his hand. Fire-blowing palm. The force propelled Xiao Yan's body, twisting him around, and he swiftly drew the Xian heavy ruler from his back. Blue Douqi erupted, enveloping the black ruler in azure flames. With a firm grip on the black ruler, he swung it at the incoming swords. Clang! The clash of weapons resonated, and the tremendous force sent both parties flying backward. Cough cough. Blood surged within him, his Douqi in disarray. This strike exacerbated his injuries. Yet, he wore no expression of panic. Instead, he regarded the incoming Yunlan sect members with a cold glare, his eyes reflecting a fierce determination and murderous intent. Xiao Yin had always been ruthless, fierce against his enemies, and even harder on himself, fully prepared to fight to the bitter end. The Yunlan sect's relentless pursuit sought to corner him, aiming to eliminate him. But he would not allow himself to be slaughtered without a fight. If you wish to kill me, I will take a piece of you with me, even in death. Xiao Yin roared, as azure flames swirled around the black ruler, the unique patterns on its surface glowing gradually, emanating a powerful aura. Seeing Xiao Yan's desperate stance, the stewards of the Yunlan sect exchanged glances filled with trepidation. They had witnessed his earlier battle with the young sect master and understood that if he truly retaliated in desperation, at least one of them could fall victim to his wrath. At that moment, the middle-aged steward who had attempted to ambush Xiao Yin suddenly appeared behind him, the sword aimed directly at his neck. Xiao Yin sensed the danger, but everything transpired too quickly for him to defend himself. This steward was adept at stealth, having evaded Xiao Yan's detection twice. Yun Ling, the elder of the Yunlan sect, was well aware of this steward's existence and had secretly conveyed to him. After Xiao Yu severely injured him, to spare no effort in capturing Xiao Yin, promising him a high-level Do technique and a position as a trusted confidant. Such a temptation was nearly impossible for a steward without Do Ling to refuse. With the sword tip merely 10 centimeters from Xiao Yan's neck, an unfortunate turn of events seemed imminent. The expression on Xiao Yan's face twisted into one of rage and unyielding resentment. Chapter 99, Little Purple. Are the members of the Yunlan sect nothing but petty thieves? A cold voice, laced with fury, echoed through the air. Suddenly, Xiao Yu appeared behind Xiao Yan. deftly pinching the lethal sword between his index and middle fingers. With a surge of strength, he shattered the sword, and the shards exploded forth, penetrating the body of the middle-aged steward. Blood gushed forth as the steward plummeted, a look of terror etched across his face. Xiao Yu harbored no sympathy for those who bullied the weak and attacked from the shadows. Thus he paid no heed to the steward's fate. Grabbing Xiao Yan's arm, he flung him towards the outskirts of the square, urging, "Quickly leave, I will handle the rest." Xiao Yan flipped several times in the air before cupping his fists in gratitude towards Xiao Yu and soared away. He understood that remaining would only complicate matters. Without the support of Yao Lao, he could offer no assistance and must depart swiftly to ensure the safety of those protecting him. With no one to impede him, Xiao Yan quickly reached the edge of the square. Not sparing a glance at the stewards, Xiao Yu merely waved his arm, unleashing a torrent of terrifying Dou Qi that obliterated them all. Next, he needed to assist Hai Bo Dong. For the combined Dou techniques of the three Dou kings from the Yunlan sect were exceptionally formidable, and with Gu He joining them, he would find it difficult to escape unscathed in a short while. Contemplating, Xiao Yu's figure quivered and flickered through the air, arriving at Hai Bo Dong's side. The battle here was exceedingly intense. The three Dou kings were already quite formidable, and with the peak Dou King Gu He joining the fray, it was challenging for Hai Bo Dong to extricate himself from the battlefield. "I will hold Gu He at bay. You must swiftly free yourself from those three bothersome individuals and depart from Yunlan sect." At that moment, a voice resonated in Hai Bo Dong's ear. Turning to glance, he saw Elder Zhou had joined the battle to support him. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Hai Bo Dong raised an eyebrow and inquired, "And what about you?" Xiao Yu then dispersed the incoming Dou Qi with a casual smile, saying, "It's of no concern. They cannot detain me." Hai Bo Dong had witnessed Xiao Yu's earlier feat of defeating Yun Ling, and from his performance, he recognized that his speed paled in comparison to Xiao Yu's. However, this was not the time for such considerations. The one who should stay back was more fittingly Xiao Yu, as he was the one covering their retreat. Not one to indulge in sentimentality, Hai Bo Dong charged towards the three Dou kings. Gu He attempted to assist, but was intercepted by Xiao Yu. Seeing the alchemist of his caliber, who also possessed a unique flame, Gu He sighed wryly, "Must you truly align yourself with Yunlan's sect, Brother Zhou?" Gu He did not wish to offend Xiao Yu. They were among the only 6-rank alchemists in the Gamma Empire, and if possible, he still hoped to befriend him. Thus, even standing on opposing sides, he still addressed Xiao Yu as Brother Zhou. Xiao Yu shook his head. "It is not my desire to be adversarial with Yunlan's sect, but rather, it is Yunlan's sect that insists on confronting me." Gu He was well aware that Yun Ling's words stemmed from the embarrassment inflicted upon Yunlan's sect by Xiao Yan. The originally discreet 3-year agreement had been ostentatiously paraded, and upon losing, they sought to forcibly detain others out of a sense of humiliation, a truly laughable act. Moreover, Xiao Yan and I share a profound connection. It is utterly impossible for me to ignore him. Gu He's temperament bore some resemblance to Xiao Yu's. Hence his attitude remained congenial, albeit with a few internal jabs at Gu He's sycophantic tendencies. Sighing, Gu He realized that persuading Xiao Yu to abandon Xiao Yan was futile. With resignation, he stated, "In that case, I must take my leave." As an elder of Yunlan's sect, he had to stand by their side. Xiao Yu was preparing to swiftly deal with Gu He to vacate this contentious place. Just as the two were about to engage, a familiar voice echoed. "Disciples of Yunlan's sect, heed my command. Form the cloud, smoke covering sun formation." Yun Ling, having regained much of his strength, now soared in the sky with vigorous Dou Qi wings. Upon hearing his command, the disciples of Yunlan's sect, both injured and uninjured, responded in unison, "Yes, great elder." Their unified response reverberated for kilometers. Subsequently, the disciples of Yunlan sect formed hand seals, and streams of Dou Qi emanated from their bodies, ascending towards the sky above the plaza, resembling the wisps of smoke rising from countless hearths. Instantly, clouds and mist gathered, obscuring the sun, casting the entire Yunlan sect into a somber twilight. A colossal cloud formation, several hundred meters in diameter, manifested within the mist, flickering with lightning, exuding an overwhelming aura that left one breathless. The cloud smoke covering sun formation was rapidly established, with Yun Ling serving as the focal point to harness the formation's power. Feeling the terrifying energy coalescing swiftly, Yun Ling's bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Xiao Yan, who was nearly airborne away from the plaza. As Yun Ling waved his hands, that energy surged through the formation, augmenting his strength, coalescing into a sphere of energy tinged with a faint green and dark smoke in his palm. Once the energy sphere was formed, Yun Ling pressed down, and it vanished within his grasp. Descend into hell, with Yunling's sinister voice ringing out. A magnified version of the green-black smoke energy sphere appeared not far behind Xiao Yan. The overwhelming sense of danger emanating from the sphere caused Xiao Yan's expression to darken. Having just escaped one peril, he now faced an even greater threat. Yet, Xiao Yu remained unperturbed, as if Xiao Yan's fate bore no significance to him. Observing this, Guhi expressed confusion. How could Brother Zhou, who seemed so invested in Xiao Yan's well-being, remain so calm amidst the unfolding chaos? You should charge in. I want to stop you. Guhi had harbored a twinge of compassion for such a talent as Xiao Yan, and if Xiao Yu chose to intervene, he would not hinder him. Such brilliance should not be extinguished here. Boom! A purple figure darted past, and the energy sphere detonated behind Xiao Yan, unleashing a tempest of energy that stirred the air and enveloped the sky in a haze of white smoke. Xiao Yan, everything transpired too swiftly. Haibo Dong, still entangled with the three Dou kings, felt a surge of anxiety as he witnessed Xiao Yan's figure engulfed by the green-black smoke energy. Just when everyone believed Xiao Yan had no hope of survival, the white smoke dissipated, revealing a gargantuan figure slowly materializing. It was a magical beast. This beast was colossal, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, its surface adorned with a layer of purple crystalline material. Its head bore a fearsome lion-like visage, with beastly eyes shimmering with a blood-red hue and a peculiar purple glow. Upon its head, a fiery red, spiral horn spiraled upwards, wreathed in clusters of purple flames. Alongside its massive lioness body were a pair of violet wings, which, when unfurled, erupted with sprays of purple fire. Its robust limbs were similarly cloaked in a layer of purple crystal, exuding an aura of the extraordinary and the regal. Chapter 100, Cloud Mountain. The emergence of the magical beast startled Xiao Yan, and upon recognizing its form, he recalled the formidable sovereign he had encountered in the Monster Mountain range. Even someone as composed as he could not help but gasp, the purple crystal winged Lion King. The sight of the magical beast left everyone astonished, their minds momentarily reeling. They had been bombarded with incredulity today. What began as a 3-year agreement had spiraled into a battle among Dou kings and above, and now, a sovereign beast from the Monster Mountain range had arrived. Gu He, with a shocked expression, turned to glance at Xiao Yu, pondering whether his calm demeanor indicated he was aware that the unexpectedly appearing purple crystal-winged Lion King would shield Xiao Yan from the fatal attack. Xiao Yu paid no heed to Gu He's astonishment, bypassing him as he soared towards Xiao Yan and the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Having summoned Xiao Zi to arrive earlier using the burning sun heart flame, Xiao Yu sensed its arrival outside Yunlan's sect and had instructed it to covertly protect Xiao Yan. He had not anticipated that this creature would time its rescue so perfectly. One could only wonder from whom it had learned such timing. Upon reaching the purple crystal-winged Lion King, Xiao Yu's face broke into a satisfied smile as he gently stroked the beast's formidable lion head, praising, "Little Z, you've done splendidly." The once majestic and domineering aura of Little Z was instantly dismantled by Xiao Yu's words. In the originally ferocious gaze of the beast, a hint of helplessness emerged. His master truly had a remarkable talent for ruining the atmosphere. While it was one thing to be casually affectionate in private, with so many onlookers present, could he not afford to preserve a modicum of dignity? This brazen act left everyone utterly astounded. What did they witness? A human, caressing the head of the dominator of the Beast Mountain range as if it were a mere puppy, and astonishingly, the amethyst-winged Lion King did not resist. The onlookers, including Jia Xingtian, were left speechless, choked by their own disbelief, for they found themselves at a loss for words. Yunling, who had initially been so pleased with himself, was equally taken aback upon seeing the amethyst-winged Lion King. Regaining his composure, his face darkened considerably, especially as he beheld Xiao Yu's casual affection towards the Lion King. His entire countenance turned grim. The situation had spiraled beyond his control, facing 2 Dou Emperor-level powerhouses complemented by 6th-grade alchemists who could rival a Dou Emperor. The likelihood of salvaging the reputation of the Yunlan sect and his own face seemed exceedingly bleak. With merely 5 Dou kings on his side, they were utterly outmatched by 3 Dou Emperor-level adversaries. Even with the Yunyan covering Sun Formation at his disposal, it would likely prove futile. Was he to simply let them depart? No, that was absolutely out of the question. If he did, he would be unable to swallow this humiliation. And should his superior learn of this debacle, his position as the Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect would come to an abrupt end. In the sky above, Xiao Yu withdrew his hand and turned to Yunling, stating flatly, "Given the circumstances, Elder Yunling, do you still intend to detain us?" Though Xiao Yu's tone was calm, to Yunling's ears it sounded exceedingly jarring. The current situation had become nearly irreconcilable. Even if Yunling felt regret, it would be of no consequence, for he felt not a shred of remorse. One does not lose face in defeat, especially when he had not truly been defeated. A glint of resolve flashed in Yunling's eyes as he looked at Xiao Yu and burst into laughter. Ha ha! It is indeed the first time in many years that the Yunlan sect has been humiliated in such a manner. If I allow you to depart unscathed today, I fear that our sect will lose all prestige in the Jia Ma Empire. Observing Yunling's obstinate insistence on escalating matters due to personal grievances, Xiao Yu shook his head and addressed Xiao Yin and the others. Let us leave. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin nodded, while Hai Buodong seized a moment of distraction among the 3 Yunlan sect elders to withdraw from the battlefield and join Xiao Yu's side. From a stance, Fa Ma sighed. Ah, Yunling, is it truly worth it to escalate matters over a mere Mo Chung, especially against the Dou Emperor, a 6th-grade alchemist, and a 6th-tier magical beast? Jia Xingtian glanced at the laughing Yunling and shook his head. This is not about Mo Chung. He is merely an outer sect steward. Hardly worthy of such depths from Yunling, rather. It is Xiao Yan's disregard and Brother Zhou's kick that have humiliated Yunling significantly. Others shared a complex array of expressions, astonished that a simple 3-year agreement had escalated to such tumult. Yunling's eyes bore no concealment of resentment as he gazed at the departing Xiao Yu and his companions, and a cloud-green flute materialized in his hand. Upon witnessing this action, Xiao Yu's expression tightened, and he urgently called to his companions. Hurry, we must leave. Having read the original work, Xiao Yu knew all too well the nefarious intentions of that old scoundrel. If that entity were to emerge, the situation would undoubtedly worsen. With a mournful sound, Yunling blew into the long flute, its melodious notes resonating throughout the Yunlan sect. As the music filled the air, the very fabric of the sky began to tremble, and an overwhelmingly terrifying aura began to spread. Feeling this aura, Xiao Yu halted, exhaling a resigned sigh. He was too late, and that entity had indeed emerged. Xiao Zi and Hai Buodong's faces were grave, for this presence exceeded the limits of a Dou Emperor. It is that individual. It seems he has not perished, but has instead broken through the Dou Emperor barrier, murmured Hai Buodong, his brow furrowed. Although Xiao Yan sensed the overwhelming might of this aura, he could not identify the strength of the being and inquired, Elder Hai, who is this? With a somewhat grave tone, Hai Buodong elucidated, it is the former sect leader of the Yunlan sect, Yinshan. Judging by the pressure, he has likely ascended to the Dou Zone level, a Dou Zone powerhouse. Xiao Yin felt a sense of dismay. He had not anticipated that his 3-year agreement would summon such a fearsome figure, and it appeared that the forthcoming events would be exceedingly difficult to navigate. Amidst the gazes of the crowd, a figure enveloped in faint green dough, chi plummeted from the invisible heights above, halting mid-air in less than a second. Clad in a flowing white cloud robe, the individual possessed strikingly handsome features, with snow-white hair cascading over his shoulders and a tall, lithe figure. His bare feet touching the air. A crimson mark adorned his brow, and his eyes were tightly shut, exuding an air of transcendent calm, akin to a striking youth. As he stood barefoot in the air, he took a step forward, causing the space beneath him to ripple like the surface of water. With each subsequent step, the space beneath him trembled, sending surrounding mountains crumbling into chaos. The disciples of the Yunlan sect, feeling the weight of this aura, knelt in reverence, while the elders, though not bowing, inclined their bodies in respect. In mere moments, the figure in white reached the plaza, prompting all disciples of the Yunlan sect to bow low, while the elders and stewards performed a deep 90-degree bow, their voices harmonizing as they respectfully proclaimed, "We pay homage to the former sect leader." Chapter 101, 10 Strikes. Yunling, do explain, spoke Yinshan as he slowly opened his eyes, his voice devoid of emotion. Yunling bent at the waist and clasped his hands, former sect leader. He hastily recounted the events, detailing everything from the 3-year agreement to Mo Cheng's demise, embellishing the narrative to portray his side as the victim, entirely omitting any mention of his previous oppressive demeanor. Instantly, his once boorish and unreasonable attempts to detain them transformed in his words into a benevolent invitation for guests, seeking the truth, only to be bullied by Xiao Yan's backing of powerful allies, a truly shameless portrayal. However, no one dared to speak out in the presence of a Dou Zone powerhouse, for it would be an act of folly to strike the face of their sect's grand elder. Of course, revealing the truth was out of the question. Yet the powerful figures from the Jiama Empire cast scornful and disdainful glances at Yunling. Xiao Yu paid little heed to Yunling's fabrications. He had not anticipated that this old fool would utter anything worthwhile. In the Douqi Continent, strength reigned supreme, with power and backing. Even the black could be turned white. Now, he contemplated how to safely extract Xiao Yan without exposing the Xiao family's true identity. Had he utilized his full strength earlier, he could have swiftly whisked Xiao Yan away. However, exerting his full power would render him excessively formidable, likely alerting Yinshan before he could even be summoned. And it was possible that the recently departed Protector Wu might turn back. In the original narrative, it was precisely due to Protector Wu's meddling that Yun Yun had failed to return to the sect in time. The two old fellows, Lin Jia and Xing Tian, have also arrived. Moreover, Haibo Dong, I thought you had perished at the hands of the Medusa Queen years ago. After listening to Yun Ling's account, Yun Shan maintained his placid demeanor, turning to Haibo Dong and remarking, I, too, believed you had shuffled off this mortal coil. Unperturbed by Haibo Dong's words, Yun Shan gazed at Xiao Yan and inquired, You must be Xiao Yan, am I correct? Despite his relatively weak prowess, Xiao Yan, though intimidated by a powerhouse of the Do Zone level, did not cower. Instead, he circled past Xiao Yu and approached Yun Shan, respectfully clasping his hands together, stating, This humble one, Xiao Yan, pays his respects to the esteemed sect Master Yun Shan. Observing Xiao Yan's demeanor, Yun Shan remarked, Your bearing is commendable, yet your strength leaves much to be desired. You have no retort to Yun Ling's earlier claims, I presume? Xiao Yan cast a scornful glance at Yun Ling before replying. If the sect master Yun Shan is inclined to believe him, why pose such inquiries? Yun Shan, undisturbed by the retort, responded, I trust half of what Yun Ling says. I am well acquainted with his temperament. He then turned his attention to Xiao Yu and asked, Are you the recently promoted 6th grade alchemist of the Jiama Empire? For the moment, Yun Shan remained composed and did not resort to violence, prompting Xiao Yu to bow slightly and affirm, Indeed. Yun Shan nodded. Your poise rivals that of Gu He. Splendid. However, regardless of who is at fault, the tarnished reputation of my Yunlan sect must be restored. In response, Xiao Yu regarded Yun Shan and asked, What does the sect master propose? One was an old acquaintance from years past, another 6th grade alchemist, and the last a remarkably gifted genius. Yun Shan was keen to avoid offending all of them. He understood Yun Ling's disposition and was familiar with Haibo Dong's character. Observing the demeanor and attitude of the other two, it was clear that Yun Ling's methods were not as gentle as he claimed. However, allowing these individuals to depart unscathed after the devastation inflicted upon the Yunlan sect would severely impact its standing. Thus, Yun Shan devised a compromise, stating, The reputation amassed by the Yunlan sect over generations cannot be squandered on my watch, but we are not an unreasonable sect. Here's what we shall do. If you can withstand 10 of my strikes, I will permit your departure. Naturally, you shall be responsible for compensating for all the damages sustained by the sect. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's eyes flickered. It seemed Yun Shan did not wish to antagonize them to the brink of destruction, hence this proposal. This aligned with his intentions, as he could feign difficulty in withstanding 10 strikes, allowing them to leave unscathed while concealing all his source flames and divine lightning. What could be more advantageous? Very well. I am willing to compensate for the damages to your esteemed sect. Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. Below them, Yun Ling could hardly believe the outcome after summoning his support. He exclaimed, Old sect master. However, before he could finish, a mere glance from Yun Shan silenced him. Yun Ling had already brought trouble upon himself. He had no need to incite further discord. Addressing Xiao Yu and the others, Yun Shan calmly declared, Let us commence. Haibo Dong positioned himself behind Xiao Yan, whispering, Stay back and keep an eye on Yun Ling. What follows is beyond your current capabilities. Aware that Xiao Yan's previous Do Huang strength was temporarily unavailable, Haibo Dong did not expect him to contribute much and merely cautioned him against Yun Ling faced with Yun Shan, a Do Zone. They could not afford to be distracted. Should Yun Ling lose control and launch a surprise attack on Xiao Yan, there would be no rescue available. Given Yun Ling's visibly resentful expression, such a scenario was entirely plausible. Xiao Yu, having overheard Haibo Dong's words, nodded in agreement. Truly, the Ice Emperor's experience allowed him to consider these details. Subsequently, Xiao Yu and Haibo Dong exchanged glances, nodded, and then swiftly charged towards Yun Shan. Roar, Little Purple, refusing to be outdone, flapped her wings and surged forward. Under the combined assault of 3 formidable Do Huang-level fighters, Yun Shan remained remarkably calm, and he was entirely justified in his composure. Engaging a Do Zone was a mere matter of raising a hand. To Yun Shan, the speed of the two was quite slow. He remained unhurried, raising his left hand, from which emerged a blue energy sword from stone tablet. Under his guidance, The sword advanced to meet Little Purple. As for the approaching Hai Bo Dong and Xiao Yu, he raised his right hand in a palm position before him and applied slight downward pressure. Clang! A powerful surge of energy, accompanied by spatial fluctuations, instantly sent the two assailants hurtling backward. Boom! Hai Bo Dong and Xiao Yu were both flung away, embedding themselves into the mountainside, clouds of dust rising in their wake. Incredible! Fa Ma exclaimed once more, his tone even more astonished than before. Jia Xing Tun gazed at Yun Shan, whose every gesture exuded tremendous power, and murmured with admiration. A Dozong. Meanwhile, Little Purple was entangled in a fierce struggle with the incoming sword monument, evidently finding its strength inferior to the earlier assault from Hai Bo Dong and Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu emerged from the mountainside, swiftly charging towards Yun Shan. He did not wish to engage in a life-and-death struggle nor reveal his lightning and fire attributes. Thus, he opted to utilize source fire to counter Yun Shan. Unable to merge his lightning flames or employ lightning-based techniques, and limited to using the extreme ice flame, Xiao Yu's destructive power was akin to that of a low-tier Do Huang. Without the use of the golden light flame, his defensive capabilities barely reached the Do Huang level, inevitably leading to him being easily repelled, much like Hai Bo Dong. Secmaster Yun Shan, that makes 2 strikes, Xiao Yu called out, gathering the extreme ice flame in his palm, which manifested intricate ice blue patterns and abruptly struck towards Yun Shan. The profound intermediate Do technique, Ice Flame Force, was discovered among Little Purple's treasures. With an eagerness to learn, Xiao Yu had mastered it and even altered its name. Using different source flames to perform it resulted in a distinct appellation, which he found rather impressive. Yun Shan paid no heed to Xiao Yu's counterstrikes. Instead, gazing at the flames in his hand with mild surprise, is that an unusual fire? Fortunate fellow, as Xiao Yu unleashed the Ice Flame Force. The formidable energy capable of shattering mountains, combined with both icy and scorching attributes, struck mere inches from Yun Shan, though an invisible barrier surrounded him. The force nonetheless infiltrated like a parasite. Yet, before it could touch Yun Shan's garments, the energy vanished without a trace, akin to a drop of water sinking into the ocean, causing not the slightest ripple. Sensing a hint of cold and heat, Yun Shan nodded and spoke in a tone reminiscent of instructing a junior, a commendable Do technique. With a bit more strength, you might reach me. He then waved a hand, and an indescribable force instantly struck Xiao Yu, sending him flying once more. Profound Ice Dragon Ascension. At that moment, Hai Bo Dong surged forth, revealing intricate ice blue patterns on his wrist, summoning a colossal ice dragon that loomed beside Yun Shan. The dragon roared, baring its massive jaws as it lunged towards Yun Shan. With a mere flick of his right hand, Yun Shan shattered the ice dragon into a cascade of frozen shards, effortlessly dispelling the pressure of the confrontation. The stark disparity between the Do Huang and Do Zone realms was laid bare for all to witness. Chapter 102, Cackling Laughter. This battle was nothing short of an eye-opener for everyone present, illuminating the grandeur of the Do Zone level. After the ice dragon was obliterated, Yun Shan swiftly turned and slapped Hai Bo Dong back. According to their agreement, Yun Shan had already unleashed 4 strikes, with 6 more to go. Xiao Yu and his companions would be able to depart from the Yun Lan sect unscathed. Although Yun Shan was reluctant to engage in a fierce confrontation with Xiao Yu and his group, he recognized that if the subsequent 6 strikes were as lenient as the previous ones, it would be excessively indulgent. Given the devastation wrought upon the Yun Lan sect, Yun Shan harbored a modicum of anger. Yet, as a formidable Do Zone and the foremost figure of the Jiama Empire, he understood that overt displays of rage would be unbecoming. Thus, in the forthcoming 6 strikes, he intended to impart some hardship upon Xiao Yu and his companions, both to assert his authority and to vent that flicker of indignation. As Xiao Yu and Hai Bo Dong charged once more, Yun Shan refrained from merely waving them off this time. Instead, he employed a Do technique, the mid-level Xian class technique, Wind Spirit Split Sword. The sword monument, which had been entangled with Xiao Zi, began to tremble before splitting into 2 sword monuments, which surged toward Hai Bo Dong and Xiao Yu. The power of the sword monument, having engaged with Xiao Zi for such an extended duration, likely approached that of a low-tier Do Huang. Noticing the approaching sword monument, Xiao Yu activated his Do Qi wings, deftly evading the onslaught. An impressive display of speed. Yun Shan nodded, evidently surprised that Xiao Yu possessed such swiftness, rivaling even some low-tier Do Huang. Yet, in Yun Shan's perception, Xiao Yu's strength was merely that of an 8-star Do Huang, which was commendable. At least in Yun Shan's inflated estimation, Xiao Yu had no intention of confronting Yun Shan earnestly. He merely wished to navigate through the 10 strikes and hastily depart. Hai Bo Dong, however, opted for a direct confrontation with the sword monument, employing the low-level Xian class technique, Ice Blade Cyclone. Hundreds of ice blades coalesced before Hai Bo Dong, exuding an oppressive chill and glinting menacingly. With a single hand thrust forward, the ice blade shot toward the sword monument. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of ice blades colliding with the sword monument resonated, countering its forward momentum. Seizing the opportunity, Hai Bo Dong flickered and appeared behind Yinshan, his hands swirling with icy energy, sweeping toward Yinshan. The low-level Xian class technique, Ice Spike Barrier. For immense and formidable ice walls instantaneously encircled Yinshan, exerting inward pressure, while sharp ice spikes protruded menacingly from the inner walls. Should one be pierced, it would surely result in grievous injury. However, to Yinshan, this maneuver was nothing more than a trivial display of skill. With a surge of Douqi, the space trembled and the ice walls disintegrated into mere powder, dissipating into the air. Witnessing the battlefield's intensity, Xiao Yan could only anxiously observe from the hovering stone steps. The sensation was exceedingly disconcerting. If only he possessed the strength of a Do Huang, he would not be relegated to such a position. Ultimately, he acknowledged his own weakness. Xiao Yan had never considered himself a paragon of virtue, yet he held his own principles. The unwavering protection from figures like Hai Lao and Zhou Lao was something he could not help but feel grateful for. The warmth that coursed through his heart was profoundly moving, and in this world, such individuals were few and far between. This debt of gratitude was etched deeply into his memory and held in high regard. He felt compelled to do something to divert Yun Shan's attacks, as it was his only thought at that moment. You feel powerless, don't you, brat? Do you require your master's assistance? Suddenly, a voice echoed in Xiao Yan's ear, its familiar and nostalgic tone bringing a smile to his face as he hurriedly glanced at the ancient ring adorning his right hand's index finger. Master, you've awakened? He exclaimed, communicating with the ring through his spiritual energy. The voice of Yao Lao responded once more, Yes, I awoke earlier. My soul energy was restored while absorbing the 7 illusions green spirit dew. Had it been any other time, Xiao Yan might have teased Yao Lao a bit, but now, he refrained. He had experienced the agony of loss, and now that he had regained what was once taken, it felt more precious than anything. Thank goodness you're awake. I feared I would never see you again, he replied. In response, Yao Lao grunted, You ungrateful brat. So what is the plan? Do you wish for me to lend you some of my power to assist your 2 friends? Xiao Yan paused, then shook his head, perhaps not. If I utilize your power again, what if you fall into slumber once more? Yao Lao chuckled. It's rare for you to show concern for your master. There was a time you would have eagerly borrowed my strength. Xiao Yan reflected on the past, self-deprecatingly stating, I was ignorant then, thinking that with my master around, I could act with impunity. But now, I understand that relying on others' power is not the path to true strength. It is far better to cultivate one's own. Indeed, you grasp this principle well. You have the potential of a true warrior. However, given the current circumstances, borrowing a bit of my power is acceptable. That 7 illusions green spirit dew worked wonders, restoring significant portions of my soul energy. Even if you use it a few more times, it will not matter. Yao Lao reassured him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes lit up. Really? Would my master deceive me? In light of Xiao Yan's skepticism, Yao Lao smiled. You truly think so little of me? Given the assurance that he could borrow Yao Lao's soul energy without risking another slumber, Xiao Yan was more than willing. After all, Hai Lao and Zhou Lao were still valiantly fighting for him. If he were to remain utterly useless, it would weigh heavily on his conscience. With Yao Lao's return, Xiao Yan's previously dormant confidence surged back, and he addressed Yao Lao. Then, Master, I shall rely on you for what comes next. Go ahead, do what you must. Yao Lao Uget. In an instant, Xiao Yan felt the familiar, formidable energy begin to spread through the depths of his soul. Nevertheless, he remained cautious. He did not intend to act recklessly. This time, it was not Yao Lao controlling his body. Rather, he was merely borrowing a fragment of his soul energy. At this level, he was not yet qualified to engage directly in such a high-level battle. But let us not forget, he still had a trump card. Soon, a blaze of azure flames and another of white flames materialized in Xiao Yan's palms, which he then forcefully pressed together. The collision of the 2 distinct fires unleashed a tempest of energy, swirling like a hurricane and tinting the surrounding sky in shades of blue and white. Such a terrifying fluctuation naturally drew the attention of others. What is that boy up to? Observing the tumultuous energy waves generated by the 2 flames, Gu He, who was spectating, immediately focused on Xiao Yan's actions. Could it be that move? The fusion of 2 different flames, Fa Ma and Xing Tian, upon witnessing Xiao Yan's actions, instantly understood his intent. Previously, his use of a blue flame combined with a red flame to execute the Lotus Do technique had left them utterly astonished. The true extent of the fearsome power unleashed by the simultaneous use of two distinct flames remained a mystery to them. However, judging by the fluctuations in energy, even they would likely suffer greatly from a single dose. What a terrifying little creature. Under the deft control of Xiao Yan, the two flames were entirely fused, resulting in a crystalline fire lotus of a pale, azure hue manifesting in his palm. Casting his gaze towards the spirited Yinshan in the sky, Xiao Yan gradually spoke. Master Yinshan, how about you give this technique a try? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Yinshan noticed the hazardous fire lotus held in Xiao Yan's hand. His brow furrowed momentarily before he relaxed, responding nonchalantly, "Let me witness the power of your Do technique." He had previously stated that they could join forces, which naturally included Xiao Yan. To refrain from allowing him to unleash the fire lotus due to the slight threat it posed to himself would be to undermine his own word. With Yinshan's encouragement, Xiao Yan felt no need for restraint. After all, he had just been humiliated by the Yunlan sect, and it was fitting to vent his frustrations now. Moreover, while the fire lotus was powerful, it might not necessarily harm Yinshan. Thus, without further hesitation, Xiao Yan hurled the fire lotus into the air. Once released from his grasp, the fire lotus accelerated dramatically, sending out waves of azure energy that expanded outward with astonishing force. Truly terrifying. Yinshan did not flinch or evade. Though the fire lotus commanded his respect, it was merely that. Boom! The Buddha's wrath fire lotus detonated 10 meters before Yinshan, engulfing him in a torrent of fiery energy. As a magnificent crystalline lotus of pale azure burst forth, the residual shock waves from the explosion wreaked havoc upon the distant square below, leaving it even more ravaged. Outside the Yunlan sect, a graceful figure rushed towards the sect. Why has the teacher emerged from seclusion? Upon witnessing the colossal lotus blooming in the sky, the figure's eyes widened in shock, whispering, "What on earth is happening? How could there be such a terrifying fire lotus? Is there some unforeseen mishap in Yinji's match? I must return at once to investigate." Feeling a tightening in her chest as she observed the fiery lotus dispersing its flames, she hastened her pace, transforming into a stream of pale green light as she sped towards the site of the explosion. In the sky above the Yunlan mountain, a plume of black smoke soared freely. Boom! Just as the smoke was about to depart, an immense sound piqued its curiosity, prompting it to glance back. It beheld the giant crystalline fire lotus blooming atop the inverted mountain of Yunlan. That a chillingly sinister voice echoed from the black smoke. Could it be Bone Spirit Cold Fire? After a moment of realization, the black smoke shot straight towards the Yunlan sect. What a surprising discovery. Chapter 103. The matter concludes. Yin Yin returns. As the residual waves dissipated, Yunshan's figure became visible again, maintaining his previously calm demeanor, as if the fire lotus had inflicted little harm upon him. Is this what it means to be a dozone? The power of that fire lotus would surely injure even me. Yet Yinshan emerged unscathed. Aside from astonishment, Jia Tian's expression was laden with gravity. It had been ages since the Jiama Empire had seen a dozone. Previously, the highest combat strength of the royal family and the Yunlan sect had only reached the pinnacle of Do Huang, maintaining a delicate balance. Yet now, with Yinshan's breakthrough into dozone, that equilibrium had been shattered. Regardless of whether the Yunlan sect harbored ambitions to dominate the Jiama Empire, the royal family's authority over the empire would significantly wane. In the future, should members of the Yunlan sect commit offenses, the royal family would be compelled to turn a blind eye out of fear of Yinshan, even if it meant compromising their own dignity. Over time, this would erode the royal family's standing in the Jiama, and as the balance shifted, the situation would only escalate. It would not be long before the Jiama Empire subtly transformed into the Yunlan sect's Jiama, while others were simply astonished by Yunshan's strength. In a place like Jiama, a dozone was a rare sight, and most were unaware of the vast chasm between Do Huang and dozone. They had previously understood it to be significant, but never fathomed it could be so profound. An ability capable of instantly slaying a Do Huang and severely injuring a Do Huang posed no threat whatsoever to Yinshan. Their apprehension towards the Yunlan sect deepened, with many feeling relieved that they had refrained from intervening on Xiao Yan's behalf. Xiao Yan, observing Yinshan emerge unscathed, felt a twinge of shock. His trump card had proven utterly ineffective. Had the dozone reached a level of strength that surpassed his comprehension? Were it not for the backing of Hai Buodong and his cousin's teacher, he might have unwittingly offended the Yunlan sect today, bringing calamity upon himself and his family. Yinshan cast a deep glance at the young man clad in black, noting a slight tremor in his outstretched right hand, concealed beneath his ample sleeves. Only he understood the true magnitude of the Fire Lotus's power. Had he not possessed a formidable spirit and an awareness of the Fire Lotus's capabilities, along with preemptive defenses, he might not have emerged so easily. That Fire Lotus, if it had caught him off guard, would have left even a Dozong in a precarious position. Such a formidable youth should not be provoked unless one was absolutely certain of their ability to eliminate him, provided matters had not escalated to a point of no return. An impressive Do technique, young one. You have done well. With this move, you may counter the remaining 5. Yinshan spoke with a light tone, then added, there is no need for you two to continue with the remaining 5 moves. You have compensated, so take this young fellow and depart. Xiao Yu was taken aback, not expecting Yinshan to be so amenable. However, upon reflection, it made sense in the original narrative. Yinshan's first impression during Xiao Yan's initial visit to the Yunlan sect was quite favorable, exuding the demeanor of a senior figure. It was only later that the troublesome Yunlong, acting in secrecy, had visited the Xiao family, and the guardian had seized Xiao Zhan, provoking Xiao Yan's ire. After all, following the 3-year pact, Xiao Yan had no intention of clashing with the Yunlan sect. Yinshan had no desire to eliminate him. And Xiao Yan certainly would not seek to destroy the Yunlan sect over a minor grievance. Additionally, Yinshan likely harbored reservations regarding Medusa, wishing to avoid conflict, along with the fact that Xiao Yan was relatively weak, which further instilled fear of Yinshan within him. Had it not been for Yunlong's interference, there would likely have been no animosity between Xiao Yan and the Yunlan sect. Upon hearing Yinshan's words, Xiao Yan was naturally eager to comply. He had never intended to offend the Yunlan sect, and had it not been for Yunlong, matters would not have escalated to such a degree. Averting conflict was preferable, and Xiao Yan hastily clasped his fists, expressing, thank you, Master Yinshan. Xiao Yu was equally pleased, retrieving numerous medicinal pills from his spatial ring, including several 4th and 5th tier pills, as well as a remaining dose spirit pill, which he tossed towards Yinshan, stating, Master Yinshan, this is my compensation. I hope it suffices. Yinshan accepted the items, his perceptive abilities sweeping over them. Nodding in approval, Xiao Yu was quite adept at managing relationships. He then stepped into the void, positioning himself atop the elevated platform at the front of the square, where Yunlong had previously sat. Observing the esteemed guests who had been invited, Yinshan addressed them, saying, esteemed guests, as our matters have concluded, I shall not keep you any longer. Upon hearing Yinshan's subtle dismissal, the attendees, understanding the cue, clasped their fists in salute and bid their farewells, departing in unison. The news of Yinshan's ascension to the Dozong would surely echo throughout the entirety of the Jiama Empire, and they undoubtedly had many affairs to attend to concerning the Yunlan sect, whether to cultivate friendships or to maintain a cautious balance. They would need to execute these matters personally. With the situation settled, Xiao Yu exhaled in relief and, alongside Hai Buodong, approached Xiao Yan. Let us depart. Your matters have reached their conclusion. It is prudent to leave promptly to avoid any further complications, Xiao Yu advised. Xiao Yan, being a person of courtesy, recognized that others had risked offending the formidable Yunlan sect for his sake. He then clasped his fists and sincerely expressed his gratitude. I am deeply thankful to Elder Zhou and Elder Hai. Your kindness shall not be forgotten. Should there ever be a need for my assistance, please do not hesitate to command me. Hai Buodong shook his head. I merely fulfilled my promise, and you have compensated me adequately. Xiao Yan wished to convey further thanks, but Xiao Yu interrupted. Enough, young one. Save your gratitude for later. This is not a place for such sentiments. Xiao Yu had always preferred to avoid lingering in the Yunlan sect, recognizing its inherent danger. Nodding in agreement, Xiao Yan acknowledged the wisdom of Elder Zhou's words. Indeed, the Yunlan sect was hardly a suitable venue for casual conversation. Had it not been for the assistance of these 2 elders, he might have found himself ensnared, with his fate hanging in the balance. Just as the trio prepared to depart, a faint green light flickered across the square, capturing the attention of all present. The sudden arrival drew every gaze as a figure appeared, clad in a delicate blue garment that accentuated her graceful form. Her hair was elegantly styled in an ornate phoenix headdress, and as the breeze tousled her silky strands, her long, fair legs graced the ground in soft blue heels. Her breathtaking beauty, combined with an air of maturity and gentle warmth, resembled that of a beloved older sister, seamlessly blending with her regal demeanor, akin to a tranquil valley spring that enchants the heart and lingers in memory. Xiao Yu's eyes flickered momentarily, clearly stirred by her presence. Xiao Yan, intrigued, turned to Hai Buodong and inquired, Elder Hai, who is this individual? Hai Buodong, recognizing her instantly, replied, she is the current sect master of the Yunlan sect, and the mentor of Nalan Yin Ran, Yun Yun. Chapter 104. Identity Revealed. Yun Yun surveyed the once grand square, now marred by chaos. Her delicate brows knitting in concern. Spotting her mentor amidst the tumult, she hurried over, bowing respectfully as she greeted, Teacher. Having sensed her teacher's emergence from seclusion, and in light of the fearsome fire lotus, she had raced back without hesitation. Witnessing the disarray confirmed her suspicions. Clearly, much had transpired today beyond the 3-year appointment. Seeing his cherished disciple, a faint smile crept across Yunshan's typically placid visage. After a nod of acknowledgement, he inquired, Yun'er, you have returned. Where have you been? Why did you not arrive in time for Yin Ran's 3-year appointment? His tone was devoid of reproach, laced instead with curiosity. His disciple was known for her steadfastness, which is why he had entrusted the Yunlan sect to her care. Such an unusual absence piqued his interest regarding the reason for her delay in presiding over Yin Ran's appointment. After a moment of silence, Yin Yin replied, a very dear friend of mine encountered misfortune. For the past month, I have been searching for his whereabouts, which delayed my return to the sect. I implore you to mete out your punishment. Memories of her time with that young man flooded her mind, tinged with bitterness. His disappearance had compelled her to scour the entire magical Beast Mountain range, even daring to confront the purple crystal-winged Lion King in search of answers. Ultimately, she learned from the Lion King that he had never been there. Without any leads, she had no choice but to return to the sect, intending to address Yin Ran's matters before rallying the forces of the Yunlan sect to search for him. Yet now, it seemed the events of the Yunlan sect were anything but ordinary. Yinshan, discerning the weight of her words, chose not to press further. From her expression, it was evident that this matter held significant importance for her, and he had no desire to pry into her private affairs. There is no need for punishment. The situation has concluded. You may handle the remaining matters, he said, shaking his head. Observing the wreckage, Yin Yin could not help but inquire, Teacher, may I ask what transpired here? How did this place come to such disarray? I doubt Yin Ran and Xiao Yin possessed the strength to cause this. Yinshan glanced at the departing Xiao Yu and the 2 others, along with the purple crystal-winged Lion King, and instructed Yun Yun. The details of the situation can be conveyed to you by Gu He. I must return to my meditation. With that, Yunshan vanished in a blur. Yun Yun stood momentarily taken aback before turning her gaze to where her teacher had looked. There stood 3 individuals and a magical beast, the latter seemingly hiding behind the 3 as if evading her presence. At that moment, Gu He approached Yun Yun, relaying the entire sequence of events through a private transmission. Xiao Yu noticed the unusual demeanor of the little purple beast, realizing that it appeared to be intimidated, reminiscent of its previous encounter with Yun Yun. This raised questions in his mind. During their last confrontation, Yun Yun had not faced any disadvantage. Why was this creature now so timid? Had its mentality shifted since he had subjugated it? Yet, he chose not to dwell on this and hastened their departure. Please, esteemed guests, do not leave just yet. The group, having prepared to soar away with their Douqi wings, halted upon hearing the melodious and refined voice. Yun Yun gracefully approached, studying the 3 individuals before her. Recognizing them as the ones responsible for the current state of chaos, she was already aware of the background. She had some familiarity with Elder Yunling, and Gu He's description aligned well with his character. Nevertheless, while Elder Yunling's actions were indeed inappropriate, these individuals were also implicated. Since her teacher had resolved the situation, she saw no need to pursue their accountability. Her reason for halting them stemmed from a strikingly familiar garment. As the group was called to a standstill, a sense of caution enveloped them. Xiao Yin felt a twinge of frustration, wondering if Sect Master Yun Yun intended to create further complications for them. Hai Buodong shared this sentiment, while Xiao Yu harbored concerns that Yun Yun might uncover something amiss and recognize him. His abrupt departure had been ill-advised, should he be recognized. Facing Yun Yun would undoubtedly lead to an uncomfortable encounter. Hai Buodong turned around and gazed at Yun Yun, inquiring, might I ask if the esteemed sect leader Yun has any further matters to discuss? Yun Yun's attention was fixated on the white robe adorning Xiao Yu, her eyes shimmering with a hint of excitement. At that moment, she finally comprehended why she felt an uncanny familiarity upon first encountering the young lad's attire. She discerned that the garb of the 6th grade alchemist, Elder Zhou, bore an exact resemblance to the clothing of that young boy, with scarcely any distinction. Upon hearing Hai Buodong's words, Yun Yun composed herself and clasped her fists, addressing him with a calm demeanor. I've had the pleasure of meeting the Ice Emperor. Hai Buodong returned the gesture, acknowledging that the individual before him was the current leader of the Yunlan sect, a formidable Do Huang powerhouse. Although she was his junior, he would not dare to underestimate her. Much like his treatment of Xiao Yin, he regarded this barely 20-year-old lad as an equal due to his extraordinary combat prowess. Noticing the subtle wariness among the group, Yun reassured them, there is no need for alarm. Since the matter has been resolved, I shall not pursue it further. The reason I summoned you all pertains to a personal inquiry I wish to pose to Mr. Zhou. As Yun's gaze shifted towards him, Xiao Yu felt a tinge of discomfort but maintained his composure, replying, "May I inquire what question the esteemed sect leader Yun wishes to pose?" With a hint of anticipation in her voice, Yun asked, "Might you be acquainted with a young man by the name of Xiao Yu?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group varied. Hai Buodong was puzzled as to why Yun would inquire about this. "Cousin?" Xiao Yin murmured in astonishment, wondering how the illustrious leader of the Yunlan sect could possibly know his cousin, or if perhaps the person she spoke of merely shared the same name. Yet, given that she was inquiring about Elder Zhou, it was highly likely she referred to his cousin. Little Purple cast a wary glance at Yun, recalling events from nearly 2 months prior when this woman had intrusively stormed into its dwelling, demanding it release its master. At that time, it was utterly bewildered, and upon hearing the name she mentioned, its current master's name, it was even more confounded. It quickly pieced together that this woman had saved its master from an untimely demise at its own hands, and had even taken its precious purple spirit crystal. Chapter 105. Unexpected events resurface. Close to a year later, its exceptionally formidable master returned to the Beast Mountain range, having subdued it and claimed it as a mount. Less than half a month later, this woman had frantically appeared at its doorstep, clamoring for the surrender of its master. How absurd! It had thought, if I cannot defeat my master, how could I possibly contend with this woman? Yun's concern had reached its zenith, while Little Purple was seething with rage, leading to a fierce confrontation between the two. However, as the altercation unfolded, Little Purple soon realized that this woman seemed to harbor a deep-seated grudge against it, attacking with reckless abandon. The ferocity of her onslaught was unlike anything it had ever witnessed, even surpassing its battles with its master. Ultimately, it relented, recognizing that this woman likely had a complicated relationship with its master. It wondered if it truly wanted to engage in a life-and-death struggle with her. After repeatedly asserting that it knew nothing of Xiao Yu and had never encountered him, Yun ultimately departed. As for why it had lied about not knowing its master, it seemed quite reasonable. After all, since its master had not disclosed to this woman that it had become his mount, how could it possibly divulge the truth? Having already submitted, it must learn to please its new master and avoid any missteps. Such was the duty of a loyal mount. In response to Yun's inquiry, Xiao Yu initially felt a pang of anxiety, then expressed his surprise. "Might I ask why the esteemed sect leader Yun is curious about this?" As a Do Huang powerhouse, Yun naturally caught Xiao Yun's whispered comment. It turned out that the young man poised to become her disciple's husband shared the same name as Xiao Yan's cousin. Thus, in her heightened state of emotion, Yun neglected to respond to Xiao Yu, directing her question at Xiao Yin instead. "Are you familiar with Xiao Yu?" Taken aback by Yun's sudden inquiry, Xiao Yin hesitated before uncertainly replying, "I am not certain if the Xiao Yu you speak of is the same one I know." Seizing the opportunity to glean more information about Xiao Yu, Yun urged, "What does your cousin look like? I am willing to offer a reward for this information." "Ah, no need for a reward. This is hardly secret. Since the esteemed sect leader wishes to know, I shall gladly share," Xiao Yin replied, clasping his hands as he detailed Xiao Yu's physical features. "Goodness! Are you truly selling out your dear cousin like this? Such an ungrateful fellow," Xiao Yu internally scoffed. However, as Xiao Yin had mentioned, his identity was hardly a secret, and with the influence of the Yunlan sect, uncovering information about someone named Xiao Yu within the Jiama Empire would be a trivial endeavor. Even if he had not revealed his true name to Yun, she could easily sketch a portrait of him based on her recollections. This was of little concern. After all, the Yunlan sect and the Xiao Clan had not reached an irreconcilable point, and he could still forge a friendship with Yun. As Xiao Yin continued his description, the brilliance in Yun's beautiful eyes intensified. She was increasingly convinced that Xiao Yan's cousin was indeed the Xiao Yu she knew. Moreover, recalling Xiao Yu's previous remarks, and with the purple crystal-winged Lion King present, Yun's heart firmly established that this Xiao Yu was the very same. Xiao Yin also disclosed that Xiao Yu was a disciple of Elder Zhou. Still, this revelation was hardly a secret in the Jia Ma Holy City. In observing Yun's demeanor, he sensed no animosity, but rather detected an intriguing undertone between the two. Xiao Yin was quite astonished, pondering how his cousin had come to know the esteemed leader of the Yunlan sect, suspecting their relationship to be somewhat extraordinary, especially given Yun Yun's earlier anxious expression. Could there be an affair? After listening to Xiao Yan's account, Yun Yun turned to Xiao Yu and asked, "Might I request the opportunity to meet your esteemed disciple?" At this, Xiao Yu felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye, though he concealed it well. He could not possibly acquiesce to Yun Yun's request, as he was currently identified as Elder Zhou. Thus he responded, "I fear this may disappoint you, esteemed sect leader Yun." But Xiao Yu is not presently in Jia, Ma Holy City. Upon hearing this, Yun Yun's expression dimmed slightly, though she responded, "No matter. We shall meet again in the future." Xiao Yu was reluctant to linger on this topic, so he clasped his hands and added, "In due time, I shall inform my disciple of this matter. As to whether he wishes to meet the esteemed sect leader Yun, that is beyond my purview. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not trouble your esteemed sect any longer. Farewell." Despite her dissatisfaction with this outcome, Yun Yun refrained from voicing any objections. With the information she had received, she was confident she would not struggle to locate that young lad. Safe travels to you all. With that, the group began to depart from the Yunlan sect. Suddenly, a fierce whirlwind swept across the horizon, enveloping the summit of Yunlan Mountain in ominous black mist. A terrifying cloud of darkness, brimming with an overwhelming and dreadful might, surged forth, casting the world in a shadow. An eerie chill permeated the very essence of the Yunlan sect. The oppressive aura rendered the majority of those present breathless. Faced with the sudden appearance of an ominous phenomenon, the entire Yunlan sect was thrown into a state of alarm. Their nerves frayed by the terrifying battle they had just endured, rendering them akin to startled birds. Yet, they found themselves unable to prepare, pinned helplessly to the ground. Yun Yun, with her breath quickening, gazed intently at the swiftly approaching cloud of black smoke, pondering the identity of this enigmatic presence. Naturally, Xiao Yu and the others also perceived the dark mist. However, while Hai Buodong and Xiao Yan were engulfed in confusion and trepidation, Xiao Yu felt a tightening in his chest. Could it be that individual? Suddenly, a familiar aura swept through the Yunlan sect's square once more. A figure clad in white abruptly materialized before the black smoke, obstructing its path. This individual was none other than Yun Shan, who had returned. Furrowing his brow, Yun Shan scrutinized the black smoke before him, questioning why this figure, who had previously departed, would now return in such a grand manner. This individual was known for his secretive conduct, and out of respect for the Yunlan sect's reputation. He had previously assured Yun Shan that he would not recklessly manifest within the sect. Such an action blatantly contradicted their earlier agreement. Why would he appear so brazenly? Yun Shan conveyed his thoughts telepathically into the swirling black mist. The black smoke responded instantly. "The affairs of this protector are not for you to meddle in, Yun Shan. Do not forget that everything you possess is granted by me." Upon hearing this, a surge of anger welled up within Yun Shan, though he managed to suppress it. The individual had indeed aided him in ascending to the Do Zone level, and given the depth of his power, Yun Shan dared not provoke him recklessly. Observing Yun Shan's silence, the black smoke chuckled ominously. "Ha ha, Yun Shan, it seems I did not misjudge you. This protector has his own intentions for being here. There is no need for you to inquire further. Just watch from the sidelines. Rest assured, this protector will not harm anyone from the Yunlan sect." Nodding in acknowledgement, Yun Shan recognized that as long as this individual's objective did not target the Yunlan sect, there was no reason to antagonize him. In the subsequent moment, the black smoke surged directly toward Xiao Yu, with its target being Xiao Yan, who stood behind Hai Buodong. "Ha ha ha, young lad, that aura emanates from you." Upon hearing the chilling laughter and those words, Xiao Yu's heart plummeted, and his expression darkened. Could it be that the protector had discovered Xiao Yan's identity? It seemed implausible, for Ling Ying had not yet appeared, and according to the original narrative, the protector should have already departed the Yunlan sect at this point. Or was it possible that the protector had discerned the Xiao family's identity without Ling Ying's involvement? That too seemed unlikely, if that were the case. The protector should not have made an appearance now. In the original tale, Yun Yun had remained in the sect due to the protector's teasing. It was now a time prior to the 3-year agreement established in the narrative. With Yun Yun having returned now, the plot had deviated from its predetermined course. Thus, what precisely had gone awry? While Xiao Yu pondered this, the protector revealed the reason. "Ah, this aura, indeed, it is the scent of the bone spirit cold fire." "Young lad, what is your connection to Yao Chen? Why do you reek of the bone spirit cold fire?" Upon hearing this, both Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan's pupils constricted. How could he possibly know the name of the bone spirit cold fire? Moreover, he appeared to be exceedingly familiar with it. Was Yao Chen indeed the name of his master? In that instant, Xiao Yu deduced the cause. Due to his own involvement, The protector was indeed unaware of the Xiao family's background. However, it was precisely this involvement that compelled the protector to reveal himself. Because of Xiao Yu, the timeline of Xiao Yan's entanglements with the Yunlan sect had shortened, leading the protector to return for investigation. As the saying goes, even the most meticulous plan can have its flaws. Xiao Yu had been so preoccupied with ensuring Ling Ying did not surface that he had overlooked the significance of the bone spirit cold fire. He felt an intense urge to curse, for the original narrative had never indicated that this frigid flame would attract the protector's attention. Now, the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Observing the silence of the group, the protector was not perturbed. Rather, he cackled ominously. If you choose not to speak, it matters not. I possess myriad methods to extract your words. The protector's mood was exceptionally buoyant. He had not anticipated such a substantial gain during his visit to the Yunlan sect. It was well known that the Soul Palace held a profound interest in the soul of the esteemed alchemist Yao Chun from the Central Plains. Otherwise, they would not have partnered with his disciple, Han Feng, to covertly ambush Yao Chun years ago, seeking the soul of this revered alchemist. However, due to Yao Chun's numerous trump cards, his soul had managed to escape, resulting in significant losses for the Soul Palace, including numerous earth and heaven-level protectors, not to mention the injuries sustained by many branch leaders. If the protector could capture Yao Chun and deliver him to the Soul Palace, the rewards would be immensely lucrative, potentially even elevating him to heaven-level protector. As for whether he could contend with Yao Chun, he was untroubled, despite the heavy casualties suffered by the Soul Palace. Yao Chun had not fared much better, left with only a feeble remnant of his soul, with his physical body destroyed and his soul gravely injured. Recovery from such wounds seemed improbable. Otherwise, Yao Chun would have confronted the Soul Palace long ago, rather than remaining in obscurity as if he were truly deceased. Upon hearing the protector's words, Xiao Yu did not hesitate to unfurl his god thunder wings. Instantly, the fiery wings on his back transformed into a brilliant azure hue, and he grasped Xiao Yan, propelling them both into the distance with astonishing speed, vanishing in an instant. Thinking of fleeing? This protector is eager to see how you intend to escape my grasp. Although surprised by Xiao Yu's swiftness, the protector remained unfazed, pursuing at a speed that nearly matched Xiao Yu's. Naturally, Yin Shan followed suit. Once the four had departed entirely, the Yunlan sect resumed its former state, the suffocating pressure dissipating alongside their exit. Witnessing her master also take flight, Yun wasted no time in chasing after them. The elders of the Yunlan sect, including Gu He, swiftly followed suit. Meanwhile, Hai Buodong and Xiao Zi gradually regained their composure from the overwhelming pressure. Hai Buodong wore an expression of grave concern. He could hardly fathom how Xiao Yan had managed to attract such a terrifying individual, whose aura and pressure surpassed even that of Yin Shan. Clearly, he was of the Dozong realm, and likely of no low standing. After a moment of internal struggle, as if making a decisive resolution, Hai Buodong soared towards the Jia Ma holy city. Xiao Zi, after a brief moment of hesitation, flapped her wings and sped in the direction Xiao Yu had taken. Having initially departed from the Yunlan sect, the formidable warriors of the Jiama Empire were suddenly engulfed by a terrifying aura, one that surpassed even that of Yin Shan. As they lifted their gazes, they beheld a flash of lightning and a dark silhouette vanish into the horizon. What was that? Jia Xingtian's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated that, aside from Yin Shan, the Jiama Empire harbored such a fearsome presence in hiding. The royal family was blissfully unaware, appearing almost foolish in their ignorance. Many decided to investigate this matter, intending to withdraw at the slightest hint of danger, a sentiment shared by Jia Xingtian and his companions. However, a portion of the onlookers, driven by the old adage that curiosity killed the cat, chose to refrain from following, fearing that they might unwittingly become collateral damage. In the holy city of Jiama, within a tavern room, Medusa rested with her delicate hand propping her chin, her eyes closed in contemplation. Abruptly, her beautiful eyes fluttered open as she gazed towards the east, where an extraordinary aura, rivaling her own, was retreating. Through the window, she caught a glimpse of a flicker of lightning, Xiao Yu's divine thunder. Recalling Xiao Yu's earlier admonition, she vanished from the room without a trace. Xiao Yu soared eastward at full speed, quickly traversing over 100 miles, distancing himself from the Yunlan sect. Yet, the gravity of the situation and his vigilance remained unyielding. Xiao Yan struggled to acclimatize to the breakneck pace, but fortunately, Xiao Yu enveloped them both in Douqi, shielding them from the terrifying velocity and the fierce friction of the air that could have torn Xiao Yan to shreds. Master, what on earth is happening? Xiao Yan inquired. having no doubts about the urgency of Zhou Lao's sudden pull. After all, even he had sensed the formidable presence of that dark smoke, which eclipsed even Yinshan. The ominous aura suggested that the visitor was no friend. Had they been caught, the consequences could be dire. Curiously, Xiao Yan was more intrigued by the identity of the dark smoke, inferring from his words that this matter was intertwined with his master, Yao Lao. Chapter 107. United against the Guardian. Do not be distracted. We must flee swiftly. A frail, grave voice resonated in Xiao Yan's ear. He had never heard Yao Lao speak in such a tone, indicating that this situation was indeed extraordinary. From the demeanor of Yao Lao and Zhou Lao, one could surmise the sheer terror of that dark smoke. Burdened with a heavy heart, Xiao Yan bitterly pondered why a mere triennial agreement had spiraled into such perilous events, each more treacherous than the last. Was he cursed with misfortune? You run surprisingly fast. I underestimated you, little boy. A sinister and grotesque voice suddenly echoed behind Xiao Yu. An icy chill coursed down his spine, his hair standing on end as an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him. With no time to ponder, Xiao Yu abruptly changed direction and dove downward. In the next moment, a spatial rift manifested where he had just been, revealing an endless abyss of darkness interspersed with flickering lights. Xiao Yu had no doubt that a single strike from within that tear could inflict catastrophic damage upon him. There is no escape now. Had he not been burdened by Xiao Yan, there might have been a slim chance to flee, but with Xiao Yan in tow, facing a mid-tier Do zone capable of tearing through space left them utterly hopeless. Xiao Yu's gaze sharpened as he stared at the dark smoke above, releasing Xiao Yan. Simultaneously, the extreme ice flame and the blue-silver cold lightning surged forth as he declared, "Old sir, I implore you to intervene. Otherwise, we shall perish here today." In the next instant, before Xiao Yan could react, his body moved of its own accord. The purple wings on his back shifted from their original hue to a ghostly white, while white flames flickered in his eyes, exuding a chilling aura. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan's transformation, the dark smoke visibly recoiled, yet it soon erupted into maniacal laughter. "Kikik, Yao Chun, it truly is you. This guardian has stumbled upon great fortune." The guardian, filled with excitement, gazed at the young man radiating an eerie white flame, initially believing he would merely glean information about Yao Chun. To his astonishment, Yao Chun stood before him in flesh. When Yao Chun first revealed himself, a flicker of fear surged within the guardian. He had once participated in the encirclement of Yao Chun, but had escaped with his life due to sheer luck. The overwhelming might of Yao Chun and the gruesome fates of many guardians haunted his memories. Now, encountering the once mighty Yao Chun, he felt an uncontrollable surge of twisted elation mixed with dread. "You accursed wretches of the Soul Hall remain as loathsome as ever." The sight of an old foe ignited Yao Lao's contempt to its zenith. It was these very specters who had allied with treacherous beings to reduce him to his current state. Following Yao Lao's proclamation, the dark smoke began to contract, coalescing into a humanoid figure cloaked in ethereal black mist, its crimson eyes glinting ominously. "Kikik, Yao Chun, we expended considerable effort to capture your soul back then, only to see you escape by a stroke of luck. Now, encountering this guardian, if I were to seize you, the Lord of the Hall would surely rejoice and reward me handsomely." Upon hearing this, Yao Lao's eyes, ablaze with bone-chilling cold flames, brimmed with murderous intent as he coldly retorted, "You, a mere wretched creature akin to a rat, dare to claim my life?" The disdain in his tone was unmistakable. Given his strength in the past, this grotesque being would crumble at a single strike. The guardian scoffed, "Had you retained your corporeal form, I would turn tail and flee. But now, with your soul not yet restored to its peak, I possess ample means to capture you." The guardian's words held truth. Yao Lao was currently incapable of contending with him. Even in the original tale, it would take 3 years for Yao Lao to reach a state where he could match the guardian in battle. How much more dire was the situation now? Yao Lao could only muster a fraction of his former strength, barely entering the ranks of Do Zone, rendering him vastly outmatched. Yet, Yao Lao remained composed. He was not alone. Beside him stood a formidable young man, and together they could at least hope to resist. He turned to Xiao Yu, instructing, "Young one, unleash your true power. Our only chance for survival lies in vanquishing this fiend." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Xiao Yu nodded, channeling his Do Qi fervently as he summoned the source fire and divine thunder from his dantian. His wings transformed from their original blue-silver hue to golden flames, while his eyes emitted bolts of black and white lightning. The left hand crackled with purple extreme thunder, and his right foot ignited with dark ash flames. A colossal sword materialized in his grasp, intertwining with blue-silver cold lightning and extreme ice flames. In that moment, Xiao Yu resembled a deity descended from the heavens, as thunder and fire enveloped him, saturating the space around him with a ferocious, destructive power. As Yao Lao had asserted, the situation had deteriorated to its most dire state. There was no more room for concealment. They could only strike with all their might to eliminate the Guardian, for it was their sole path to survival. Seeing Xiao Yu's divine presence, the Guardian's crimson eyes narrowed, scrutinizing the two figures before him. Initially, he had perceived only Yao Chun as a threat, believing he could capture him with minimal cost. To his astonishment, the Do Wang, who had displayed such terrifying prowess, was now enveloped in a tempest of thunder and fire that exuded a palpable sense of danger, particularly from the bolt of lightning in his left hand, which sent shivers down his spine. What on earth is this monstrous manifestation? Even Yao Lao was taken aback by the formidable power unleashed by Xiao Yu. How has this young man cultivated to become an 8-star Do Wang at such a tender age, possessing treasures that rival even the rarest of flames? Which master could possibly nurture such a prodigy? Perhaps it is simply due to this boy's extraordinary fortune? Yao Lao could not help but exclaim, "Young lad, you are indeed a remarkable anomaly, consistently surprising me. I had surmised your strength to be at its zenith, yet I find I have underestimated you." Xiao Yu, with his eyes crackling with lightning, blinked and responded, "You flatter me, esteemed sir. Our immediate concern is to deal with this individual." The body of Xiao Yan, now under Yao Lao's control, nodded in agreement. This was not the time for idle chatter. Once this person from the Soul Palace was dealt with, they could delve deeper into the capabilities of this remarkable boy. Observing the imposing figure of Xiao Yu, Yao Lao turned to the Guardian, a smirk playing on his lips. "I shall see how you, this ghastly being, plan to contend with the two of us." Yao Chen's words rang true. The former Do Wang had demonstrated an almost Do Zone-like aura, and with Yao Chun joining forces, they could indeed pose a significant threat. Nonetheless, he too was not without allies. The Guardian's harsh voice resonated. "Yao Chun, do not revel too soon. Today, without fail, I shall capture you." No sooner had he spoken than Yao Lao and Xiao Yu vanished from sight. The Guardian's blood-red eyes darkened, and 3 black iron chains materialized in his hands, shooting out towards the surrounding space. The 3 soul locks. The tips of the chains were razor-sharp, pulsating with bizarre runes as they spiraled through the air, piercing the very fabric of space. Clang! The vanishing Yao Lao and Xiao Yu reappeared on either side of the Guardian. Their weapons, a heavy ruler and a massive sword, colliding with the black chains, producing a sharp, metallic clashing sound. This strike was indeed formidable. A direct hit from such an attack could severely injure anyone beneath the Do Zone level. Fortunately for Xiao Yu, the Guardian had directed most of his attention towards Yao Lao, allowing him to engage with only a single chain. Otherwise, he would not have fared so easily. For Yao Lao, this sort of assault was manageable. After blocking with a heavy ruler, the bone spirit cold fire surged forth under Yao Lao's exquisite control, darting toward the Guardian. The Guardian redirected much of his focus towards Yao Lao, providing Xiao Yu the opportunity to retreat a short distance. With the battle between Yao Lao and the Guardian underway, Xiao Yu steadied himself, gathering his energy as his left hand brimmed with the radiant purple extreme thunder. The thunderous aura surged, embodying the essence of the heavens, supreme and unyielding. Raising his left hand skyward, the previously clear sky darkened as ominous clouds gathered, lightning flickering and thunder roaring incessantly. The purple extreme thunder surged upward, piercing through the clouds. Within the darkened sky, the original silver lightning transformed into a vibrant purple, striking down upon Xiao Yu's left hand. As the thunder coalesced, a purple lightning spear materialized in his grasp. Once the spear was fully formed, Xiao Yu, infused with the essence of lightning, flickered through the air, reappearing behind the Guardian. Thunder Spirit Flash. Explosive Thunder Spear. Gathering all his might, Xiao Yu hurled the spear, transforming it into a streak of lightning, propelled by the overwhelming might of the heavens, racing toward the Guardian. The imminent threat of the attack made the Guardian acutely aware of Xiao Yu's assault, the spear radiating a formidable celestial power that sent tremors through his heart. Why does this fellow possess such a soul-targeting artifact? The Guardian internally roared, confirming his earlier suspicions that the purple lightning could indeed counteract souls. Moreover, it posed a significant threat to someone of his ilk from the Soul Palace. This explosive thunder spear, a manifestation of Xiao Yu's utmost limit, held tremendous power, enhanced by the overwhelming might of the purple extreme thunder, specifically lethal against malevolent entities. the guardian was compelled to divert part of his focus, conjuring a swirling mass of black mist in his left hand, which expanded into a shroud of darkness. Whoosh! The black smoke howled, an ominous wind swirling with an oppressive aura, revealing countless writhing black figures attempting to escape the shroud, clawing at the air. Soul Devourer! Bang! The explosive thunder spear pierced through the veil of darkness, unleashing a conflagration of lightning as the black mist and purple lightning intertwined, each battling for dominance with a sizzling sound. Xiao Yu felt a weight in his heart. He had anticipated that his attack would not yield significant results. But merely distracting the guardian was a satisfactory outcome. At the very least, this would afford Yao Lao a bit of respite, creating an opening for a counterattack. At that moment, a familiar aura descended, the arrival of Yun Shan. Upon witnessing the confrontation between the guardian and the two, Yun Shan's eyes flickered. The situation appeared dire. Xiao Yin possessed something that piqued the guardian's interest, prompting such a brazen attempt to capture him. Moreover, the state and strength of Xiao Yin exuded a dangerous vibe, power comparable to a dozone. Perhaps that was the reason for the guardian's fervent pursuit, a treasure capable of granting a great dome master the strength to rival a dozone. Truly terrifying. Hee hee. Yao Chun, I told you, today you shall not escape. Upon seeing Yun Shan arrive, the guardian burst into maniacal laughter, then communicated telepathically, Yun Shan, assist me in restraining that Do Wang. Yun Shan bristled at the authoritative tone of the guardian's command, yet dared not express his discomfort. The power backing this individual was extraordinarily formidable, and he had only managed to breach the Do Huang barrier through this alliance, thus feeling compelled to comply with the order. However, as a Dozong now, Yun Shan coldly retorted, we are merely allies. I am not your subordinate. Speak more courteously. Though his words were bold, Yun Shan nonetheless complied, charging toward Xiao Yu. He positioned himself in front of Xiao Yu, effectively splitting the battlefield in two, rather than launching an immediate attack. He regarded Xiao Yu with a scrutinizing gaze. This sixth-grade alchemist, who had previously struggled to withstand even one of his strikes, was now embroiled in a battle against a Dozone powerhouse, quite the hidden depth. With the prowess of a Do Wang, exhibiting such combat strength, the dazzling thunder and flames radiated a terrifying might, garnering Yun Shan's keen attention. As Yun Shan arrived, Xiao Yu's spirits sank once more. Even with Yao Lao's partnership, they might not have been able to contend with the Guardian, and now with Yun Shan added to the mix, their situation became exceedingly precarious. However, he was not without his own contingencies. Having prepared extensively, he had considered even the worst-case scenario, and the outcome was yet to be determined. Yun Shan was the first to speak. Given your status as a sixth-grade alchemist, I acknowledge that your achievements are hard-won. It will be prudent for you to depart from this place. He harbored intentions of forging a connection with such talent. Even now, as he faced the guardian of the mysterious, it appeared that the two had not yet reached an irreconcilable conflict. Moreover, the guardian's target was not Xiao Yu. Yun Shan believed that minimizing such a formidable adversary was something the guardian would be quite amenable to. In response to Yun Shan's goodwill, Xiao Yu shook his head, expressing, I appreciate the kind intentions of the esteemed Yun Shan, but I regret to inform you that I must intervene in this matter. Xiao Yu refrained from persuading Yun Shan to withdraw, for he understood the futility of such an endeavor. Observing Xiao Yu's determination to wade through this murky water, Yun Shan felt a pang of regret. A talent of such caliber might very well meet his end here today. In an instant, Yun Shan vanished from sight. Xiao Yu's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly turned, sweeping his right leg in a horizontal arc, the dark embers of malevolent flames igniting and corroding, coupled with a surging force. He delivered a fierce kick. Bang! Yun Shan's figure materialized behind Xiao Yu, striking the sole of Xiao Yu's right foot with an open palm. The sheer force compelled Xiao Yu to stagger backward, a tingling sensation coursing through his right foot, and his vital energy began to surge tumultuously. Meanwhile, Yun Shan was not without his own struggles. As his palm made contact with the dark embers, the fighting spirit encasing his hand became ensnared by the gray flames. Observing the ominous fire growing steadily upon his palm, the sensation of corrosion and burning swiftly enveloped him. The previously composed expression on Yun Shan's face transformed in an instant, and he unleashed his fighting spirit, expelling the energy clinging to his palm and freeing himself from the grasp of the gray flames. He could sense the terror of this fire. Its relentless encroachment was akin to a parasite, and without protective energy, even he, a Do Zone, would find himself in dire straits. The corrosive nature of this flame was something he had never encountered in his lifetime of cultivation. As he gazed at Xiao Yu, the lightness in Yun Shan's demeanor evaporated. Xiao Yu, equally cautious, regarded Yun Shan. In any confrontation, distraction was a perilous luxury, as it could lead to injury or worse, death. Sensing the situation on the other side, where Yao Lao was being subtly suppressed by the Guardian, Xiao Yu realized he could no longer afford to delay. Otherwise, the outcome could become irrevocably disastrous. Gripping his colossal sword, the icy blue lightning fire crackled, and Xiao Yu charged once more towards Yin Shan. Yin Shan, too, drew forth a long sword, vanishing from his position. In an instant, the battlefield was awash with the shadows of their blades. Various hues of lightning and green fighting spirit clashing and exploding, sending ripples through the very fabric of space. As the two engaged in fierce combat, a striking red silhouette suddenly emerged from the void, with an aura of formidable power, imbued with an ancient mystery and profound transformation. It instantly captured the attention of all four participants. Bang! With a mighty swing of his colossal sword, Xiao Yu repelled Yun Shan and, upon seeing the stunning figure, exclaimed with delight, "You've arrived." Chapter 109, The Current State of Battle. I thought you were still in the city. Since you're here, come quickly and lend a hand. I'm struggling a bit, Xiao Yu said, forcibly suppressing the tremors in his right hand that had arisen from his clash with Yin Shan. Just moments ago, their confrontation unfolded at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, their forces capable of shattering mountains. Yet, Xiao Yu remained a Do Wang, and the disparity between him and a Do Zong was vast, both in physicality and fighting spirit. Had it not been for the golden light emanating from the wings of the golden flame behind him, he would have surely sustained injuries by now. The newcomer was none other than Medusa, having sensed the presence of a Do Zong and witnessed the peculiar black smoke in the sky while in the city of Jaimar. She had hastened to arrive. Upon finding Xiao Yu unharmed, Medusa's previously taut heart eased slightly, and she executed a spatial leap to arrive at his side. Yin Shan, upon seeing her, felt a sudden chill, for he recognized her. The queen of the serpent people, Medusa. Now, the aura she exuded provoked a sense of grave danger within him. Her strength rivaled his own, indicating she had also broken through the Do Huang barrier and ascended to the rank of Do Zong. Yun Shan's eyelids twitched as he spoke solemnly. Queen Medusa, today's affair seems unrelated to you. I kindly request that you do not interfere. Medusa regarded Yin Shan with a languid yet imposing demeanor, slowly responding, "You old fool. You're still alive and have even progressed to Do Zong. It seems this man's words hold merit. As for whether to involve myself in this matter, that is not for you to dictate." Although Yin Shan attempted to persuade Medusa with a glimmer of hope, her blatant disregard for his authority darkened his previously placid expression. As a fellow Do Zong, Medusa's blatant dismissal of his presence incited Yun Shan's ire, and he retorted coldly, "Medusa, do not think that just because you have ascended to Do Zong, you can act with impunity. I am only advising you out of respect for our shared status. Do not be ungrateful." Known for her domineering nature, Medusa had little regard for the opinions of others and was utterly impervious to threats. "I shall see how you intend to proceed," Xiao Yu interjected, breaking the exchange between them. "First, let us deal with Yin Shan together. There's an even more terrifying foe over there that we must confront. My ally may not withstand for much longer." Medusa had already noted the looming figure shrouded in black smoke, overpowering a young human in the distance. Presumably, the young man was the ally Xiao Yu had mentioned, and the shadowy figure was likely another Do Zong powerhouse from the Yunlan sect, aside from Yin Shan. The situation was dire, and the battlefield was in constant flux, with victory or defeat potentially hanging in the balance at any moment. Thus, Medusa understood that this was no time for idle chatter and charged directly at Yin Shan. Following her lead, Xiao Yu surged forward, confronted by a Do Zong of equal rank, along with a combatant capable of matching a Do Zong. Yin Shan dared not relax his focus, pouring all his energy into the confrontation. With a swift motion, Yin Shan's arm shook, and his fighting spirit coalesced upon his sleeves. The sleeves, reinforced by his fighting spirit, became as hard as steel, thrusting forward to meet a jade foot emerging from a void. Bang! The might of the Do Zong was vividly displayed at this moment, as the immense, liquid-like fighting spirit enveloped his body. Each strike and movement was beyond the capacity of an ordinary Do Huang to endure. Xiao Yu had only been able to engage Yin Shan at close quarters previously due to his protective golden light. Otherwise, he would surely have been injured by now. After clashing with Yin Shan, Medusa unleashed another leg strike, sweeping down like a golden axe. As a fellow Do Zong, Yin Shan did not underestimate any of Medusa's assaults and countered with a palm strike. Upon collision, their fighting spirits erupted, sending shockwaves through the air, draining the surrounding atmosphere. At that moment, Xiao Yu had maneuvered himself behind Yunshan, intending to launch a surprise attack. Though he prided himself on a principled perspective, he was not naive. The current circumstances left no room for ideals. The priority was to incapacitate Yunshan and then jointly confront the Guardian. Xiao Yu swung his colossal sword, a torrent of fighting spirit surging forth, enveloping the blade in icy blue lightning flames. Inscribing a unique rune that bore the power to cleave through gold and sever iron, aimed directly at Yunshan's back. The fiery blade of fury, a mid-tier profound technique, enhanced by flames, augmenting its sharpness while imparting searing heat. At its peak, a single strike could redirect rivers, causing the very waters to boil where the intense energy passed. Lacking a blade, Xiao Yu adapted the technique for his colossal sword, enhanced by the source fire of divine thunder, elevating its might to the level of a high-tier profound technique. Bang! The sword did not cleave the ethereal mountain, but instead struck against its protective barrier, which, until that moment, had remained imperceptible. A verdant crack was rent in the once invisible shield. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Yu's right hand constricted around the violet lightning, unleashing a torrent of deep crimson flames that coalesced to a razor-sharp point between his index and middle fingers, honing into a formidable force. This was the heart-burning technique, an advanced martial art of the Xian rank. It transforms fire attribute Douqi into tangible flames, coursing through specialized meridians to forge a force capable of incinerating the heart and lungs of its victim. Those struck by it feel as though their very essence is engulfed in searing flames, and such mastery is unattainable without reaching the Dou spirit level. This technique resonated profoundly with Xiao Yu's Sunfire Heart Flame, thus amplifying its potency exponentially. With his fingers converged, he directly targeted the fissure, sending forth that deep crimson force straight towards the heart of Yunshan. Preoccupied with Medusa, Yunshan had only allocated a fraction of his focus to guard against Xiao Yu. It was not until Xiao Yu shattered his protective barrier that he became aware of the ominous surge of energy that was upon him. He instinctively contracted his back, then unleashed a convulsive wave of Douqi that surged forth like a tempest, striking directly at Xiao Yu. The clash echoed with a resounding thud as the torrent of energy collided with the golden barrier just a meter before Xiao Yu, causing ripples to radiate outward. The backlash sent Xiao Yu hurtling backward for several dozen meters. Yet, that deep crimson force did not dissipate entirely amidst the tumultuous Douqi. A trace still infiltrated Yunshan's lungs. He felt a warmth there, akin to being scorched by flames, but with his cultivation level as a Dou zone, he could withstand such discomfort. Had the force reached his heart, however, given the nature of the Sunfire Heart Flame, it would have surely posed a significant threat. In the blink of an eye, Medusa surged forward once more, wielding a short dagger of crimson energy aimed squarely at Yunshan's face. Struggling to defend himself, Yunshan found himself on the back foot against Medusa due to Xiao Yu's earlier ambush. Thus, Medusa launched her frontal assault while Xiao Yu executed flanking maneuvers, leaving Yunshan in a dire predicament, utterly devoid of any opportunity to counterattack. If this continues, I shall inevitably be defeated. Yunshan's gaze hardened as he summoned forth a torrent of viscous Douqi, striking out with a hand that resembled a raging river, sending countless streams of energy crashing towards Medusa, forcing her to retreat. With his arms outstretched, a radiant light erupted from his palms, and massive hands of energy materialized 10 meters away on either side of him. The great grief-rending wind technique. Yunshan's eyes were fixed intensely on Xiao Yu as he directed his palms downward. The colossal energy hands mirrored his movements, hurtling towards Xiao Yu with ferocious winds. Sensing the overwhelming energy cascading towards him, Xiao Yu's pupils constricted slightly, his body trembling as he activated the golden flame wings on his back. The wings radiated a resplendent golden light, enveloping him in a protective sphere akin to a golden bell. With a resounding crack, Xiao Yu's golden light failed to fully shield him from the colossal energy hands, shattering upon impact and sending him crashing to the ground, embedding him several meters deep into the earth. As Medusa was momentarily repelled by Yunshan, she seized the opportunity to strike again, conjuring a massive serpent of red energy that smashed into Yunshan's back. Boom! Yunshan was struck with tremendous force, sliding several dozen meters before finally halting, blood surging from his mouth in a trickle as he sustained minor injuries. Yet, he paid little heed to the slight wound as he turned to confront Medusa. With the bothersome fly dealt with, it was time for this sect to truly witness the prowess of the Serpent Queen. Yunshan bellowed fiercely. He had not expected that single strike to eliminate Xiao Yu. From what he had observed, Xiao Yu's combat prowess had surpassed the pinnacle of Do Huang. And while he was somewhat inferior to Yinshan as a Do Zone, he was not so easily vanquished. His goal was not to annihilate the two, but to detain them until the Protector Wu could conclude his own battle, ensuring they would not stir up any further chaos. Medusa, hearing his words, cast a dismissive glance at the advancing Yinshan, choosing not to respond. She understood Xiao Yu's strength far better than Yinshan did. The potency of such martial techniques was insufficient to incapacitate him. The two engaged once more, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that altered the very heavens above. Crimson and verdant energies clashed violently, while black mist and ghostly white stood in stark opposition. In but 3 breaths, Xiao Yu erupted from the earth, tracing a golden arc towards Yinshan. Although the previous strike had inflicted some harm, it had not been debilitating. The golden light had mitigated much of the energy hand's impact, leaving only what he could endure. Despite holding an advantage in combat, he knew that subduing Yinshan would not be swift. Though Medusa had successfully evolved twice, ascending to the Dozone realm and surpassing Yinshan significantly, both were at the initial stage of Dozone, making it implausible to swiftly overpower him. Moreover, inflicting injury upon Yinshan within the mere span of their battle was already a notable feat. As he charged towards Yinshan, Xiao Yu discreetly assessed the situation concerning Yao Lao. Currently, Xiao Yan appeared more beleaguered than himself, his garments tattered in numerous places. His breath remained steady, yet a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth revealed his underlying disadvantage. Xiao Yan was no longer the pinnacle Do Wang of the original story, but merely a 2-star Great Do Master, struggling to endure the full brunt of Yao Lao's exertions. Yao Lao, too, was not the same as during the original narrative. His soul power had only recovered to the level of a 1-star Do Zone. Facing the mid-level Do Zone Protector Wu, he was at a significant disadvantage. That he had lasted this long was a testament to Yao Lao's extensive combat experience and the advantages provided by 2 forms of extraordinary fire. We cannot linger. If Protector Wu manages to free himself before us, we shall be in grave peril. Recognizing the dire situation on Yao Lao's front, Xiao Yu brandished his colossal sword, hastening his charge towards Yinshan. The myriad transformations of flames and the return to true lightning manifested, and with a single hand, Xiao Yu fused them into the illusory world Thunder Flame, cradling it in his palm. Seeing Medusa still entangled with Yinshan, Xiao Yu's lips moved as he sent a message to her. Move aside. I am about to unleash my ultimate technique. Medusa hesitated for a moment before swiftly retreating, her form vanishing into the air. Xiao Yu hurled the illusory world Thunder Flame into the spatial realm, and nearly in an instant, it expanded into a vast sphere of thunder and flame, enveloping both himself and Yinshan. In an instant, the two of them vanished from the material realm. Protector Wu suddenly sensed the disappearance of Yinshan's aura, his heart sinking as he cast his gaze toward the battlefield where Xiao Yu and the others had been. But he found only Medusa, retreating in haste. Could it be that Yinshan has already? A grim realization dawned upon him, though the black mist obscured his features, preventing others from witnessing his expression. With Yao Lao's extensive experience from years of roaming the Central Plains, he would not let such an opportunity slip by. Brandishing the heavy Xian Zone ruler, the bone spirit cold fire erupted forth, the unique patterns along the ruler's body shifting to a hue reminiscent of molten lava. The flame-devouring tsunami ruler. With a mighty swing, a beam of white light shot forth from the enormous ruler, slicing towards the guardian of the marsh, who was momentarily stunned by the sudden disappearance of Yinshan. Boom! The guardian of the marsh suffered a solid blow as the ruler's light made contact with his body, sending him hurtling backwards and culminating in a violent explosion. The white, eerie flames surged forth like a relentless tide, crashing against the guardian of the marsh with relentless ferocity. Yao Chun! A sharp, piercing scream erupted from within the fiery waves, as thick black smoke engulfed the flames, revealing the figure of the guardian. His chest, shrouded in smoke, heaved violently as he gasped for breath, clearly having sustained considerable injury from the ruler's searing assault. In the realm of thunder and flame, Yinshan keenly sensed the unusual atmosphere surrounding him. The presence of Medusa had completely vanished, as had that of the guardian of the marsh and Xiao Yan. In this vast expanse, it was only he and the approaching 6th grade alchemist, Zhou Xing. A battle technique? How utterly bizarre. Your hidden cards truly seem to be endless. However, no matter how intricate your strategies may be, they are all in vain in the eyes of a dozone. An insurmountable chasm separates you from my sect. Yinshan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Although he was unaware of the opponent's methods, he remained resolute, even if the adversary was a formidable Do Wang. What did that matter? No matter how extraordinary their tactics, they could not hope to match his power. Xiao Yu chose not to respond to Yunshan's arrogant taunts. Instead, as he surged forward, he summoned the dark ashes of the malevolent flames into his left hand. The grayish dark ash flames were tightly clutched in his palm, and with a forceful exertion, the flames transformed into a dense aura of dark ashes, wrapping around his entire arm like a hand from the depths of hell, dark, corrupting, and eroding all in their path. Annihilation of the burning flames. Xiao Yu struck his left hand against the space before him, unleashing an endless surge of dark ash energy that poured forth from his palm, transforming the realm of thunder and flame into a hellish landscape. The space within the illusion trembled under the encroaching aura of malice, as massive fissures began to emerge, with dark ash flames blazing within, seemingly intent on corrupting this world. Such a terrifying force caused Yunshan's eyes to twitch involuntarily. The potency of this battle technique was already enough to inflict harm upon him. However, he did not wait for the cracks to spread to his vicinity. Instead, he unleashed his Douqi, gathering it at the crown of his head. The immense azure-green energy above him rippled with power, rapidly coiling and, after a brief moment, coalescing into a colossal azure sword over 10 feet wide. The sword's surface was exceptionally dull, devoid of any luster. Yet, as it formed, the surrounding space quaked violently, indicating that this sword, forged entirely from Yunshan's formidable Douqi, possessed an immense reservoir of energy. Wind Blade Annihilation. Chapter 111. Heavy Injury to Yunshan. Yunshan's voice was cold as he chanted, forming hand seals with precision. The sword above his head began to spin rapidly, emitting a piercing shriek. Clang! He then pointed at Xiao Yu, and the sword shot forth in an instant, its speed so great that it seemed to tear through the fabric of space. In mere flashes, it was mere dozens of meters away from Xiao Yu. Faced with such an overwhelmingly powerful sword technique, Xiao Yu felt a grave weight settle upon him. Nevertheless, he had no intention of taking it head-on. Instead, he abruptly withdrew from the realm of thunder and flame. This illusion was of his own design, allowing him to enter and exit at will. Crack! Almost the moment Xiao Yu's form dissipated, the terrifying sword sliced through the space he had just occupied, striking the barrier of the illusion with a resounding impact, causing numerous fissures to appear. The cracks spread rapidly, yet the realm of thunder and flame did not shatter, managing to hold its form. Yunshan's pupils constricted. Upon witnessing Xiao Yu vanish into thin air, he could sense not a trace of his presence, as if the individual had never existed. In the realm of thunder and flame, only Yunshan remained. At that moment, the annihilation of the burning flames had pervaded the entire illusion, with endless gray flames blazing fiercely, continuously eroding Yunshan. Even with his Douqi defenses, the flames could corrode even that. Thus, he could not completely negate their effects. Forced to watch helplessly as the flames consumed his protective Douqi, inching closer to his very being. Oh! Yunshan roared in fury, truly incensed by Xiao Yu. First, he had been ambushed, and now he found himself ensnared in this bizarre domain, beset by such terrifying flames, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Since reaching the pinnacle of Do Huang, he had never been so cornered. Even Medusa, a fellow Do Zong, had never made him feel this way, and yet, he was being outmatched by merely a Do Wang. To be pushed to such an extent by a Do Wang was a blow to Yunshan's pride, igniting his rage. Back in the external world, Xiao Yu gazed at the energy sword that had abruptly manifested in space, still feeling a chill of trepidation. Had he hesitated even slightly longer, the sword would have pierced not the barrier of thunder and flame, but his own body. Disregarding the cold sweat trickling down his brow, Xiao Yu sensed Medusa, who had retreated nearly 50 miles away, and found himself somewhat speechless. Although she had distanced herself so far, she continued to observe the situation. And upon realizing that no terrifying entity emerged, she hurried back. After a moment, Medusa reappeared beside Xiao Yu. Looking at her, Xiao Yu muttered, dear sister, was it really necessary to flee so far? The illustrious Queen Medusa, frightened merely by my intent to unleash a battle technique? Medusa, hearing this, shot him an annoyed glare. Scoffing inwardly, is your grand move merely a battle technique? I have witnessed cataclysmic scenes before. She had initially misunderstood, thinking Xiao Yu's grand move referred to another attack, which prompted her withdrawal to avoid entanglement. Unfazed by Medusa's glare, Xiao Yu, used to her disapproval, pressed on, let us join forces to take down Yunshan. Medusa understood his intent. Her body ascended, Douqi pouring forth as she conjured a terrifyingly large portal behind her. Crimson energy surged forth, causing the very space to tremble with instability. A massive, crimson serpent's head emerged from the portal, flicking its tongue, radiating an ancient, formidable, and devouring aura. Fixated solely on the space where Yunshan had once stood, Xiao Yu, wielding a colossal sword, infused it with the chilling ice flame and the blue-silver cold lightning, intertwining them upon the blade. Gripping the sword with both hands, he raised it towards the heavens. A terrifying chill surged upward, as the thunder flame coalesced into a sword of immense length. True blue ice thunder flame, great sword. Xiao Yu swung the long sword down, freezing the air in its path, as frost coalesced out of thin air. The ice sword cleaved through space, splitting the realm of thunder and flame in two. Medusa simultaneously commanded the great serpent to charge forward. The massive crimson serpent shot forth from the portal, its body brimming with scattered Douqi, crashing into the space with a singular ferocity. The two terrifying attacks converged upon the same point, and the magnitude of their combined power was unimaginable. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening roars echoed, and had Xiao Yu and Medusa not shielded themselves with Douqi, they surely would have been caught in the aftermath. Such a tremendous commotion naturally caught the attention of both Elder Yao and Protector Wu, their hearts trembling at the terrifying attack capable of grievously injuring or even slaying a Douzong. This is bad. Protector Wu swiftly darted towards the location where Yun Shan had fallen, while Elder Yao soared toward Xiao Yu, having expended considerable energy through the continuous use of Dou techniques. Xiao Yu promptly retrieved a recovery pill, consuming it with urgency, and tossed a vial containing more pills to Medusa. Unfazed, Medusa poured out a pill and swallowed it, rapidly replenishing her depleted Douqi. However, upon witnessing Protector Wu's approach towards Yun Shan, Xiao Yu's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily threw another pill to Elder Yao and then sped towards Protector Wu. Although Medusa was unaware of the situation, she sensed Xiao Yu's gravitas and followed closely behind. Upon reaching the site, Protector Wu discovered Yun Shan, who had plummeted down. Gone was the imposing aura of the former sect master. His disheveled hair cascaded wildly as he fell, his once pristine white robes now tattered, and his once handsome face marred with filth and blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Deep, ghastly wounds revealed bone beneath the flesh, inducing a shuddering horror. Previously, in the realm of Thunderfire illusion, Yun Shan had been subjected to the torment of dark ash flame, and after enduring 2 horrific Dou techniques, had barely managed to defend himself with the last vestiges of his Douqi. Otherwise, he would have perished. Yet now, he lay heavily injured, his Douqi exhausted, devoid of fighting capability. Protector Wu seized Yun Shan with a fierce gaze, incredulous that the Douzong he had painstakingly nurtured had been reduced to such a state. Noticing the approaching trio, Protector Wu's expression darkened further, with his strength nearing that of 5-star Douzong. He doubted he could prevail against them, and feared he might be forever entombed here. The minions of the Soul Palace. Now, I shall see how you intend to capture me. Haha. Witnessing the advantageous turn of events, Elder Yao felt a surge of exhilaration, laughing heartily at the plight of those from the Soul Palace, his sworn enemies. Yet Xiao Yu did not share Elder Yao's optimism, for he was acutely aware that Protector Wu possessed a terrifying secret technique, one that could pose an insurmountable challenge. After Elder Yao's laughter subsided, he regarded Protector Wu with a grave expression. Although his earlier demeanor had suggested derision, he remained vigilant, fully aware of the Soul Palace's insidious methods, having experienced them firsthand. Ha ha ha. Yao Chun, do you truly believe that the 3 of you can slay me, the Protector? Such thoughts are rather dismissive of my prowess. Protector Wu raised his head to face the trio, a sinister smile adorning his features, exuding an air of mockery rather than trepidation in the face of 3 adversaries. At that moment, a multitude of figures surged from the west, all endowed with Douqi-infused wings. The first to arrive were Yun Yun and the amethyst-winged Lion King, followed closely by a host of powerful figures from the Gamma Empire, including Jia Xingtian, Fa Ma, and others. Gu He and the elders of the Yunlan sect, all of Dou Wang caliber, also made their appearance. Upon witnessing Yun Shan being held captive by a sinister figure shrouded in black smoke, a wave of shock rippled through the crowd as they struggled to comprehend the disheveled state of Yun Shan. Was this truly the same Douzong powerhouse who had once exuded confidence? Chapter 112. The Secret Technique of the Soul Palace, 9,400 Devouring Souls. Teacher. The once calm and serene countenance of Yun Yun instantly paled, and she raised her sword, pointing it at Protector Wu, her voice cold as ice. I do not care who you are. Release my teacher. Protector Wu chuckled at her threats. Little girl, do not speak so fiercely. Your teacher was not harmed by me. If you seek vengeance, direct your ire towards those three. He then cast his gaze towards the approaching Xiao Yu and his companions. Yun followed his gaze, recognizing the figures of Mr. Zhou and the others, who had previously fled from the black smoke. You're talking nonsense. The matter has already been resolved by my teacher, who even allowed them to leave. How could he possibly be at odds with them now? Yun retorted sharply, with her Dou Qi converging around her sword. She appeared ready to engage in battle should Protector Wu refuse to release Yunshan. Ha. I do not care whether you believe me or not. As for Yunshan, I shall return him to you momentarily. Protector Wu cackled ominously, then abruptly reached for the top of Yunshan's head. An eerie, terrifying pull emanated from the hand of the black smoke, drawing something from within Yunshan's very essence. Ah! The previously unconscious Yunshan was jolted awake by an excruciating pain that felt as though his soul was being torn asunder, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Protector Wu Yu, Yunshan cried out, enduring unimaginable agony. Seeing him regain consciousness, Protector Wu snorted derisively, useless wretch. After all my efforts to cultivate you, you succumb so swiftly. Having reduced me to this state, your existence is no longer necessary. Become a part of my power. With that, Protector Wu forcibly extracted Yunshan's soul. In his grasp, the translucent essence of Yunshan writhed, emitting wails of anguish. Before Protector Wu callously discarded Yunshan's lifeless body aside, everything transpired too rapidly for the onlookers to react. As Xiao Yu approached and beheld the soul of Yunshan being drawn forth, his heart plummeted into despair. Too late. Not hesitating any longer upon seeing Xiao Yu and the others closing in, Protector Wu relinquished Yunshan's soul, his hands swiftly weaving intricate and bizarre hand seals, summoning a swirling black mist to form a spherical barrier around him. In an instant, a piercing cry erupted, reverberating across the skies. 9,400 devouring souls. With the incantation uttered, several tendrils of eerie black smoke erupted violently from Protector Wu's body, ensnaring Yunshan's soul and drawing it into his being. The chilling sounds of chewing accompanied Yunshan's agonized screams, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Stop him! Xiao Yu and the others had closed the distance to within 10 meters of Protector Wu. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yu felt an urgent need to act. Should Yunshan's soul be consumed, Protector Wu's strength would surely ascend to 6-star Dou Zone or beyond. For the three of them, whose combined might barely matched that of a novice Dou Zone, it would spell disaster. Elder Yao, possessing vast knowledge, recognized Protector Wu's sinister intentions at once, and his expression shifted dramatically. The trio launched their attacks. Crimson ribbons and white flames, along with various lightning strikes, bombarded the black mist barrier surrounding Protector Wu. Yet they found it impenetrable. Observing their futile efforts, Protector Wu laughed triumphantly. Ha. Do you truly think the secret techniques of the Soul Palace are so easily broken? Await your demise. Xiao Yu and the others found themselves at an impasse. Even with their combined forces, breaching that barrier seemed a daunting task. As the others began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, Yun swiftly flew towards the fallen body of Yunshan. Cradling his lifeless form, she stared in disbelief at her teacher, who had drawn his last breath. She had never anticipated that on the day marking their 3-year agreement, the teacher she had raised would meet his end at the hands of another. Her beautiful eyes soon filled with bloodshot fury, turning crimson as she grasped her sword and launched herself at the black barrier. Return my teacher's soul. Yun's voice rang out coldly as she issued a sharp command, her long sword pulsating with a furious surge of fighting spirit. She directed it toward the black mist barrier, unleashing a faint green beam imbued with terrifying penetrating power. Win's extreme descent kill, such a péril du combat technique, even formidable in the eyes of 5- or 6-star Dou emperors, met the black mist barrier without eliciting the slightest ripple. Instead, the backlash propelled Yun 100 meters away. Hiss! The short-sighted Dou kings gasped in shock, utterly astonished that even Yun's formidable assault proved ineffective. Meanwhile, figures like Jia Xingtian and others, possessing the strength of Dou emperors, shook their heads in resignation. The recent, terrifying bombardment unleashed by Xiao Yu and his companions had also failed to breach this barrier, rendering Yun, a mere 3-star Dou emperor, even less likely to succeed. Stunned by the events of the day, Jia Xingtian and the others collected their thoughts, their expressions darkening. The shadowy figure within the black mist was evidently no ordinary foe, but rather a being capable of slaughter. The chilling image of Yun Shan's soul being forcibly extracted and integrated into another's body haunted them, leaving their hearts unsettled. Should these three powerful individuals truly falter today, would such a terrifying entity bring disaster upon the Jaimar Empire? The likelihood was high. Thus, Jia Xingtian and Fa Ma soared directly toward Xiao Yu and the others. Xiao Yu swiftly interposed himself, halting Yun Yun, who was intent on charging forward to strike at the barrier. He spoke in a grave tone. Do not waste your energy. Conserve your fighting spirit and evacuate everyone from this place as swiftly as possible. Their lives are at stake. After being restrained, Yun Yun regained a semblance of her rationality. She was not one to disregard the gravity of the situation. The death of her master had inflicted a profound blow upon her. She understood well that the entity concealed within the black mist was immensely powerful, at least surpassing her master, and that these three had forcibly absorbed her master's soul to execute their sinister rituals. With four Zhong powerhouses already present, if a conflict were to erupt, it could spell disaster for a group. At that moment, Jia Xingtian and Fa Ma reached Xiao Yu's side, their voices imbued with an unfamiliar respect as they clasped their hands in greeting. Brother Zhou, we are at your service. Please instruct us on how we can assist. The stakes today are monumental, and this individual appears to be no citizen of the Jaimar Empire. If we allow this to go unchecked, our nation may face calamity. Turning to them, Xiao Yu understood their unspoken concerns and replied, ensure that everyone present evacuates, as far away as possible. The impending battle is beyond your capacity to engage. Upon hearing this, Jia Xingtian and Fa Ma exchanged glances, nodding in agreement before swiftly retreating to begin the evacuation of the gathered crowd. Yin Yin cast a glance at the black mist barrier, and then at Xiao Yu and the others, gritting her silver teeth as she suppressed her inner sorrow. With Yun Shan's lifeless body in tow, she soared toward the direction of the Yunlan sect. Xiaozi also received a telepathic message from Xiao Yu, urging her to leave. What do you plan to do next? If this monster successfully executes its secret technique, it could become exceedingly troublesome. At that point, I shall not be able to intervene. I will take my leave and will not concern myself with you, Medusa remarked coldly, observing the figure within the barrier consuming souls. Beside her, Yao Lao's expression turned peculiar. The fact that this strikingly proud Medusa had come to lend her aid indicated that this young man was indeed extraordinary. Previously, he and Xiao Yan had stealthily extracted strange flames from her clan, taking extreme precautions to avoid detection by this formidable woman. Yet, little did they expect that even after losing her strange flames, she could still evolve. Upon witnessing Xiao Yu's flames, which rivaled her former powers, Yao Lao began to surmise the underlying cause. Chapter 113. The shadowy, celestial handprint. This was the essence of wisdom acquired through age. An old monster like Yao Lao could deduce much from mere hints. Xiao Yu could not help but smile wryly at this. I had previously promised you that if the situation became untenable, you could depart. Our earlier actions have fulfilled that agreement. He then addressed Medusa and Yao Lao. You two should leave immediately. Retreat at least 70 to 80 miles. I intend to attempt to disrupt this abominable being's secret technique. Medusa frowned. You plan to use that technique? If you cannot severely injure it, the consequences may be dire for both of us, as you are well aware. Their cryptic exchange left Yao Lao bewildered. What technique could Xiao Yu possess that might shake the foundation of the Soul Palace's ghastly entity? Young one, do not overreach. I shall bear the consequences of this. I will not allow Xiao Yan to perish here, Yao Lao's weathered voice interjected. Had he not revealed the bone spirit cold fire today, events might not have escalated to this point. However, who could have anticipated that a mere Yunlan sect would harbor a Soul Palace guardian? Xiao Yu shook his head resolutely. There is no time. You must leave now and return to assist me later. I must ensure this entity remains here today, lest we face unending repercussions. Unbeknownst to Yao Lao, should the Soul Palace's attention shift to the Xiao Clan, the calamity that would befall them was unfathomable. Seeing Xiao Yu's determination, Yao Lao inquired once more. Do you have confidence? Xiao Yu nodded earnestly yes. Upon hearing this, Yao Lao ceased his hesitation. He was inherently a decisive individual. He took control of Xiao Yan's body and soared away from the scene. If the situation proved dire, he would flee without hesitation. Medusa cast a lingering gaze at Xiao Yu, leaving behind a single remark before departing with Yao Lao. The sudden exit of Yao Lao and Medusa did not concern the Soul Guardian, for it would not take long before he completed his soul consumption. At that point, his power would surge, rendering Yao Chun incapable of escape. As for the 8-star Do King preceding him, he would be utterly unable to impede his progress. What? Do you still have hidden cards to play? You ought to flee swiftly. Perhaps I, the Guardian, may not be able to pursue you if I focus on capturing Yao Chun. You might yet have a sliver of hope, the Soul Guardian taunted. Xiao Yu paid him no heed. He realized that the Guardian was merely stalling for time. Once he fully consumed Yunshan's soul, his strength would reach unprecedented heights. Capturing Yao Lao would afford him ample time to seek retribution against Xiao Yu. Now he was but a living target, the perfect moment to execute his ultimate technique. Delaying any longer could render his hidden card ineffective against the Guardian. Seeing that Xiao Yu ignored him, the Guardian's eyes ignited with a terrifying crimson glow, brimming with murderous intent. Xiao Yu spread his wings and ascended rapidly into the sky. It was time to unveil his most formidable secret weapon. Success or failure hinged upon this singular moment. Xiao Yu summoned every ounce of fighting spirit within him, invoking the azure extreme thunder and the dark ashes fiery flames. As these two primordial flames coursed through his body via specific meridians, they manifested in his hands. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yu exhaled a cloud of turbid air, raising the flames toward the heavens. His fighting spirit surged wildly, exuding the power to upheave mountains and overturn seas. The two divine flames, nourished by his fighting spirit, gradually transformed into two formidable currents of energy. With a powerful thrust of his hands, the purple and gray energies surged skyward, resembling twin celestial lines connecting Xiao Yu to the firmament itself. The gathering storm clouds began to coalesce, darkening the midday sun and shrouding the once bright earth in shadow. Boom! Amidst the tumultuous clouds, purple lightning crackled ominously, as dark clouds were engulfed by a strange gray flame. This was the true essence of a fiery sunset. Accompanied by the thunderous roar, a magnificent celestial might descended, manifesting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse, utterly terrifying. At this moment, the Guardian Wu felt the weight of that dreadful pressure, gazing at the myriad bolts of purple lightning. These were the extraordinary forces that could previously restrain his soul hall. Fool! Halt! Do you truly wish to become an adversary of my soul hall? The Guardian Wu felt his entire being tremble, an overwhelming fear emanating from the depths of his soul, instilling genuine terror within him. Even when previously wielding the secret techniques of the Soul Hall, which came with severe repercussions and demanded substantial sacrifices, he had not hesitated. Yet now, he was acutely aware of the uncontainable dread within his very essence. Ignoring the furious bellowing of the Guardian Wu, Xiao Yu intensified his efforts, channeling the fighting spirit from his dantian relentlessly. His complexion gradually paled, and as sweat poured down his brow, the energy within him waned. When exhaustion had nearly drained him, the cataclysmic might brewing within the clouds finally crystallized. The self-created combat technique, heavenly shielding demonic palm, took form. Suddenly, from the clouds, a colossal hand, spanning an area of 450 square kilometers, thundered downward. This giant hand, forged from purple extreme energy and dark ashes, intertwined in a terrifying display of celestial majesty, combined with an insatiable corrosive power, descended upon the Guardian Wu. As the massive hand sliced through the air, its surface ignited with a layer of starlight, resembling a fiery protective membrane. The Guardian Wu was utterly stunned, rendered incapable of coherent thought. Was this the manifestation of a Do Wang's power? He was uncertain. All he knew was that should this titanic hand strike him, he would either perish or suffer unprecedented devastation. Having unleashed this formidable combat technique, Xiao Yu found himself utterly drained, feeling as though every ounce of energy had been siphoned away, leaving him weak and feeble. Struggling, he produced a pill hidden within his clothing, meant to restore his fighting spirit, swallowing it with difficulty. However, he was unable to transform his energy into wings and flee from his place. The colossal hand accelerated suddenly, casting a shadow over a 50-mile radius, plunging the area into darkness. No! The Guardian Wu wailed in terror, his secret technique finally reaching completion. Just as he prepared to take a step, the giant hand loomed above him, forcefully pressing him down. Along with him, Xiao Yu was similarly crushed. Boom! The resounding crash of the palm, meeting the earth, reverberated for miles, sending plumes of dust swirling, shaking the ground beneath. Those who had fled 70 or 80 miles away from the Empire of Jamma, caught unprepared, were thrown to the ground by the terrifying gust of dust and the overwhelming energy wave. Stunned, they gazed at the massive hand as it struck the earth, slowly dissipating. Meanwhile, those fleeing eastward, including Yao Lao and others, were also nearly toppled by the residual shockwaves from the immense hand. Could this truly be the work of that little rascal? Yao Lao's expression mirrored his incredulity, his jaw nearly dislocating from disbelief. Beside him, Medusa's lips twitched as she observed the catastrophic disturbance caused by Xiao Yu. Previously, that little one had executed this fearsome combat technique in the desert. Yet this time, its power and spectacle far surpassed the last. Such an assault, even her evolved seven-color devouring python would not dare to withstand without employing her bloodline's ultimate trump card to ensure survival beneath this cataclysmic hand. Truly a fearsome individual, Medusa murmured, unable to conceal the glint of awe in her eyes. Chapter 114, Conclusion and Revelation of Identity. Cough, cough. The battlefield lay shrouded in a haze of dust, remnants of gray flames and purple lightning flickering like phantoms, visibility reduced to mere inches. In the stillness, a soft cough echoed through the air. On the ground, Xiao Yu lay prostrate, his form cloaked in dust, intermittently coughing up blood. His handsome visage, now marred with grime, bore the stains of blood mingled with sand. His condition was dire, his fighting spirit depleted to the point where he could barely sustain the transformation into his middle-aged visage. His soul weary, his entire body aching, and his head spinning. The demonic palm was a technique born of the source fire divine thunder, which originated from within Xiao Yu himself, thereby rendering him unharmed. However, the sheer force of the palm's descent, along with the terrifying compression and explosion it wrought, was immensely fearsome. Had he not retained a flicker of fighting spirit to uphold a golden light shield, he might have been crushed utterly. After regaining a modicum of strength, Xiao Yu shakily rose to his feet, surveying his surroundings with weary eyes. Apart from the lingering haze, there was nothing else in sight. He pondered the fate of that infernal entity, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with great effort. This heavenly shielding demonic palm had been meticulously crafted in anticipation of the worst-case scenario, specifically for the Guardian Wu. Upon awakening the purple extreme thunder, Xiao Yu had deemed it an apt weapon against the Soul Hall's minions, colloquially known as the Soul Clan's joyful lightning. As he delved deeper into the study of combat techniques, he also sought to maximize the potential of the purple extreme thunder, culminating in this superlative invincible palm technique infused with the essence of obliteration. While its power might only be sufficient to severely injure a mid-tier dozome, bolstered by the awe-inspiring celestial thunder targeting malevolent entities, he believed that the Guardian Wu, having completed his secret technique and elevated his strength to that of a high-tier dozome, would be left on the brink of death, if not outright slain. Slowly, Xiao Yu began to move eastward. He was uncertain whether the Guardian Wu had any further tricks up his sleeve. It was prudent to withdraw and await the return of Yao Lao and Medusa for backup. Suddenly, he heard a soft sound, quickly followed by a gust of wind. Shielding his eyes from the swirling sands, he struggled to maintain his footing against the howling wind. Once the tempest subsided, Xiao Yu lowered his arm, revealing the ravaged earth before him. The once expansive grassland had transformed into a charred wasteland, with purple-gray vapors swirling ominously, the terrifying essence of obliteration still lingering in the air. From above, one would discern a massive hand-shaped imprint, a testament to the ground being pressed down nearly 3 meters. In a flash, 2 figures appeared beside Xiao Yu. "Are you all right?" Medusa inquired coldly upon seeing Xiao Yu's disheveled state. Surveying the scene, which was even more devastating than the earlier desert encounter, she mused, "This fellow is truly an anomaly." Accustomed to Medusa's indifferent tone, Xiao Yu wearily shook his head. "I'm not dead, old man. I entrust the next course of action to you. I have no idea whether that wretched creature is alive or dead." He then turned to face Xiao Yan, whose eyes still burned with a ghostly white flame. Elder Yao nodded. Even if Xiao Yu remained silent, he would have proceeded with the same course of action. With a subtle shake of his figure, he left behind a fleeting shadow and vanished from sight. "Moments later," a voice filled with terror echoed through the air. "Elder Yao, spare me. I am willing to submit." A loud bang followed, and then silence enveloped the scene, with not a sound left to be heard. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yan's silhouette reappeared beside Xiao Yu, remarking, "It is resolved. He is beyond the realm of the living now." At these words, Xiao Yu finally exhaled a sigh of relief, the tension in his heart dissipating in an instant. However, a wave of dizziness washed over him, his eyelids began to flutter, and he collapsed into Medusa's embrace. Feeling the weight upon her, Medusa stiffened momentarily before relaxing, her delicate hand gently supporting the unconscious Xiao Yu. Observing this, Elder Yao couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up. What a fine lad. Not only a peculiar being, but it seems he also has a penchant for romantic entanglements, taking advantage even in his fainted state. He certainly possesses a touch of the charm I had in my youth. Suddenly, a resounding dragon roar echoed, and two ice dragons materialized in the sky. Upon closer inspection, a middle-aged man with white hair stood upon one of their heads. It was Haibuodong. Witnessing the chaos below, Haibuodong felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Previously, having seen a formidable black mist more powerful than Yun Shan chasing Xiao Yin and the others, he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately rushed back to his clan to summon the Shadow Guards for support, thinking that even if he could not make a significant impact, he could at least offer some assistance. Yet, it appeared he had arrived too late. In less than 10 minutes, the battle had concluded. Truly, a fight at the Do Zone level was fraught with peril. Scanning the area below, Haibuodong's attention was suddenly drawn to two individuals standing amidst the wreckage, with one seemingly unconscious in the embrace of the other. Guiding the ice dragon down, Haibuodong landed and beheld Xiao Yin, whose eyes blazed with a frosty white flame, and an involuntary joy stirred within him. Xiao Yin, has your soul power returned? At that moment, Elder Yao retreated into the ancient ring, allowing Xiao Yin to regain control of his body, and the bone spirit cold fire dissipated accordingly. Xiao Yin smiled and replied, indeed. While Haibuodong was still reveling in Xiao Yan's restored strength, he suddenly sensed a cold, indifferent gaze. Turning his head, he recognized a familiar figure. Haibuodong fell silent, his eyes filled with animosity as he coldly regarded the woman in red. Medusa, supporting Xiao Yu, also fixed a frosty stare upon Haibuodong. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Xiao Yin felt helpless. He was aware of the animosity between the two, as Elder Yao had been sealed by Queen Medusa for over 2 decades. With enemies meeting, would a confrontation ensue? If that were to happen, the situation could become quite difficult to manage. However, the outcome was far beyond Xiao Yin's expectations. The two did not engage in battle. After a brief moment, Medusa averted her gaze. At that moment, the escaping Yun and the other powerful figures from the Gamma Empire returned to the battlefield. Upon witnessing the spectacular scene before them, they could not help but gasp in shock. It was truly unimaginable how one could possess such immense power to deliver a blow so devastating that it carved the earth so deeply over such a vast area. If such a strike were to occur in the Gamma Holy City, it would surely obliterate nearly half of the structures, resulting in countless casualties. Yun stood in a daze, still struggling to accept the loss of her mentor. The pillar of the Yunlan sect had thus fallen. Xiao Yu, at that moment, from among the Miter clan members brought by Haibuodong, Yafei covered her mouth in shock as she hurried toward Medusa, who cradled Xiao Yu. Yet, as a Do practitioner, she was intimidated by Medusa's presence and found it difficult to approach Xiao Yu. Noticing Xiao Yu's disheveled hair and apparent severe injuries, Yafei immediately inquired, what happened to Xiao Yu? Why is he here? Beside her, Xiao Yin regarded Xiao Yu with a complex expression before finally stating with admiration, Miss Yafei, there is no need to worry. My cousin is not in any danger. After a period of recuperation, he will return to his former self. Unlike Elder Yao and Medusa, who were aware of Xiao Yu's identity, Xiao Yin remained oblivious. Others were unaware of the shock that had surged through Xiao Yin upon his first sight of that youthful, handsome visage. At that moment, his teacher was controlling his body, leaving him to merely watch in silence, unable to speak. Otherwise, he would have surely gasped in astonishment. Later, the teacher provided a brief explanation, revealing that his cousin's 6th-tier alchemist mentor was none other than himself. His cousin had deceived everyone. Upon hearing this, Yafei's heart eased, only then noticing Xiao Yu's attire and the ring on his finger. She recalled that during her time at the Yunlan sect, this white robe and the ring had belonged to Elder Zhou. Why were they now adorning Xiao Yu? Remembering her fleeting thought at the Yunlan sect, Yafei felt her heart race, realizing that Xiao Yu was indeed Elder Zhou's disciple. The two figures began to merge in her mind, aside from their differing appearances. Elder Zhou and Xiao Yu were remarkably alike. Still lost in her thoughts, Yun heard the familiar name and instinctively turned her gaze toward the source. There lay the young man she had yearned for, now in a pitiful state, unconscious in Medusa's arms. His familiar white robe, combined with the absence of Elder Zhou's figure, left Yun staring blankly at Xiao Yu's face. As perceptive as she was, the pieces fell into place. The shock she felt began to overshadow her sorrow. So, Elder Zhou was indeed Xiao Yu? As the likes of Jiao Xingtian and Fa Ma observed Xiao Yin still standing, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. It seemed the nefarious and powerful black mist had been vanquished. Yet, questions arose as to why Elder Zhou was absent, only for a young man to appear in his stead. As these individuals grappled with shock and confusion, Xiao Yin suddenly ignited with Bone's spirit cold fire, vanishing from sight. Within the ranks of the Yunlong sect, Xiao Yin reappeared, gripping the neck of Yunlong, who had been lurking in the back, his gaze filled with deep-seated resentment. Everyone gasped, and Yunyan also came to her senses, but before she could utter a word, Elder Yao had already taken action. In an instant, the Bone spirit cold fire enveloped Yunlong, igniting fiercely. The bone-chilling, white flames surged into Yunlong's orifices, searing him relentlessly. As a strange, malevolent black mist, akin to that which surrounded the guardian, spiraled from his body. Only when Yunlong was reduced to nothingness did Xiao Yin's fiery gaze shift to the others, and with a voice laden with age, he declared, "This fellow is allied with that ghastly entity. I have slain him. I trust you all have no objections? You've already killed him. Would you truly pause for our opinions? If we did object, would you cease your actions?" This young scion of the Xiao family was indeed a mystery. It was unfathomable how he had cultivated such fearsome power, having previously exchanged blows with Nalan Yanran and now, in the blink of an eye, participating in a battle among Do Zone level experts, capable of instantaneously eliminating a Do Wang like Yunlong. In response, Yun initially intended to call out for them to stop, but she swallowed her words. The figure enveloped in black smoke was the very murderer who had slain her master, conspiring with Yunling. Should she uncover this truth, there would be no need for others to intervene. She would cleanse her own ranks. This notion of hers was entirely predicated on her ignorance of the relationship between Yun Shan and the Protector Wu. As for whether Yunling truly shared a connection with Yun Shan, only the heavens knew. If Xiao Yu were still conscious, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Whoa, the older ginger is indeed spicier. Truly worthy of the title of medicine's sovereign, so ruthlessly suave." Chapter 115, Return to Wutan City. In the city of Jama, within the Miter family residence, the room was simply furnished, devoid of ostentatious decor, yet equipped with comfortable seating that emanated a faint floral fragrance, mingled with the alluring scent of a mature woman. Xiao Yu let out a soft hum, leisurely opening his eyes. He had enjoyed a remarkably restful slumber. The last time he had slept so soundly was in Wutan City. As he surveyed the room, inhaling the fragrant aroma, he noticed a figure in a black dress seated at the bedside, asleep with her head resting on her arms. The wine-red hair and the familiar, enchanting visage momentarily startled him. The sound of Xiao Yu awakening roused Yafei, who jolted upright, gazing at the man who was staring at her in a daze. You're awake," she exclaimed, her voice filled with surprise. "Sister Yafei, what brings you here?" Xiao Yu was somewhat bewildered. He recalled fainting after Elder Yao eliminated the Protector Wu, and logically, he should be accompanied by either Xiao Yin or Medusa. He soon realized that he had reverted to his original appearance, as the transformation had not been employed. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Yafei shot him a playful glance. "Is it forbidden for your sister to be here?" She then stood up, walked to the table, poured a glass of water, and handed it to Xiao Yu. "This is my room. Where else would I be?" Xiao Yu accepted the glass, took a sip, and chuckled. "Ah, so that delightful fragrance is from Sister Yafei's quarters." Yafei remained silent, returning to her seat beside him, gazing at Xiao Yu in silence. Noticing her demeanor, Xiao Yu paused. His mind now clearer as he began to piece together why he found himself in Yafei's room. Clearing his throat, he casually stood, made his way to the table, poured himself another glass of water, took a sip, and smiled. Sister Yafei, I have a few matters to attend to." "Indeed, you seem to have quite a few matters, you. Or perhaps, should I address you as Mr. Zhou?" Yafei teased with a gentle smile. Caught. Xiao Yu felt a sense of resignation. He recalled that after exhausting his energy with the Heavenly Hand seal, he could no longer maintain his disguise, which must have led to his identity being revealed. Yafei, having discerned his true identity, likely arrived at the scene after he had fainted. Since his identity was now exposed, Xiao Yu saw no reason to feign innocence. Initially, he had concealed his identity to avoid trouble, but now that the Protector Wu was gone, there was likely no one left in the Jama Empire who could cause him distress. However, he understood that he might never return to his previous tranquil life. An 18-year-old who could rival a Dozone would undoubtedly stir waves across the entire northwestern continent. Regarding Yafei's teasing remarks, Xiao Yu responded nonchalantly, "Sister Yafei, you may call me whatever you wish." Yafei playfully glared at him, "You little rascal. You've made your sister work hard to keep up with your deception." She then settled beside him, jesting. "How does it feel to be addressed with such deference by your sister?" "Ah, quite pleasant," Xiao Yu replied naturally. "If you enjoy it, Sister Yafei, feel free to continue calling me that." Upon hearing this, Yafei shot him a flirtatious glance, You've let it go to your head, you cheeky younger brother. After a moment, she added, let us go outside. Many people are waiting for you. All right, Xiao Yu nodded, rising to leave the room, with Yafei following closely behind. Upon encountering the leaders of various factions from the Jama Empire waiting at the Miter family estate, Xiao Yu exchanged pleasantries before taking his leave. He also learned from Xiao Yan about the events that transpired during his unconsciousness. Medusa had already returned to the desert. With matters resolved, Xiao Yu intended to return to the Xiao family for some much-needed rest, though he had yet to devise any concrete plans for the future. Subsequently, Xiao Yu requested Yafei's assistance in locating numerous medicinal herbs and even visited the Alchemist Guild to procure a batch. With his current standing in Jama, he found it quite convenient to conduct his affairs. Everyone was eager to accommodate him. Soon, having acquired the herbs, Xiao Yu immersed himself in frenzied alchemical work, practicing all of his available formulas, except for those of the 6th and 7th ranks, filling a spatial ring to the brim. Moreover, catalyzed by the recent battle, Xiao Yu broke through to the 9-star Do Wang level. Half a month later, once everything was arranged, Xiao Yu departed from Jama's sacred city alongside Xiao Yan. Brother Yu, I truly must thank you this time. Without you, I might have been in serious trouble, Xiao Yan sincerely expressed as they journeyed back to Wutan City. Glancing at Xiao Yu smiled in response. We are brothers. If I do not assist you, who else would? With a considerable distance still remaining to Wutan City, he urged, let us hasten our pace. With that, Xiao Yu unfurled his wings, transforming into a streak of light that soared across the sky. Xiao Yan smiled faintly and followed suit. In Wutan City, the sun bathed the streets in warmth. People went about their business as usual, and the bustling market was alive with the sound of vendors calling out from afar. Naturally, the most prosperous establishment was that of the Xiao family, bolstered by resources from the Miter auction house, positioning them at the pinnacle within Wutan City, subtly threatening to surpass the other two families. The members of the Gaili and Uba families no longer dared to act with the same arrogance they once did towards the Xiao family. Whoosh, whoosh. The lively city was momentarily disrupted by two figures streaking across the sky, heading towards the Xiao family as domain. Wings of Douqi, a Douwang powerhouse. Such prominent figures visiting Wutan City stirred curiosity. It seems they are headed towards the Xiao family's location. Heard the news? That former waste of the Xiao family, the young master, has gone to Yunlan's sect to fulfill a 3-year agreement. How can we not know? It's been over half a month. I heard he actually defeated the young master of Yunlan's sect, Nalan Yinran. Could these two be from Yunlan's sect? After all, are you implying that Yunlan's sect cannot afford to lose and seeks to trouble the Xiao family? You must be joking. Silence yourself before someone overhears. Meanwhile, within the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan was busy in his chamber, surrounded by stacks of account books and documents. Over the past 2 years, bolstered by the support of the middle auction house, the overall strength and financial prowess of the Xiao family have seen considerable enhancement. Even he himself has progressed from a 5-star Dome Master to the realm of a 7-star Dome Master. Within the city of Wutan, the only individual capable of contending with him is Galabai, a result of the Galabai family acquiring a high-level profound technique a few years prior. Otherwise, the Xiao family might have dominated Wutan entirely. As for the Aoba family, they're on the verge of being ousted from the ranks of the city's elite powers. All of this is attributable to the remarkable contributions of the two young men in his family. Had they not been so exceptional, Xiao Zhan would not have believed that the middle auction house would become so closely aligned with the Xiao family without reason. Suddenly, while Xiao Zhan was attending to family affairs, he sensed two formidable auras, one comparable to his own and the other far exceeding his comprehension. Even his father from years past had never exuded such a powerful presence. He hastily set down his pen and rushed out of the room, gazing skyward. There, hovering above, were two winged figures, Douwang experts. Xiao Zhan was taken aback. The distance prevented him from discerning their features. Nevertheless, the arrival of Douwang experts at the Xiao residence, regardless of their intent, necessitated his presence as the clan leader. Thus, Xiao Zhan leaped onto the roof and swiftly made his way towards the source of the energy. Before he could arrive, he witnessed the two Douwang experts soaring towards the Xiao family courtyard. His heart tightened, and Xiao Zhan unleashed his Dou Qi once more, racing towards the courtyard. Such potent auras inevitably stirred the attention of other high-ranking members of the Xiao family, who hastened to the location. Upon their arrival, however, they found no Douwang experts in the courtyard, only two familiar little figures. Yan'e? Yue. Seeing the young faces he recognized, Xiao Zhan could not help but display his surprise and exclaimed. The newcomers were none other than Xiao Yu and his companion, who had returned to Wutan City. Realizing that everyone had gathered, Xiao Yu and his companion understood that their earlier descent had been rather startling, with the strongest in Wutan being mere dome masters. The sudden appearance of two individuals with wings would certainly draw the attention of the family as higher-ups. After all, mishandling such a situation could spell disaster for the Xiao family should they inadvertently offend a powerful figure capable of transforming their Douqi into wings. However, they did not find their actions inappropriate. While discretion is often prudent, there are times when a more ostentatious approach yields better results. Father, second uncle. They smiled as they approached Xiao Zhan and greeted him. Xiao Zhan, still trying to grasp the situation, was momentarily baffled. Hadn't two powerful figures just descended upon the Xiao family? Why were these two little ones here instead? Yinner, Yuer, did you happen to see the two Douqi experts? Despite his joy at their return, as an elder, Xiao Zhan prioritized locating the two formidable figures who had visited the Xiao family. In response to Xiao Zhan's inquiry, the two exchanged glances before synchronously unfurling the wings upon their backs. The sight of their violet wings and the fiery, twisting yellow-red Douqi wings dazzled the onlookers. Hiss! The sound of gasps filled the air as Xiao Zhan, along with the Grand Elder and Second Elder, stood frozen, their minds blank. In the Xiao family hall, Xiao Yu and his companion recounted their experiences over the past 2 years, including their encounters with the Yunlan sect, though they withheld the full extent of their powers. As that would be too astonishing, Xiao Yu only revealed his Do Wang's strength, while Xiao Yin mentioned that he had a master stronger than a Do Huang. Without divulging anything about Yao Lao, upon learning of their current circumstances, the Xiao family erupted in jubilation, with the Grand Elder and others grinning from ear to ear, their smiles nearly reaching their ears. The Xiao family, once limited to having only Do masters as their strongest members, now boasted an 18-year-old Do Wang. Alongside Xiao Yin and his enigmatic master, surely they were destined for greatness. To celebrate, the Xiao family hosted a grand banquet, inviting numerous factions from Wutan City. Many came to inquire about the news, and upon discovering that the Xiao family had produced a Do Wang, they were astounded and hurried back to prepare lavish gifts. Eager to attend the celebratory feast, news spread rapidly, reaching the city of Jama, where many top-tier factions dispatched key members to the Xiao family to present their congratulations. They were well aware of the true strength and potential of these two young prodigies and could not afford to miss such a fortuitous opportunity. Even the Yunlan sect was no exception, likely at the behest of Yunyun. From this point onward, the heavens of the Jama Empire shifted, and the status of the Xiao family soared, reaching the pinnacle of elite powers. Chapter 116. The Transformation of the Heavenly Fire 3 Mysteries. Xiao Yu relished tranquility. Thus, after making an appearance at the banquet, he returned to his secluded courtyard. In the serene space, Xiao Yu sat beside a stone table, sipping tea and lost in contemplation. Sensing someone's arrival, he turned to find Xiao Zhan entering the courtyard, his face aglow with pride. Upon rising, Xiao Yu smiled and greeted second uncle. Xiao Zhan stepped forward, scrutinizing Xiao Yu with increasing satisfaction, and remarked, "What a fine young man. You must have endured quite a bit over the years." In the past, Yuer had not possessed the maturity and composure he exhibited now. His eyes sparkled with wisdom, and his demeanor bore a trace of the vicissitudes of life, changes wrought only by the passage of time and experience. Xiao Yu chuckled softly and replied, "Enduring hardship is inevitable. Without it, how could I have attained my current level? How could a true son of the Xiao family be without trials?" He then clapped Xiao Yu on the shoulder, expressing his contentment. "The Xiao family is fortunate to have a prodigy like you." In response, Xiao Yu stated, "I too am grateful to have such a remarkable second uncle." As they settled down, Xiao Yu seized the opportunity to present Xiao Zhan with a spatial ring containing the elixirs and abundant resources he had concocted in the imperial capital. Xiao Zhan paused and inquired, "What is this?" With a smile, Xiao Yu explained, "These are gifts I have prepared for you and the Xiao family. I believe they will enable the Xiao family to grow rapidly in strength, and you will also gain insight into higher realms." Nodding in agreement, Xiao Zhan acknowledged that Yuer, as a Do Wang, would undoubtedly deliver exceptional contributions. After examining the contents of the spatial ring, even Xiao Zhan could not help but feel a tremor of excitement. Inside lay a plethora of rare treasures, techniques, and combat skills ranging from yellow to profound grades, and even 2 earth-grade techniques. Most importantly, there were numerous pills labeled with their respective grades and purposes. From 1st to 5th grade, they were plentiful, particularly the pills that enhanced strength. The Xiao family had previously auctioned off several bottles of spirit-enhancing pills that accelerated the cultivation speed of Do masters. There were also numerous source-consolidating pills that directly elevated the strength of Dou masters, as well as several Xian Yuan pills that enhanced Dou Ling strength. Remarkably, there were even several Dou Ling pills capable of boosting Dou Wang strength. As for the collection of purple crystal cards, totaling over 5 million gold coins, they seemed insignificant by comparison. The sheer magnitude of this array left Xiao Zhan astounded. He had never before witnessed such a bounty, even during the lifetime of his father. The Xiao family could scarcely produce even a fifth of these treasures. These resources, if carelessly cast into the hands of a lesser clan, could elevate them to a first-rate power within the Gamma Empire within a few short years. In a decade or so, they would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the Empire's elite. Gradually regaining his composure, Xiao Zhan did not stow away the spatial ring, but instead returned it to Xiao Yu, saying, "You have a good heart, my boy. However, you should keep these for yourself. Only when you grow strong can the Xiao family thrive. As the most exceptional genius of the Xiao clan, if you were to sacrifice your cultivation resources for the family and consequently hinder your own progress, that would indeed be the greatest loss for the clan. These coveted treasures, which would be fervently sought after in the imperial capital, are, in Xiao Zhan's eyes, Xiao Yu's entire fortune. If all were given to the Xiao family, what would become of Xiao Yu? One cannot sacrifice such a prodigious talent for the fleeting strength of the clan. Such a perverse prioritization is not something Xiao Zhan would ever entertain." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu understood Xiao Zhan's thoughts and smiled as he explained, "Uncle, please accept them. They are of no use to me anymore. Otherwise, I would not have presented them to you." Xiao Zhan was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, "This Dou Ling pill is of no use to you? Do not deceive your uncle. I have heard of this elixir, which can directly enhance the strength of a Dou Wang." To Xiao Zhan, it seemed that Xiao Yu merely wished for him to accept it without burdening himself. Xiao Yu shook his head and replied, "I have already consumed the Dou Ling pill. One can only take one in a lifetime, and any additional ones are futile." Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Xiao Zhan remained somewhat skeptical, for he had never seen a Dou Ling pill, only heard of its power to elevate a Dou Wang's abilities. In response, Xiao Yu urged, "I assure you, uncle, I am not deceiving you. Please accept it. I still have other cultivation resources." Seeing Xiao Yu's earnest demeanor, Xiao Zhan nodded and accepted the spatial ring. "Very well then. Your uncle thanks you on behalf of the Xiao family." "Uncle, I am also a member of the Xiao family. It is only right to contribute to the clan. Moreover, even if it were not for the Xiao family, this small token pales in comparison to the gratitude I owe you for your years of nurturing." "You little rascal. How have you become so shrewd in just a few years, even flattering your uncle?" chuckled Xiao Zhan. At the Xiao family's residence, Xiao Yan was rummaging through his belongings when the floating Yao Lao asked curiously, "What are you looking for, little one?" Without pausing in his search, Xiao Yan replied, "I'm looking for something suitable to give to Brother Yu. After all, he has helped me immensely. Had it not been for him, I might have met my end. And you, Master, would have been captured by that ghastly entity as well. Even though he is my cousin, such a great favor deserves some acknowledgement, doesn't he?" Upon hearing this, Yao Lao stroked his beard and nodded. "Indeed, we should express our gratitude. If it weren't for that boy, I might not have been able to contend with that Soul Palace's fiend." As he spoke, Yao Lao began rummaging through the bone flame ring. "Master, what do you think about giving Brother Yu some Qinglian seeds? They might be of use to you, but as for your cousin, with his Dou Wang prowess, it would be best not to embarrass yourself with your offerings." Subsequently, Yao Lao produced 2 sets of low-grade, earth-level Dou techniques and said proudly, "Here are 2 thunder and fire attribute techniques to repay that young lad's life-saving grace. How does that sound?" Xiao Yan, feeling a wave of frustration, remarked, "Master, if you have such valuable items, why have you kept them hidden from me until now?" In response, Yao Lao playfully smacked Xiao Yan on the head and scolded, "You foolish boy, aiming too high. You haven't even mastered the flame-splitting ripple yet, and you want to learn other earth-level techniques? Do you have the Dou Qi to execute them?" Rubbing his head, Xiao Yan grumbled, "What if I can't use them yet? Can't I learn them in advance?" But upon seeing Yao Lao's stern gaze, he quickly changed the subject. "Master, why is it that my cousin, a 6th-tier alchemist, possesses both thunder and fire attributes?" Yao Lao, unfazed, replied, "There is nothing strange about that. Although I have encountered few with 3 attributes, they do exist. Your cousin likely possesses a mix of thunder, fire, and a hint of wood attribute. Typically, individuals with multiple attributes are born with a mutated soul, granting them greater strength and the ability to manifest 2 attributes. Your cousin may be particularly unique, with an exaggerated soul mutation, thus allowing him to possess 3 attributes." This was the first time Xiao Yan had heard of someone with 3 attributes. In his understanding, even possessing two was already quite rare. After all, there were so many people in the Douqi Continent, yet so few alchemists. Nonetheless, Xiao Yan did not dwell on the matter, as it was a secret belonging to his cousin, just as his cousin never inquired about his relationship with Yao Lao. After searching for quite some time, Xiao Yan still could not find anything of interest. While certain items might be beneficial to him, they would be of little help to his extraordinary cousin. In this situation, only Yao Lao's two low-grade, earth-level Dou techniques were worth presenting. He had nothing of his own to offer. Such a realization left Xiao Yan feeling disappointed and irritated. He could ask Yao Lao for something good to give to Brother Yu, but those items belonged to his master, and taking them to offer as gifts would lack sincerity. To Xiao Yu, Xiao Yan genuinely regarded him as a brother. As he wrestled with his thoughts, he suddenly spotted a piece of black jade. He had encountered it in the Alchemist Guild's treasure area and sensed its exceptional quality, prompting him to purchase it. However, due to the constraints of the 3-year agreement, he had forgotten about it. Xiao Yan reached for the jade piece and turned to Yao Lao, asking, "Master, could you take a look at this?" He waved the jade before Yao Lao. "Huh?" Yao Lao exclaimed softly, floating closer to Xiao Yan, and with a flick of his hand, the jade piece flew into his grasp. Examining it closely, he gently caressed its surface and suddenly chuckled. "You lucky boy, where did you find this?" Seeing Yao Lao's reaction, Xiao Yan's eyes lit up. "I found it at the Alchemist Guild in the Imperial capital." "Do you recognize it, Master?" "Yes. I've seen this kind of special storage device before," Yao Lao replied, nodding. He then recounted the origins of the jade piece, revealing it to be a unique craft from the Fengyan Valley, a powerful faction in the Central State. Upon hearing the jade's impressive background, Xiao Yan became quite excited and asked, "Master, how do we use it?" "Burn it with fire," Yao Lao replied, tossing the jade piece back to Xiao Yan. "This storage device from Fengyan Valley is quite peculiar. It requires fire to ignite it. The better the contents within, the harder it is to incinerate." Taking the jade piece, Xiao Yan found it hard to believe that it could withstand fire, but he followed Yao Lao's advice and produced his red beast fire, igniting it. The formidable flames enveloped the jade piece, and it resisted the heat for quite some time without melting. Yao Lao's eyes brightened as he remarked, "I initially thought it was just an ordinary item, but it seems we've stumbled upon something significant. Little one, your luck appears to be quite favorable. Try using the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire." Xiao Yan's face was tinged with excitement. He had not anticipated that the cheap trinket he casually acquired was, in fact, a treasure of a formidable power from a prominent force in the Central State. Rubbing his hands together, he unleashed the Green Lotus Earth Heart Fire, causing the temperature in the room to surge instantly. As the extraordinary flame enveloped the jade piece, the previously inert artifact began to exhibit subtle changes, intensifying the heat. He continued to raise the temperature. Observing this, Yao Lao exclaimed. With Yao Lao's encouragement, Xiao Yan had no reservations, and the might of the Green Lotus Earth Heart Fire surged once more. Moments later, the surface of the jade piece began to ripple like the surface of water, ultimately transforming into a pool of shimmering emerald liquid. As the liquid swelled, a verdant light illuminated the room, while strands of golden beams pierced through the liquid. "A remarkable treasure is about to emerge," Yao Lao chuckled, stroking his beard. No sooner had he spoken than a stream of golden energy shot forth, manifesting as a luminous screen adorned with numerous inscriptions and illustrations. Gazing at the 5 colossal characters at the top of the screen, Yao Lao couldn't help but shudder with astonishment, softly uttering, "The 3 mysteries of heavenly fire?" Chapter 117, Xiao Yan departing, journeying to Jiana Academy. After spending 5 or 6 days in the Xiao family, Xiao Yu's life seemed to revert to the leisurely state reminiscent of when he first traversed into this realm, free from the concerns of guarding the Yunlan sect. However, he did not abandon his research on combat techniques and alchemy. He merely found himself no longer compelled to fill every moment of the day with rigorous schedules. Life was relatively tranquil, embodying Xiao Yu's ideal existence. Yet he knew such a lifestyle could not endure indefinitely. Humming a cheerful tune, Xiao Yu carried a watering pot, tending to the flowers and plants in the courtyard. The elders had been exceedingly generous, initially preparing a grand and opulent residence for him, which he graciously declined, preferring the comfort of his modest courtyard. Eventually, feeling a tinge of boredom, Xiao Yu procured some herbal plants and cultivated them within his yard. Whenever he found himself with spare time, he would water the flowers, passing the time and enriching his spirit. "Brother Yu." Upon hearing someone call out to him, Xiao Yu instantly recognized the voice. Turning around, he saw Xiao Yan exuberantly dashing into the small courtyard. "What brings you here?" he inquired, setting down the watering pot and moving to sit at the stone table. Pouring a cup of tea and offering it to Xiao Yan, Xiao Yan, unceremoniously accepting the cup, plopped down and took a sip before responding. Can I drop by for a cup of tea? Huh, you, always seeking an audience without cause. Speak, what matters do you wish to discuss? Xiao Yu chuckled, taking a sip of his tea. With a mysterious grin, Xiao Yan replied, I've come to present you with a fine gift. With that, he tossed a spatial ring towards Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu caught it, but refrained from inspecting its contents immediately, instead asking, what prompts this sudden generosity? Xiao Yan explained, after all, brother Yu, you have greatly assisted me this time. A token of appreciation seems appropriate, does it not? Given your words, I shall accept it. Xiao Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Recognizing Xiao Yan's sincerity, he felt it would be inappropriate to decline, especially considering the hardships he endured for Xiao Yan's sake. However, his interest in the gift waned. He currently sought alchemical formulas and combat techniques, yet high-grade medicinal materials remained elusive, a category in which Xiao Yan could hardly provide. The two then engaged in casual conversation until half an hour had passed. With a serious expression, Xiao Yan stated, Brother Yu, I will be departing the Jiama Empire for Jiana Academy tomorrow. Xiao Yu nodded. The 3-year agreement had reached its conclusion, and as a new student of Jiana Academy, it was indeed time for Xiao Yan to embark on his journey. Moreover, he had deferred for over a year, and had it not been for the recruiting mentor's intervention, Xiao Yan would likely have been expelled from Jiana Academy by now. The following day, Xiao Yan bid farewell to Xiao Zhan, Xiao Yu, and the other members of the Xiao Clan, setting off from Wutan City towards Jiana Academy. Xiao Yu sensed it was also time for him to embark on his own journey, seeking experience in other realms. The Jiama Empire was perpetually too small. Over the past century, only Yunshan had achieved the rank of Dozong, and that was only through the support of the Guardian. It was evident how scarce the cultivation resources were within the Jiama Empire. Now, at the pinnacle of the Dowang realm, Xiao Yu understood that remaining in the Jiama Empire would not facilitate his continued advancement. Only by venturing into broader territories could he accelerate his growth. Not to mention, simply acquiring high-grade medicinal materials for concocting 6th and 7th tier pills was a formidable challenge in the Jiama Empire, such as the Huangji Dan. If you're to linger in this small locale, the prospect of breaking through to Dozong would consume considerable time, even for someone as gifted as Xiao Yu. The threat from the Soul Palace had yet to dissipate. With the demise of the Guardian, Xiao Yu was uncertain when the Soul Palace would discover this. Should they realize the Guardian's fall before he amassed sufficient strength, the Xiao Clan would face utter devastation. As for the narrative thread of Xiao Yan's journey through the Douqi world, it had already been disrupted by him, leaving him uncertain whether Xiao Yan would acquire the power to confront the impending assault from the Soul Palace. Xiao Yu had no concerns for Xiao Yan's safety. Despite the disruption of the timeline, as the destined protagonist, Xiao Yan would invariably navigate perilous waters unscathed. Furthermore, with Yao Lao's guidance, he firmly believed that Xiao Yan would emerge triumphantly from any adversity. However, the circumstances for the Xiao family were different. Not every member possessed such extraordinary fortune. Even Xiao Zhan, the father of the protagonist, had been captured by the Soul Palace in the original narrative and subjected to years of torment. Xiao Yu had to consider Xiao Zhan's welfare, as well as that of the Xiao Clan. Moreover, he had not forgotten the arduous efforts he had endured over the years. There were important individuals on that azure planet he longed to meet. For their sake, he must strive diligently in his cultivation. Yet, before departing, there were still a few places he needed to visit. Days later, Xiao Yu bade farewell to Xiao Zhan, leaving the Xiao family and soaring towards the capital of the Jiama Empire. In the holy city of Jiama, within the royal palace, Jia Xingtian was convening with numerous members of the royal family, discussing the future of the Jiama Empire. The balance between the royal family and the Yunlan sect had been disrupted with Yunshan's ascension to Dozong, but now with his fall, the Yunlan sect was left with only Yun, rendering it no longer a formidable concern. However, the two young prodigies from the Xiao Clan posed a significant headache. Unlike Yunshan, these two were a latent threat to the royal family. At the very least, Jia Xingtian had some understanding of Yunshan, but knew little of the two from the Xiao family. If Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan harbored ambitions to dominate the Jiama Empire, how should the royal family navigate such a predicament? It was certain they could not contend with them. As they pondered these matters, Jia Xingtian suddenly sensed a familiar aura descending upon the holy city of Jiama. Xiao Yu? He murmured softly, feeling a flicker of trepidation in his heart. Xiao Yu was no ordinary youth. Previously, he had masqueraded as a middle-aged, 6th-tier alchemist, deceiving everyone, even Jia Xingtian, a peak Douhuang expert, without a hint of suspicion. His profound nature and cunning methods sent shivers down one's spine, compounded by the fact that he was an exceptional talent. Having reached the Douhuang realm at the tender age of 18, capable of contending with those Zhong experts. Do not mention there exists another Xiao Yan. Even Xiao Yu alone could sweep through the Gamma royal family and reshape the Gamma empire. However, should there be any means to counterbalance Xiao Yu, Jia Tian finds himself devoid of such options. He alone stands as the pinnacle Do Huang within the royal family, and he believes he cannot contend with Xiao Yu. As for others, they are even less worthy of consideration. At present, he can only hope that Xiao Yu harbors no such ambitions. At the Alchemist Guild, Fa Ma was momentarily startled by an overwhelming aura, and upon recognizing it as belonging to Xiao Yu, he promptly shifted his attention elsewhere. In contrast to Jia Tian, he held a favorable impression of Xiao Yu, despite the earlier antics of this young lad that had left him thoroughly bewildered. A sixth-tier alchemist, not yet 20 years of age, was a sight he had never encountered, and although Xiao Yu had previously concealed his identity, it did not alter the fact that he was an honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild. This extraordinarily gifted alchemist was someone Fa Ma wished to cultivate relationships with, rather than harbor any animosity. To this day, he still regretted not intervening 3 years prior when Xiao Yan was forcibly retained by the Yaman sect, missing the opportunity to forge a bond with Xiao Yu. The moment Xiao Yu descended upon the Gamma holy city, nearly all the leaders of the Gamma's top-tier forces sensed his arrival. Unfazed by the grandiosity of his entrance, Xiao Yu felt no misgivings. Today, he had arrangements to make concerning the future of the Xiao family, and the foremost powers within the Gamma capital were unavoidable. The Xiao family was currently too feeble. Upon his departure, the strongest among them would be the great Dome Master Xiao Zhan. Should some brazen entities set their sights on the Xiao family, how could they defend themselves without a formidable presence? He had no desire to return from his endeavors only to find the Xiao family in a state of ruin. His first destination was the Maitel family. Xiao Yu found his bearings and flew directly towards them, arriving above the Maitel family in no time. Swish! Hai Buodong and Tang Shan, having sensed the aura released by Xiao Yu early on, soared out to meet him. Upon seeing the approaching duo, Xiao Yu offered a slight smile and clasped his hands in greeting. Elder Hai Clan leader Tang Shan. Hai Buodong and Tang Shan reciprocated the gesture, treating this young man who had surpassed them with utmost respect, acknowledging him as their junior. If there is something you wish to discuss, let's proceed inside, Hai Buodong suggested, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. Xiao Yu had no objections to Hai Buodong's attitude. It was simply his nature to treat everyone similarly. Nodding, he followed the two into the Maitel family estate. Inside the Maitel family, Tang Shan prepared a serene guest room for Hai Buodong and Xiao Yu before excusing himself. Conversations at their level were not for a mere Do Wang to partake in. He could merely focus on his own responsibilities. After pouring a cup of tea for Xiao Yu, Hai Buodong settled down and inquired, "You must have come for a reason. Speak freely, and if it lies within my capabilities, I shall assist." Xiao Yu accepted the teacup with a smile, saying, "I have come for no grand matter. Merely, Xiao Yan and I intend to leave the Gamma Empire for training, and I seek the Maitel family's assistance in looking after the Xiao family. This is a trivial matter. The Maitel family will extend the utmost convenience to the Xiao family," Hai Buodong replied, nodding. Even without Xiao Yu's request, the Maitel family would naturally support the Xiao family, not to mention the friendship he shared with Xiao Yan. The strength and potential of both Xiao Yan and Xiao Yu warranted the Maitel family's goodwill towards the Xiao family. In response, Xiao Yu smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Hai. Should any needs arise in the future, I shall not hesitate to ask for your assistance." Hai Buodong shook his head. "It is but a small matter, no need for such formalities. Now, I assume your purpose here extends beyond this. I shall take my leave. I have already sent word to Yafei, and she should be arriving shortly." With that, Hai Buodong stood and departed, leaving Xiao Yu momentarily awkward in his seat. Shortly thereafter, a mature and alluring woman clad in a black qipao entered. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, she naturally approached and sat beside him. "Xiao Yu, dear brother, why did you not inform your sister of your visit to the Maitel family?" she inquired. Xiao Yu chuckled in response. "Next time, I promise." He had come to bid farewell to Yafei, for he intended to leave the Gamma Empire the following day. Upon hearing this, Yafei's initially joyous expression faltered. Her lips pursed as she murmured, "Must you leave again? Just like before in Wutan City, you are once more saying your goodbyes. I wonder how long it will be until we meet again." Observing her slightly pouting, rosy lips and her alluring figure, Xiao Yu experienced a flutter in his heart. Ignoring Yafei's murmurs, he pulled her into an embrace. Yafei, taken aback by his sudden action, stood frozen in place. Inhaling her fragrant scent, Xiao Yu gently remarked, "Thank you, Yafei, for all your care towards the Xiao family over the years. I will trouble you to continue looking after them. And when I return, I shall surely repay your kindness. Since returning to Wu-Tan City, Xiao Yu had learned of the numerous favors the Maitel auction house had extended to the Xiao family from Xiao Zhan. He also discovered from Gu and I that all of this had been arranged at Yafei's behest. For this, he felt immensely grateful, understanding that had it not been for him, Yafei would not have gone to such lengths. Feeling the gentle breeze of Xiao Yu's breath and his tender words, Yafei's ears turned slightly red as she softly replied, Chapter 118, Hai Xinjia and the Departure of Yun. Upon leaving the Maitel family, Xiao Yu headed straight for the Alchemist Guild and the Gamma royal family. After a courteous exchange, both factions agreed to assist the Xiao family. Thus, the position of the Xiao family within the Gamma Empire was firmly established, requiring only steady and gradual development. Xiao Yu's actions greatly alleviated Jia Xingtian's previous concerns. Reflecting on his earlier thoughts, now seemed somewhat absurd. For Xiao Yu and Xiao Yin, the Gamma Empire was likely too trivial to command their attention, let alone harbor any ambitions of dominance. It was essential for the two to regard the Gamma Empire before one could covet its rule. Jia Xingtian, having placed too much emphasis on the interests of the royal family, had been overly apprehensive of Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan. Now that he had come to this realization, his mindset had shifted. Since the interests of his royal family would remain unaffected, fostering a good relationship with the Xiao family was indeed a significant advantage. As for Fa Ma, there was no need for elaboration. Deepening ties with Xiao Yu was a prospect he eagerly welcomed. After exiting the Gamma Empire, Xiao Yu set his course towards the Yunlan sect. Upon arriving at the Yunlan sect, he found a suitable place to settle and began to release his aura. Such a powerful presence inevitably stirred many, and soon a striking figure clad in green appeared before him. As Xiao Yu gazed upon the woman before him, his emotions were complex. Had he not been curious and ventured to witness her battle with Xiao Zi back in the day, perhaps he would not have entangled himself with her. Observing her dimmed eyes and her waning figure, Xiao Yu could not help but sigh inwardly. Upon her arrival, Yun Yun's eyes sparkled with a hint of light upon seeing Xiao Yu. Should I call you Yunji or Yun Yun? In response to Xiao Yu's question, Yun Yun fell into a moment of silence before slowly replying. If you prefer the name Yunji, you may call me that. Xiao Yu shook his head, never mind. Let us stick with Yun Yun. After that, the two fell into silence, sharing a tacit understanding as they gazed at the clouds drifting over Yunlan Mountain, as if returning to the time of their initial encounter. The recent 3-year agreement had weighed heavily on Yun Yun. The sorrow of her teacher's demise and the immense responsibilities of Yunlan's sect left her feeling breathless. Now, seeing Xiao Yu and reminiscing about their past together, her heavy heart found a modicum of relief. Today, I came to bid you farewell. Tomorrow, I shall leave the Jiamar Empire. Xiao Yu finally broke the silence after a long while. Upon hearing this, Yun Yun was momentarily taken aback. Then she recalled the terrifying talent of this young boy. At such a tender age, he had already reached the Do Wang realm, his combat prowess unparalleled, able to contend with Do Zong experts. And he was also a 6th-grade alchemist. Such potential promised boundless prospects. For others, the Jiamar Empire seemed vast, but for this young prodigy, it was far too small. Staying here would only stifle his growth. Moreover, it was this young man who had avenged her teacher's death at the hands of that mysterious powerhouse. Dressed in a gown of azure and white, her long, dark hair cascading gracefully down her shoulders, she appeared ethereal and tranquil, akin to an orchid in a secluded valley. With her lips slightly parted, Yun Yun's melodious voice rang out. If you wish to leave, then so be it, just as you did last time without a word. Why come all this way? Her tone carried a hint of lingering resentment, leaving Xiao Yu feeling somewhat awkward as he recognized that he had indeed acted ungraciously before. To this, Xiao Yu could only feign innocence and say, I had urgent matters last time, which is why I couldn't inform you. Why do you still hold a grudge? Hold a grudge? You little rascal. Do you have any idea how many places I searched and how much time I spent to find you? Yun Yun retorted, her serene demeanor momentarily disrupted as she narrowed her eyes at him. Xiao Yu found himself at a loss for words. He was in the wrong and could not argue further. So he acquiesced. Yes, I was in the wrong. I should have left without saying goodbye. What can I do to appease the esteemed sect master Yun Yun? Seeing that Xiao Yu was still as he had been during their private moments, the anger that had initially flared within Yun Yun dissipated, replaced by a hint of a smile as she replied, Who said I needed you to do anything? You make it sound like we are quite familiar. This phrase sounded oddly familiar to Xiao Yu, reminding him of the time they were in the Beast Mountain range when he had jokingly advised against wearing the same undergarments as Yun Yun. You woman. Claim you do not hold grudges, he remarked, rolling his eyes. It had been quite some time, Yet Yun Yun still remembered his words from back then. They exchanged smiles, reminiscing about their shared past. Where do you plan to go? Yun Yun inquired, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear as she glanced at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu looked into the distance and replied with a smile, I don't know. I'll take it one step at a time. It's all a part of the journey. It doesn't matter where I go. I'll figure out later. And you? What are your plans moving forward? Xiao Yu turned to gaze at Yun Yun's exquisite visage. Yun Yun beamed. With the teacher gone, I naturally must remain in Yunlan's sect. As the sect master, it is my responsibility to lead Yunlan's sect to grow stronger. In doing so, I will fulfill my teacher's wishes. Xiao Yu had no further comments regarding Yun Yun's decision. With Yunlan's sect still standing and Yun Yun being its strongest member and leader, it was only natural for her to bear such obligations. Nodding, he said, that sounds quite good. The outside world is perilous. While the Jayamar Empire may not be as exciting as the outside, it is comparatively safe. By the way, here, take this. Suddenly, Yun Yun produced an item and tossed it to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu instinctively caught it and, upon closer inspection, realized it was a blue soft inner armor. Though not the one Yun Yun had worn, but a male version. This. Yun Yun smiled slightly. You showed great interest in this Haishin armor back then, and I couldn't possibly give you mine. So, I had another made just like it. I believe it will fit you well. As you are leaving, I have nothing else to gift you, so I present this. May it shield you from harm when it matters most. Gazing at the Haishin armor in his hands, Xiao Yu's expression softened, yet he feigned disdain as he had in the cave before. Who needs to wear the same inner armor as you? Big sister? It makes it seem like we share some special connection. Hearing Xiao Yu's teasing remark, Yun Yun's cheeks flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and irritation. If you don't want it, then give it back. She reached out her delicate hand to reclaim the armor. Xiao Yu swiftly dodged, appearing behind Yun Yun. Seeing her genuinely trying to retrieve the armor, he smiled and said, Of course I want it. The sect master Yun Yun's gift is a fine treasure. I'll gladly accept it. He rubbed the smooth surface of the Haishin armor before storing it in his spatial ring. Touching his nose, Xiao Yu observed Yun Yun, who was pouting at him and couldn't help but smile, finding her as playful as ever. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance lingering on his fingers. This scent reminded him of the nights spent in the same cave with Yun Yun, when it had set his blood racing and kept him awake. Without thinking, he asked, Big sister, where do you usually keep this armor? Why does it have such a fragrance? It couldn't possibly be. Seeing Xiao Yu sniff his fingers, Yun Yun's blush deepened, reaching her ears. Coupled with his inquiry about the armor's storage, she became flustered and furious, drawing her sword and swiftly charging at Xiao Yu. Startled by Yun Yun's sudden aggression, Xiao Yu hurriedly dodged, exclaiming, Big sister, what are you doing? I didn't provoke you. Could it be you really keep it close to you? Seeing the beautiful face of Yun Yun flushed with embarrassment, Xiao Yu became more convinced of his suspicions and tentatively asked, Hey, what do you mean by that? I've seen everything. Even if you do, keep the armor close. There is no need for such a reaction, right? Recalling the embarrassing incident when she had unwittingly revealed herself while breaking the seal in the cave, Yun Yun swung her sword with more intensity and speed, determined to teach this scoundrel a lesson today. The two resumed their playful chase, much like before. After a while, Yun Yun finally paused, her chest heaving slightly, clearly fatigued. Watching the little rascal who wore a smug smile, Yun Yun sighed, realizing that with her current strength, she could barely graze the hem of Xiao Yu's clothing. Previously, he had held her under his thumb, and now it was even more so. Noticing that Yun Yun had stopped, Xiao Yu slowly approached her, casually commenting, You, woman, are still the same as before, quick to resort to violence. Yun Yun cast a disgruntled glance at Xiao Yu and softly remarked, You rascal, as slippery as an eel. When have I ever managed to strike you? Well, since you are so eager to fight, I shall oblige. Xiao Yu shrugged, extending his arms in a gesture that invited her to strike. His brazen demeanor truly irked Yun Yun, yet she refrained from retaliating. Observing her in action, Xiao Yu chuckled, as if everything was under his control. Realizing she could do nothing to this little rascal, Yun Yun resigned herself to the situation, choosing to ignore him. Xiao Yu, sensing her disinterest, decided to cease his teasing and instead grasped her hand, pulling her forward and encircling her slender waist, drawing her into his embrace. Suddenly, Yun Yun was enveloped by a familiar masculine scent, causing her body to stiffen, her mind momentarily blank. Yun Yun, I have one more favor to ask of you. Please look after the Xiao family for me. When I return, I shall personally express my gratitude. The gentle words of Xiao Yu reached her ears, and the warmth of his breath caused her cheeks to flush. Her rigid form gradually relaxing as her delicate head leaned against his shoulder. She replied. Releasing her, Xiao Yu flashed a grin, saying, "Then I thank you, Yin Yun." He then spread his wings of fighting spirit and soared towards the skies beyond Yunlan's sect, leaving behind a voice that echoed in the heavens. Yin Ji, farewell. As the comforting scent dissipated, Yin Yun placed her jade hand over her heart, gazing at the vanishing white silhouette with a charming smile, whispering softly, "Little rascal. Until we meet again." Chapter 119. The final farewell in the depths of the Tagore Desert, the Serpent Man Holy City. Upon Medusa's return to the Serpent Man tribe, she commenced the reorganization of the desert, commanding all wandering Serpent Men to return to the tribe. All human mercenaries who hunted Serpent Men were to withdraw from the desert, with no mercy for those who defied this order. Initially, many dismissed her commands. They had long operated in the desert without fear, and it was rare for the Serpent Man tribe to be so audacious. It was important to note that for nearly 1,000 years, the Serpent Man tribe had been suppressed by the surrounding major empires, driven deep into the desert. Were it not for the presence of the peak Do Huang Queen Medusa over the years, the Serpent Men would likely have been exterminated and enslaved long ago. However, their fear of Medusa did not equate to genuine fear. They merely sought to avoid unnecessary losses by engaging in a life-and-death struggle with her. Additionally, the powers of the Northwest continent were too fragmented to unite, with most remaining neutral and independent. Engaging in a direct confrontation with the Serpent Men would only lead to significant injuries and the risk of annihilation, leaving them vulnerable to the ambitions of the various factions in the Northwest continent. Thus, a balance was maintained, and for such an extended period, no one shattered this equilibrium. It was due to this delicate balance that the Serpent Man tribe had enjoyed relative stability in the desert for nearly a millennium. Yet, circumstances had changed. Medusa had ascended to the realm of Dozong, becoming a formidable force in the Northwest continent. It was time to lead the Serpent Man tribe out of the desert in search of a more suitable habitat. This was the reason behind Medusa's decree for all her kin to return. Her next move would be to burst forth from the desert. As for the human mercenaries who ignored her warning, all 8 leaders of the Serpent Men were mobilized for a bloody purge. For those challenges that could not be resolved, Medusa would personally intervene. As news of her breakthrough to Do Huang spread like wildfire, it rapidly reached the surrounding empires and factions. A Dozong was considered a top-tier powerhouse in the Northwest continent, so all factions remained silent, allowing her actions to unfold unimpeded. Today marked the final day of preparation for the Serpent Men's exodus from the desert. Tomorrow, Medusa would lead her people out. On such a significant day, the Serpent Men were naturally very busy, either gathering their belongings or managing their departure affairs. Suddenly, a golden streak of light soared across the sky, heading towards the temple of the holy city. This commotion alerted the powerful beings within the Serpent Man tribe, and 8 figures of varying colors swiftly approached from different directions. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by a familiar figure, a young man with flowing black hair, sharp brows, and striking features, dressed in white, resembling an otherworldly being. Among the Serpent Men, an elder clad in red, upon seeing the visitor, wore a look of deep respect, placing his right hand over his heart and bowing slightly. "Honored guest, we are unaware of your purpose in visiting the holy city. Leader of the Shadow World, I hope you are well. I come with no significant matters. I merely wish to see Queen Medusa." The handsome young man replied with a gentle smile, displaying politeness. The visitor was none other than Xiao Yu. While the 8 Serpent Men were the 8 leaders of the tribe, the leader of the Shadow World adopted a serious expression, stating, "I shall inform the queen. Please wait a moment." Suddenly, the space beside him rippled, and a woman in red stepped forth, exuding an air of majesty. Her combination of regal authority and captivating beauty creating an intoxicating allure. "There's no need. You may all leave," Medusa said upon her arrival. And the 8 leaders bowed in unison, responding, "As you command." They then departed to attend to their own affairs. Gazing at the young man before her, Medusa's expression remained tranquil as she spoke. "What brings you to seek me?" Maintaining her usual aloof demeanor, Xiao Yu smiled nonchalantly and replied, "It's nothing of great importance. I merely wish to express my gratitude for your assistance." Casting a glance at Xiao Yu, Medusa replied indifferently, "If that is all, you need not have made the journey. I was merely fulfilling my earlier promise to repay the favor you extended in aiding my evolution." Shaking his head, Xiao Yu countered, "That may be so, yet I must still thank you. I have also come to bid you farewell. Today, I shall leave the Jamma Empire to embark on my travels." Upon hearing that Xiao Yu was departing the Jamma Empire, Medusa's eyes flickered with a hint of emotion, though her voice remained devoid of warmth. "Understood." Having grown accustomed to Medusa's coldness, Xiao Yu smiled, glancing at the bustling Serpent Men below, and inquired, "Are you planning to leave the desert?" "My tribe has lingered too long in this desert. Now that I have advanced to Do Zone, it is only natural to lead them away from this sweltering hell. Medusa replied, observing her joyful kin below, a faint smile gracing her otherwise impassive visage. Xiao Yu nodded, aware that Medusa's lifelong ambition was to guide the serpent men towards prosperity. With her newfound strength, she was eager to realize that dream. Before I depart, I have one last request of your majesty, Xiao Yu said. Recalling the purpose of his visit, he produced 3 strands of lightning fire, enveloped in fighting spirit, and presented them to Medusa, stating, after my departure, I hope you will lend a hand to the Xiao family in times of need. This lightning fire is a preliminary token of appreciation. Seeing the divine objects that had aided her evolution, even the aloof Medusa could not suppress the glimmer of excitement in her eyes. As Xiao Yu articulated, she indeed had a profound need for such items. The enigmatic purple thunder could facilitate the growth of the sky-devouring python, while the transparent lightning fire was pivotal for the refinement of her primordial bloodline. This reward was undeniably significant and held a fatal allure for Medusa. Concerning matters that pertained to her future, Medusa would not decline. After all, she was already in considerable debt to this individual, and this occasion would not make much difference. Once she grew stronger, she could repay him gradually. In Medusa's eyes, overseeing the Xiao family was a trivial task, dwarfed by the importance of this divine thunder. Nodding slightly, Medusa accepted the reward, effectively acquiescing to Xiao Yu's request. With a smile, Xiao Yu continued, this lightning fire is a fragment of my essence that has separated from my being. You need only infuse it with your fighting spirit to conjure the lightning fire. As long as you do not exhaust it all at once, it will be inexhaustible. However, be forewarned, do not attempt to subdue it. This entity carries my soul's imprint and is inherently bound to me. Moreover, it is incomplete. Attempting to dominate it would inevitably lead to backlash, a power you have already experienced. Recalling that fateful evolution, Medusa shuddered with trepidation. Without Xiao Yu's admonition, she would never dare to attempt such a feat again. Furthermore, she was wary of absorbing too much of this fearsome divine lightning fire at once. Since this fragment of essence could be summoned with fighting spirit, she wouldn't deplete it for a long time. Initially, Medusa had contemplated shamelessly demanding this from Xiao Yu or following him to safeguard his safety in exchange for the lightning fire. However, she did not expect him to present it to her so readily, which indeed alleviated many of her troubles. One treats others with sincerity. Thus, I shall respond in kind. Even though Medusa was proud and aloof, a warm current surged within her heart at this moment. Looking earnestly at Xiao Yu, she said sincerely, thank you. Xiao Yu gazed at her in astonishment. This proud woman had actually expressed gratitude. He then prepared to take his leave, as this was his final destination before traversing directly through the desert and exiting the borders of the Gamma Empire. Habitually, Xiao Yu flew before Medusa and embraced the enchanting woman clad in red. Medusa's body trembled. Caught unawares, she did not react in time and found herself in his embrace. Xiao Yu, realizing his blunder, quickly withdrew, creating distance between them. As he shifted his gaze to Medusa's exquisite face, he could not help but exclaim in dismay. Medusa's countenance had turned frigid, her eyes radiating a glimmer of murderous intent, and the oppressive aura of a Do Zone bore down on Xiao Yu. Realizing he had provoked the wrath of this captivating frost beauty, Xiao Yu hastily activated his thunderous wings, replacing his fiery ones, and vanished from sight. In the heavens, only a long streak of lightning remained, suspended as if separating the sky from the earth. Farewell. His voice echoed, amplified as if by a trumpet, resonating throughout the serpent people tribe, lingering long after. Medusa observed the fading lightning, her previously icy demeanor returning to its usual form, a faint smile gracing her lips. Many serpent people gazed upward in confusion, unaware of what had transpired. Only the burly figure of Yanci, who had been observing from a hidden corner, raised a thumb in admiration towards the direction Xiao Yu had vanished. Truly a warrior, to dare to be so audacious with Her Majesty the Queen. From this day forth, I, Yanci, will bow to no one but him, for both his strength and his courage. Yet, before he could lower his thumb, it froze in place. He sensed a suffocating aura emerging behind him. Slowly turning, the fierce Yanci's expression fell. After departing the depths of the desert, Xiao Yu soared southward. After 2 days of travel, he finally exited the desert and entered the Black Corner region. He did not have a precise destination for this journey. Rather, he intended to go wherever fate led him. His ultimate goal was to reach the center of the Douqi Continent, Zhongzhou, which was revered as a holy land for all cultivators of fighting spirit. It was also a place teeming with opportunities and heroes. However, before that, Xiao Yu planned to first break through to Dou Zone, for only with such power could one survive in a place like Zhongzhou. Currently, he was at the pinnacle of Dou Wang. A significant disparity remained. The path ahead involved gathering alchemical recipes, medicinal herbs, and various rare treasures to expedite his cultivation. And the Black Corner region was an excellent choice for this purpose. This area connected the northwest with the central continent of Zhongzhou, a chaotic melting pot filled with countless fugitives. The Black Corner region could also be seen as an intelligence crossroads, where numerous pieces of information flowed in and out every day. As a notorious, chaotic territory, it had not failed to uphold its reputation. Powerful individuals perished here daily, while new strong contenders arrived from afar. This region was rife with death, yet also brimming with challenges and temptations. Here, one could find elusive high-level techniques, fighting skills, and various divine weapons, armors, medicinal cauldrons, herbs, and high-grade pills that dazzled the senses. Of course, acquiring these treasures came at a cost, which could be monetary or in the form of other substitutes. In short, no heavenly windfall would occur in the Black Corner region. A penchant for chaos and a tendency towards darkness seemed to be an inherent trait of humanity. Thus, despite knowing that this area was shrouded in perilous energies, countless individuals continued to pour in, seeking either the swift path to fame or the advanced techniques and wealth that lay within the tumultuous region. However, for Xiao Yu, this was the perfect transitional place on his way to Zhongzhou, with his pinnacle Dou Wang cultivation and the potential to contend with Dou Zone. As long as he did not act recklessly, he could navigate this environment safely. Moreover, the abundant resources here would allow Xiao Yu's 6th-grade alchemy skills to shine brightly. A 6th-grade alchemist was rare in the Black Corner region, and the allure of 6th-grade pills could attract countless powerful individuals seeking his expertise. Just as Han Feng, even with only Dou Huang level strength, could thrive in the chaos due to his status as a 6th-grade alchemist, commanding respect and assistance from even Dou Zone. The establishment of the Black Alliance was entirely due to Han Feng's fame, uniting a disparate group into a formidable force recognized across the northwest continent. This illustrates just how coveted alchemists truly are. Nightfall. In the heart of a dense forest, by the flickering glow of a campfire, Xiao Yu sat cross-legged upon the ground. The energies of the heavens and earth surged around him, continuously converging within his being, and as time passed, his strength incrementally ascended. After a considerable duration, Xiao Yu withdrew from his meditative state, exhaling a long breath, his eyes shimmering with brilliance, sensing that he had drawn closer to the realm of the Dou Huang. A satisfied smile graced his visage. Perhaps it would not be long before he shattered the barriers of Dou Wang and ascended into Dou Huang. A flash of light flickered in his hand as a piece of dried meat materialized, which Xiao Yu began to gnaw upon. Although he no longer required sustenance, he had never been one to restrain his appetite. As a half-gourmand, relishing fine cuisine was a significant pleasure, and in a world so devoid of entertainment, it served as a delightful respite from fatigue. Having finished his meal, Xiao Yu suddenly recalled the items previously gifted to him by Xiao Yan. With nothing pressing to attend to, he decided to investigate what this young lad had bestowed upon him. Contemplating this, he activated the ancient storage ring, which glimmered with ethereal light, revealing a low-grade storage ring within the palm of his hand. Reaching out with his spiritual perception, Xiao Yu discerned that the contents were scarce, merely 4 scrolls. As he extracted the scrolls, his curiosity was piqued. Initially, he had assumed that Xiao Yan's gifts would consist of mundane herbs or perhaps alchemical recipes, certainly not anything of substantial worth, considering the lad's current financial constraints. Upon unrolling the first scroll, a faint luminescence emanated from it, suggesting it had been inscribed with spiritual energy. Immersing himself in the scroll's contents, surprise flickered in Xiao Yu's eyes. This was, astonishingly, a martial technique of no trivial caliber, a low-grade, earth-level lightning attribute fighting skill. Thunder Arc, a low-grade, earth-level fighting technique capable of unleashing multiple arcs of lightning, potent enough to pierce the void. The number of arcs is entirely contingent upon the user's strength and mastery of the technique. Upon reaching mastery, it could rival mid-level earth techniques. Upon comprehending the method of practicing this technique, Xiao Yu was exceedingly elated. Should he master it, its might would surpass that of the Burning Flame Annihilation. And with the augmentation of Divine Thunder, a single arc could bring even high-ranking Dou Huang to their knees, while lower-tier Dou Zone would likely hesitate to face it head-on. It was improbable that Xiao Yan could possess such a remarkable item. Thus, it seemed this technique must have originated from the esteemed Yao Lao. With this martial technique alone, Xiao Yu felt deeply satisfied. After all, a low-grade Earth-level technique would fetch an astronomical price at any auction. Stowing away the scroll, he proceeded to unveil another. To his astonishment, this scroll revealed a fire attribute technique equally formidable as Thunder Arc, 9 Nether Profound Fire Finger. Gazing at this technique, Xiao Yu couldn't help but smile. Xiao Yan had indeed shown thoughtfulness. As for the remaining 2 scrolls, Xiao Yu was now filled with anticipation. Given that the first 2 were low-grade earth techniques, he surmised that the next scrolls would not fall short of excellence. When he opened the 3rd scroll, his eyes widened in disbelief. The Yin-Yang Profound Dragon Pill. Yao Lao had even bestowed this upon him. A wave of exhilaration washed over Xiao Yu. To note, he possessed only 3 7th-grade pill recipes, and compared to the Yin-Yang Profound Dragon Pill, they paled in significance. The efficacy of the Yin-Yang Profound Dragon Pill required no elaboration. With this recipe, Xiao Yu's foundational strength had received a considerable boost. He carefully placed the recipe alongside his other 3, ensuring their safekeeping. Reaching for the final scroll, Xiao Yu opened it with great anticipation. As he delved into its contents, a torrent of text erupted within his mind, each character seemingly imbued with an enchanting allure that captivated him, drawing his entire being into its depths. Moments latte. Xiao Yu emerged from his reverie, his eyes brimming with joy. He had never anticipated that Xiao Yan would gift him such a treasure. In the grand narrative of Dou Po Tsang Xiong, the assistance this would provide Xiao Yan in the later stages was undeniably significant, and it was intrinsically linked to the Xiao Clan's ancestral figure, who had been the closest to the Dou Di in millennia. With this item, Xiao Yu's combat prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Chapter 121, Journey to Black Mark City. A month later, in a small town within the Black Corner region, Xiao Yu walked leisurely, having entered the town for the first time in a month since his arrival in the Black Corner region. During this month, he had lingered on the periphery, dedicating himself to mastering the newly acquired martial techniques and concocting a plethora of medicinal pills. In the Douqi Continent, medicinal pills were akin to hard currency. Thus, to facilitate better transactions for the items he sought, Xiao Yu had prepared an ample supply. Although the Black Corner region was notorious for its rampant violence and theft, Xiao Yu was not of such a nature and would never resort to robbing the innocent. Hence, he required capital to procure what he desired. Naturally, should anyone dare to attempt to rob him, he would welcome the encounter, for who would turn away a benefactor? Upon entering the town, Xiao Yu was greeted by a scene of vibrant prosperity. Much like the bustling markets of Wutan City, throngs of people filled the streets, with shops lining either side and numerous vendors hawking their wares, the air thick with the sounds of bartering. Passers-by wandered about, selecting the items they needed, while small groups of 2 or 3 engaged in animated discussions, most of which revolved around the finest goods available, the most alluring women, and an array of crude banter. This lively town starkly contrasted with Xiao Yu's preconceived notions of the Black Corner region. Such a bustling locale seemed incongruous with the chaos he had anticipated. Suddenly, a threatening shout pierced the air, drawing Xiao Yu's attention to its origin. There, 3 brawny men, their chests bare and fierce expressions evident, were encircling a delicate woman. In stark contrast to the brutish men, the woman's revealing attire and alluring demeanor rendered her seemingly vulnerable. Xiao Yu's first impression of her was that of a weathered courtesan. She gracefully fanned herself with a crimson hand fan, her heavily made-up face betraying no hint of fear. Instead, she cast a disdainful glance at the 3 men. Ignoring their advances, she attempted to bypass them and leave, but the men, incensed by her contempt, swiftly moved to act. The leader of the trio seized the woman's wrist, pulling her into his embrace, while the other 2, appearing quite practiced, began to inappropriately accost her, ruthlessly attempting to strip away her garments. The scene unfolded much like the illicit films Xiao Yu had once studied. Surveying the surrounding area, Xiao Yu noted with dismay that not a single soul intervened. It was as if the unfolding drama was of no concern to them, each person engrossed in their own affairs. Yet the woman's expression remained unperturbed, a hint of mockery dancing in her gaze as she looked at her assailants. "Do you dare lay a hand on someone from the Red Show Tower?" Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and several figures surged forth from the crowd. In the blink of an eye, after a flash of blades, 3 burly men fell to the ground, their bodies cleaved in half without even a cry of anguish escaping their lips. The crimson blood that oozed forth stained the street, the metallic scent permeating the air, even reaching the nostrils of Xiao Yu. Clang, clang, clang. As the last of the men fell, the soft sound of blades being sheathed echoed, revealing 3 men clad in scarlet garments standing beside the woman. Their auras were formidable, each possessing the strength of an 8 or 9-star great fighter. Quickly covering his mouth and nose, Xiao Yu understood why the woman remained so unperturbed. It appeared she held considerable influence in this town. The individuals who had emerged were powerful enough to dominate in Wutan City, yet here they seemed to occupy merely protective roles. The woman adjusted her attire, casting not a glance at the fallen corpses, and departed with an air of nonchalance, while the three men in red seamlessly blended back into the throng. The onlookers regarded the brutal demise of the three men with chilling indifference, as if numbed to the spectacle before them. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yu witnessed individuals in gray attire, armed with brooms and sacks, routinely collecting the bodies and cleaning the scene before vanishing from sight. This harrowing tableau revealed to Xiao Yu the chaotic, lawless, and brutal nature of the Black Corner region. Here, strength reigned supreme. There were no constraints, and one could act as they pleased, even to the extent of publicly harassing women or engaging in other dubious deeds without fear of reprisal. Conversely, those lacking power, even if slain in the streets, would be met with apathy, as if nothing had occurred. Shaking his head, Xiao Yu continued on his path, choosing to disregard the grim reality surrounding him. Having arrived in this place, he recognized the necessity of adhering to its unwritten rules. He was no saint, and as long as it did not concern him, he would remain aloof. Moreover, he had come with a purpose. His stock of medicinal herbs had been nearly depleted after the last alchemical endeavor, and he now sought to replenish his supplies. Thus, Xiao Yu navigated through the bustling streets and alleys, searching for useful herbs. An hour passed, and he regrettably concluded that there was nothing of value to him in this place. As he now stood at the pinnacle of the great fighter realm, on the verge of entering the Emperor realm, it was indeed rare to find anything beneficial in such a small town. Although somewhat disheartened, Xiao Yu had anticipated this outcome. Thus, he resolved to move on to the next location. Just as he was about to depart, his gaze sharpened, and his right hand shot back with incredible speed, imbued with a fierce vigor, before forcefully yanking a wiry man, as frail as a monkey, to the ground. The sheer force caused a crack to splinter the stone beneath the thief. Bystanders hurriedly scattered, fearing they might be caught in the fray. Calmly observing the rat-faced scoundrel on the ground, Xiao Yu couldn't help but chuckle. It had been years since he had encountered a pickpocket, and to think he would stumble upon one in this nameless town within the Black Corner region. Upon closer inspection of the petty thief, Xiao Yu noted an unusual aura of concealment surrounding him, as though he had mastered a technique to mask his presence. Just moments ago, this man had audaciously grasped the spatial ring on Xiao Yu's finger. Had it not been for Xiao Yu's extraordinarily sharp spiritual perception, he might have fallen victim to the theft. Had the thief been a fighter or a great fighter, he might have already made off with the ring. The pickpocket felt as if his tailbone had shattered. The meager flesh on his backside felt as if it had been severed by a thread, and he writhed in agony on the ground, cold sweat pouring from him. Once the pain began to subside, the thief realized he had encountered someone formidable and desperately struggled to rise and flee. Though Xiao Yu exuded a calm and composed demeanor, it did not imply he would easily allow this would-be thief to escape unscathed. Before the man could regain his footing, Xiao Yu placed a foot firmly on the thief's chest, the weight akin to that of solid steel, rendering the man incapable of rising. Upon realizing his immobility, the thief's expression transformed into one of malice. He brought his thumb and index finger together at his mouth and emitted a sharp whistle that echoed outward. In response to the whistle, Xiao Yu sensed 5 auras encircling him. "You'd best release your foot, or my friends, and I will dismember you." Within a heartbeat, 5 figures emerged, surrounding Xiao Yu. One of them, a ragged middle-aged man attempting to feign strength, glared at Xiao Yu with malice. Such threats held no weight for Xiao Yu, especially coming from a mere great fighter. He merely regarded the man with indifference and replied, "Go ahead, try." Instantly, the overwhelming aura of a peak great fighter erupted from him, casting a formidable pressure within a 10-meter radius that forced the ragged figures to their knees. Those who had not managed to retreat in time fell as well, like the others. As the oppressive force settled, the 5 men recognized they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle, their faces paling as they realized their fates would be no better than those of the 3 men who had perished earlier. The leader of the group regretted his earlier judgment. Mistaking Xiao Yu's youth for weakness, he had thought to intimidate him. They could never have fathomed that Xiao Yu was a prodigy whose strength surpassed that of a great fighter. Observing the defeated men relinquishing their struggle, Xiao Yu suddenly lost interest. He kicked the thief several meters away before turning to leave. A pickpocket who had sunk to such depths likely possessed nothing of value, and he had no desire to squander time on them. As he walked a few paces, Xiao Yu approached a passerby and inquired about information regarding the Black Corner region. The individual, eager to cooperate, had witnessed the pressure Xiao Yu had exerted and understood he was in the presence of a powerful figure, promptly divulging all he knew. After acquiring the information he sought, Xiao Yu purchased a map of the Black Corner region from a nearby shop. With the map in hand, he swiftly departed the small town. In the skies above, Xiao Yu flew at a brisk pace, examining the map of the Black Corner region. The individual had mentioned that Heian City boasted the largest auction house in the region, teeming with rare treasures and serving as one of its vital commercial hubs. It would be worth a visit. Perhaps he would uncover something of great value there, as the depth and provenance of the auction house's offerings were likely to surpass those of the Maitel auction house. Stowing the map, Xiao Yu unfurled his wings of Douqi, transforming into a streak of light as he soared towards the indicated destination. Approaching the threshold of the Emperor realm, it was time to prepare for his future cultivation. The 6th grade pill, the Emperor's extreme pill, was indispensable. Having lingered on the fringes of the Black Corner region for a month, he had yet to find even a single herb suitable for concocting the Emperor's extreme pill. Only managing to gather materials for 4th grade pills. It appears that numerous high-grade medicinal herbs on the fringes have long been plundered by the ruthless inhabitants of this area. In the quest to procure materials suitable for concocting 6th-tier elixirs, Black Seal City undoubtedly stands out as an excellent choice. Chapter 122, News of the Auction. The Blackhorn domain is vast, and Black Seal City is situated quite a distance from the small town from which Xiao Yu departed. With Xiao Yu's speed, it took him 2 days of flight to reach his destination. High above, Xiao Yu gazed down, and the colossal shadow of a grand city came into view, its magnificence rivaling that of the holy city of Gama. The city itself boasted towering walls, forming a perfect square, with 4 prominently marked gates at each corner, strikingly visible. After consulting his map once more, Xiao Yu confirmed that he had indeed arrived at Black Seal City and began his descent. Flying recklessly within another's territory is considered exceedingly rude, and given the fatalities that have occurred in the Blackhorn domain due to such actions, Xiao Yu was wise to avoid any potential trouble. Not one to revel in arrogance or instigate conflict, he resolved to enter the city through the main gate. Upon reaching the city gate and passing through the tunnel of the walls, Xiao Yu finally stepped into Black Seal City. Rather than immediately searching for the high-grade herbs he required, he chose to wander about, gathering intelligence regarding the power dynamics within the city. He also exchanged some elixirs for gold coins, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. As night fell, he selected a tavern at random and took up residence. Black Seal City serves as a crucial nexus for the flow of materials and the convergence of information within the Blackhorn domain, hosting the largest and most prestigious auction, the Black Seal Auction. The governing sect of the city is known as the 8 Gates, which also organizes the Black Seal Auction, establishing itself as a first-rate power. Its leader, Yuan Yi, ranks among the top 10 on the blacklist, wielding the strength of a peak 3-star Do Huang. Whether he is the strongest among the 8 Gates remains uncertain. After all, it is peculiar that a single 3-star Do Huang could elevate the 8 Gates to such prominence without attracting envy. In Black Seal City, one need only be wary of the 8 Gates. Beyond that, the mightiest individuals are merely Do Wang and Do Ling, hardly worthy of Xiao Yu's concern. The Black Seal Auction is renowned throughout the Blackhorn domain, having auctioned numerous high-level profound techniques and even Earth-tier combat skills. Naturally, 6th-tier elixirs are also available, including several royal extreme pills, a high-tier 6th-grade elixir. Moreover, Xiao Yu learned that not long ago, the auction featured a 7th-tier elixir and 2 scrolls of Earth-tier combat skills. Such events have further amplified the auction's renown. By calculating the timing, Xiao Yu realized that this upcoming auction coincides with the occasion when Xiao Yan acquired the Thunderbat Heavenly Wing, the 3000 Thunder Movement, and the Yin Yang Profound Dragon Pill. It must be said that without external interference, Xiao Yan would have undoubtedly obtained all that he deserved. Thus, Xiao Yu approached his expedition to Black Seal City with great anticipation. The mere fact that a 7th-tier elixir, refined by the esteemed Yao Lao, could be auctioned speaks volumes about the vast connections of the Black Seal Auction. Of course, it is also possible that Han Feng might be the one to auction it, given his status as a former disciple of Yao Lao and his possession of Yin Yang Profound Dragon Pill. However, the acquisition of the 3000 Thunder Movement, the prerequisite technique for the 3000 Thunder Illusion, provides a glimpse into the auction's true extent. This is a secret skill unique to the Wind Thunder Pavilion, whose leader is a formidable Dozun. At dawn the next day, Xiao Yu ventured into the city, commencing his search for medicinal herbs. Black Seal City is immense, filled with numerous shops, and the apothecaries are plentiful. After a full day of exploration, he had yet to visit every establishment. Nevertheless, his efforts yielded substantial rewards, as he managed to collect the majority of the auxiliary herbs required for the Royal Extreme Pill, validating his journey. However, he had yet to acquire any information regarding the main ingredient necessary for its refinement. Upon returning to the tavern, Xiao Yu ordered a lavish spread of food, recognizing that his stay in Black Seal City would likely be prolonged. The environment here is not conducive to cultivating combat techniques or refining elixirs, thus allowing ample time for him to rest and indulge in a sumptuous meal. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a tavern attendant carrying a tray of food. In Xiao Yu's gaze, the scrawny lad, with hardly any flesh on his gaunt face, respectfully placed the meal on the table. Despite his emaciated appearance, the attendant possessed the cultivation of a douqi. His eyes, filled with reverence, exuded a sinister aura cultivated through prolonged exposure to the Black Horn domain. When Xiao Yu first arrived the previous day, the attendant had acted with utmost decorum, yet his furtive glances and the malevolent glint in his eyes indicated unsavory intentions. Had he not been ignorant of Xiao Yu's strength, he might have attempted something untoward. Thus, it is clear that the Black Horn domain is the most chaotic region on the continent. Even a mere attendant harbors such thoughts, and those who survive here are not to be trifled with, especially among the lower echelons. The desperation to thrive in this brutal environment compels individuals to resort to any means necessary. They likely disregard the inherent dangers, having already tasted the blood of the blade, and may find themselves dead in the streets one day. Who would remain compliant in such a place? The nature of existence here has fostered an environment of incessant competition. Without striving for more, one risks remaining forever in obscurity. However, upon sensing Xiao Yu's formidable aura, the attendant appeared considerably subdued. Although his true intentions remained a mystery, he put on a facade of compliance. Even if he harbored malicious thoughts, Xiao Yu was unconcerned. With his 6th-tier alchemist's spiritual perception, the chances of being harmed were exceedingly low. After setting the meal, the attendant withdrew, respectfully inquiring, "Might I ask if the esteemed guest has any further orders?" Observing the attendant's obsequious demeanor, Xiao Yu replied coolly, "Has there been any significant news in the city of late? Or do you know when the next auction at the Black Seal auction will take place and what items will be available?" Recently, there have been no major events in the city. As for the auction, there is one scheduled for the day after tomorrow. While I am unaware of the specific items, I do know of several exceedingly rare items that are to be auctioned. The attendant responded, his head bowed, concealing his expression. Indeed, what items might those be? Xiao Yu probed. The auction will feature a scroll of low-tier earth combat skill and a 6th-tier elixir, alongside numerous valuable medicinal herbs. The attendant replied softly. "Very well. You may go," Xiao Yu said, his brows furrowing as he dismissed the attendant. Once the attendant departed, Xiao Yu continued to savor his meal while contemplating the upcoming auction. The prospect of a low-tier earth combat skill and the appearance of a 6th-tier alchemist at the auction suggests a high level of quality. As the attendant mentioned, numerous precious medicinal herbs will also be available. The main ingredient for the Royal Extreme Pill may very well be among them. Even if it is not, gathering auxiliary herbs or other high-grade materials for future use remains a worthwhile endeavor. Furthermore, there could be unexpected treasures at the auction. With a plethora of elixirs and gold coins in his spatial ring, should he manage to acquire items that enhance his strength, the journey will be far from futile. After coming to a decision, Xiao Yu chose to cast aside his thoughts and focus intently on the exquisite delicacies laid before him. How could one allow distractions during a meal? He no longer required sustenance, and his current indulgence was merely a result of temptation. To neglect the delectable flavors of the food, while lost in thought, would not only squander time, but also waste his hard-earned gold. Once a rather languid individual, he now found himself unwilling to waste even a moment of mealtime. Xiao Yu silently shook his head, realizing that life had ultimately molded him into this very persona. Chapter 123, Blood Python Branch. In Black Seal City, the streets buzzed with an unusual liveliness today, thronged with people coming and going in a ceaseless flow, including many from outside the city. All were heading in a singular direction, towards the imposing square building at the city's heart, resembling a miniature version of Black Seal City itself. This was the renowned Black Seal Auction House, the most vibrant locale on this day. The allure of low-tier combat techniques and a 6th-grade medicinal pill proved irresistible, drawing many formidable visitors, including several Emperor-rank fighters. Xiao Yu had long since arrived, entering the auction house through the ordinary entrance. He could have opted for the VIP section or even secured a private box, but found it unnecessary. Not only would it cost him, but he could perform his tasks without concern in this environment. Regardless of the location, the principle remained: wealth should not be ostentatiously displayed, though this was primarily a caution for those of lesser strength. Given Xiao Yu's prowess, he had no need for such discretion in Black Seal City. On the contrary, He sought to reveal his capabilities. Only by doing so could he firmly establish his reputation. The advantages this would confer were precisely what he desired. Should any dare to rob him, he could thoroughly intimidate the nefarious, ensuring that no one would dare approach him again. One could observe the powerful figures on the black market list. In the Black Corner domain, who would dare covet their possessions? The mere thought was laughable. Upon encountering them, one would retreat in fear, let alone attempt a robbery. Furthermore, with a solid reputation, procuring medicinal materials would become significantly more convenient. When his identity as a 6th-grade alchemist circulated, many would undoubtedly seek his expertise in potion crafting. The customary practice for seeking an alchemist's services was well known. One must provide both the formula and the materials, and not merely a single batch. Thus, he could amass a wealth of potion formulas and materials, indulging in the sheer delight of such advantageous gains. Following the crowd, Xiao Yu made his way to the auction stage, settling in a relatively less crowded area. He surveyed the expansive venue. The auction stage was encircled by an open, square seating arrangement, with private boxes jutting out above. Seeing that the auction would not commence immediately, he closed his eyes to rest. 15 minutes later, a woman gracefully approached the auction stage. Dressed in a black gown, her slender waist swayed enticingly, her ample curves undoubtedly drawing countless gazes. With a strikingly beautiful face and an alluring gaze, she captivated the audience. Many present displayed glimmering eyes filled with possessiveness and lascivious intent, as if longing to engage in dubious pursuits with her. Xiao Yu paid little heed to these distractions. The crowd was too large for him to freely extend his perception without inviting animosity. While he bore no fear, he preferred to avoid unnecessary troubles. At that moment, the woman reached the center of the auction stage, and a square stone pillar rose from the surface, halting at her waist. "Welcome to the Black Seal Auction House. I am your chief auctioneer, Yu Wu." A seductive smile graced Yu Wu's face as she began to speak, her voice soft and laced with an enticing charm, striking a chord deep within the hearts of her audience. For those with frail resolve, her words could easily lead them astray. Upon her introduction, the atmosphere in the hall ignited with fervor. Many gazes gleamed, and some even audibly salivated. Noticing this, Yu Wu smiled again, her demeanor warm and inviting. "This auction is one of the finest we have ever hosted, and I trust that each of you will leave with treasures in hand. Now, I see your anticipation. I shall not prolong the wait. Let the auction commence." The first item up for bid is a mid-level mysterious technique, starting at 100,000 gold coins, with increments no less than 2,000. Even for a mid-level mysterious technique, the excitement in the hall surged. Not every attendee possessed formidable strength or abundant wealth. Indeed, most were nameless in the Black Corner domain. Their purpose in attending was to covet items that the powerful deemed beneath their notice. Acquiring such items would not attract the scrutiny of the strong, nor incite any other ill intentions from fellow bidders. Even if there were those who contemplated nefarious deeds, they would be of similar stature to themselves. Beginning with less valuable items as appetizers is a standard procedure at auctions. The truly enticing treasures are reserved for the finale. Thus, Xiao Yu remained patient, continuing to rest his eyes. Under Yu Wu's guidance, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant and heated, with some auctioned items fetching prices far exceeding their intrinsic worth. In the Black Corner domain, one could find both cunning individuals and foolish simpletons aplenty. Those who became utterly enamored with a woman were common in any world. As time passed, the auction featured a dozen items, all of which Xiao Yu deemed rather unremarkable. However, as the event progressed, the quality of items improved, and he anticipated that it would not be long before something to his liking would appear. As expected, the subsequent items were all of a higher caliber, be it advanced mysterious techniques or materials for crafting 5th-grade medicinal pills or weapons and armor embedded with 5th-grade magical beast cores. Such items were immensely coveted in the eyes of any ordinary duke, with auction prices soaring to levels unattainable for the average individual. Yet throughout, Xiao Yu remained unresponsive, for no item had yet compelled him to bid. The next item presented was a rare advanced medicinal material, the blood python branch. Those truly knowledgeable about this material would require no further explanation. With a starting price of 200,000 gold coins and a minimum bidding increment of 5,000, it could also be bid for with other items of equal grade. Xiao Yu's eyes snapped open. At long last, the item he had been waiting for had appeared. He had not anticipated that such a treasure would indeed be available at this auction. However, he refrained from being the first to bid, wishing to gauge how many others sought this item. Upon hearing such a lofty price, most attendees fell silent, realizing that this was beyond their means. Yet Yu Wu showed no sign of concern, maintaining her professional smile as if certain that someone would bid and that a high price would ensue. 210,000. Suddenly, a voice filled with commanding presence echoed from one of the private boxes. Yu Wu, unfazed, responded with a smile. A bid of 210,000 from this esteemed guest. Are there any higher bids? 220,000. 230,000. In no time, the individuals within the various private rooms began to fervently raise their bids, each incrementing by 10,000 gold coins. Soon, the price soared to an astonishing 300,000. For a fourth-grade pill, as the competition intensified, the first bidder from one of the private rooms boldly declared an exorbitant price for the fourth-grade pill. After announcing his bid, the voice, filled with a menacing undertone, continued, I kindly request my friends to grant me a favor. I am the son of the Eight Gates gatekeeper. The previously hesitant bidders fell silent in unison. Setting aside the worth of a fourth-grade pill, the mere association with the Eight Gates was enough to compel them to cease their contest. To offend the Eight Gates in Blackmark City, given their formidable power, would be an exceedingly foolish endeavor. Within one of the private rooms, the owner of that menacing voice smirked disdainfully, softly remarking, At least you are wise. Clad in black attire, the young man appeared relatively youthful and decent-looking, yet his hawk-like, piercing gaze revealed that he was no ordinary individual. Just as he felt a sense of triumph, believing the blood python branch was destined to be his, another voice darkened his expression. A pinnacle fourth-grade pill. The speaker was none other than Xiao Yu, who harbored no intention of yielding to the son of Zhang. After all, he had spent over a month searching for this blood python branch. Having finally encountered it, he could not simply relinquish it to another. As for the rival's influential background, Xiao Yu remained unfazed. In an auction, the highest bidder wins, and even the Eight Gates, the tyrants of Blackmark City and the organizers of the auction, would not deter him. My friend, I kindly ask for a favor, the young man in black spoke, his words seemingly courteous. Yet the chill and threat underlying his tone were unmistakable. Without lifting his gaze, Xiao Yu focused on Yu Wu at the auction platform. The black-clad youth's eyes burned with murderous intent, clearly marking Xiao Yu as an enemy for his blatant disregard. Yu Wu was equally astonished at the audacity of her guest, daring to offend the son of the Eight Gates gatekeeper in Blackmark City. However, the auction adhered to its own rules. The organizers could not manipulate the proceedings at will, as doing so would tarnish the auction's reputation. As silence enveloped the private rooms, Yu Wu inquired once more if there were any higher bids. Receiving no response, she declared the blood python branch to belong to Xiao Yu. The auction continued, and Xiao Yu remained until the very end, finding nothing else that piqued his interest aside from the blood python branch, and thus refrained from further bidding. The highlight of this auction featured a scroll of earth element low-level combat techniques and a 6th-grade vitality pill. Yet, they offered no assistance to Xiao Yu, who merely cast a disinterested glance before waiting for the auction's conclusion. After the event, Xiao Yu proceeded backstage to collect his prize. Observing him exit the auction, Yu Wu's eyes brimmed with sympathy, lamenting the misfortune of such a handsome young man. Why provoke anyone, let alone the Eight Gates? It seemed inevitable that he would soon face dire consequences. Upon leaving the auction, Xiao Yu sensed a presence fixating upon him, prompting a wry smile. Truly, this was the Black Corner region. He had scarcely stepped out before being targeted. Moreover, the blatant nature of the pursuit was striking. Had this been in the Jayamar Empire, even those harboring such intentions would not be so obvious, fearing that others might catch wind of it, since they harbored such designs. Xiao Yu was more than willing to indulge them. Consequently, he quickened his pace, feigning a panicked escape from Blackmark City. Chapter 124. Robbery and Being Robbed. Yuan Yong was furious. His blood python branch had been snatched. Indeed, this Yuan Yong was the black-clad youth who bid on the blood python branch at the auction. The son of the Eight Gates gatekeeper, Yuan Yi. The blood python branch had originally been earmarked for him, as most individuals in Blackmark City would defer to the Eight Gates. He had never anticipated encountering someone so reckless. As for why this young master of the Eight Gates needed the blood python branch, it was to procure materials for crafting the Emperor Pill, a token of goodwill for his father. Many questioned why the esteemed gatekeeper of the Eight Gates, the head of the Blackmark auction house, would require an Emperor Pill. After all, the auction house had dealt with Emperor Pills before. One would assume that Yuan Yi could easily acquire one. However, that was not the case. Despite the Eight Gates' formidable influence, the 6th-grade Emperor Pill was a rare commodity. Fiercely contested, whenever it appeared, it was swiftly claimed by numerous Do Huang powerhouses, particularly those ranked among the top 5 on the blacklist. Such individuals were not to be trifled with by the Eight Gates. Moreover, Emperor Pills were primarily produced by the renowned apothecary Han Feng, and the 8 gates dared not harbor ill intentions against him. Otherwise, the Black Mark auction house might not survive. This was the reason he had never consumed an Emperor pill. Meanwhile, Yuan Yong had been secretly gathering materials for crafting the Emperor pill, amassing more than 2 sets. With the addition of the Blood Python branch, he would finally have enough to approach Han Feng for assistance in obtaining an Emperor pill. Presenting this to his father would surely elate him, significantly elevating Yuan Yong's standing in his father's eyes. It was worth noting that he had more than one son. Yuan Yong had devoted 5 years to securing these 3 materials, and now, with the final ingredient surfacing at the auction, he had intended to claim it as his own. Had it not been for the individual bidding on the Blood Python branch, he would not have gone to such lengths to participate in the auction. Reflecting on it now, that bidder had, in pursuit of maximizing profit, unhesitatingly refused his offer, opting to auction off the material instead, resulting in this predicament. However, even if that Blood Python branch were sold at the auction, it would ultimately find its way into his possession. Murderous intent gleamed in Yuan Yong's eyes as a cruel smile crept across his face, coldly watching the white-clad figure fleeing the city. He quickly followed suit, accompanied by an elderly man with an impressive aura. In the forest outside the city, Xiao Yu deliberately slowed his pace, having traveled 12 miles. Ensuring that his pursuers could not keep up, leaning against a large tree, he awaited their arrival. Before long, 2 presences approached. A smile crept onto Xiao Yu's lips. They truly had come. His gaze shifted forward, where the black-clad youth and a gray-clad elder slowly emerged. Why have you stopped running? Go on, keep running. I want to see just how far you can escape. Yuan Yong sneered contemptuously at Xiao Yu. As the son of Yuan Yi, he was certainly no dimwit. His audacity to pursue was entirely attributable to the perception of the elder beside him, revealing that the youth who had seized his Blood Python branch was merely a 6-star great fighter. Although this individual could be considered a youthful prodigy, Yuan Yong hardly regarded him as a threat, especially since he himself was still only a 1-star great fighter. Xiao Yu observed the brazen Yuan Yong, who was engaged in nefarious deeds, yet he remained silent, simply leaning quietly against a tree. Uncle Mo, take action. Yuan Yong, feeling insulted by Xiao Yu's indifference and his own apparent ease, turned directly to the elder beside him. He knew he could not match the opponent's strength, but his companion, Uncle Mo, was a formidable warrior, a 6-star great fighter capable of resolving the matter in a single blow. The gray-clad elder nodded, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he swiftly charged toward Xiao Yu, the gust of wind generated by his speed causing the surrounding trees to sway. Faced with such a formidable elder, Xiao Yu acknowledged his strength. A 3-star Do Wong was indeed no weakling even in Black Seal City. As the elder closed within 10 meters of Xiao Yu, the latter straightened his posture, and an overwhelming aura of terror emanated from him, causing several trees to snap and others to bend at a right angle. The elder's expression shifted dramatically as he felt the oppressive pressure radiating from the youth, which rendered his previous assessment of the 6-star great fighter utterly irrelevant. The formidable aura that now surrounded the youth was undeniably that of a far stronger being. This is bad. In an instant, the elder realized they had provoked a dangerous foe, cursing Yuan Yong inwardly. That wretched brat has led me to this predicament. Despite Yuan Yong calling him Uncle Mo, the elder had only recently joined the 8 gates and held no deep loyalty to the organization. In the treacherous Black Corner region, finding someone aligned with the faction S-Corps was no easy task. If the benefits were substantial enough, individuals like Yuan Yong would not hesitate to betray even their own fathers. Realizing the danger to his life, the elder wasted no time, unfurling his Douqi wings and soaring into the sky. The speed of his retreat was so rapid that even Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. Casting a glance at the prostrate Yuan Yong, Xiao Yu once again grasped the true nature of the Black Corner region. His companions were quick to sell out, showing not an ounce of hesitation, revealing themselves to be utterly heartless. However, Xiao Yu had no intention of letting him escape so easily, since they had harbored intentions to rob him. Allowing them to depart without consequence will be a blow to his pride. With a swift stamp of his right foot, Xiao Yu vanished from his previous location. The elder, who believed he could elude capture, was abruptly interrupted by a voice from above. Since you've come, why not stay for a chat? Bang! The elder felt a searing pain erupt from his back as he was forcefully propelled downward, crashing into the ground with tremendous force. The impact left him reeling, feeling as if his very bones had shattered, pain radiating throughout his body. As the elder plummeted, Xiao Yu's figure appeared beside him. Just a mere 3-star Do Wong, Xiao Yu effortlessly incapacitated him with a single strike. Observing the groaning elder on the ground, Xiao Yu delivered a kick to his dantian. obliterating his cultivation. The Black Corner region was a ruthless domain where the strong preyed upon the weak. While Xiao Yu was not malevolent, he was not a saint either. Those who sought to rob him must be prepared for retaliation. Given their brazen actions, it was clear this was not their first offense. And Xiao Yu harbored no sympathy for such individuals. The fact that he chose not to kill the elder was already a testament to his restraint. Reaching out, he retrieved the elder's spatial ring, securing it before striding towards the still-lying Yuan Yong. Upon seeing the white-clad youth approach, Yuan Yong was seized by terror. Cold sweat pouring down his brow as he pleaded, "Spare me. Whatever you want, I will give you. For my father's sake, please grant me mercy." Xiao Yu paid no heed to Yuan Yong's desperate pleas. Had it not been for his own formidable strength, he might have already found himself a corpse. Thus, he felt no mercy for those who sought his demise. After taking Yuan Yong's spatial ring, he delivered a kick to the latter's dantian, shattering his Douqi Ci. Yuan Yong was sent sprawling 10 meters away, clutching his abdomen in agony, his expression twisted in pain. Before he could utter a sound, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Having completed his task, Xiao Yu departed, making his way back to the city. On his journey, Xiao Yu examined the 2 spatial rings he had acquired. Within the Douwang's ring, he found a plethora of valuable items, yet they did not pique his interest. The true prize lay within Yuan Yong's ring, where he discovered 2 complete sets of materials for crafting the Imperial Grade Pill. Combined with the Blood Python branch he had just obtained, he now possessed enough materials for 3 complete Imperial Grade Pills. The bounty was substantial, indeed. It was often said that those who engage in killing and looting reap great rewards, and it was easy to see why many were drawn to such endeavors. The delight in Xiao Yu's eyes reflected his elation, yet his demeanor remained composed, undistracted by the magnitude of his haul. His principles remained steadfast. He would never initiate robbery, as his upbringing forbade such actions. However, should opportunities present themselves, he would not shy away from savoring the fruits of others' misdeeds. After a considerable period, within the depths of the forest, the pain plaguing the elder, a 6-star Douwang, began to subside slightly with the passage of time. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he managed to rise to his feet. Upon realizing the destruction of his dantian, a wave of regret washed over him, leaving his face ashen. This experience was akin to a fate worse than death. He had accompanied Yuan Yong in numerous misdeeds, despite having only recently joined the 8 Gates. During this time, under Yuan Yi's orders, the elder had remained by Yuan Yong's side, ensuring his safety while engaging in acts of murder and robbery on no less than 10 occasions. Yet, unexpectedly, he had fallen into a trap this time. As this realization dawned upon him, the elder's gaze turned venomous, fixing upon the unconscious figure of Yuan Yong not far away. "If it weren't for that arrogant brat, I would not have met such a fate," he growled, an overwhelming surge of rage igniting within him, bloodshot veins creeping across his eyes. Stumbling forward, the elder approached Yuan Yong, who lay incapacitated like a discarded doll, having lost his powers. Initially, the elder felt a sense of satisfaction, but it quickly morphed into frustration. He picked up a sturdy branch from the ground and began to rain blows upon Yuan Yong. Yuan Yong, now a mere shell of his former self, could scarcely endure such punishment. Awakened by the agony, he weakly shielded his head with his hands, peering through his fingers to see a familiar figure mercilessly striking him. "Unkla Montak, what are you doing?" he cried out, unable to fathom the betrayal. The elderly man was taken aback, noticing Yuan Yong's arm stir. The wooden stick that had been relentlessly striking came to an abrupt halt. Yet, upon hearing Yuan Yong's voice, a frenzied notion blossomed within the old man's mind. Subsequently, the stick came crashing down again, with a force far greater than before, utterly disregarding Yuan Yong's cries. It was not until Yuan Yong fell silent, his breath extinguished, that the gray-clad elder ceased his assault, collapsing helplessly to the ground. "Wretched creature, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Both of us have been stripped of our cultivation. If I return to the sect, Yuan, you will undoubtedly accuse me of failing to protect the young master, leading to my execution. Now, as a mere cripple, you would have no qualms about eliminating me. Your death shall serve as the price for my downfall, and with no one to relay the message back. I still have time to escape." Muttering to himself, the elder staggered to his feet and began to walk in the opposite direction of Hain City. Chapter 125. Journey to the 8 Gates. The following days were quite leisurely for Xiao Yu, spent in cultivation and the study of combat techniques. However, within the 8 Gates in Hain City, tranquility was far from the order of the day. At the headquarters of the 8 Gates, a magnificent edifice loomed in the northern part of Hain City, constructed entirely of black stone, resembling a colossal black cube exuding an aura of grandeur. Inside the main hall of the Eight Gates, an elderly man clad in a black robe sat in a position of authority, his countenance dark and foreboding, while a middle-aged man knelt before him. "How goes the search for Yong?" the elderly man inquired, his voice deep and commanding. The middle-aged man suppressed his fear, feigning composure as he replied, "Master, we have ascertained the whereabouts of the young master." Upon hearing this, the old man's expression brightened slightly, and he commanded, "Summon Younger to me. That scoundrel has been missing for far too long." At the mention of the elder's request, the middle-aged man's knee began to tremble, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he stammered, "Master, the young master." Seeing the middle-aged man falter, a dreadful thought surged in the elder's mind, and rage immediately consumed him. He bellowed, "What has happened to Yonga?" The middle-aged man quivered. "The young master is dead." With that single word, the elder's fury erupted like a tempest, an overwhelming force surging through the hall, pinning the middle-aged man to the ground under its weight. "Where is Younger?" The elder ground out through clenched teeth, his eyes wide with a predatory glare that left the man gasping for breath. Moments later, two servants entered the hall, carrying a stretcher upon which lay a mangled corpse. The clothing adorning the body struck a familiar chord within the elder's heart. It was unmistakably his son's attire. Who did this? The elder flashed down to the ground, his hoarse roar filled with rage. The middle-aged man, crushed beneath the pressure, could only reply intermittently, I do not know. I'm still investigating." "Useless fool. Younger has been missing for so many days, and you still have no idea who is responsible. Damn it." With that, the elder struck the man's head with a merciless palm, exploding it like a watermelon. Unmentionable matter splattered across the floor, drenching the two servants, who trembled in terror, yet clung to the stretcher, afraid to let go. In such perilous moments, if they were to inadvertently drop the stretcher, it would be their lives on the line. "Investigate. I demand to know everything about Younger from the past few days. Capture everyone involved, and find Mo as well. Alive or dead, I must see him." The echoes of his commands reverberated throughout the hall, sweeping through the ranks of the Eight Gates. Those who were unaware of the circumstances shivered involuntarily. Recently, Xiao Yu had sensed an atmosphere of unease in Heiyin City. Everyone appeared overly cautious, and the once bustling streets were now nearly deserted, with many shops having closed their doors. This left him with little opportunity to explore. As he had hoped to find some hidden treasures, it seemed that the situation had been discovered. Otherwise, how could this once lively city have turned so desolate? Standing by the window of his room, Xiao Yu observed the sparse figures on the street and murmured to himself. He then returned to his table, sitting calmly as he sipped his tea, unperturbed by the unfolding events. If he had been discovered, then so be it. He felt no anxiety. Should the Eight Gates choose to reason, he bore no blame. If they opted for hostility, he would gladly engage in discourse. He adhered to the principle of non-aggression unless provoked. If the Eight Gates insisted on troubling him, he would not mind seeing a change in the city's leadership. In contrast to the Eight Gates' silence, he found himself rather hoping for Yuan to come personally to seek him out. In this realm of shadows, he was eager to find a means to establish his notoriety, and perhaps Yuan would prove to be a worthy choice. Confronting the Eight Gates would serve to firmly establish his reputation, ensuring that he would no longer be subjected to trivial annoyances. Those who would dare cross him would surely weigh their own worthiness before acting. "Knock, knock, knock. Guest, someone seeks your audience." A trembling voice from outside called. Laced with fear, Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting to the door as he replied nonchalantly, "Enter." Creaking open, the door revealed the servant, who was followed by numerous figures clad in black attire, each adorned with a standard featuring 8 golden doors. Recognizing the insignia, Xiao Yu felt no surprise. It was evident that the Eight Gates had come to pay him a visit. "Esteemed guest, we kindly request that you accompany us," the lead figure in black addressed him, his tone devoid of any disrespect. This unexpected civility took Xiao Yu aback. He had not anticipated such courtesy from the Eight Gates, who had even knocked before entering. "What business do you have with me?" he inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor in light of their politeness. Seeing the young man so composed, the black-clad leader silently acknowledged the wisdom of his approach. In the wake of the young master's death, a palpable anxiety had settled over the Eight Gates. They could not afford to let the assassin remain at large. Otherwise, peace would elude them. Thus, the formidable entity within the city had mobilized, scouring for any location the young master had frequented. The black-clad man, upon investigation, discovered that the young master's last known location was the Heiyin auction house, where he had encountered some unpleasantness. After gathering information, he ultimately traced Xiao Yu, understanding that the young man had shown little regard for the 8 gates during the auction, daring to compete against the young master for precious herbs. Moreover, considering that the young master's demise placed him under suspicion, the black-clad man recognized that confronting Xiao Yu with arrogance would be a foolhardy endeavor. As a member of the 8 gates with a moderate rank, he understood the importance of survival. It was best not to offend someone whose power and connections remained uncertain. Recently, our sect has faced significant turmoil, and this matter may bear some relation to you. Thus, the master has sent me to extend an invitation. Upon hearing the words of the figure clad in black, Xiao Yu discerned that the matter concerning the 8 gates was still uncertain regarding whether Yuan Yong had been incapacitated by him. Realizing that if he did not take action, others would inevitably come after him, and acknowledging that he was indeed responsible for the incident, he decided it was prudent to confront the situation head-on. Although his strength was not particularly formidable, it was more than sufficient to handle the 8 gates. He harbored an aversion to the tiresome cycle of dealing with the young, only to be confronted by the old, and then the even older. Thus, he hoped to resolve this matter once and for all. Xiao Yu nodded, stating, "Since the esteemed leader has extended an invitation, I shall oblige." With that, he rose and followed the figure in black. Chapter 126. The Great Battle with Yuan Yi. Before long, Xiao Yu found himself within the 8 gates, navigating through a series of passageways until he finally arrived at the grand hall of the sect. The hall was expansive, with tables and chairs arranged along both sides, and the carpet was crafted from the hides of magical beasts. The ceiling was adorned with numerous moonstones, providing illumination for the night. To his perception, the tables and chairs were embellished with the cores of third-tier magical beasts, raising questions as to whether they were merely extravagant displays of wealth or had some other purpose. Even the tea set upon the table was fashioned from exquisite jade, with golden threads woven along the edges, forming intricate patterns. The atmosphere was markedly different from the outside, cool and comfortable, likely maintained by some special formation. In any case, the opulence was astonishing, far surpassing that of the Alchemist Guild of the Jaimar Empire. Befitting the reputation of the organizers of the Black Seal auction, they were undeniably affluent. Upon entering the hall, Xiao Yu beheld the elderly man in black seated in the prominent position. The elder recognized Xiao Yu, greeting him with a warm smile. "Welcome, my friend, to the 8 gates. I apologize for any lack of hospitality. I am Yuan Yi, the leader of the 8 gates." The elder's amiable demeanor left Xiao Yu somewhat astonished. Was he truly in the Black Corner domain? It felt as though he had returned to the Jaimar Empire. Had he not been well aware of the nature of the Black Corner domain, he might have been deceived. What a cunning old fox. Nevertheless, given the elder's courteousness, Xiao Yu felt it inappropriate to be rude and replied with a smile, "There is no need for such formalities, Leader Yuan." Yuan Yi maintained his genial expression, gesturing toward a chair and saying, "Please, have a seat and let us converse." This individual was connected to the death of his son, Yuan Yong. Yet anyone bold enough to strike against the 8 gates in Black Seal City either possessed audacity beyond measure or was backed by formidable strength or a robust network. Until he ascertained the full scope of the situation, Yuan Yi, not being a fool, would naturally refrain from turning hostile at their first meeting. Xiao Yu nodded and took a seat. The moment he settled into the chair, he felt a subtle energy coursing through him, akin to numerous tiny hands providing a soothing massage, which was rather delightful. He realized the reason behind the embedded magical cores in the chairs. This sect certainly knew how to indulge in comfort, arranging their furnishings impeccably. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your summons, Leader Yuan?" Xiao Yu inquired, his eyes narrowed, reclining comfortably in the chair. A flicker of malice crossed Yuan Yi's gaze, though his countenance remained amicable as he spoke. "Recently, my son, Yuan Yong, has inexplicably perished. Upon investigation, it was discovered that during the last Black Seal auction, you had a verbal altercation with my son. I have therefore invited you to assist in this inquiry." Deceased? Xiao Yu was taken aback. This did not align with his understanding, for he had merely incapacitated the youth's fighting spirit. Such injuries should not have led to death. In the next moment, he began to piece together the implications. Perhaps something had transpired after his departure. The elderly companion who had accompanied Yuan Yong must be of significant suspicion. The uncertainty surrounding Yuan Yong's incapacitation indicated that the two had not returned to the 8 gates. Now that Yuan Yong was dead, it was likely that the missing elder had done something to him. As for other possibilities, Xiao Yu found himself at a loss. Given that the 8 gates had confirmed Yuan Yong's demise, they must have located his body, while the elder remained unaccounted for. Was this not apparent? Yuan Yi observed Xiao Yu's momentary daze, his murderous intent barely contained, clearly believing that this young man held some knowledge. However, He suppressed the urge to act violently and inquired, "Your expression suggests you possess information. I implore you to share it with me, and I shall reward you handsomely." At Yuan Yi's words, Xiao Yu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This man was truly bold to offer a reward. He then spoke, "Indeed, I'm aware of certain details." After all, he had left traces of Yuan Yan's pursuit when they exited the city, even if he did not confess. The 8 gates would soon uncover the truth. Thus, it was better to candidly acknowledge the situation and bring it to a conclusion. Therefore, Xiao Yu continued at the auction. "I purchased a herb that was of particular interest to Yuan Yang at a higher price. Subsequently, he followed me outside the city with intentions of robbery. I merely administered a light punishment, incapacitating both Yuan Yang and the elder accompanying him." Crack! Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi's fury flared uncontrollably, his fighting spirit surging as he crushed the armrest of his seat. "So you are claiming that my son's death is indeed your doing?" Yuan Yi fixed a cold, humorless stare upon Xiao Yu. In response, Xiao Yu calmly shook his head. "Leader Yuan, do not wrongfully accuse me. I merely incapacitated his fighting spirit. As for how he met his end, that bears no relation to me." Observing Xiao Yu's tranquil demeanor and tone, Yuan Yi's eyes darkened as he inquired, "Is that so?" Xiao Yu, fully aware that a confrontation was inevitable, stated forthrightly, "I did not kill him. If Leader Yuan seeks vengeance, feel free to act." The brazen confidence displayed by this young man left Yuan Yi momentarily uncertain. Did he truly possess the strength to contend with him? Or was he merely confident that Yuan Yi would not dare to take action against him? Yuan Yi's expression fluctuated between darkness and light, and sensing his hesitation, Xiao Yu smiled and reassured him, "There is no need for concern, Leader Yuan. I have no significant backing, and my strength is merely average." With that, he emanated the aura of a peak Douqi. Upon sensing this, Yuan Yi vanished from his position, lunging towards Xiao Yu with intent to strike. His standing in the Black Corner domain relied not solely on shrewdness, but also on decisiveness and ruthlessness. Though this young man was still in his prime, he was the very culprit behind his son's demise, and a grudge had been established. Regardless of whether this youth had deep connections, having forged an enmity, it was only prudent to eliminate him. Cognizant of the treachery of human nature, Yuan Yi understood that even if he refrained from attacking, should the young man have a powerful faction backing him, he would not be spared. Thus, he resolved to eliminate all adversaries weaker than himself, regardless of the depth of their grievances, to eliminate any future threats. As Yuan Yi made his sudden move, Xiao Yu merely smiled, his body crackling with electricity as he vanished from sight. Yuan Yi's claw met only empty air, his heart racing as he marveled at the swiftness, turning to deliver a punch in response. Truly, he was worthy of his reputation on the blacklist, exhibiting remarkable reflexes and extensive combat experience. Xiao Yu reappeared behind him, striking out with an open palm to counter Yuan Yi's powerful punch. Bang! Sensing the stillness of his opponent, coupled with the extraordinary speed previously displayed, Yuan Yi's expression turned grave. It seemed that this young man had attained the pinnacle of Do Wang at such a tender age, not through external assistance. To swiftly subdue him, it would require considerable effort. A decisive victory was essential to prevent unforeseen complications. With this thought in mind, Yuan Yi summoned his battle aura, unleashing the imposing pressure of a 3-star Do Huang, preparing to strike with all his might. Chapter 127, Defeating Yuan Yi. Faced with the full force of Yuan Yi, Xiao Yu's lips curled into a smirk. It was the perfect moment to test the newly acquired secret technique, which had proven to be fearsome in the original narrative. Heavenly Fire, 3 Mysteries, Transformation. Golden Flame, Transformation. Xiao Yu activated the secret technique, and the golden light within his dantian trembled violently before surging forth, racing through his meridians along a unique pathway. Golden flames erupted from the pores of Xiao Yu's skin, forming a metallic sheen that adhered tightly to his body. Intricate golden patterns adorned his handsome visage, enhancing his otherworldly aura. In an instant, Xiao Yu transformed into a radiant golden figure, his entire being aglow like a blazing sun. A terrifying wave of scorching heat emanated from him, swiftly radiating throughout the grand hall, reducing numerous decorations to ashes under the brilliance of his light. Yuan Yi, initially poised to unleash his full strength and quickly subdue Xiao Yu, was caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. The heat stung his eyes, blurring his vision, and he realized the peril he was in. In a flash, he dashed out of the hall, using his battle aura to dispel the discomfort in his eyes. Once his sight was restored, he peered back into the grand hall. What manner of martial technique was this? The overwhelming might was enough to make even an old man like him feel a pang of trepidation, just as he was still taken aback by Xiao Yu's transformation. A golden streak of light shot from the hall, soaring into the sky. Upon discerning the figure, Yuan Yi's expression darkened. The golden radiance emanating from this young man was more dazzling than the sun itself. The scorching sunlight above refracted and dispersed at a distance of 10 meters from Xiao Yu, unable to penetrate. Gradually, the brilliance enveloping Xiao Yu diminished until it vanished, revealing his true form. Now, he resembled a being forged from pure gold, his skin glimmering with a radiant sheen, as if flames danced beneath the surface. The wings of battle aura on his back had also turned golden, flickering with flames, shimmering splendidly under the sun's embrace. With piercing golden eyes fixed on Yuan, Xiao Yu declared, "Master Yuan, though I did not slay your son, we have forged enmity this day. Let us settle this matter today to prevent future troubles." Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, although Yuan Yi was astonished by the latter's transformation, his hatred remained undiminished. "I shall see how you intend to leave here today." With that, Yuan Yi extended a clawed hand and charged at Xiao Yu. The terrifying energy enveloping his claw clearly indicated a formidable martial technique. Xiao Yu made no attempt to counter. Instead, he stood his ground, awaiting Yuan Yi's assault. Seeing Xiao Yu's lack of evasion, Yuan Yi felt a surge of confidence. This young man was indeed overestimating himself. He was courting death. Clang! The resonant sound of metal striking metal echoed as Yuan Yi's claw, infused with dreadful power, struck Xiao Yu's abdomen. Yet, all that resulted was a spark. No mark was left behind. This strike, which even a peer would hesitate to withstand, failed to breach this young man's defenses. Stunned by his fruitless attack, Yuan Yi's shock deepened as he attempted to retreat, but before he could make a move, a colossal golden hand seized him by the throat. The overwhelming force caused Yuan Yi to emit a pained grunt, as a suffocating sensation flooded his mind, the blood vessels in his neck bulging under the grip. For the first time, he felt death looming so closely. With no time to ponder, he gathered a massive amount of battle aura in his right hand and thrust it forward. Boom! The explosion reverberated, allowing Yuan Yi to leverage the recoil to barely escape the golden hand's grasp, propelling himself backward several dozen meters. Cough, cough, cough. After breaking free from the suffocation, Yuan Yi could not help but cough violently, his face flushed and veins bulging, revealing the terror of that earlier grip. "Master Yuan, if your strength is merely this, you may very well remain here today." Before Yuan Yi could catch his breath, Xiao Yu materialized behind him, speaking in a low voice. A chill ran down his spine, and Yuan Yi swiftly attempted to evade, seeking to vacate the area. Xiao Yu would not grant him a moment's respite. With a swift kick, he executed a whip-like strike against Yuan Yi's back. The searing pain struck him, and the terrifying force propelled Yuan Yi downward like a shadow, crashing into the ground. Thud! The stone floor shattered beneath him, creating a deep crater and stirring up clouds of dust. Inside the pit, blood poured from Yuan Yi's mouth as his back bore the imprint of the kick, his head ringing as if the world were spinning. Xiao Yu descended to the ground. Observing Yuan Yi's pitiful state, his understanding of the heavenly fire, three mysteries, transformation sharpened. Merely the first transformation had allowed him to breach the Douang barrier, elevating him to a 3-star Douhuang level, while also integrating the qualities of the golden light path flame, firmly binding the unleashed source fire to his skin, thereby amplifying both his defensive and offensive capabilities to terrifying heights. Yuan Yi, a 3-star Douhuang, was unable to withstand even 10 exchanges against Xiao Yu, who was empowered by his transformation. Given his current state, without resorting to other trump cards and relying solely on the golden flame transformation, he could easily crush any Douhuang below 7 stars, with only high-level Douhuang possessing the strength to contend with him. Yuan Yi had not anticipated that despite his already high regard for this young man, he would still fall to him. Even now, he could not comprehend how this youth possessed such strength, having reached the pinnacle of Douhuang at such a young age, yet exhibiting such terrifying prowess. Realizing that without further means he would likely perish here, Yuan Yi felt an inexplicable sorrow. For years, he had traversed the Blackhorn region, climbing from weakness to his current position, achieving Douhuang status through countless perils. Yet now, due to provoking such a monster, he faced ruin, a bitter irony indeed. All of this was the fault of his inept son. Had it not been for him, he would not have descended to such depths. Seeing Yuan Yi's face turn ashen, devoid of fighting spirit, Xiao Yu ceased his words. With battle aura surging, he gathered the 5 energies of thunder into his eyes. transforming them into two arcs of black and white lightning that shot forth, directed at Yuan Yi's dantian. The lightning arcs penetrated Yuan Yi's abdominal chi without obstruction. Suffering yet another grievous blow, Yuan Yi spat out a mouthful of blood before losing consciousness. Xiao Yu shook his head and chose to disregard him. The commotion from their battle had attracted many high-ranking members from the Eight Gates, who were now arriving on the scene. However, due to the brevity of the battle, upon their arrival, they were met with the sight of a young man whose eyes emitted terrifying bolts of lightning, piercing through their sect leader. The onlookers were struck with horror, their minds blank with disbelief. Who is this individual? How did he come to confront their leader? The prowess of their leader, a Dou Huang, was evidently no match for him. Just how formidable must his strength be? It is important to note that their leader was a top 10 figure on the black market, a formidable expert at the 3-star Dou Huang level. Hiss! Though they were bewildered, the members of the Eight Gates could not help but draw in a sharp breath to ease the shock that gripped their hearts. Chapter 128. Xiao Ting. As he retracted the heavenly fire 3 mysterious transformations, Xiao Yu resumed his original form. Once the golden flames completely subsided, a wave of sharp pain surged through his meridians, and he felt a significant depletion of the Dou Qi within his dantian, accompanied by a sense of weakness. Clearly, this was a side effect brought on by the use of the secret technique. However, since the source fire was birthed from Xiao Yu himself, it was particularly harmonious with him, unlike the protagonist Xiao Yan, who suffered injuries and exhaustion when utilizing such powers. Of course, had Xiao Yu employed a different fire to execute the heavenly fire 3 mysterious transformations, he would likely have fared no better. For that was a miraculous flame born of heaven and earth, far less gentle than the source fire. Casting a glance around, Xiao Yu noted that several members of the Eight Gates had arrived, all gazing at him in sheer terror. Initially, he had no intention of engaging with them and wished to leave the area directly. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He halted his ascent, turning to face the approaching individuals. Upon meeting the gaze of this formidable young powerhouse, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they instinctively began to retreat. You come here. I have questions for you. As they attempted to flee, Xiao Yu's voice instantly froze them in their tracks. Among them, an elderly man clad in black wore a grim expression, his eyes betraying fear. Xiao Yu was addressing him specifically. Despite his trepidation, the elder complied and stepped forward. There was no possibility of escape. This individual's strength was so terrifying that even the sect leader Yuan Yi was no match for him, even if everyone fled in different directions. Since Xiao Yu had singled him out, the elder knew he could not evade capture. Haha, may I inquire what your lordship desires? The elder offered a sycophantic smile. His wrinkled face contorted into an unappealing visage reminiscent of a lackey. Xiao Yu felt a momentary revulsion, but reminded himself that the matter at hand was urgent. Are you aware of any other strong individuals within the Eight Gates aside from Yuan Yi? Faced with Xiao Yu, the elder dared not conceal anything. Shaking his head in response, there are none. Within the Eight Gates, our leader is the sole Dou Huang expert. None? Xiao Yu frowned slightly, for this diverged from his expectations. After all, Black Ink City was one of the most prosperous cities in the Black Corner region. How could a first-rate power like the Eight Gates only have one 3-star Dou Huang overseeing it? How had Yuan Yi managed to thrive in the Black Corner region? Were Yuan Yi to hear his thoughts, he would undoubtedly erupt in anger. Do you think everyone is as abnormal as you? Indeed, the truth was that Xiao Yu's strength was so formidable that even at the Dou Huang level, he could engage in combat at the Dou Zone level, effortlessly dominating Dou Huang opponents. Furthermore, his recollection of the plot in Battle Through the Heavens was limited to the earlier sections. He had nearly forgotten the latter parts regarding the Black Corner region and Zhongzhou, leading to some misconceptions about the powers therein. Little did he know that in the Black Corner region, a Dou Huang was already considered a top-tier powerhouse, with Dou Zone-level figures being scarce, primarily found within the Jianan Academy and a few long-established factions. The Eight Gates were evidently not among them. Moreover, those Dou Zone experts rarely made appearances. They were preoccupied with pursuing higher realms and had little interest in the turbulent power dynamics of the Black Corner region, nor did they harbor ambitions of unifying it. Otherwise, the Black Corner region would not be deemed the most chaotic locale. Xiao Yu surveyed the architecture of the Eight Gates, nodding thoughtfully. Since Yuan Yi had been incapacitated and no stronger individuals remained, it would indeed be a pity to abandon such a prime location. He needed to procure numerous medicinal materials, and controlling Black Ink City, with its auction house, would surely be a more efficient endeavor than his current arduous search. Gather all members of the Eight Gates to the main hall, and inform them that the sect has a new master. Xiao Yu's words reached the elder's ears. causing him to tremble slightly before bowing in acknowledgement. As the elder departed, the others exchanged furtive glances, seemingly in silent communication, unperturbed by their strange behavior. Xiao Yu flew back into the main hall. After his exit, the remaining individuals finally exhaled in relief, their anxious hearts easing. This individual intends to seize control of the 8 gates? Was that not self-evident? Did he not make his intentions abundantly clear? Well, it seems we are to have a new sect leader. Indeed, just look at Yuan Yi. He now lay on the ground. In my view, this may not be a bad thing. This individual is so powerful that even Yuan Yi fell before him. If you were to take charge of the 8 gates, will we not be securing a stronger backing? I only hope he does not turn out like Yuan Yi. Otherwise, we would face dire consequences. And what of Yuan Yi? What can be done? Do you wish to pledge undying loyalty? We should bind him and await the new leader's decision. Among these individuals, who was not cunning and astute, observing this powerful figure who had defeated Yuan Yi and expressed his desire to control the 8 gates, they began to murmur among themselves. Soon, the main hall was filled with people. Essentially, all the mid-level and high-ranking members of the 8 gates had gathered here, awaiting Xiao Yu's pronouncement from the seat of honor. Looking at the crowd that nearly overflowed the hall, Xiao Yu nodded. To be a first-rate power, the 8 gates certainly had a considerable number of members. Once everyone had assembled, Xiao Yu addressed them. Now that Yuan Yi has been incapacitated, I intend to take control of Black Ink City and establish a new faction. If anyone wishes to leave, I shall not impede you. Should anyone seek vengeance for Yuan Yi, feel free to step forward, and I will deal with it, sparing us future troubles. However, those who choose to remain may retain their positions, provided they do not cause any disturbances. You may now decide. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of each individual present. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, their expressions complex, yet none chose to depart. Avenging Yuan Yi, that was laughable. They held no affection for him, nor did they feel any loyalty to the 8 gates. To antagonize a stronger individual for the sake of someone already defeated would be the act of a fool. As for leaving the 8 gates, where could they go? In this dog-eat-dog Black Corner region, lacking a protective force behind them, they might meet an untimely demise at any moment. Thus, even with the change of leadership within the 8 gates, they chose to remain, retaining their original positions and embracing a harmonious existence. Observing the stillness around him, Xiao Yu smiled faintly, realizing his assumptions were correct. These individuals valued strength above all, with little regard for the emotional ties of the sect or its master. He then declared with a smile, "Very well, since none of you have chosen to depart, I hereby announce the dissolution of the 8 gates. From this moment forth, this place shall be known as Shao Ting. Your previous positions remain unchanged, and the operations of Shao Ting shall continue as before." Upon hearing this, the crowd, in perfect unison, knelt on one knee and boisterously proclaimed, "We pay our respects to the master of the court." At that moment, even Xiao Yu, typically composed, felt a surge of fervor. "I suppose I can now be considered the leader of a significant power," he mused, clicking his tongue in admiration. The elder who had been assigned by Xiao Yu suddenly spoke with utmost respect. "Might I inquire how the master intends to deal with Yuan Yi?" Xiao Yu glanced at the elder, noting the faint glimmer of malice in his eyes, and casually replied, "You may handle it as you see fit." The elder bowed and withdrew. Chapter 129, Breakthrough to Douhuang. Since the establishment of Shao Ting, the 8 gates had undergone a remarkable transformation, both internally and externally. Damaged items were repaired by the subordinates, and all traces of Yuan Yi and Yuan Yong were meticulously erased. Xiao Yu now possessed an expansive palace, the opulence of which prompted him to shake his head in disbelief at its extravagance. These individuals were indeed going to great lengths to ingratiate themselves with their new leader. Following the establishment of Shao Ting, Xiao Yu dedicated time to formulating new regulations. One such rule mandated that no one should provoke others unprovoked. He certainly did not wish to emulate Yuan Yi, who had drawn the ire of the wrong individuals and faced annihilation, although the likelihood of such an occurrence was minimal. Given his own temperament, he emphasized this rule, placing it at the forefront. Anyone who transgressed would have their Douqi abolished and be expelled from Shao Ting. The second rule was markedly different. If someone else initiated the provocation, they were permitted to retaliate directly, and should they find themselves outmatched, they could seek his assistance. The first rule aimed to prevent unnecessary conflicts, while the second sought to cultivate a sense of cohesion within this newfound force, encouraging individuals to contribute earnestly to his endeavors. Although the leadership of Heian City had changed, everything continued to operate smoothly without any awkward paralysis. The Heian auction house also remained operational, with a steady flow of patrons. However, The news of Xiao Yu's victory over Yuan had spread, and the forces from nearby cities were abuzz with curiosity regarding this formidable victor. Within the grand palace of Xiaoting, Xiao Yu diligently attended to the remnants of the former 8 gates, organizing details for the next auction, including the timing, items for sale, and the list of item owners, tasks that demanded his attention. The role of the master of the court was indeed demanding, with myriad responsibilities to manage. Shaking his head, Xiao Yu, a recluse by nature, found himself ill-equipped to handle these matters. With his focus on cultivating his abilities, he realized that dedicating all his time to administrative duties would be counterproductive. Contemplating the item list in hand, he pondered whether to seek someone adept in this field to take over the responsibilities, allowing him to assume a more laissez-faire role. If only Fei were here, he thought, with her capabilities, she would undoubtedly manage these affairs adeptly. Setting the paper aside, Xiao Yu resolved to relinquish these tasks to his subordinates, preferring to await the harvest of medicinal materials. It was now prudent to explore the treasure vault of the 8 gates to procure essential items, after which he could commence alchemical endeavors and simultaneously gather herbs. Presently, he did not intend to utilize the Huangji Dan, despite possessing sufficient materials. It was wiser to reserve such a precious item for future occasions, as one could only consume a single pill in a lifetime, thus maximizing its potential. Subsequently, Xiao Yu departed the palace, heading towards the repository of treasures belonging to the 8 gates, ready to gather what he deemed useful. One could not help but marvel at the wealth of the 8 gates, brimming with techniques, medicinal materials, pills, and magical artifacts, a veritable cornucopia overwhelming in its abundance. After extracting all that was beneficial, he sought a tranquil spot to begin his alchemical practice, which extended over a month. Within Xiaoting, a serene atmosphere prevailed. Everyone carried out their duties in an orderly fashion, while those with idle time congregated for light-hearted chatter. Since aligning themselves with a new backing, the members of Xiaoting felt a renewed sense of hope. The ambience within Xiaoting was exceedingly harmonious. Many of the lower-tier individuals no longer lived in the shadow of oppression, fearing for their lives at the slightest misstep. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure enveloped Xiaoting, startling everyone into a state of alertness. They then beheld the source of this pressure. Countless silver-green lightning bolts danced violently, stirring up fierce winds that coalesced into a towering vortex. The forceful gusts sent the members of Xiaoting reeling. Amidst this tempest, crimson flames surged skyward, illuminating the surroundings, allowing everyone within Xiaoting to acutely sense the rapid depletion of the surrounding elemental energy. Do not panic. This is the Master's aura. He must be experiencing a breakthrough, and the energy is spilling forth. A voice echoed, resonating throughout Xiaoting. The speaker was the elder previously mentioned. After stabilizing the situation, soared toward the source of the overwhelming pressure. In Heiyin City, the once vibrant crowd fell into a stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and fear. They soon realized that the elemental energy around them was vanishing at an alarming rate, and in mere moments, it had completely dissipated, leaving the atmosphere devoid of any energy. Above in the northern sky, a colossal tornado roared, connecting heaven and earth, exuding an immense might. Within the secret chamber, Xiao Yu sat cross-legged, his Douqi surging, filling the space. Accompanied by a thunderous resonance, each pulse of energy reverberated through him. Additionally, silver-green lightning and crimson flames entwined around his form. With closed eyes, Xiao Yu concentrated on controlling the torrent of energy coursing through his body, guiding it along his cultivation pathways to coalesce into Douqi within his dantian. Thus began his breakthrough, as he steadily progressed toward the Douhuang realm. It seemed that his body's automatic absorption of energy was not entirely advantageous. One moment of inattention, and he found himself advancing unexpectedly. Fortunately, the alchemical concoction he had been preparing was complete. Otherwise, it would have resulted in a waste of precious materials. Xiao Yu reflected ruefully on the abruptness of this breakthrough. He had not anticipated that while engrossed in alchemical work, his Douqi would suddenly erupt, compelling his body to autonomously absorb the errant energies of lightning and fire, thus forcibly initiating his ascension to the Douhuang realm. Now, as the Douqi gathered to a critical threshold, Xiao Yu emitted a low roar, resulting in a tremendous sound within him. Boom! The dissipating fighting spirit swiftly retracted into his body, causing the thunderous flames enveloping his exterior to recede rapidly until they vanished entirely. The overwhelming pressure that had been emanating from Xiao Yu dissipated without a trace. Following his low exclamation, with a sigh of relief, Xiao Yu opened his eyes, a smile gracing his features as he murmured, "At last, I have broken through." The exponential increase in both the quantity and quality of his fighting spirit, coupled with a significant enhancement of his soul power, left him in a state of euphoria. The sensation of this breakthrough was, as always, transcendent, akin to soaring through the clouds, an exquisite delight that left him enraptured. After savoring the lingering essence of his breakthrough for a moment, Xiao Yu began to explore the two new divine entities nestled within his dantian. Within the original circle formed by the 10 source fire divine thunders, two more terrifying flames of thunder had emerged. The new divine thunders were a striking silver green, while the source fire was a radiant silver red. Chapter 130, The New Source Fire Divine Thunder. As per usual, it took mere moments for two pieces of information to flood into Xiao Yu's mind. The first was proximity thunder. This thunder was a manifestation of speed, imbued with the power of wind and thunder. Wielding this thunder would dramatically enhance his velocity. With the wind thunder augmenting him, he would be nearly untouchable in combat, gaining a significant advantage in speed over his foes. The second was desolate fire. This fire was a gathering flame, capable of amalgamating the myriad energies of heaven and earth around it at will. In its utmost form, it could command the energies of the universe, leaving the land barren and the sky desolate under its influence. Upon grasping the essence of the new source fire divine thunders, Xiao Yu could not help but nod in satisfaction. The characteristics of these two divine thunders were primarily supportive. While their offensive capabilities might not be formidable, their utility would be immensely beneficial to him. The proximity thunder could elevate his already extraordinary speed to a new echelon. From the insights he had gleaned, if this ability had been at his disposal during the 3-year agreement, even the mid-tier Dozong, Wu Hufa, would have found it impossible to catch up to him, relegated to trailing in his wake. Now, with the wind thunder's enhancement, Xiao Yu's speed was comparable to that of high-tier Dozong's, rendering him virtually free from any threats to his life in the northwestern continent and the Black Corner domain. As for the desolate fire, Xiao Yu understood how to wield it from its properties. The hallmark of a Do Huang was the ability to manipulate vast amounts of errant elemental energy in the world. Now that he had attained the rank of Do Huang, he could similarly accomplish this. However, the desolate fire was distinct in that it could draw upon all elemental energies within a broad area, not just those of the same attribute as the user. When mastered to perfection, it would allow him to exert control over all energies within the range of his power. Although Xiao Yu could not achieve such mastery just yet, the mere ability to summon all elemental energies was already tremendously formidable. This capability could facilitate numerous endeavors. For instance, with the desolate fire akin to a power bank, he would find it significantly easier to deploy the thunder and fire illusion realm in the future. He would no longer need to rely on his own fighting spirit for energy. The energy amassed by the desolate fire would suffice to sustain the illusion. Moreover, if the energy supplied was ample, the range and endurance of the thunder and fire illusion realm would experience a terrifying enhancement. Furthermore, in future battles, he could gather the thunder and fire elemental energies from the world to replenish his fighting spirit, making the efficiency of recovery incomparable to before. The potential applications of the desolate fire extended far beyond this. However, Xiao Yu had yet to fully comprehend its breadth, hence could not envision all its possibilities. After tidying up, Xiao Yu opened the door to the secret chamber and stepped outside. During his seclusion, he had refined a plethora of medicinal pills and had acquired a vast trove of treasures from Yuan Yi's spatial ring and the 8 Gates collection. He could select the items he no longer required to auction off in exchange for what he needed. "Master, you have emerged." An elderly man bowed respectfully, clasping his hands in greeting. As he sensed the aura of a Do Huang emanating from the young man, his expression shifted to one of deeper reverence, mingled with shock and delight. If anyone in the Xiao Clan possessed the most intimate understanding of their master, it was undoubtedly him. As he had been the one to interact with the master most frequently, the master had only informed him of his seclusion, which was why he was the sole one waiting here. He was well aware that the master had only been at the pinnacle of the Do Huang realm when he defeated Yuan Yi. To have triumphed over a Do Huang with such strength was a testament to the master's terrifying prowess. Now that the master had broken through to the Do Huang level, his current strength was likely beyond what the elder could even fathom. Following this individual was surely more advantageous than aligning with Yuan Yi. As long as he dedicated himself earnestly, his future prospects appeared boundless. Seeing the elder approach, Xiao Yu recognized him as the one he had previously instructed to manage affairs within the clan. He nodded and inquired, "Shui Yu, has anything of note occurred within the clan recently?" During the confrontation with Yuan Yi, he had called upon him for inquiries. primarily because the elder was the strongest among those present, possessing the strength of a 7-star Do Wang. Such power would rank among the top 10 in the Gamma Empire. Naturally, during his seclusion, he needed someone capable of maintaining order. Xiao Yu shook his head. Master, there have been no significant events within the clan over the past month. Everything has proceeded as usual. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded and remarked, "Follow me. There are matters that require your attention." With that, he headed toward the palace, while Xiao Yu trailed behind, maintaining a respectful distance. Once inside the palace, Xiao Yu took a seat and tossed a spatial ring to Xiao Yu. The elder hurriedly caught it and stood to the side, awaiting instructions. Within this ring are various medicinal pills and techniques that are of no use to me. Please arrange for them to be auctioned off. I will provide you with a list shortly. Do your utmost to gather the items on it. Should you receive any updates, inform me immediately. Xiao Yu nodded in understanding. Understood, master. I will report any developments without delay. Xiao Yu then produced ink and paper, commencing to compile a list of items he required. After a short while, he handed the list to Xiao Yu, who accepted it with both hands. Upon reviewing the list filled with high-grade medicinal materials, some of which he did not recognize, Xiao Yu expressed his curiosity. Master, are you gathering these for the purpose of refining pills? To Xiao Yu's inquiry, Xiao Yu nodded affirmatively. Seeing this confirmation, Xiao Yu continued. If you require assistance in refining pills, you may seek out the Pill Emperor, Hanfeng. He is a 6th-tier alchemist, and the majority of the medicinal pills auctioned at our Black Mark auction house are produced by him. In terms of alchemical skills, he is regarded as the foremost expert in the Black Corner domain and should be capable of concocting the pills you need. Listening to Xiao Yu's remarks, Xiao Yu chuckled softly and shook his head, saying, I have indeed heard of the Pill Emperor Hanfeng, but you may have misunderstood. Why do you need medicinal pills? I do not require assistance in their refinement. In the realm of the Black Corner domain, the identity of a 6th-grade alchemist was a secret that Xiao Yu had chosen not to disclose to anyone, which rendered his ignorance entirely understandable. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. Was it true that he did not require assistance in concocting medicines? A sudden possibility crossed his mind, leading him to exclaim in astonishment, Master, are you an alchemist? Xiao Yu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I am a 6th-grade alchemist, hence I do not need Hanfeng to concoct elixirs for me. I can handle it myself. Gasping, Xiao Yu's face betrayed his shock, the wrinkles upon his aged visage quivering slightly. Just how extraordinary was this new ally, who had so youngly ascended to the Do Emperor realm and was also a master alchemist of the 6th grade. Such an inconceivable individual was beyond anything he had ever encountered. Very well, you may leave now, Xiao Yu said, his gaze imbued with an inscrutable significance as he looked at Xiao Yu, who hastily replied with a respectful bow, yes, before departing the palace. Outside the palace, Xiao Yu gazed at the list and spatial ring in his hand, pondering the enigmatic look Xiao Yu had cast upon him. He understood well the necessity of discerning the intentions of those in power while working beneath them. It was clear that the master intended for him to disseminate his identity as a 6th-grade alchemist, connecting this with Xiao Yu's need for medicinal herbs. Along with his status as a 6th-grade alchemist and that final gaze, Xiao Yu quickly deduced a potential scenario. His spirits lifted, brimming with renewed vigor, he left Xiao Court. Chapter 131, The Auction, Do Wang. Above the sky, several streaks of light sped through the air, causing a few pedestrians to exclaim in surprise as they passed. Soaring freely across the heavens, these figures were at least of Do Wang caliber, a sight that was indeed astonishing for those of lower realms. Furthermore, encountering a single Do Wang was seldom, let alone a multitude of them appearing simultaneously. Similar scenes unfolded elsewhere, as these abruptly appearing Do Wang seemed to share a common destination, all flying towards one place. I wonder if the news about the Black Seal City auctioning the Do Ling Dan is genuine, remarked a middle-aged man among 3 Do Wang who were making their way with great haste. Beside him, an elderly man chuckled. You have recently entered the Black Corner domain, so you are unaware of the Black Seal auction. It is renowned throughout the vast plains of the Black Domain, the most prestigious auction house. The news is indeed from Black Seal City and cannot be false. Otherwise, it would tarnish their reputation, and the 8 Gates would not be so foolish. A somewhat younger man shook his head. Li Lao, you are mistaken. Black Seal City is no longer under the control of the 8 Gates, but rather a force known as Shouting. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression shifted to one of surprise. When did this happen? Not long ago, perhaps about a month. The middle-aged man replied calmly. The elder nodded in understanding. I see. I have been in seclusion refining pills for over a month, unaware that the 8 Gates have fallen. The middle-aged man, however, appeared somewhat perplexed. Li Lao, Lao Zheng, what is this 8 gates and shouting you speak of? I find myself somewhat lost. The man surnamed Zheng glanced at the earnest giant and patiently explained, originally, the force that governed Black Seal City was the 8 gates, which also ran the Black Seal auction. The 8 gates have a history spanning several decades in this Black Corner domain, considered a first-rate force, with their leader Yuan Yi being a Dou Emperor, a top 10 powerhouse on the blacklist. The 8 gates were established by him, and the Black Seal auction was organized under his auspices, gaining its current reputation after years of operation. Intrigued, the giant continued to inquire, and what of Xiao Ting? Zheng paused for a moment before responding. Xiao Ting is a force that emerged just a month ago, led by a master whose identity remains a mystery. Not even I know his name. The 8 gates were supplanted by this Xiao Ting, which is now the governing force of Black Seal City. Li, the elderly man, stroked his beard thoughtfully. The master of Xiao Ting must also possess strength at the Dou Emperor level. After all, Yuan Yi is a Dou Emperor, and to defeat him and take over the 8 gates would likely require a 5-star Dou Emperor strength. Indeed, Zheng nodded, his eyes reflecting a hint of yearning and envy, though we have yet to ascertain the name and specific strength of the master of Xiao Ting. One could discern that he is an individual capable of ranking among the top 10 on the blacklist. Finally, the giant grasped the situation, yet still expressed his confusion. A force that has existed for decades in the Black Corner domain could simply be obliterated? That seems rather hasty. Hearing this, both Zheng and Li chuckled and shook their heads. In the Black Corner domain, strength is everything. As long as one is powerful enough, not only can they extinguish a force, but they could unify the entire Black Corner domain. Within the vast plains of the Black Domain, there are constantly older forces being destroyed and new ones emerging. With time, you will no longer question such occurrences, Li said with a smile. Zheng concurred. Even a first-rate force like the 8 gates was not spared. How much less so for those smaller factions? This is precisely why both Li Lao and I prefer to remain as solitary cultivators, rather than establishing a force. For one never knows when they might attract the ire of an unknown powerhouse, leading to their demise or being replaced. Ultimately, one might find themselves perishing in the process. Li nodded sagely, then turned to the giant with earnestness. Yan Montak, do you now understand why Zheng Lao and I would rather endure the hardships of being solitary cultivators than establish a force? Although solitary cultivators lack the protection of a sect and must procure their own cultivation resources, they enjoy the freedom to escape troubles. If they attract unwanted attention, they can simply vanish into the vastness of the plains. Who could find them so easily? Is that not why you fled to the Black Corner domain? Yan Montak, listening to these words, felt a bitter sensation rise within him and nodded. He had indeed sought refuge here after incurring trouble, and it was only afterward that he met Li Lao and Lao Zheng, who had shown him considerable kindness and invited him to join their solitary cultivator group. Alone and vulnerable, he had accepted their invitation. Now, let's hasten our journey. I wonder how many Dou Wang will be drawn to the auction of the Dou Ling Dan at the Black Seal auction. If we arrive late, we may find ourselves having made the trip for naught, Zheng urged. The other two nodded in agreement, ceasing their conversation and quickening their pace towards Black Seal City. Today, Black Seal City was particularly bustling, with numerous streaks of light and figures descending upon the outskirts, and the crowd within the city was twice that of usual. Even Xiao Yu, residing in the Xiao Court Palace, could sense the presence of several formidable individuals arriving in Black Seal City. The reason for this commotion was Xiao Yu's intention to auction the elixirs he had concocted, alongside the treasure techniques and skills once held by the 8 gates. The elixirs crafted by Xiao Yu are undoubtedly remarkable, ranging from the 3rd grade to the 6th, encompassing a vast array of effects. Among them are numerous potions with extraordinary capabilities, including those that accelerate cultivation and others that can elevate one's realm directly. Notably, the Dou Ling Dan stands out. This exquisite elixir can directly enhance one's status to a Dou Wang star level, presenting an immense temptation for those of the Dou Wang realm. It is precisely this allure that has drawn no fewer than 10 Dou Wang practitioners to the event. The 6th grade elixirs are considerably simpler, comprising only a previously crafted Jiulian Dan and a handful of life essence pills. As for the martial techniques, they are all retained from Yuan Yi and the 8 gates, with the majority put up for auction as they are of no personal use to him, spanning both Huang tier and Dao Xin tier advanced techniques. However, Xiao Yu chose not to auction off the few low-level earth tier techniques, as he foresaw their utility for himself in the future, although the martial skills are rather conventional. The presence of those elixirs ensures that this auction will rival the previous event featuring earth tier techniques, and the yin-yang xianlong dan. Now, Xiao Yu sits in tranquility within Xiao Ting, diligently studying the newly birthed source, fire, divine thunder, and honing his craft, awaiting the fruits of the auction. With Zhou Yu, an astute and seasoned individual, presiding over the auction, there is little cause for concern. Should any unruly individuals dare to disrupt, Xiao Yu is more than willing to make them pay a price. Chapter 132. The Earthflame Sect, A War of Words. Inside the Black Seal auction. The auction stage is already filled to capacity, with numerous boxes occupied by formidable figures surpassing the Douwang realm. Unlike the private boxes, the auction stage is bustling with activity, as many discuss the items up for bid, while others grumble about the delay in commencing the event, clearly filled with anticipation for the auction. After a while, an elderly man clad in azure robes emerges slowly from a passageway, taking his place at the auction platform, followed closely by a strikingly alluring woman. Welcome, esteemed guests, to this auction. I am the host, Zhou Yu, he greeted with a smile, bowing to the audience. Many returned the gesture, including several Douwang experts, who sensed that this elder possessed formidable strength on par with their own. Zhou Yu's reputation precedes him. Those familiar with the tumultuous events in Black Seal City or the Eight Gates have surely heard his name. In one corner of the auction stage, a man named Zheng gazes curiously at Zhou Yu, whispering to think Zhou Yu is still in Black Seal City. Beside him, Yin Mo blinked, old Zheng. Do you recognize him? Before Zheng could respond, an elder namely interjected, this man is quite well known in the Blackhorn domain. He is the strongest among the Eight Gates, second only to Yuan Yi, and holds the title of Grand Elder with the strength of a 7-star Douwang. Zheng's surprise stemmed from the fact that the Eight Gates had been annihilated by the master of Xiaoting. Yet this man remained unscathed and now presides over this auction. He nodded, indeed, but it appears he has aligned himself with the new lord of Black Seal City. Thus, we can infer that the master of Xiaoting has merely eliminated Yuan Yi while incorporating the former disciples of the Eight Gates into his own fold. As the two engaged in hushed conversation, Zhou Yu announced the commencement of the auction. The first item up for bid was a high-tier Huang-level martial technique. Initially, the bidding was not particularly fierce, as the offerings consisted of commonplace items, with only a few weaker participants placing bids. Zhou Yu anticipated this scenario and remained unperturbed, knowing that the real excitement lay ahead. As time passed, and the auction began to feature more valuable items, the atmosphere became increasingly vibrant, with more individuals joining the bidding fray. 100,000 gold, 150,000, 200,000. The waves of high bids ignited the ambience, and Zhou Yu observed with a grin, realizing that the fiercer the competition, the better he could fulfill the task assigned to him by the master of the Ting, thereby elevating his own standing in the master's eyes. The earlier offerings were mere appetizers. Those in the private boxes remained silent, their sole focus on the Douling Dan and the 6th grade elixirs. The 3 Douwang seated at the auction platform also held their tongues, their intentions aligned with those of their fellow experts of the same rank. However, Yin Mo's eyes betrayed a flicker of concern. Having recently entered the Blackhorn domain while fleeing from pursuers, he possessed scant resources and, given his previous struggles, found himself financially constrained. Consequently, he feared the bidding for the Douling Dan would prove challenging. Amidst the audience's anticipation, Zhou Yu gestured to the woman beside him. Yu Wu, please present the items. The woman nodded, yes, my lord, before turning to retrieve a spatial ring from a concealed compartment and handing it to Zhou Yu. Upon receiving the ring, Zhou Yu infused it with his Dou Qi, and with a flash of light, 10 jade vials appeared atop the circular podium before him. With a smile, Zhou Yu addressed the assembly. The next item for auction is the pinnacle of 5-grade elixirs, the Douling Dan. Those familiar with it need no further introduction regarding its efficacy and rarity. Therefore, we will auction off 10 Douling Dan, divided into 10 batches. And bids must be made using high-grade medicinal materials, as the value of gold is insufficient for this elixir. The moment the Douling Dan was revealed, all Douwang-level experts inhaled sharply, their eyes greedily fixated on the 10 jade vials. This elixir could directly elevate them by an entire minor realm, effectively compensating for years, if not decades, of arduous cultivation. Enough of the old man's rambling. Let us get this started already. A gruff voice erupted from within one of the private boxes, tinged with impatience. Upon hearing this, the entire venue fell silent, as those aware of Zhou Yu's prowess stared wide-eyed at the source of the interruption. How audacious could one be? The figure on stage was a high-tier Douwang. Did they not fear the repercussions of offending the power behind him? Zhou Yu's expression darkened momentarily upon hearing those words, but he quickly donned a smile and bowed toward the private box, May I inquire where my friend hails from? Please, remain calm. This is merely the auction's standard procedure. Many attendees admired Zhou Yu's composure. It was no surprise that he had managed to thrive amidst the upheaval of power. His patience was commendable, something they could only aspire to emulate. Huh, old man, curious about my background? Very well, I shall indulge you. I am Cheng Hong, an elder of the Earth Flame sect. The Earth Flame sect is a prominent force within the Blackhorn domain, with its leader, Yin, being a 3-star Do Huang, akin to Yuan Yi. Cheng Hong is the second elder of the Earth Flame sect, a 5-star Do Huang, and many present recognized him. Rumor has it that Cheng Hong possesses a volatile temperament and a penchant for violence, a true battle maniac who speaks without thought. Today's encounter only confirms such tales. In a corner of the auction, the elderly whispered, indeed, foolish behavior. Is he unaware that the dominant power in Black Seal City has shifted? Zheng nodded in agreement. Certainly, it is quite foolish of him. Given that Xiao Ting has managed to defeat Yuan Yi, it stands to reason that he would have a substantial chance of triumphing against the leader of the Earth Flame sect. This individual has shown considerable arrogance at the Black Seal auction, humiliating Zhou Yu, which surely invites formidable adversaries upon the Earth Flame sect. Furthermore, Zhou Yu's strength surpasses his by 2 stars. Disregarding the influence behind him, eliminating Yuan Yi is certainly within the realm of possibility. Even the affable Yin Mo perceives that this man has lost his senses, as he brazenly insults others within their territory, which can only be construed as courting death. At the auction platform, after Cheng Hong publicly revealed his background, Zhou Yu's smile evaporated, and he coldly declared, due to this individual's disrespectful remarks towards me, I hereby revoke his auction qualifications. He shall not be permitted to bid on any subsequent items. His voice resonated clearly throughout the auction hall, prompting many to cast gleeful glances towards the private booth. You asked for it. Now look where you are, old fool. Cheng Hong's countenance darkened, rage emanating from him. Oomph. Noting Cheng Hong's continued audacity, Zhou Yu snorted disdainfully, unleashing the formidable aura of a 7-star battle king, stirring a powerful gust within the auction venue. Silence. Out of respect for the Earth sect leader, I am exercising restraint. Should you utter another word, I will halt the auction and ensure you are rendered mute for eternity. With a more formidable backing, Zhou Yu's resolve was unwavering. His previous forbearance stemmed from uncertainty regarding Cheng Hong's affiliations. He wished to avoid inciting peril for himself or trouble for the leader. However, now that he recognized Cheng Hong as merely an elder of the Earth Flame sect, to show leniency would mean losing face for both himself and Xiao Ting. After Zhou Yu's proclamation, silence enveloped the private booth, leading many to believe Cheng Hong had capitulated. Inside the booth, a burly man with a thick beard glared at Zhou Yu with murderous intent. Beside him, an elderly figure clad in red restrained him with a hand, indicating that without the elder's intervention, Cheng Hong might have already charged at Zhou Yu. Enough, sit down, second brother. Why must you always be so impulsive and speak without thinking? The elder's tone was unruffled, as if Cheng Hong's recklessness had not stirred a trace of irritation within him. Cheng Hong snorted in response, begrudgingly taking his seat. The elder regarded him with a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. Were it not for Cheng Hong's 5-star battle king prowess, his reckless nature would have likely led to his demise in this treacherous region. Without the protection of the Earth Flame sect, the elder had no doubt that Zhou Yu would pursue him to the ends of the earth. The elder had refrained from intervening earlier due to Cheng Hong's sudden outburst, given that the words had already escaped his lips. The elder deemed it futile to stop him further. It was only when the two were on the verge of combat that the elder finally restrained Cheng Hong. Their mission was to acquire 6th-rank medicinal pills and battle spirit pills, and it was unnecessary to sour relations with this newcomer, Xiao Ting. Moreover, their exchange was merely verbal, and it was unlikely that Xiao Ting would take issue with the Earth Flame sect over such an incident. As for Cheng Hong's loss of auction qualifications, it was a trivial matter. There were still opportunities ahead. Chapter 133. A harmonious exchange. 6th-rank pills emerge. Now, we shall officially commence the auction for the battle spirit pills. We will begin with the first battle spirit pill. Interested parties may begin bidding. Once silence reigned in the booth, Zhou Yu regained his cheerful demeanor and continued. 1 portion of blood essence herb, ice spirit fruit, earth heart fire mushroom, along with a 5th-rank magical core. As soon as Zhou Yu finished his announcement, eager bidders sprang forth, offering enticing goods. However, such offerings were insufficient to secure the battle spirit pill. One bidder concluded his offer, only for another to follow suit. 1 portion of blue bellstone milk, 3-leaf green herb, night spirit leaf, condensation grass, and dream dew flower, plus a 5th-rank fire element magical core. Having spoken, This individual wore a smug expression, believing his bid to be quite generous. Yet, he underestimated the allure of the battle spirit pill. In the next moment, someone countered with an even higher offer. Those who lacked the strength of a battle king watched in astonishment as these formidable bidders presented their offerings, all secretly astonished at the extravagance on display. What in the world? This is utterly ludicrous. The battle kings were well aware of the battle spirit pill's value, understanding where the baseline price lay, and thus they offered bids with caution. Missing out on the first pill was no major concern. There were still 9 more to come, and they were content to let others exhaust their resources, revealing their own price limits to enhance their own chances of success. These battle kings were no fools. They understood this strategy well, and thus refrained from inflating their bids for the first pill. At the auction, a man named Zheng narrowed his eyes and whispered, "Li Lao, Old Yin, now is the perfect opportunity. When the time comes, bid high for the initial pills. We must secure them before they slip away." The elderly Li, wise and astute, grasped Zheng's intentions in an instant and nodded in agreement. As for Yin Mo, though somewhat straightforward, he trusted the wisdom of the trio and also nodded in affirmation. Seizing the moment for the first battle spirit pill, Zheng boldly announced, 1 portion of heavenly origin fruit, celestial blue flower, royal essence, Xianyang jade, along with 2 5th-rank magical cores. At this declaration, the atmosphere shifted. The auction hall fell silent as the battle kings ceased their bidding, realizing that any higher offer would exceed the limits of the battle spirit pill's price. Though reluctant, they acknowledged that there were still 9 more pills, making it unnecessary to linger over the first. Thus, the first battle spirit pill was successfully claimed by Zheng. With the conclusion of the first item, the auction's excitement intensified, and the bidding for the second battle spirit pill commenced, continuing to rise steadily. Thanks to Zheng's earlier insight, Li and Yin followed suit, acquiring the second and third battle spirit pills at impressive prices. This display captured the attention of many, particularly those among the battle kings. Greed gleamed in their eyes as they considered their own ambitions. However, a sliver of caution lingered, for they recognized that these 3 were allied, and any attempts to undermine them would require careful consideration of their own capabilities. As the auction progressed, many turned their focus away from the trio, embarking on a new round of bidding. Within the Earthflame Sex booth, Chung Hong glared at the enthusiastic bidders, a wave of murderous intent washing over him as his gaze turned fiercely toward Zhou Yu. Meanwhile, the elderly figure in red squinted his hawk-like eyes, his sharp, venomous gaze flickering between Yin Mo and his companions, invoking a sense of dread. As time passed, all 10 battle spirit pills were auctioned off to their respective owners. In contrast, the subsequent 6th-rank pills did not incite the same fervor, as they were beyond the means of ordinary individuals, including the battle kings. Consequently, the 9 Lotus pill and Vitality pill fell into the hands of the premier forces attending the auction. The event was drawing to a close. After the final item was auctioned, even Zhou Yu felt a surge of excitement within him. He truly did not anticipate such a bountiful harvest from this auction. Although he had previously presided over auctions, including the sale of low-tier combat techniques and even a couple of 6th-grade Imperial elixirs, he had never experienced the emotional tumult that this event evoked. After all, the auctioning of 10 spirit combat pills and 4 6th-grade elixirs had never occurred at the Black Seal auction house. In the past, items were sold one by one. This grand spectacle was indeed a rare sight. He could not help but inwardly sigh, acknowledging the prowess of a 6th-grade alchemist. No wonder Han Feng was able to establish a top-tier force in the Black Corner domain. A 6th-grade alchemist is truly a money-making machine. In high spirits, Zhou Yu could not suppress his heartfelt smile as he addressed the attendees. Esteemed guests, all items from this auction have been sold. The auction concludes here. I thank you all for your presence, and should there be another auction in the future, I will certainly notify you. Although he was aware that his words were directed towards those Do Wang powerhouses and elite forces, others joined in the chorus of agreement. After delivering this statement, Zhou Yu did not hasten to depart. Despite the conclusion of the auction, there was still a significant matter that required his attention. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed through the auction hall. Elder Shui, may I inquire why the spirit combat pills required bidding with high-grade elixirs? The last time I attended an auction, there was no such rule for spirit combat pills. Upon hearing this question, the crowd, initially preparing to leave, paused in their motions. Zhou Yu glanced towards the source of the voice, his eyes reflecting a hint of appreciation. Well done. I shall reward you handsomely later. As the crowd remained puzzled, Zhou Yu chuckled and replied, Of course, there is no such rule at the auction. This requirement was proposed by our esteemed courtyard master. Most attendees were curious about the new master of Black Seal City, who had defeated Yuan Yi. It had been a month since the change, and many only knew that the 8 gates had been replaced by Xiao Ting, with no further information about this Xiao Ting. I see. But may I ask why your courtyard master has made such a request? The voice inquired again, as Zhou Yu responded, waving his hand with a smile. I do not know the intricacies of our courtyard master's affairs, nor do I dare to pry. However, I surmise it may be due to the fact that our master is a 6th-grade alchemist, perhaps collecting materials for alchemy. Xiao Ting is a 6th-grade alchemist. Zhou Yu's declaration rendered the assembly speechless, followed by a wave of astonished murmurs. The notion that Black Seal City harbored a 6th-grade alchemist, particularly the recently renowned Xiao Ting, was utterly unexpected. Many, after their initial shock, regarded Zhou Yu with a measure of skepticism. Surely he was not jesting? Chapter 134. Ambush? Their doubts were not unfounded. For many years, Han Feng was the sole 6th-grade alchemist in the Black Corner domain. A 6th-grade alchemist is revered wherever they go. Who would choose to dwell in such a chaotic place as the Black Corner domain unless they were entangled in troubles? The emergence of a 6th-grade alchemist in Black Seal City was, indeed, a cause for astonishment. Elder Shui, is your courtyard master truly a 6th-grade alchemist? This question came not from the earlier inquirer, but from a Do Wang powerhouse whose expression betrayed a hint of disbelief. In response to the skepticism, Zhou Yu chuckled amiably. My friend, do you doubt my honesty? This is no fabrication. The spirit combat pills and 6th-grade elixirs auctioned here were all crafted by our master. Otherwise, I would never possess such a wealth of precious elixirs to auction. If I had so many spirit combat pills, I would not part with them. Upon hearing this, those who had secured spirit combat pills turned their gazes to the elixirs in their possession. Indeed, the sheer volume of spirit combat pills at this auction was unprecedented. Furthermore, these elixirs were unlikely to have come from Han Feng, the renowned pill emperor, whose presence had not graced the Black Corner domain for decades. Thus, one could reasonably conclude that Zhou Yu's assertion held considerable weight. At the very least, there was a 90% probability that the master of Xiao Ting was indeed a 6th-grade alchemist. If that were the case, Xiao Ting's position in the Black Corner domain would undoubtedly be significant. It was well understood that Han Feng's status as a 6th-grade alchemist allowed him to thrive in the Black Corner domain, forging connections with many powerful individuals. Even the foremost figures on the blacklist would pay him respect. He was undoubtedly one of the most formidable individuals in the Black Corner domain. At this juncture, many attendees harbored their own thoughts. The 6th-grade alchemist was certainly worth cultivating ties with, not only for their alchemical prowess, but also for their strength in defeating Yuan Yi, which would earn them admiration from many. Seeing that he had nearly accomplished his objective, Zhou Yu declared, Esteemed guests, I shall not detain you further. Farewell. With that, he exited through a side passage. Witnessing the host's departure, the attendees swiftly departed the auction hall, making their way towards the city exit. To avoid any unsavory individuals harboring ill intentions, those clutching treasures hurried away with urgency. Yin Mo and his companions were no exception. Each possessed a spirit combat pill, an enticing prize that surely many would covet. However, they felt little concern, as all 3 were at the Do Wang level, and it would not be an easy feat for anyone to attempt to rob them. This haul is quite satisfactory. Once we return and consume the spirit combat pills, our strengths will significantly increase, granting us a commendable standing in the Black Corner domain, remarked the elder surnamed Li, his spirits buoyed as he exited the auction. The man surnamed Zheng nodded in agreement. The trio had each secured a spirit combat pill, and such success was indeed exhilarating. Yin Mo scratched his head, acknowledging that his acquisition of the spirit combat pill was largely due to the assistance of his companions. Were it not for their support, he would not have had the resources to participate in the auction upon entering the Black Corner domain. Just as the 3 merrily approached the city gate, the man surnamed Zheng's expression suddenly shifted. Run. We are being watched, he whispered urgently. The other 2 reacted swiftly, their faces taut with concern as they unleashed their Douqi wings, soaring towards the city outskirts. Where do you 3 think you're going? Just as they were about to exit the city, a coarse yet menacing voice resonated from not far ahead. In the next moment, a burly man with a scruffy beard appeared before them. Behind him loomed a pair of fiery crimson wings, emanating the aura and pressure of a 5-star Do Wang. And the murderous intent that enveloped him sent shivers down one's spine. Upon seeing the newcomer and hearing that familiar voice, the man surnamed Zheng's countenance darkened. He stepped forward a pace and clasped his hands in salute, inquiring, Might I ask, Elder Cheng Hong, what is the meaning of your actions this time? It seems we have not wronged you. Although he was acutely aware of the ill intentions behind this man's obstruction of the 3 of them, the Zheng man still harbored the hope of avoiding conflict. Thus he maintained a courteous demeanor. Elder Cheng Hong, however, disregarded his goodwill entirely and retorted with a smirk. In the Black Corner region, having just concluded the auction, what do you think I intend to do? Upon hearing this, Yin Mo and his companions were not foolish. They immediately grasped Cheng Hong's intentions and their expressions turned grim. They were not intimidated by Cheng Hong himself, while they had not yet reached the level of 5-star Do Wang. They believed that, united, they could easily defeat him. However, behind him stood the formidable Earth Flame sect, a first-rate power that they could not afford to provoke, especially since it was likely that Elder Cheng was not the only representative of the Earth Flame sect at this auction. As they suspected, in the next moment, an elderly man clad in red appeared beside Cheng Hong. The elder's expression was neutral, yet a fire of anger flickered in his eyes. This fool dared to take advantage of my conversation with the elder of the Demon Blade sect to intercept these three alone? How utterly foolish. This is still within the confines of Black Ink City. Does he think he can commit murder here without consequence? Such actions would surely offend Xiao Ting. The master of Xiao Ting is known to be a powerhouse on par with a sect leader. As long as he was not grievously offended, there would be no repercussions. Elder Cheng had already crossed paths with Zhou Yu, but that was not a grave matter. Now, knowing that the master of Xiao Ting is a 6-star alchemist, how dare he act so recklessly? Does he truly wish for the Earth Flame sect to live in such complacency? Contemplating the repercussions of the Earth Flame sect offending a 6-star alchemist, the elder could not help but tremble inwardly, his brow furrowed. If the sect leader were to discover this, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. To avoid escalating the situation, a smile crept onto the elder's face. Adopting a congenial demeanor as he addressed Yin Mo and his companions, do not misunderstand, esteemed friends. Elder Cheng Hong harbors no malice. His previous conduct was quite offensive. And I, as an old man, offer my apologies on his behalf. Upon hearing the elder's words, Yin Mo, who had been wearing a grim expression, felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed that this matter would pass without incident. However, he discreetly glanced at the man surnamed Zheng, only to find that he showed no sign of relaxation. The Zheng man could not possibly feel at ease. He recognized the individual before him as Pang Yuan, the Grand Elder of the Earth Flame sect. The common public opinion of Pang Yuan was not particularly favorable, despite his current affable demeanor. Those misled by appearances might find themselves facing dire consequences in the blink of an eye. The Zheng man clasped his hands and said, Elder Pang, there is no need for such formality. We bear no ill will towards Elder Cheng Hong. Ah, that is indeed good to hear, Pang Yuan replied, casting a sidelong glance at Cheng Hong before stepping aside to make way. Please proceed. Yin Mo thought the danger had passed and prepared to take flight. But just as he was about to move, he was halted by the Zheng man's grip. The Zheng man smiled and said, Elder Pang is being too courteous. We have suddenly remembered that we must remain in Black Ink City for a while longer to attend to certain matters, so we shall not be departing just yet. Farewell. With that, he quickly led his companions downward towards Black Ink City. Watching the trio retreat, Pang Yuan shot Cheng Hong a fierce glare. If it were not for him, perhaps those three would have already met their demise beyond the city walls. As for Cheng Hong, he glared with murderous intent at the departing figures. He was not devoid of reason. He understood his own volatile temperament and violent nature, having bottled up a great deal of frustration during the auction. Indeed, it was his fury that clouded his judgment, leading to such reckless behavior. Yet this did not signify any regret on his part. He remained fixated on eliminating the three and seizing those 3 Do Ling pills. It would be even better if he could also eliminate Zhou Yu in the process. In the Xiao Ting, Xiao Yu was diligently cultivating within the palace. Ever since his breakthrough to Do Huang a few days prior, he had been immersed in his training. However, his progress had slowed considerably. At this rate, without any fortuitous encounters, it would take him at least half a year to gain a star. One could only wonder how long it would take to reach Do Zone. Reflecting on his past, he once believed himself to possess unparalleled talent, thinking he could reach Do Di in mere decades through self-cultivation. Such notions now seemed rather laughable. This sensation was akin to recalling the foolish decisions of his youth or the unrealistic dreams he once harbored, now evoking a sense of shame. The past was indeed hard to revisit. After a while, Xiao Yu ceased his cultivation, exhaling deeply as he mused. How I wish there existed a spirit-gathering array akin to those in the world of cultivation. Alas, this was the Douqi Continent, where formations were not prevalent, and he had never heard of any spirit-gathering array. If such a thing did exist, Xiao Yu was certain that his cultivation speed would be significantly enhanced. He could feel that his body could absorb the world's energy at a faster rate. Yet the energy in this space was limited. thus constraining the speed of his absorption and refinement. It was akin to a pond with a finite amount of water, once depleted. One must wait for it to refill before utilizing it again. The purpose of a spirit gathering array would be to fill the pond to overflowing while simultaneously replenishing it rapidly during consumption. Only in such an environment would his cultivation pace keep up with his body's absorption and refinement speed. Lost in thought, Xiao Yu suddenly had a bright idea, murmuring, "Do I not possess the Great Desolation Fire? The Great Desolation Fire can gather the energies of heaven and earth over a vast area. If I could study it to make it last longer, would it not serve as a Douqi Continent version of a spirit gathering array?" In the next instant, a silvery red flame materialized in Xiao Yu's hand. The moment the flame appeared, the temperature within the palace rose, causing the energies of heaven and earth in the surrounding space to boil, rushing towards the swirling Great Desolation Fire like a herd of exuberant horses. Concurrently, the energy of the entire Xiao Ting began to rapidly converge into the palace. Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he felt the energy mist swirling around him. If he could cultivate in such an environment, would his cultivation speed not soar to new heights? And this was merely the effect of the Great Desolation Fire without him actively urging it. The task at hand was to find a way to maintain this concentration of energy. After the initial thrill, Xiao Yu fell into contemplation. Without a spirit gathering array, once he retracted the Great Desolation Fire, the energies of heaven and earth would swiftly dissipate, filling the void left behind. Of course, he could simultaneously cultivate while activating the Great Desolation Fire, but that would require split focus, hindering his immersive training and slowing his progress. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yu suddenly recalled that his source fire divine thunder could separate a fragment of its essence. The separated subfire would similarly retain the properties of the source fire. Thus, I can achieve an effect akin to a gathering formation without diverting my attention, maintaining the concentration of celestial energy. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Xiao Yu decided to give it a try. He then communicated with the Great Desolation Fire, and in a moment, an independent spark of the Great Desolation Fire separated itself. With his other hand, he grasped the spark in the air, stabilizing it before retracting the Great Desolation Fire. After the latter's disappearance, the surrounding celestial energy surged momentarily, with nearly half dissipating, yet the concentration remained substantial. Consequently, without the need for Xiao Yu to exert control, the celestial energy could be gathered for an extended duration. Nodding in satisfaction, Xiao Yu pondered how to supply energy to this spark, as it required his own fighting spirit to sustain its flames. Raising an eyebrow, he muttered to himself, "I need to find something that can store fighting spirit to use as a battery." After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yu produced a 5th-grade magic core. Given that he had acquired all the collections of the 8 gates and Yuan, plus some of his own, he possessed a fair number of these mid-tier magic cores within his spatial ring. The magic core serves as the reservoir for a magical beast's fighting spirit. Akin to a human's dantian, it should be capable of storing my fighting spirit, he thought. Xiao Yu clasped the magic core, sensing its contents. It was filled with violent fighting spirit energy, which could not be absorbed without refinement. This was why alchemists employed medicinal herbs to concoct pills, allowing for the neutralization of the violent energy, transforming it into pure, gentle energy that the human body could endure and refine. To inject his fighting spirit into the core, he first needed to clear the existing energy. Otherwise, his fighting spirit might cause the magic core to explode. If that were to happen, the palace would be obliterated, as the explosive power of a 5th-grade magic core could harm even some Do-Wang-level fighters if they were unprepared. To empty the energy from the magic core, Xiao Yu had no other method but to utilize his soul power, guiding it out bit by bit, though he dared not rush for fear of the core's collapse. This was a time-consuming endeavor, and it took nearly an hour before he completely extracted the violent energy. Once drawn out, the energy clumped together, but without the magic core's sustenance, it dissipated into the world after a short while. Xiao Yu did not consider this a waste, as losing a bit when one possesses an abundance is hardly regrettable. Observing the formerly deep red magic core now turned transparent, he cautiously rain-fused it with energy. After a brief moment, the transparent core was once again filled, and seeing the vibrant blood-red crystal in his hand, Xiao Yu nodded in satisfaction. Placing the magic core on the table, he then positioned the spark of the Great Desolation Fire above it, connecting the two. He watched as fighting spirit continuously flowed into the spark. Moreover, the buoyancy brought by the infusion of fighting spirit counterbalanced the spark's descent, allowing it to hover just above the magic core. Noting that the energy concentration within the palace remained unchanged, he finally deemed his experiment a success. Now that the spark required no further attention, Xiao Yu sat down again, forming hand seals to enter a meditative state. In an instant, he perceived a marked difference. The speed at which his body absorbed and refined celestial energy had escalated significantly, surpassing previous levels, and his strength was ascending at a terrifying pace. After approximately 3 hours of cultivation, Xiao Yu halted, exhaling a breath of turbid air, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. This method was evidently effective. His current cultivation speed was equivalent to more than double that of the past. If it had previously taken him half a year to elevate to a 2-star Douhuang, he now estimated it would only require a little over 2 months. Furthermore, the celestial energy concentration in the palace had diminished only slightly after 3 hours of cultivation, showing no substantial change. Chapter 136, A Return to Heart. A magic core filled with fighting spirit, with this concentration of celestial energy gathered, could likely sustain itself for about 6 months. Observing the depletion of fighting spirit within the core, Xiao Yu murmured softly. Although his cultivation speed had significantly accelerated, he was still aware that the rate at which his body absorbed and refined energy had not yet reached its limit. Xiao Yu no longer harbored the previous notion that rapid enhancement would lead to a shaky foundation. Ever since acquiring the 5 Qi Ascending Thunder, he eagerly desired to elevate his speed. Thus, he aimed to push his cultivation speed to its utmost limit. To achieve this, he needed to amplify the power of the spark, and the method to do so involved enhancing the source fire. Without further ado, Xiao Yu divided another spark from the Great Desolation Fire and merged it with the existing spark above the magic core. With the fusion of this original source, the spark expanded considerably, its silver-red hue growing increasingly radiant, and the surrounding celestial energy surged once more, returning to the initial misty density. Xiao Yu was quite pleased with this development, though he noted that the fighting spirit consumption from the magic core had increased significantly, estimating that its longevity had dropped from 6 months to about 1 month. However, he deemed this a minor issue. As long as he could fully exploit his cultivation speed, he was more than willing to recharge the magic core once a month. After completing these tasks, Xiao Yu resumed his cultivation, relishing the exhilarating sensation of pushing his body's absorption and refinement of celestial energy to near perfection. He wished he could accelerate even further, but with his current Douhuang physique, this speed was already maximal. Any faster would be unbearable. As his realm increased, his endurance would strengthen, and his future cultivation speed would also quicken. The task of further enhancing the celestial energy concentration could wait for another time. Uncertain of how long had passed, Xiao Yu awakened from his meditation, stretching his neck comfortably. He then proceeded to his daily regimen of studying combat techniques. Knock, knock, knock. A sound of knocking echoed. Xiao Yu did not even flinch. He knew who had arrived and softly said, "Come in." The palace door swung open, revealing Zhou Yu, who entered with his head bowed. Upon reaching a short distance from Xiao Yu, he performed a respectful bow, saying, "Master, the auction has concluded, and the proceeds are all here." With that, he handed over a spatial ring. Xiao Yu opened his eyes and casually took the ring. Upon sensing its contents, he was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a bountiful harvest from this auction. He even discovered numerous medicinal herbs for crafting 6th-grade pills, along with a tianqing flower. This herb was familiar to him. It was recorded in the formula for the transformation pill obtained from Senior Fei Huang. He was astonished to have acquired one of the main ingredients for the transformation pill, but considered it a delightful surprise. Although the transformation pill held little value for Xiao Yu, he decided to collect it for future use in refining a pill for Xiao Zi. The allure of the transformation pill for magical beasts was incomparable to that of other 7th-grade pills, even overshadowing some 8th-grade pills. This object is akin to the rare and precious elixirs among humanity that can dramatically transform one's cultivation aptitude, akin to a rebirth. Thinking of Xiao Zi, Xiao Yu couldn't help but smile. This fellow had previously been rather reluctant to acknowledge him as a master. Although Xiao Zi had not been of much assistance during the 3-year pact, its refusal to flee in the face of the protector Wu demonstrated that it had begun to accept him as its master. Since Xiao Zi was now an ally, Xiao Yu certainly would not be stingy. Perhaps he would return with a bounty of elixirs for his close acquaintances. As he tucked away the spatial ring, Xiao Yu turned to Zhou Yu and remarked, "This auction has yielded remarkable results. I can only surmise that you invested considerable effort into it. Your hard work is commendable." Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Zhou Yu trembled with excitement, softly replying, "This is merely my duty. I do not deserve such praise from the lord of the court." Xiao Yu smiled faintly, feeling as though establishing the Xiao court was akin to founding a company, with Zhou Yu as an exemplary employee. As a commendable worker who had delivered results, Xiao Yu, as the employer, would not be parsimonious. He immediately retrieved a spirit dough pill from the spatial ring and tossed it to Zhou Yu. Seeing his superior toss him an item, Zhou Yu instinctively caught it, only to tremble upon realizing it was a spirit dough pill. This suddenly, a wave of bittersweet emotions surged within him, akin to a warm current. Observing Zhou Yu's excitement, Xiao Yu smiled and said, "This is a reward for you. The success of this auction owes much to your contributions." Zhou Yu was at a loss for words. Had he ever seen someone rewarded with a spirit dough pill for merely assisting in an auction? He certainly had not, and, as a subordinate, it was indeed his responsibility. Having served Yuan Yi for many years, he had never received such a generous gift. In that moment, Zhou Yu compared Yuan Yi and Xiao Yu, and the comparison only solidified his resolve to serve Xiao Yu wholeheartedly. A leader so amiable and generous was a rarity in the Black Corner domain. To miss this opportunity would surely lead to regret. No, not just in the future. He would regret it immediately. With hands clasped in a formal bow, Zhou Yu lowered his head in gratitude, saying sincerely, "Thank you for your generosity, my lord. I shall dedicate myself to serving you in return for this boon." Xiao Yu waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such formalities. Just be diligent in assisting me from now on. Now, tell me, what transpired during this auction?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu proceeded to brief Xiao Yu on the general circumstances of the auction. After listening, Xiao Yu nodded. "You did well. You may leave now. If anything arises, I shall summon you." Zhou Yu cupped his hands in acknowledgement understood. He then exited the hall, leaving Xiao Yu alone to delve back into his studies of combat techniques. Zhou Yu had proven to be quite capable, and it seemed prudent to entrust him with managing affairs within the Xiao court. After all, he was the esteemed elder of the Eight Gates, possessing considerable ability. Xiao Yu could focus solely on his cultivation. A month later, within a tavern in Heian City, Yin Mo and his companions were indulging in food and drink while engaging in light-hearted conversation. Though they were Dou kings, this did not imply they were above the pleasures of sustenance. Like Xiao Yu, they too were human, driven by appetites, albeit less fervently. After taking a sip of wine, Yin Mo smacked his lips and inquired, "Old Zheng, how much longer must we remain here?" The man named Zheng, picking at his food, replied, "Let us stay a few more days. I'm still a bit uneasy. That Pang Yuan from the Diyin sect is not one to be trifled with, and I fear he may be waiting for us outside the city." The elderly man named Li, sipping his strong liquor with squinted eyes, added, "I have heard whispers of his reputation. Indeed, it is not out of the question that he possesses the patience to wait outside for a month. Or perhaps he is even inside the city, waiting for us to emerge." Yin Mo, unfazed, continued to eat heartily, mumbling, regardless of whether he is waiting for us. "I say we ought to remain in Heian City. Have you not noticed? This place is unlike others. There are no incidents of violence or abduction. In an entire month, not a single occurrence has been reported. It was as if they were not in the Black Corner domain at all. I even inquired about the reason for this change. It is said that the Xiao court has established rules. Anyone causing trouble shall have their douqi abolished and be expelled from Heian City." After taking a hearty gulp of wine, Yin Mo continued, "I truly enjoy the environment here. I could wish to stay for a lifetime." Old Zheng, elderly, what say you? In all honesty, the other two were also somewhat tempted. They too relished the surroundings. However, to remain here indefinitely was not feasible. To enhance their strength, they could not afford to grow complacent. Lingering too long might dull their resolve, which would be detrimental to their cultivation. Moreover, they required cultivation resources. Staying here would not yield sufficient resources unless they joined the Xiao court. Even joining the Xiao court did not guarantee a better training environment. So while a temporary stay was acceptable, a prolonged residence was impractical. Noticing their silence, Yin Mo clicked his tongue, understanding their thoughts, and decided to drop the subject. Chapter 137, Disturbance. Just as the three were dining, a sudden commotion erupted outside, drawing the attention of many patrons peering through the tavern windows. Yin Mo and his companions too turned their curiosity outward, where they observed a young man, dressed modestly, being seized by the neck by another. Upon recognizing the assailant, their expressions darkened. It was Cheng Hong. They could hardly believe he was still in Heian City. Clearly, old Zheng's concerns were not unfounded. These two had demonstrated remarkable patience in waiting for them for an entire month. Yin Mo, filled with dread, thought to himself that had they left Heian City, they would likely have fallen victim to Pang Yuan by now. Under the gaze of the crowd, Cheng Hong glared menacingly at the young man in his grasp, his murderous intent palpable as he growled, "You bumped into me, And you think you can just apologize and walk away? The young man felt the suffocating grip around his throat, his brain starved of oxygen, rendering him unable to utter a word. Just then, two figures clad in green emerged from the crowd. Upon noticing the two characters embroidered on their clothing, the onlookers respectfully parted to clear a path. "Stop this at once," one of them commanded. Cheng Hong, upon seeing the insignia of the Xiao court on their chests, disregarded their intervention, sneering, "This brat bumped into me. I intend to kill him. This is none of your Xiao court's concern." Hearing the brute's words, one of the green-clad men retorted sternly, "The lord of the court has decreed that any disturbances within the city shall result in the forfeit of one's cultivation and expulsion from Heian City. I advise you against acting here. With your strength, you could easily take him outside, and we would not interfere with your actions there." Upon hearing those words, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Cheng Hong's eyes as he swiftly snapped the young man's neck. Although Peng Yuan had instructed him not to cause a disturbance within the confines of Black Seal City, Cheng Hong's temperament did not permit such restraint. He had been seething with pent-up frustration from the auction, and now, with someone unwittingly placing themselves in his line of fire, he deemed it prudent to eliminate the nuisance without hesitation. He had no patience to drag the wretch outside the city to finish him off. Moreover, this individual was merely an ant among fighters. Cheng Hong was confident that, within the Blackhorn region, no one would dare to offend him for the sake of a mere combatant. Even if Xiao Ting had established rules, it was unlikely he would retaliate over such a trivial matter. After all, no one would truly risk incurring the wrath of a powerful figure over an insignificant ant. As long as he did not wreak havoc within the city, Xiao Ting would likely consider the interests of the Flame sect and refrain from taking action. Witnessing the brazen act of murder in the street, two men clad in blue exchanged glances and promptly surrounded Cheng Hong. One of them spoke. "Since you have violated the regulations of Black Seal City, you must accompany us to Xiao Ting and await the judgment of the master." In response, Cheng Hong sneered dismissively. "You think you can command me?" With that, he ignored the two men and attempted to leave. He was well aware of Peng Yuan's warnings against offending Xiao Ting within the city limits. He was not without intelligence and understood the repercussions of such actions. Thus, he suppressed his anger and refrained from striking out at the two. The two men from Xiao Ting sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from the burly figure before them. Engaging him might cost them their lives. Rather than confront him directly, they reached for their waists and retrieved a signaling device, firing it into the sky. This device was employed by Xiao Ting for communication. A brilliant flash illuminated the heavens, followed by an explosion of colors. This was a distress signal, reserved for when one faced formidable challenges, as they were uncertain of the man's true strength and opted to launch a battle-level signal. Before long, a combat spirit from Xiao Ting arrived at the scene. After inquiring about the situation, the spirit, upon detecting Cheng Hong's formidable aura, hesitated, sensing it surpassed even that of a battle spirit. Thus, he released another signal into the sky. The sound of two signals echoed throughout the city, and Cheng Hong, aware of their implications, felt unperturbed. After all, within Xiao Ting, only Xiao Ting himself and Shui Yu could possibly surpass him in strength. As long as someone who recognized him from within Xiao Ting appeared, he was confident this matter would be resolved without consequence. However, he had not ventured far when an elder clad in blue with green battle wings on his back obstructed his path. "Sir, please halt." Seeing someone block his way, particularly a battle king from Xiao Ting, Cheng Hong paid him no mind and walked straight past. The blue-clad battle king recognized Cheng Hong. He had encountered him previously during an auction when Cheng Hong was still an elder of the Eight Gates. Had circumstances been different, he would have refrained from provoking such a figure. Yet, the current state of Black Seal City was markedly different. The Eight Gates had long since disbanded, leaving only Xiao Ting standing strong. The master of the courtyard had established rules and insisted they be strictly enforced within Black Seal City. With the backing of his authority, the blue-clad elder felt emboldened and was undeterred by Cheng Hong. Furthermore, he had heard that the Grand Elder had recently been rewarded with a battle spirit pill for his diligent service. Being a battle king himself, he was envious and yearned for the same recognition, believing that by fulfilling his duties, he too might earn a similar reward from the master. Therefore, he was unwilling to allow Cheng Hong to pass and reiterated, "I implore you to stay your hand and accompany me to Xiao Ting for your punishment." Punishment? Cheng Hong, who had no intention of causing trouble, was immediately engulfed in a wave of fury. The punishment from Xiao Ting was the forfeiture of one's battle spirit. Did they truly intend to inconvenience him over an insignificant ant? Get out of my way. If you wanted to go to Xiao Ting, summon your master to come here personally. Cheng Gong scuffed coldly. Who do you think you are to warrant the master's personal attention? Bah, The blue-clad elder silently scoffed. Yet, recognizing that Cheng Hong would not comply, he was not foolish enough to charge forward. He was no match for Cheng Hong. However, he had already sent word to the Grand Elder, and all he needed to do was delay Cheng Hong. Seeing that the elder continued to block his path, Cheng Hong's fury reached its zenith. Get out of my way, or I will teach you a lesson on behalf of Xiao Ting for your insolence. Hearing Cheng Hong's scathing insults, the elder's eyes twitched, yet he remained silent, resolutely obstructing Cheng Hong's passage. Faced with such obstinance, Cheng Hong disregarded Pang Yuan's warnings and unleashed his battle spirit wings, charging directly at the elder. The elder's face paled, and he hastily summoned his battle spirit to engage in combat with Cheng Hong. Boom! The battle erupted. Green and fiery energies clashing as the two figures became streaks of light, intertwining in the sky, each collision unleashing powerful shockwaves. However, after merely 10 seconds of combat, the elder found himself at a disadvantage. The disparity in their 3-star rankings, coupled with Cheng Hong's ferocity, made it increasingly difficult for him to withstand the onslaught. Nevertheless, he persevered, determined to hold out until the arrival of the Grand Elder. After a brief interval, just as the elder seemed on the verge of defeat, a thunderous voice rang out from the heavens. Cheng Hong, how dare you cause a ruckus in Black Seal City? Cease your actions at once. The booming voice resonated, accompanied by a wave of earthy light that approached the two combatants. Upon hearing the voice, the elder rejoiced, exclaiming, Grand Elder, Cheng Hong is killing in the city and resisting capture. He even attacked me. Please, Grand Elder, render judgment. As he spoke, the elder continued to fend off Cheng Hong's attacks. Seeing Shui Yu's arrival, Cheng Hong fought to suppress his impulse to continue attacking and finally halted. The elder, seizing the opportunity, swiftly flew to Shui Yu's side, bowing respectfully before taking his place behind the elder. With the Grand Elder now present, Cheng Hong understood that the matter was beyond his control. Cheng Hong, you possess an audacious spirit, daring to murder within Black Seal City and disregarding the rules of Xiao Ting. I advise you to surrender and accompany me back to Xiao Ting to await the master's decree. Looking at the man who had insulted him during the auction, Shui Yu could not feign indifference. However, he had restrained his anger, as the master had previously instructed him not to provoke others unnecessarily. But this situation was different. How audacious of Cheng Hong to brazenly commit murder after the master had established clear rules. Was he truly seeking his own demise? Having served the master for an extended period, Shui Yu had gained insight into the master's character. He cared not for the Flame Sect, but anyone who dared to violate his established rules would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Over the past 2 months since the establishment of Xiao Ting, there had been disturbances in Black Seal City, but all offenders had ultimately been stripped of their battle spirits and cast out. This was why the citizens of the city regarded the members of Xiao Ting not with mere fear, but with profound respect. Capturing Cheng Hong and escorting him to Xiao Ting for the master judgment would not only uphold the authority of Xiao Ting, but also provide an opportunity for personal vendettas, a twofold benefit, making it an advantageous course of action. Cheng Hong's expression was grim and fierce. He had not anticipated that upon Shui Yu's arrival, the latter would attempt to apprehend him and bring him back to Xiao Ting for punishment. Were the individuals of Xiao Ting truly lacking in common sense? To offend him over such a trivial matter, akin to a mere insect. Shui Yu, do you truly intend for Xiao Ting to provoke the Di Yin sect over something so insignificant? In response to Cheng Hong's inquiry, Shui Yu replied nonchalantly, whether we offend the Di Yin sect or not is of no concern to me. You would do well to comply and return with me, lest I be forced to take matters into my own hands. Seeing Shui Yu's unwavering stance, Cheng Hong refrained from further discourse. Surrender? What a jest. Today, he was determined to witness the extent of Shui Yu's prowess. You old fool, you are merely 2 stars stronger than I. You think you can detain me? Speaking contemptuously, Cheng Hong retorted coldly. Shui Yu, unwilling to engage in further conversation with this foul-mouthed individual, resolved to personally apprehend him since cooperation was out of the question. With a slight quiver of his earthy-hued wings, a surge of energy belonging to an 8-star Do Huang erupted forth, and a spear forged from earth attribute, Do Qi, materialized in his grasp. The earth energy from the surroundings began to pulsate, coalescing around Shui Yu. A formidable pressure enveloped an area of several hundred meters. Cheng Hong's pupils constricted upon sensing the aura emanating from Shui Yu. This was undeniably beyond the might of a 7-star Do Wang. It seemed he had attained the strength of an 8-star Do Wang. When had this old fellow ascended to such heights? Just a month prior at the auction, he had possessed only 7-star strength. Could it be due to a Do Ling Dan? Indeed, the master of Xiao Ting, as Shui Yu had mentioned, was a 6th-rank alchemist. It was entirely plausible that he had bestowed a Dou Ling Dan upon Shui Yu, a 7-star Dou Wang. Noticing Cheng Hong's astonishment, Shui Yu couldn't help but smirk with pride before swiftly launching himself towards Cheng Hong. Cheng Hong, not daring to underestimate his opponent, summoned his fiery Dou Qi, conjuring a massive flaming blade to confront Shui Yu. Clang, clang, clang. The spear clashed with the blade as the two engaged in a fierce exchange, each strike powerful enough to send shockwaves that reverberated down to the spectators below. Who would have thought that Xiao Ting would truly confront Cheng Hong over such a trivial matter? Down below, a man surnamed Zheng observed the aerial battle, murmuring to himself. An elder surnamed Li shook his head, saying, "Is Xiao Ting truly unafraid of a D insect? After all, they're a first-rate power." Yen Mo's eyes flickered as he remarked, "The master of Xiao Ting, having vanquished the 8 gates, must possess extraordinary strength. The D insect is only slightly stronger than the 8 gates. Perhaps to him, the two are indistinguishable." Indeed, Cheng Hong was remarkably foolish to provoke Xiao Ting in such a manner. If their sect leader were to learn of this, he would surely not let him off lightly. Elderly nodded in agreement, continuing, "It remains uncertain whether Xiao Ting will truly incapacitate Cheng Hong's Dou Qi. If they do, the D insect would undoubtedly seek retribution, considering Cheng Hong is a 5-star Dou Wang." Yen Mo replied, "I find that highly probable. Please, Elder Shui, cease your actions." Just as Cheng Hong found himself at a disadvantage, drenched in sweat, a voice rang out. In the next moment, a streak of crimson Dou Qi surged forth, its power compelling Shui Yu to furrow his brow and retreat to evade the attack, employing a Dou technique to dissipate the energy. Once the assault was neutralized, Shui Yu beheld an elder clad in red standing beside Cheng Hong. He recognized this individual as Pang Yuan, the Grand Elder of the D sect, with whom he had previously interacted. "Brother Pang, are you here to protect Cheng Hong?" Shui Yu inquired solemnly. The arrival of this man complicated matters significantly. Pang Yuan had ascended to the rank of 9-star Dou Wang several years prior, and the disparity in strength between them was considerable. Retaining Cheng Hong in such circumstances was utterly impossible. Hearing Shui Yu's words, Pang Yuan smiled and said, "I wonder how Cheng Hong has offended you, Brother Shui, to warrant your personal intervention. If this pertains to the incident at the auction, I shall apologize on his behalf." The old man had quite the silver tongue. In the past, Shui Yu might have overlooked such matters, but now was different. The rules set forth by the master of the court applied to him as well, not to mention others. "Brother Pang, it is not that I am unwilling to extend you this courtesy, but rather that Cheng Hong has brazenly violated the regulations of Xiao Ting within the city. I must escort him back for the master to address the matter." Upon hearing the situation, the elder felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. How could the sect leader appoint such a fool to the position of elder? With his temperament, he was bound to bring trouble to the DN sect. "You see, this is precisely what I mean. Upon our return, I shall certainly speak with the sect leader about revoking Cheng Hong's position and imposing some punishment to temper his disposition." However, given that he was still a member of the DN sect, allowing Cheng Hong to be taken away by Shui Yu without intervention would likely result in complications when reporting back to the sect leader. Thus, Pang Yuan clasped his hands and smiled. "I implore you, Brother Shui, to show some leniency. This incident is indeed Cheng Hong's fault, and I am willing to bear all consequences. Should anything unfortunate befall him here, the sect leader would undoubtedly hold me accountable." Shui Yu raised an eyebrow. Was this old man attempting to threaten Xiao Ting? TSK, had he not been aware of the terrifying strength of the master of the court, he might have been intimidated. "This matter is beyond my authority, and I kindly ask Brother Pang to refrain from intervening. If you feel it unjust, perhaps you might request the sect leader to negotiate with our master." Shui Yu replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing Shui Yu's indifferent tone, a flicker of malice flashed in Pang Yuan's eyes. Were it not for the master of Xiao Ting, he would have relished the opportunity to teach Shui Yu a lesson for his audacity. However, mindful of the master, he chose not to escalate the situation. "Very well. I shall escort Cheng Hong out of Heian City. Once we return to the sect, I doubt Xiao Ting would dare to pursue him further." With this thought, Pang Yuan decided that negotiations had reached an impasse and decisively pushed Cheng Hong away, whispering, "Get lost. Hurry back to the sect." Cheng Hong was momentarily stunned, but in the next second he soared towards the city's outskirts, aware that he had landed himself in deep trouble. Only by returning to the sect could he find refuge. Shui Yu's gaze sharpened as he pursued Cheng Hong, only to be obstructed by Pang Yuan. "Brother Pang, do you truly intend to act in this manner?" Shui Yu's expression turned cold as he fixed his gaze on Pang Yuan. Pang Yuan remained silent, yet the dense, swirling Douqi surrounding him signified his stance. Shaking his head, Shui Yu recognized that he was no match for Pang Yuan. Should this standoff continue, Cheng Hong would undoubtedly escape. However, this did not imply he was powerless against them. The master had stated that if he encountered an insurmountable issue, he could call upon him. Thus, Shui Yu clasped his hands together and shouted towards the heavens, "I encounter a troublesome matter. I beseech the master to descend." Boom! As Shui Yu's voice echoed, a thunderous roar reverberated through the skies, followed by a tempest that swept over Heian City. A sudden darkness enveloped everyone, as the sky above became shrouded in thick, ominous clouds, interspersed with flashes of lightning. A silver-green streak of lightning shot down from the north, weaving and darting through the air, and within less than a second, it materialized before Shui Yu. By the time the others regained their composure, their expressions had drastically changed, astonishment etched on their faces as they beheld the figure. What incredible speed! Once their eyes refocused, they discerned the newcomer, clad in white robes, tall and slender, with striking features of sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding an aura of handsome elegance. His attire bore remnants of silver-green lightning, crackling with the resonance of wind and thunder. Pang Yuan's face fell upon seeing this sudden arrival. The figure did not conceal his presence, and Pang could sense the depths of his power, unfathomable and at least that of a Douhuang. The aura of the sect leader paled in comparison to this individual's terrifying presence. Coupled with Shui Yu's words, it was clear that this was none other than the master of the Xiao Pavilion. He could hardly fathom that the one who had defeated Yuan Yi, a Douhuang powerhouse and a sixth-grade alchemist, would be such a young lad. Xiao Yu had sensed the battle of Douhuang within the city while at the palace. After Shui Yu's summons, he understood that a significant event had transpired, one that Shui Yu and his companions could not resolve on their own. Thus, he summoned the swift winds and thunder, arriving directly at the scene. The first use of this lightning startled even him with its speed. No wonder it was called the thunder of extreme speed. It was indeed no exaggeration. Just a slight exertion yielded such velocity. Casting a quick glance over the scene, upon spotting Cheng Hong, who had already fled Black Imprint City, Xiao Yu's figure began to blur. In the next moment, everyone sensed something amiss, and Pang Yuan's expression darkened further as he turned his gaze toward the city's outskirts. Eager to escape Black Imprint City, Cheng Hong intensified his speed upon witnessing such a strange phenomenon, realizing that something was amiss. If he could not return to the sect, he feared he would meet his end here. Just as he thought he was about to reach safety, a silver-green figure appeared right before him. Before he could even ponder the situation, a large hand seized him by the collar, and a gale rushed into his orifices, causing him to drool uncontrollably. The sound of wind howling filled his ears, and in what felt like a mere second, his vision cleared, and he found himself back in front of Shui Yu. Cheng Hong was utterly bewildered. Had he not been over a kilometer away just moments ago? How could he be back here in the blink of an eye? The others gasped in astonishment, their gazes swiftly returning from the city's edge, only to see the young man had already brought Cheng Hong back. Hiss! A collective intake of breath resonated from the onlookers below. What terrifying speed! Pang Yuan's complexion darkened further, his eyes wide with disbelief. Such velocity likely surpassed even that of the sect leader, and judging by the ease with which this individual operated, it seemed he had yet to reveal his true limits. Setting aside the matter of this person's strength, the sheer speed alone rendered him someone not to be underestimated. They had truly bitten off more than they could chew. Pang Yuan lamented inwardly. Had he known, he would not have coveted those 3 Douling pills. A month ago, he could have returned to the DN sect, thus avoiding the current predicament and certainly steering clear of such a formidable figure. Greetings, Pavilion Master, Shui Yu bowed respectfully. The others had already speculated. And with Shui Yu speaking up, the identity of this young powerhouse was confirmed. The master of the Xiao Pavilion. Xiao Yu tightened his grip on the struggling Cheng Hong, channeling his Douqi to exert control over him. He then inquired, what transpired? Upon hearing the question, Shui Yu recounted the events that had transpired. Pang Yuan remained silent, aware that he did not know Xiao Yu well. Interjecting now could provoke the Pavilion Master's ire. If that were to happen, not only would Cheng Hong not escape today, but he might also find himself in dire straits. After listening to Shui Yu's account, Xiao Yu glanced at the captive Cheng Hong. This man was indeed audacious. Xiao Yu had dealt with numerous troublemakers recently. Yet Cheng Hong still dared to commit murder within the city. Had he not heard about the established rules? Xiao Yu had not anticipated that despite implementing strict measures with thunderous authority, such brazen acts would still occur. It seemed he was not harsh enough to deter some individuals. Thus, he resolved that today he would demonstrate to others the consequences of disregarding the rules within his domain. Whoosh! While the crowd still speculated on how the master of the Xiao Pavilion would handle Cheng Hong, they witnessed his eyes shift to black and white. Two bolts of lightning shooting forth, piercing through Cheng Hong's dantian. The world fell silent, save for Cheng Hong's agonizing screams. Pang Yuan was taken aback, wanting to speak, but he quickly realized his predicament and stifled his words, not daring to utter a sound. Shui Yu's old face revealed a hint of satisfaction. This was what you get for being disrespectful, for acting without thought, for underestimating the Xiao Pavilion. Xiao Yu cast a brief glance at Pang Yuan before tossing Cheng Hong aside, stating coolly, "This individual has violated my rules, and thus faces this punishment. If you wish to intervene on his behalf, now is your chance." Seeing Xiao Yu decisively incapacitate Cheng Hong without hesitation, Pang Yuan understood he was dealing with a ruthless individual, and he certainly did not dare to take action. What a foolish notion it would be to seek vengeance for Cheng Hong. Only a fool would engage in such folly. Pavilion must just. Cheng Hong brought this upon himself. Your actions are entirely justified. I have no objections, Pang Yuan stammered, forcing a smile as he received the unconscious Cheng Hong under Xiao Yu's watchful gaze. This fellow was not completely devoid of sense. Xiao Yu nodded. Since you do not intend to act, you may leave. Pang Yuan exhaled in relief. It seemed the master of the Xiao Pavilion did not intend to complicate matters for him. However, had he truly taken any action on Cheng Hong's behalf, he knew he would not fare well either. Thus, he immediately clasped his hands and declared, "Then I shall not disturb you further, Pavilion Master. Farewell." Just as he was about to depart with Cheng Hong, Xiao Yu's voice rang out once more. And inform your sect leader that should the Diyin sect seek vengeance for Cheng Hong, I shall be ever ready to welcome them." Pang Yuan did not respond, but instead hurriedly fled Black Imprint City. Remaining here for even a moment longer would only increase his peril. It was best to leave swiftly. Xiao Yu paid no further attention to Pang Yuan, vanishing into the heavens. Shui Yu, witnessing this, bowed once more to see Xiao Yu off. The other members of the Xiao Pavilion also performed their respectful gestures towards the sky. At this moment, the farce had come to an end. The onlookers, still somewhat enthralled, began to murmur amongst themselves after Xiao Yu had departed. The master of the Xiao Pavilion was indeed decisive. A Douwang powerhouse was rendered incapacitated without a second thought. As though the Diyin sect held no significance in his eyes, remarked a man surnamed Zheng with a sense of awe. Yen Mo nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is a man of his word, remarkably imposing. I find myself somewhat impressed. An elderly man surnamed Li's eyes flickered, as if contemplating something, yet he smiled and said, "Ha, the master of the Xiao Pavilion, truly a ruthless character capable of annihilating the Eight Gates, even with Cheng Hong's backing from the Diyin sect." He showed no regard. Cheng Hong is indeed pitiful, having lost his Douwang strength over a mere fighter. It is a pity that I was not the one to execute such action. Yen Mo and the other two turned to look at the elder with the surname Li, their eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. It turned out that Elder Li was indeed a scheming and vengeful individual. Chapter 140, Joining the Xiao Court. After engaging in casual conversation for a while longer, Yen Mo's expression suddenly grew solemn as he spoke. "Old Zheng, Elder Li, with Pang Yuan having departed from the Black Ink City, he will likely be too fearful to linger nearby. If you wish to leave, there is no need for further hesitation." "We?" the man surnamed Zheng inquired. "Old Yen, do you not intend to join us?" Was this brute truly planning to reside in Black Ink City permanently? Yen Mo nodded. "Indeed, I have resolved to stay. This place is more suitable for me than others. And I observe that the Lord of the Xiao Court is quite admirable. Thus, I intend to join the Xiao Court, secure a position, and establish myself in Black Ink City. I understand that your aspirations lie elsewhere, so I shall refrain from any pleas for you to remain. However, your kindness shall forever be etched in my memory, and should you ever require assistance in the future, I, Yen Mo, will certainly lend my aid." Upon hearing this, the man surnamed Zheng and Elderly exchanged glances, and then the former replied, "Since you have made your decision, we cannot compel you to accompany us. Each person has their own ambitions. Moreover, during our time together, you have assisted us greatly. Are we not friends? Therefore, there is no need for formalities. Should fate allow, when we meet again, we shall surely share a drink together." They too considered joining the Xiao Court a commendable choice, but unlike Yen Mo, they were accustomed to freedom and could not tolerate the constraints of a sect, so they chose not to elaborate further. After their light-hearted banter, Elder Li and the man, surnamed Zheng, exited the city gates, while Yan and Mo made his way towards the location of the Xiao court, intending to approach with courtesy. Hence he walked. Upon returning to the palace, Xiao Yu found himself in a state of distress. After all, this was the Black Angle domain, characterized by chaos. He had established a rule against causing disturbances within the city, yet this felt somewhat contradictory to the inherent nature of the place, akin to being in an environment he disdained, attempting to alter its customs through sheer strength. Naturally, some individuals would struggle to adapt to living in such a place. Despite this, he could not simply revoke the rule. After all, he was a modern individual at heart, and he had no fondness for the conditions of the past. Furthermore, Blacking City was now his domain. Since he found the previous environment intolerable, he could alter it without fear of reproach. If anyone objected, they could simply be defeated. This aligned with the principle of respect for the strong in the Douqi Continent. His strength granted him the freedom to pursue his desires without fear of dissent. Similar to the situation surrounding the Canaan Academy, although it was situated within the Black Angle domain, it stood in stark contrast to the chaos outside its walls. Within the academy, peace reigned. Thus, Xiao Yu saw no issue with the regulations he had established, even if the Xiao court was not as formidable as the Canaan Academy. In the Black Angle domain, many disregarded the Xiao court, a fact he had keenly experienced over the past 2 months. Were it not for the substantial support he had, he would have faced considerable challenges. Currently, the situation in Blacking City was such that the strong refrained from causing trouble if disturbances did arise. His subordinates would handle them. However, external strong individuals were a different matter altogether. Should there be a recurrence of trouble that his subordinate Zhou Yu could not manage, he would have to intervene personally. Once or twice was tolerable, but repeated incidents would become vexing, especially since he had no capable subordinates available. Thus, he had no choice but to step in himself. This predicament was the source of his current frustration. Perhaps he could take inspiration from the Canaan Academy and implement a competitive system to bolster the strength of the Xiao court. Presently, his cultivation resources were abundant, yet most held little value for him. They could serve as the foundation for this system. As the strength of those accepted improved, there would be less need for him to intervene personally, allowing him more time for cultivation. He now possessed a Douqi Continent version of the Gathering Spirit Array, which could also serve as a foundation for the Xiao court, allowing individuals to exchange their contributions for time spent within it. He could offer some advanced techniques in exchange for contributions, as he had no need for them himself. Presuming they were not too inept, he could occasionally concoct pills for them to exchange. With these 3 elements combined, the cultivation speed of those within the court would elevate significantly. In this manner, within a few years, the Xiao court could firmly establish itself within the Black Angle domain, and by then, the atmosphere of Blacking City should improve considerably. Xiao Yu began to contemplate the reforms he intended to implement within the Xiao court. Although being a lone wolf was quite appealing and aligned with his preferences, it was not always convenient. Establishing a powerful sect, while cumbersome, offered substantial benefits and would ease many tasks, such as sourcing medicinal materials. The execution capability of a single individual was invariably limited, unlike that of a sect. Furthermore, personally handling certain matters could be overly excessive. Having a cadre of subordinates would grant Xiao Yu more time to cultivate. Moreover, from a long-term perspective, developing a robust force would prove immensely beneficial. He had already disrupted the timeline. No one could predict how the Douqi Continent would evolve. When that evolution turned catastrophic, having a powerful force behind him would alleviate the burden of facing challenges alone. Preparing in advance was crucial if the Soul Hall were to bring trouble in the future. Xiao Yu could rally countless followers to confront them. Just imagining it was exhilarating, far more satisfying than the alternative. Furthermore, as Xiao Yu's own strength grew, coupled with his alchemical skills, the number of strong individuals seeking to ally with the Xiao court would inevitably increase. Even if they could not stand against the Soul Hall, they would not be easily obliterated. Moreover, the fated child of the Douqi Continent was on his side, ensuring that the pressure would not rest solely on his shoulders. All his current endeavors were merely precautionary measures to prevent the butterfly effect of his actions from spiraling into misfortune. He was preparing for the worst while also recognizing that this endeavor was beneficial and worth pursuing. As he pondered, Xiao Yu took up his brush and began to inscribe his thoughts regarding the Xiao court. There were too many matters to handle alone. Naturally, he would draft a written plan to pass on to his subordinates, completing the core aspect himself so he could delegate the rest to them. After an hour, Xiao Yu set down his brush, satisfied as he examined the outline of his plan, which was now relatively clear. A few modifications would allow him to commence implementation. Placing the plan aside, he leaned back in his chair, letting his thoughts wander. Once he had firmly established himself in the Black Angle domain, He would need to return to the Gamma Empire and set up a gathering spirit array for the Xiao family. With the addition of the Earth's profound-level techniques and pills he provided, the Xiao family's strength could rapidly ascend. After all, they were one of the 8 ancient families of yore, and, indeed, the most powerful one. If others were to discover that the current head of the Xiao family was merely a great fighter, it would surely invite scorn. Once the Xiao family regained their strength, he would have fewer concerns and could afford to relax a bit. While Xiao Yu was engrossed in planning for the future, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Guoming, with the permission of Xiao Yu, Shui Yu entered with delicate steps, reminiscent of an ancient chief eunuch. What is the matter? Upon hearing Xiao Yu's succinct inquiry, Shui Yu clasped his hands in respect and replied, Master of the courtyard, there's a 3-star Do Wang at the gate, seeking to join Xiao courtyard. I am somewhat uncertain, thus I have come to solicit your esteemed opinion. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu exhibited a hint of surprise. In the past 2 months, there had been no shortage of individuals wishing to join Xiao courtyard, yet they were merely insignificant figures, their value barely worthy of mention. It was unexpected that a Do Wang would express a desire to join today. Clearly, after a recent incident in the city where he had been underestimated, someone had been swayed by his own prowess. Very well, let him in, Xiao Yu stated calmly. A Do Wang is considered a formidable presence in the Black Corner region. The addition of such a figure would undoubtedly bolster the strength of Xiao courtyard, and he would not refuse. However, it was imperative to meet him first to determine whether to accept him, for not just anyone could serve as a subordinate. There were standards to uphold.